Congratulations, host. You have obtained the strongest partner system which will assist you in rising amidst the apocalypse. When the host and any partner kill mutated creatures, they may randomly unlock supplies. Once a partnership is formed, the host may teleport at will to the side of any partner. The maximum number of partners is 99. Once confirmed, partners will never betray you. Lin Hao was instantly dumbfounded. Rise amidst the apocalypse. Could it be that the end of the world had arrived? Everything had been perfectly normal. There had been no sign of any apocalypse. Just as Lin Hao was puzzled, a pig-slaughtering shriek suddenly split the air. Some screams came from inside the dormitory, others from outside. The one screaming inside was Zhao Jian. "You bastard, are you insane?" he roared. His neck had been bitten by Huang Wentao, the agony contorting his face into a ferocious grimace. Even as Zhao Jian drove his elbow backward with all his strength, trying to shake Huang Wentao off, Huang Wentao still refused to release his bite on Zhao Jian's neck like a madman. At the side, Zhang Kaiyong had originally wanted to tell Huang Wentao not to take the joke too far. But when he saw Huang Wentao's face, Zhang Kaiyong was overwhelmed with terror. "A ghost!" he screamed. On the bed, Lin Hao also saw Huang Wentao's ashen, decayed face. It looked very much like the zombies in apocalyptic films and dramas. Huang Wentao's act of biting also resembled that of a zombie. A chill surged through Lin Hao's heart. Had Huang Wentao turned into a zombie? Recalling the system's words just now, rise amidst the apocalypse, Lin Hao suddenly realized something and immediately sprang down from the bed. He snatched up a dumbbell from the floor and smashed it toward Huang Wentao's head. Once, twice, 3 times. He held back on the first 2 blows, his mind not yet able to adapt. Only on the 3rd strike did he finally go all in, having completed his mental preparation. At last he smashed Huang Wentao's head open, and Lin Hao heard the system prompt. "Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the neural sanitary pads, quantity unlimited." Hearing the prompt, Lin Hao could not help feeling utterly speechless. So this really was the strongest partner system. Its very first unlocked item was sanitary pads. If only it could unlock a blue flame-spewing Gatling gun, how wonderful that would be. Still, as long as supplies could be unlocked, Lin Hao was not truly disappointed. If he killed more zombies, he would surely unlock the items he desired. Lin Hao turned to look at Zhao Jian. This guy had been bitten by a zombie. If nothing unexpected happened, he should also turn into a zombie, right? Zhang Kaiyong stared in horror at Huang Wentao's exploded head, completely failing to notice that Zhao Jian's face was also turning ashen and decayed. Lin Hao hurriedly reminded him, "Kaiyong, watch out for Zhao Jian." Hearing the warning, Zhang Kaiyong instinctively turned his head toward Zhao Jian. Seeing Zhao Jian lunge at him, mouth open to bite, Zhang Kaiyong bolted in terror straight to the balcony. He even yanked shut the aluminum-framed glass door leading from the room to the balcony. Not only did he close the door, he clutched the handle with a death grip, afraid that the feral-faced Zhao Jian would fling it open and chase him onto the balcony. As for Lin Hao, still inside the dorm, better the death of another than his own. Only then did Zhang Kaiyong fully grasp that Huang Wentao and Zhao Jian might both have turned into zombies. He had no idea why this was happening, but he knew one thing: he did not want to die. Whether Lin Hao lived or died, Zhang Kaiyong did not care. He cared only for his own survival. "To hell with you," Lin Hao cursed inwardly. He regretted warning this scoundrel just now. He should have let the guy be bitten to death by Zhao Jian. However, Lin Hao had no time to settle accounts with Zhang Kaiyong now. Zhao Jian, who had intended to bite Zhang Kaiyong, switched targets and pounced at Lin Hao instead. "Damn it!" Lin Hao cursed, quickly putting down the dumbbell and grabbing a chair. The dumbbell was too short, fine for smashing from behind, but unsuitable for facing an opponent head-on. Shorter reach meant greater risk. At close distance, it would be easy to be scratched or bitten by a zombie. In countless apocalyptic stories, the rule was the same: anyone injured by a zombie would become one. Zhao Jian's transformation confirmed this, and Lin Hao had no intention of being wounded by him. Lin Hao raised the chair high and brought it crashing down onto Zhao Jian's head, knocking him to the ground. When Zhao Jian tried to get back up, Lin Hao smashed him down again, over and over, until the chair itself shattered. Even so, Zhao Jian still struggled to rise. Only then could Lin Hao finally switch back to the dumbbell. Lin Hao slammed down twice with the dumbbell, and again he heard the system prompt. "Congratulations, host. You have unlocked Vinda tissue paper, quantity unlimited." Perfect. First sanitary pads, then tissue paper. Lin Hao was at a loss for words. Would the next randomly unlocked item be something like a sanitary umbrella? Lin Hao exhaled a long breath. No matter what was unlocked, it at least meant Zhao Jian was dead. For the moment, he was safe. Lin Hao turned his head toward the balcony. By now, he was already entertaining thoughts of killing Zhang Kaiyong. For a cowardly scumbag like Zhang Kaiyong, how could he be left alive, as though waiting to celebrate the new year with him? Having made up his mind, Lin Hao's face remained impassive, showing not the slightest trace of anger. He walked up to the glass door and knocked, feigning a look of relief. "It's finally over," he said. Only then did Zhang Kaiyong dare to open the glass door, speaking with lingering fear. "How did they end up like that?" Lin Hao replied casually, "They probably turned into zombies. I guess it's the same outside as well." As he spoke, he strode naturally toward the balcony, as though simply going to check the situation outside. Without thinking too much, Zhang Kaiyong also walked out to the balcony railing to see what was happening outside. At some unknown moment, a fine drizzle had begun to fall. The blood-red rain dyed the entire world crimson. It was a deeply unsettling sight. What was unfolding outside was even more terrifying. Everywhere zombies were chasing and biting people in scenes straight out of the apocalypse. Many people ran for their lives in all directions, desperately seeking a place to hide. Quite a few were tackled by zombies, their flesh torn open amid endless screams. Those who were bitten had no time to be fully devoured before they themselves quickly joined the ranks of the zombies. In just a few minutes, everyone outside had turned into zombies. Not a single survivor could be seen. Voice-trembling Zhang Kaiyong murmured, "How can this be happening?" His answer came in the form of Lin Hao's dumbbell. Lin Hao swung the dumbbell hard, smashing it into the back of Zhang Kaiyong's head. The hellish scene outside confirmed that the apocalypse had indeed arrived. Huang Wentao and Zhao Jian becoming zombies was no isolated incident. Lin Hao's worries eased. He could now kill Zhang Kaiyong with a clear conscience. There was no need to fear legal punishment. Killing no longer demanded a life in return. Thus Lin Hao showed no mercy, striking with lethal intent. One blow from the dumbbell split Zhang Kaiyong's scalp and knocked him unconscious to the floor. Lin Hao raised the dumbbell again, ready to finish the job and kill him outright. Then a thought flashed through his mind, and he abandoned the idea of killing Zhang Kaiyong immediately. He decided to wait until the man turned into a zombie before striking, so he could unlock more supplies. He could not afford to waste a resource placed right before him. In the early stages of development, every resource was precious. If he kept Zhang Kaiyong alive for now, perhaps he could unlock something valuable. So Lin Hao rubbed the dumbbell back and forth across Zhang Kaiyong's face. Scraping his skin open, the dumbbell was smeared with the blood of 2 zombies. As expected, Zhang Kaiyong's complexion turned visibly ashen and decayed. Within a dozen seconds, he opened his eyes again. Yet there was not the slightest hint of life in them. Without hesitation, Lin Hao smashed his head in. "Die," he snarled. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the men's shot, put unlimited quantity. Fortunately, it didn't unlock umbrellas, otherwise it would be a perverted system. Lin Hao silently complained, put down the dumbbell, and went to block the door. Outside were zombies everywhere, and the dormitory building was certainly full of zombies. He must block the door quickly. The dormitory door is not sturdy. Lin Hao pushes the iron bunk beds and bookcase against the door. Using all 4 iron bunk beds and the bookcase, he finally seals the door. Then he throws the 3 zombie corpses off the balcony, otherwise the room would be uninhabitable. After finishing these tasks, Lin Hao picks up his phone to call his parents. However, after several attempts, no one answers. He calls his childhood friend who lives in the same neighborhood as his parents. The friend's phone goes unanswered, but his wife Chen Yalin's call connects. Chen Yalin was sick today and stayed home, narrowly escaping disaster. She doesn't know the situation outside. As a weak woman, she dares not go out. Lin Hao advises her to store water urgently and block the door securely. After the call, Lin Hao finds Zhao Jian's cigarette pack, takes out a cigarette, and lights it. He is not a heavy smoker, but at this moment he needs a cigarette to calm down. He also needs to think about what to do next, not to be trapped in the dormitory. At the very least, he must find a way to kill more zombies to unlock more supplies. Water is not a shortage for now. There is half a barrel of bottled water on the dispenser. He can also store some tap water, but food is very limited. A few snacks, fruits, instant noodles, and sausages won't last long. Why didn't it unlock food? It unlocked sanitary pads, toilet paper, and shot put balls. None of them are edible. Nothing practical either. Wait. Shot put. The men's shot put seems quite useful. Thrown from the 4th floor, if it hits a zombie's head, it will definitely kill the zombie. With a sudden idea, Lin Hao quickly walks to the balcony and looks down. The commotion of throwing down the 3 corpses has attracted many zombies below. The density is high, so hitting a head shouldn't be too difficult. A shot put appears before Lin Hao and falls rapidly downward. Thud. The shot put hits a zombie's shoulder, smashing it into bloody mess. Though heavily injured, the zombie is not dead. The zombie's weakness is only the head. Only a headshot can kill it. The first throw was a miss. The shot put's position was off by a dozen centimeters. No big deal. Lin Hao has unlimited shot puts. He can miss countless times. If accuracy is lacking, quantity makes up for it. One after another, Lin Hao releases shot puts from the system space, falling freely. When Lin Hao releases the 4th shot put, it finally hits a zombie's head. The heavy shot put falling from the 4th floor easily smashes the zombie's head into pieces. Lin Hao achieves his first kill with the shot put, and then more and more kills follow. Congratulations to the host for unlocking Tonking La Fresh Meat Buns, unlimited quantity. Congratulations to the host for unlocking Hardbox, Furongwang cigarettes, unlimited quantity. Congratulations to the host for unlocking Mercedes-Benz G600, unlimited quantity. Congratulations to the host for unlocking Bisuition mineral water, unlimited quantity. Lin Hao's shot put attacks on zombies make a lot of noise, making it impossible for him to stay low-key. Especially the missed shot puts hitting the concrete floor sound like cannonballs. A men's shot put weighing 7.26 kilograms falling from the fourth floor. The potential energy is immense. Survivors from the same dormitory building and the opposite building come to their balconies to watch. Don't panic, first take out your phone and post on moments. They capture the bizarre scene of shot puts appearing out of thin air. Is this a supernatural event? Where did the shot puts come from? Supernatural, my ass, it's obviously AI, can't you tell? Pretending to know him in the opposite dormitory, I saw it with my own eyes. Amazing, did that person in the video conjure the shot puts? He must have the shot puts appear in front of him. I know him, his name is Lin Hao from Handong University. Is it a superpower? Awesome. It must be a superpower, a metal type ability. Oh my, a brother with superpowers, so cool. Senior is so handsome, him in the Handa library, please save me. In an instant, countless people see the video of Lin Hao conjuring shot puts to kill zombies. Even in peacetime, such a bizarre event would quickly become a hot topic. Let alone now, in the apocalypse, superpowers have become the hottest topic across the internet. Although no one has awakened superpowers yet, the world is changing and anything is possible. Only Lin Hao is unaware that he has become nationally famous. He has no time to check his phone. He ignores messages and calls, focusing on killing zombies to unlock more supplies. Actually, Lin Hao knows that his unlimited shot puts will inevitably be exposed. But he cannot stop using shot puts just because of the fear of exposure. Without shot puts, how could he kill zombies? Open the dormitory door and fight them face to face. That would be the stupidest move, no different from suicide. It's obvious how many zombies are in the hallway. He can safely use shot puts, why risk his life? Lin Hao hopes to quickly unlock things that can enhance his power, such as weapons cultivation techniques, potions, secret manuals, etc. Now that he has the system, these things should come to right. The zombie corpses below have piled up into a thick layer. Lin Hao doesn't know how many he has killed, at least 200 to 300. Yet the number of zombies shows no sign of decreasing, instead it seems to be increasing. The loud noise of shot puts hitting the concrete attracted all nearby zombies. By noon, Lin Hao was hungry. He washed his hands with mineral water and enjoyed a hearty lunch. Steamed Australian lobster with garlic, vermicelli, twice-cooked pork, pickled fish, southern-style liver, and tea tree mushroom duck soup. These 4 dishes and 1 soup were unlocked by killing zombies, all steaming hot. After eating, Lin Hao puts down his phone and now realizes he has become famous. Famous, fine, he doesn't care much. He can just make up a story saying it's an ability to conjure things out of thin air. Others can't tell truth from lies. The comment section has already provided him with an excuse. Many believe he used a superpower to conjure shot puts. Lin Hao calls his parents again, but still no answer. It seems ominous. The zombie outbreak happened when they were about to arrive at work in crowded places, so it's hard to survive. Lin Hao silently smokes 2 cigarettes, then receives a call from Chen Yalan. She is crying uncontrollably. Not only is her husband and in-laws unreachable, but to make matters worse, her own family is also unreachable. Neither her parents nor her brother can be reached. Among her many relatives, she only managed to contact her cousin. Lin Hao comforts her for a while, finally calming her down. He tells her to stay safe at home, and he will find a way to return. The childhood friend is likely dead, leaving this poor woman helpless. When he gets a chance, he will help her. To be honest, when Lin Hao served as the best man at his friend's wedding last summer, he was truly amazed by Chen Yalan's beauty. With this, even if his childhood friend's wife was in the old county town, Lin Hao could return with ease. All he needed was to find a girlfriend back home, and he could instantly teleport thousands of miles away. However, Lin Hao didn't want to return immediately. His childhood friend's wife was at home, presumably safe for now. The county town, with a population of only 500,000, paled in comparison to Handong's tens of millions. Fewer people meant fewer zombies, and fewer zombies meant fewer supplies to unlock. Only after finding a girlfriend here, ensuring he could teleport back, would he consider returning. After all, she was merely his childhood friend's wife, whom he called sister-in-law out of courtesy, not a true relative. The treatment of kin versus non-kin was vastly different. If she were family, it would be another matter entirely. After comforting Chen Yalan, Lin Hao continued smashing zombies with lead balls to unlock more supplies. He had no worries about food, drink, clothing, or shelter. Now his concern was improving his strength. Without corresponding power, unlocking supplies was futile. He might be killed by those who envied or hated him. Or he could be controlled, becoming a puppet bereft of freedom. Thus, Lin Hao wasted no time killing zombies relentlessly to unlock supplies. His efforts paid off as dusk approached. He finally made a gain. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the Tier 1 Uzi submachine gun with unlimited quantity. Lin Hao was overjoyed. He had unlocked a gun, and a tiered one at that. Tier 1 Uzi submachine gun, a standard Uzi equipped with an infinite ammo magazine. Awesome. After reading the gun's description, Lin Hao excitedly gave a thumbs up to his system. Unlimited ammo was incredibly satisfying, saving even the time needed to reload. Moreover, the gun quantity was infinite. He could switch to a new one whenever it broke. Though the gun's power wasn't immense, it was certainly sufficient for now. With this, Lin Hao's self-defense capabilities had qualitatively improved. The Uzi submachine gun was compact, reliable, and efficient, ideal for combat in confined spaces. Its effective range was about 150 meters, a weapon with high close-range fire density. Killing zombies with it was naturally easy, but Lin Hao chose not to use it. Having a gun was already shocking enough, unlimited ammo would be too provocative. Moreover, the authorities hadn't completely ceased operations, so it was better not to reveal the gun for now. One should always keep some trump cards, and the Uzi was Lin Hao's. When others thought they had him cornered, he would suddenly pull out the Uzi with unlimited ammo. Unbeknownst to Lin Hao, a military reconnaissance drone was monitoring him from high above. The blood rain continued to fall, obscuring Lin Hao's view, but the drone could see him clearly. The new domestic military reconnaissance drone had a maximum altitude of 4.0 meters and a top speed of Mach 6. The drone monitoring Lin Hao, though not the latest model, was still undetectable to him. Dozens of kilometers away at the Handong Military Command Center, several high-ranking officers were watching the feed from the drone. In the footage, Lin Hao conjured lead balls one after another to smash zombies, and the officers' eyes lit up. The sudden zombification this morning had inflicted heavy losses on the military, no less than the civilian population. Gun and ammunition control was strict. Soldiers were not always armed, typically only during training. At other times, soldiers' weapons were stored centrally, with only a few in special roles carrying them. Faced with comrades turning into zombies, many were caught off guard, and even if they reacted, they could only engage in hand-to-hand combat. The zombies' infectiousness was extremely high. A single scratch could turn someone, and the process was swift. The number of zombies snowballed rapidly, and by the time weapons were distributed and zombies cleared, only 20 of personnel remained. Of the 80 losses, less than 30 had directly turned into zombies, over 50 had become infected and turned. Fortunately, the military had firearms, once distributed, killing zombies was straightforward, stabilizing the situation. With such heavy losses, military formations had dissolved and reorganization was underway. However, the top brass of Handong's military received orders to bring this university student Lin Hao into the army at all costs. The video of Lin Hao conjuring lead balls to smash zombies had spread widely, and the relevant authorities were certainly aware. In the meeting room, the senior officer Zhou Zhishang turned to his deputy Xiang Hongwei. "Old Xiang, have you contacted Lin Hao?" Xiang Hongwei smiled wryly. "This kid is really into smashing zombies. I've had people call him a dozen times, but he doesn't answer." Zhou Zhishang nodded. "Then call him more when he rests. We must get in touch as soon as possible." Conjuring lead balls out of thin air, while not a formidable special ability, was the first discovered. There might be others with special abilities, but undiscovered equals non-existent. For now, they had to focus on this young man. Understanding the origin of special abilities was crucial for the authorities to cultivate them on a large scale. Xiang Hongwei said he'll keep the calls going. As soon as Lin Hao rests, he'll answer. The fourth-ranking officer Fan Xiaoying interjected, "Lin Hao might be resting now. I hope he picks up." Hearing this, Zhou Zhishang and Xiang Hongwei quickly turned to the screen. Indeed, Lin Hao was no longer on the balcony. He had returned to his dorm, a cigarette dangling from his lips, rubbing his throbbing head to relieve fatigue. Continuously using his mind to release lead balls from the system space and position them precisely was mentally draining. His phone plugged into a charger kept ringing. Lin Hao picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number. He initially didn't want to answer, but the call persisted, so he finally did. The caller said directly, "Student Lin Hao, I'm Du Ingrong, a staff officer with the Handong military." Lin Hao casually replied, "You're contacting me because I can conjure lead balls out of thin air." Even a fool could guess that the military's initiative was undoubtedly about this. Lin Hao was self-aware. He was just an ordinary university student. The military wouldn't seek him for any other reason. The video of him conjuring lead balls to smash zombies had gone viral, drawing the military's attention. The officer in charge of contacting Lin Hao was Lieutenant Colonel Du Ingrong. Hearing him cut straight to the point, she asked, "Is this a special ability?" Lin Hao admitted frankly, "Yes, it's a special ability I just acquired." Du Ingrong pressed further, "Can you tell us how you obtained it?" Lin Hao shrugged it off. "I'm not sure either, but it just happened." Du Ingrong continued, "You should be able to conjure other things as well, right?" Lin Hao thought for a moment and answered vaguely, "I can conjure a few other things." Being low-key was wise, but not too low-key, or he would be underestimated. Being underestimated meant being manipulated. Lin Hao could guess why the military was contacting him now. The military must have been affected by the zombies too. They weren't seeking him out of concern. Lin Hao had no malicious intent, but human hearts were treacherous, and he didn't hesitate to assume the worst of others. Du Ingrong pressed on, "Besides the shot put, what else can you conjure up now?" This time Lin Hao flatly refused to answer. "Sorry, that's my personal business." Du Ingrong smoothly shifted the topic. "You're not safe at school. Well, send people to pick you up immediately." Lin Hao rejected even more firmly, "No need. I can protect myself. If you insist on coming for me against my will, I'll consider it an attack and retaliate by any means necessary." Lin Hao had to bluff you, otherwise if the military sent personnel to forcibly take him away, how would he cope? Though he possessed an Uzi submachine gun with unlimited ammunition, he was only one person. How could he contend with the military? Lin Hao didn't want to fall under the control of any force, especially while he was still in his developmental stage. Even if the military genuinely meant to protect him out of goodwill once confined, how could he continue to grow? Moreover, one must be wary of others' intentions. Lin Hao would never entrust his fate to the kindness of strangers. What if he was taken for dissection and research? Worse still, he might be mutilated and used as a cash cow. Since the apocalypse could come, what else was impossible? Du Yingrong earnestly advised, rest assured the military harbors no ill will toward you. There's no need to overreact. At a time of national crisis, those with special abilities like yours should shoulder their responsibilities. Lin Hao said calmly, you're right. They'll fulfill my responsibilities in my own way. Let me reiterate, I don't want any of your people near me. I need neither protection nor surveillance. Goodbye. With that, he hung up and decisively took out the Uzi submachine gun with unlimited bullets to study its usage. Plans couldn't keep up with changes. Initially, Lin Hao had wanted to keep a low profile and avoid attracting official attention as long as possible. Unexpectedly, the military had already called. If his bluff failed, he would have to confront them head-on. Displaying the Uzi with unlimited ammunition also served as a deterrent, making the military think twice before acting rashly. Even Lin Hao himself didn't know what he might unlock next, so how could the military fathom his trump cards? After studying the downloaded materials for a few minutes, Lin Hao quickly mastered the operation of the Uzi submachine gun. The gun's structure was uncomplicated, and its operation was simple, simplicity being one of its advantages. Besides, Lin Hao had undergone military training and fired 5 bullets before, so he wasn't entirely clueless about firearms. The next moment, Lin Hao took the Uzi to the balcony and opened fire on the zombies below with full force. With a theoretical rate of fire reaching 1500 rounds per minute, the Uzi's ferocity was no exaggeration. Zombies fell in droves. Even if Lin Hao lacked accuracy, the zombies were so densely packed that precision was unnecessary. Lin Hao adopted a random shooting approach. If he missed one, zombie head hit another. When accuracy fell short, volume made up for it. Zombies dropped one after another, and notifications of unlocked supplies streamed in endlessly. After firing each gun for several dozen seconds to mow down a wave of zombies, Lin Hao switched to another gun to continue shooting. This prevented the barrel from overheating and exploding, which would have been an embarrassing mishap. Whoa dude, you're awesome. Where'd you get the gun? Kill those disgusting things, go for it. Hey, clear out the zombies in the building too. So cool, I wish I could be that cool. The surviving college students around him watched, their blood boiling with excitement. They longed to snatch the gun and have their moment of glory. Every man harbored a hero's dream, and these students were no exception. But they could only dream, for not everyone could be a hero. Lin Hao ignored the surrounding survivors. Maintaining an aloof demeanor helped minimize trouble. The appearance of the Uzi would surely plant ideas in some people's minds about getting a gun from him. By staying aloof and ignoring everyone, he could discourage some from pursuing such thoughts. Though this approach wouldn't deter everyone, it would at least reduce some of the hassle. Dozens of kilometers away at the Hanzhong Military Command headquarters, the high-ranking officers wore grim expressions. Du Yingrong entered and reported her conversation with Lin Hao, playing the recording. The third-ranking officer Feng Hao fumed indignantly. Just a college student. How dare he? A student uttering such threats to the military was unthinkable in the past. As Feng Hao finished speaking, a screen displayed Lin Hao unleashing a torrent of fire with the Uzi submachine gun. Xiang Hongwei exclaimed in shock, "Is that an Uzi? How can one magazine hold so many bullets?" The Uzi's largest magazine held only 50 rounds. How could it fire several hundred bullets in one go? Moreover, the Uzi in Lin Hao's hand used a 25-round magazine, not the 50-round variant. Zhou Zhishang mused, can he conjure bullets out of thin air to refill the magazine, just like he did with the shot put? Fan Xiuying echoed, that's the only explanation. Otherwise, one magazine couldn't produce that many rounds. The Uzi submachine gun, one of the 20th century's most iconic firearms, was widely used by special forces worldwide. Hence, the military officers present were well acquainted with its performance parameters and immediately spotted the anomaly. Xiang Hongwei turned to Zhou Zhishang and deliberated. Old Zhou, what do you think we should do? Zhou Zhishang replied, hold off for now. Keep the drone on him 247 and investigate his background first. Conjuring a shot put was one thing. It had little lethal power. But conjuring an Uzi was terrifying. Who knew if he could produce even more destructive weapons? Until they understood his capabilities, it was unwise to act rashly. Zhou Zishang's prudence was commendable, and his decision seemed reasonable to all the officers. But they overlooked one thing: they could never fathom how terrifying Lin Hao's growth rate would be. After a frenzied barrage, Lin Hao eliminated over 1,000 zombies downstairs in just over 10 minutes. Simultaneously, he unlocked over 1,000 types of supplies. Lin Hao opened the system space and examined them one by one. All unlocked supplies appeared in the system space inexhaustible and limitless. Moreover, he could return temporarily and used items to the system space, which was highly convenient. Among the unlocked supplies, daily necessities and food dominated, with other items being scarce. This was mainly because the variety of daily necessities and food was vast, so random distribution naturally favored them. However, unlocking over 1,000 items at once still yielded something Lin Hao had been hoping for: a Tier 1 physique potion. Effect after consumption raises physique attributes to Tier 1. A fine prize. Lin Hao immediately downed a bottle of Tier 1 physique potion. A warm current nourished his limbs and bones. He instantly felt his arms less sore. His whole body seemed brimming with inexhaustible energy. This sensation exhilarated Lin Hao beyond words. Closing the attribute panel, Lin Hao felt a surge of delight. An attribute score of 10 should be the peak of an ordinary human. Lin Hao estimated that his physique before the upgrade was also around 7 points, similar to his strength, agility, and spirit. The increase from 7 to 10, though seemingly modest, represented a substantial proportional gain. After reviewing the remaining unlocked supplies and finding nothing to further enhance his power, Lin Hao produced a batch of Tier 1 physique potions and began consuming them one after another. He sought to test the possibility of a breakthrough beyond his current tier, but reality proved otherwise. Despite downing countless Tier 1 physique potions until his stomach was bloated, his physique remained at Tier 1, unable to ascend to Tier 2. Reluctantly, he abandoned the attempt. Resolving to continue exterminating zombies, Lin Hao raised his Uzi submachine gun and unleashed a barrage at the dormitory door. Previously, dispatching zombies with a shot put had kept the commotion confined to the lower floors, failing to lure the creatures in the corridor. Now the gunfire had likely drawn every zombie on the entire floor, their scratching howls echoing as they clawed at the door. Fortunately, Lin Hao had barricaded the door with iron bunk beds and bookshelves, allowing the flimsy wooden door to withstand the onslaught. He now planned to move to the dormitory across the hallway to attract zombies from the other side, as all on this side had been eliminated. The Uzi's bullets easily pierced the wooden door, striking the zombies outside, as a cascade of notifications for unlocked supplies rang out. Lin Hao aimed at a height of 160 to 180 centimeters, as most male students stood between 165 and 185 centimeters. By targeting 5 centimeters lower, he precisely struck the forehead, the most effective spot for neutralizing zombies. The fragile door was soon riddled with bullet holes, its upper half teetering precariously, while the zombies beyond were nearly all dispatched. Lin Hao moved aside the iron bunk beds and bookshelves, opened the door, and finished off the few remaining undead zombies with precise shots. The corridor was now carpeted with a thick layer of corpses, with 20 to 30 dormitories on the floor. Perhaps fewer than 20 to 30 survivors remained. Using unlocked bagged rice, Lin Hao spread a layer over the zombie bodies, walking atop the bags for both safety and comfort. His shoes remained free of the zombies' filth, and he avoided any risk of being scratched by a not-quite-dead creature beneath. Lin Hao entered an empty dormitory with its door wide open, located on the opposite side of the corridor. His own dormitory had a south-facing balcony, while these faced north. The zombies below were fewer now, as many had been drawn away by the earlier commotion. Nevertheless, several hundred remained. Eliminating them would unlock supplies and facilitate his movements. After closing the door, Lin Hao began mowing down zombies with the Uzi, wary of a potential ambush from behind. Though unlikely, caution was paramount. Someone might covet his weapon and take a desperate risk. With a rapid burst of gunfire, Lin Hao annihilated the zombies below and those drawn by the noise. In just over 10 minutes, he cleared several hundred zombies, unlocking hundreds of supplies. The efficiency of a gun far surpassed that of a shot put. Lin Hao mused silently that he could no longer afford to remain too low-key. There were times when one must shine. Just as every nation holds a military parade to display its strength, so too must individuals occasionally flex their muscles. The survival philosophy was fundamentally the same for both. Next, he examined the newly unlocked supplies, and was met with a pleasant surprise: a Tier 2 agility potion capable of elevating agility to the second tier. Without hesitation, Lin Hao downed the potion. Closing the attribute panel, Lin Hao tested his movements. After a series of trials, he found that the boost in agility was transformative. Take simple shooting, for instance. In the time it once took to merely lift the gun, he could now aim and fire an entire burst. As the saying goes, speed is the ultimate weapon, even in gunplay. Even facing a sharpshooter in a direct duel, Lin Hao felt no fear. Before the marksman could raise his weapon, Lin Hao would have already unleashed a hail of bullets. Such was the immense advantage of agility, an exhilarating boon. Buoyed by his newfound power, Lin Hao's spirits soared. He decided to resume zombie hunting the next day. Night had fallen, and venturing out now was too perilous. Poor visibility and unforeseen uncertainties made it unwise to take risks. Patience was key. Lin Hao sealed the door tightly with bagged rice. The dormitory door, to be honest, could be kicked in by anyone with sufficient strength. Lin Hao had no desire to be breached while resting. Bluffing might not fool the military indefinitely. The empty city strategy was not a long-term solution. True strength was the most reliable safeguard for one's safety. The call from Doing Rong had placed immense pressure on Lin Hao. Yet any further enhancement of his power would have to wait until dawn. As before, haste made waste. After securing the door, Lin Hao took a shower. He used unlocked bottled water for his bath, suspecting that the blood rain had contaminated the water supply. Though the tap water in the pipes might still be clean, Lin Hao chose not to risk it. He had no shortage of water. After bathing, he changed into clothes he had unlocked. Having slain over 2,000 zombies, he had unlocked more than 2,000 types of supplies. Food and clothing were abundant. Craving a gourmet treat after a busy afternoon, he prepared grilled lamb chops and cracked open some beer. A perfect indulgence. It was only then that Lin Hao had a moment to check his phone. Unsurprisingly, he found himself trending online. A clip of him mowing down zombies with a Uzi submachine gun looked quite impressive. His fame had grown as staying low-key was no longer an option. His phone was flooded with messages and missed calls from countless acquaintances. Lin Hao skimmed through them, mostly gossip or pleas for help, and found them not worth his time. Instead, he scrolled through short videos to stay informed. He came across numerous clips of animals suddenly growing several times larger. Not only had their sizes multiplied, but their temperaments had turned ferocious. Even once gentle pets attacked their owners. Many survivors who had escaped zombification or death from zombies perished instead at the claws of their mutated pets. A tragic irony. As Lin Hao continued browsing, a video call came in. It was from his counselor Yu Kun. He casually accepted. Yu Kun reproached, "Lin Hao, why didn't you reply to my message?" Lin Hao said indifferently, "Teacher Yu, did you send a video just to scold me?" Then he'll hang up. Yu Kun hastily replied, No, Lin Hao, the school administration asked me to contact you." Lin Hao feigned ignorance, though he knew exactly what was going on. "Why would the school administration want you to contact me? They shouldn't know who I am." Yu Kun said, "Aren't you able to conjure guns? The administration wants you to donate a batch of guns to the school so we can organize self-defense." Lin Hao flatly refused, "I want donate guns. If the administration wants guns, they can ask the military. They have plenty. Only a fool would donate weapons that could threaten his own life. Did they think he would hand over such lethal arms?" Not only did he have no connection with the school administration, but even if he knew them, well, he would never give them guns. Yu Kun said, "The military has suffered heavy losses too. They can't even take care of themselves, let alone us for now." Then he added, "Lin Hao, all the surviving teachers and students on campus are in danger. Don't be so selfish." Lin Hao chuckled, "You're quite foolish, you know that. Also tell the administration to arrange for a sensible female teacher to contact me." With that, he ended the video call and blocked his clueless advisor Yu Kun, whom he despised for moral blackmail. Only those devoid of morality would stand on a moral high ground to coerce others. The virtuous would never do such a thing. The entire school being in danger. What did that have to do with Lin Hao? Even if every last teacher and student perished, he wouldn't donate a single gun. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded. Saving people was one thing, but risking his own safety to do so was sheer stupidity. Being called foolish by his own student and blocked, Yu Kun was fuming with rage. He then embellished the story, painting Lin Hao as a selfish, lustful student who disregarded the greater good. Even a fool could guess why this guy demanded a beautiful female teacher to contact him. Yu Kun harbored a grudge against Lin Hao and didn't want his sinister intentions to succeed. But Yu Kun didn't want to die. Reluctantly, he had to report Lin Hao's demands to the school administration. Yu Kun lived in the single-staff dormitory. He never cooked and had no kitchen to do so. As a bachelor who ate all 3 meals in the cafeteria and had no habit of snacking, it was easy to imagine how much food he had stored in his dorm. He had only a few pitiful apples and half a case of bottled water. Nothing else. Before even a day had passed, he was already starving. If he couldn't escape, he would die of hunger. After receiving Yu Kun's report, the school administration had no choice but to arrange for a beautiful female lecturer to contact Lin Hao. What else could they do? There was no other option. The official institutions were completely paralyzed and rescue was impossible. At least not in the short term. Even if help came eventually, that was a matter for the future. By the time rescue arrived, it would be far too late. The administrators of Handong University held high positions and knew information unknown to ordinary people. Even the military had not been spared, suffering devastating losses. So how could rescue come anytime soon? The infection rate of the zombies was extremely high and firearms were the only viable option to deal with them. With cold weapons, given the current physical condition of ordinary people, few would survive. Moreover, the survivors were scattered across the campus, and simply gathering them posed a huge problem. Only with guns could they clear out the zombies and assemble the survivors, making any further progress possible. Half an hour later, Lin Hao received a friend request. The note read, by Ruohua, lecturer from the School of Mathematics and Physics. Bai Ruohua was still alive. Excellent. Lin Hao had witnessed Bai Ruohua's beauty firsthand. She was hailed as the most beautiful teacher at Handong University, without exception. Her classes were always packed with many male students who hadn't even enrolled, attending just to listen. So many lecherous students audited her classes that those who had actually signed up couldn't find seats. Lin Hao accepted the request and initiated a video call. He saw Bai Ruohua's pale face. Even though her complexion was diminished by panic, it couldn't overshadow her breathtaking, ethereal beauty. She was so stunning that he felt inferior just looking at her. Meeting her eyes, Lin Hao instinctively wanted to look away. But then he thought, why should he look away? He held all the cards now, why feel inferior? So Lin Hao boldly stared at Bai Ruohua. She was truly beautiful. So beautiful that words failed to describe her. They locked eyes for over 10 seconds before Bai Ruohua looked away, avoiding the aggressive, possessive gaze of this young man. Lin Hao chuckled. Teacher Bai, you seem to be in a bad state. Need help? Judging by the background, she was in the single-staff dormitory, which was why she had narrowly escaped disaster. Bai Ruohua spoke softly into her Bluetooth earbuds. Can you come here and eliminate the zombies? Lin Hao asked. Teacher Bai, you're in the dormitory, right? Are there many zombies over there? Bai Ruohua replied. Yes, I'm in the dorm. There are so many zombies here, dozens in the hallway alone. Lin Hao laughed. Then I'll have to take advantage of the situation. Be my girlfriend, and I'll come help you kill the zombies. Bai Ruohua's face turned even paler. So you were planning to exploit me all along. Don't you think that's going too far? Even a fool like you, LeCun, could see Lin Hao's ulterior motives, so how could she not? But she had no choice. Bai Ruohua had to grit her teeth and contact Lin Hao. On one hand, it was an assignment from the school administration, on the other, she wanted to eliminate the zombie threat. Her single dormitory had little food stored, slightly better than you LeCun's, but not by much. Lin Hao nodded. It's a bit much, but you won't lose out. I can enhance your strength. He was ready to find a partner. Killing zombies alone was not only inefficient, but also boring. He had to make full use of the system. If his partner killed zombies, it would also unlock supplies for him. As the saying went, men and women working together make light work. With the ultimate partner system, of course, he needed to find a partner. With the apocalypse upon him and the power boost from the system, Lin Hao's mindset had shifted. He would never have done such a thing before, but now he did whatever he pleased. Though Lin Hao had his limits, it was only the first day of the apocalypse, and he hadn't turned completely dark. He couldn't bring himself to commit heinous, unforgivable acts. But finding a girlfriend wasn't a crime, so Lin Hao felt no guilt. Besides, having a partner allowed him to teleport instantly out of danger through her. It was like gaining a very practical life-saving skill. Why not take advantage of it? With more girlfriends, Lin Hao would never have to worry about the military causing him trouble again. In the future, he could face other dangers with ease, at least able to retreat unscathed. Bai Ruohua asked in astonishment, how can you enhance my strength? By giving me a gun. She was well aware of Lin Hao's extraordinary ability, which had been widely discussed online. This guy could not only conjure lead weights out of thin air, but also produce submachine guns. And it was a submachine gun loaded with plenty of ammunition, utterly incredible. With such a weapon, her chances of survival would undoubtedly increase significantly. Lin Hao chuckled. Of course not. I mean improving your physical constitution. Bai Ruohua was even more bewildered. Is that possible? How do you enhance it? Lin Hao replied. Once you become my girlfriend, you'll naturally find out. He decided to start his search for a partner with a university lecturer and teacher. Bai was quite attractive. Moreover, she was a female Ph.D. graduate from a prestigious university possessing an inherent attribute of increased attack speed. Ordinary people avoided female Ph.D.s due to their perceived difficulty to handle, but Lin Hao relished the challenge. Bai Ruohua said, since you have weapons, can you first clear the zombies in the staff residential area? As for Lin Hao's request for her to be his girlfriend, Bai Ruohua chose to give it the cold shoulder, neither agreeing nor refusing. She wanted him to clear the zombies first. The school leaders had said they couldn't rely on official rescue. The only way out was self-help. The school had a security department, but they were in dire straits with few people left and no firearms. Therefore, even though she was unwilling to be Lin Hao's girlfriend, Bai Ruohua didn't reject him outright, letting him clear the zombies first. Lin Hao gave her no chance to evade. Just agree to be my girlfriend, and clearing the zombies will be easy to discuss. Bai Ruohua said irritably, you're something else. If I don't agree, you won't come to save me, right? Lin Hao laughed. They'll still save you, but when I come depends on my mood. The most beautiful teacher at Han University. Letting her starve in her dorm would be a waste of a treasure. He should rescue her. But Lin Hao had no intention of rushing to save her, as that would make Bai Ruohua misjudge the situation and become arrogant. He would wait until she couldn't hold on and begged him before going to rescue her, so she would understand the current circumstances. Bai Ruohua said grudgingly, let's leave it at that. I've already conveyed the school leader's message. It was obviously impossible for her to easily agree to be Lin Hao's girlfriend. She wasn't that kind of person. She had a character that preferred quality over quantity. Otherwise, with her qualifications, how could she still be single? As for the school leader's wish for Lin Hao to donate guns, Bai Ruohua didn't even bother mentioning it, as it would be futile. He had made such excessive demands, even for clearing zombies, a trivial task for him. And they wanted him to donate guns to the school. Dream on. Lin Hao said calmly. Teacher Bai, contact me when you've made up your mind. That's all. With that, he ended the video call. After all, he wasn't the one living in fear, so he wasn't anxious at all. This woman was proud and aloof. He needed to wear down her spirit first, or she'd be hard to handle. As for the school leaders, they meant nothing. Lin Hao had never taken them seriously before. Now he was even less likely to care about them. Whatever happened, happened. After hanging up, Lin Hao continued enjoying his meal and beer while scrolling through short videos. A knock came at the door, followed by Bien Ruijin's voice. "Bro, how is that you?" Hearing this classmate call him Bro Hao for the first time, Lin Hao smiled. "What's up?" His relationship with Bien Ruijin wasn't good. They had clashed before. Bien Ruijin's arrogant and overbearing demeanor had always annoyed Lin Hao. Now that Lin Hao had gained power, Bien Ruijin was suddenly addressing him as Bro Hao. In the past, getting Bien Ruijin to say that would have been impossible. Bien Ruijin said, "There are only 2 of us male classmates left. Can you let me in?" Was he trying to play the sympathy card? Lin Hao flatly refused. "I've blocked the door. Just say what you need to say." Opening the door would be easy. He just had to retrieve the bagged rice, blocking it back into his system space. But he simply didn't want to let Bien Ruijin in. Given how Bien Ruijin had gone from arrogant to deferential, it was obvious he had an ulterior motive. Bien Ruijin said sheepishly, "Bro Hao, I want to apologize. I was blind and offended you before." "I'm sorry," Lin Hao replied calmly. "No need to bring up the past. I'd forgotten about it. Let's leave it at that." Bien Ruijin quickly added, "Bro Hao, with zombies everywhere outside, it's so dangerous. Can you sell me a gun? I want to take it for free. He'll do anything you ask." Lin Hao laughed. "I only have 1 gun. Sorry, I can't sell it to you." He had already spared Bien Ruijin for their trivial past conflicts. Now this guy was pushing his luck, asking for a gun. Was he out of his mind? As the saying goes, how can you repay kindness with kindness if you repay evil with kindness? Bien Ruijin seethed inwardly. Damn it, if it weren't for the gun, would he be groveling and calling him Bro Hao? And this jerk was blatantly lying, saying he only had 1 gun. Who did he think he was fooling? When he killed zombies, he switched guns every few seconds. Did everyone have blinders on? How ungrateful. Bien Ruijin took a deep breath and said nonchalantly, "Someone online has put a huge bounty on your address and contact info." He no longer called him Bro Hao. Since humility was useless, he would resort to other means. Lin Hao frowned slightly and said calmly, "Oh, is that so?" Bien Ruijin replied, "The bounty poster calls himself Haidai. They say he's a big shot who's well connected in both the underworld and legitimate circles in Handong. Is that all?" Lin Hao smiled. "Are you threatening me by telling me this?" Bien Ruijin flashed a smug grin. No. We're classmates. How could I betray you? But if I don't, there are plenty of others who know you're here who might. If you trust me and give me a gun, I can help you out when trouble comes, right?" Lin Hao said, "All right, you make a point. We're classmates, we should stick together. Wait a moment." As he spoke, he began retrieving the rice bags, blocking the door back into his system space. Since this guy was so eager to die, how could he not oblige? Unaware of his impending doom, Bien Ruijin gloated, "Right, you're right. We should stick together." The door opened, and seeing the gun in Lin Hao's hand, Bien Ruijin thought it was for him and reached out excitedly. "This gun is awesome. It seems to have unlimited ammo, right?" Lin Hao raised the gun and said before firing, "That's right, unlimited ammo. I can feed you plenty of bullets." As Bien Ruijin's eyes widened in shock and terror, Lin Hao pulled the trigger, unleashing a hail of bullets at him. Keeping his word was one of Lin Hao's virtues. Since he said he'd feed Bien Ruijin plenty of bullets, he held the trigger for a while. Bien Ruijin fell backward into the corridor, his unseeing pupils still holding traces of confusion and regret. Perhaps he couldn't understand how Lin Hao, whom he had always looked down on, could be so ruthless. If he had known that threatening Lin Hao would lead to this, he wouldn't have dared, even with multiple lives. But there was no if. Bien Ruijin was dead. Lin Hao closed the door without a second glance. After bolting the door shut again, Lin Hao took out his phone and searched for the massive bounty on Haidai. The results appeared, and upon seeing Haidai's plump, piggish face, Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. So this is how the big shot who thrived in both the underworld and legitimate circles of Handong looked. If he crossed paths with him, he'd just kill him. Someone like that was surely no good. In the video, Haidai repeatedly claimed he wanted to collaborate with Lin Hao for mutual development. Lin Hao had no interest and couldn't be bothered to discern whether the man's words were true or false. In the apocalypse, even acquaintances couldn't be trusted, let alone strangers. It was obvious to anyone that Haidai was after the guns. If Lin Hao wanted to develop, why would he need to partner with a gangster like that? He had food and weapons, he could raise his own team. After watching Haidai's hefty bounty video, Lin Hao continued scrolling through short videos. A mere underworld figure like Haidai didn't weigh on his mind. Lin Hao believed that within a few days his strength would surpass that of ordinary people. By then, whether to kill Haidai would be a mere whim. For now, of course, he couldn't. He wasn't in a hurry. He would develop first. While Lin Hao was at ease, Ruohua was suffering, bombarded with endless calls and messages. Several surviving school administrators took turns trying to persuade her to convince Lin Hao to donate guns. Some urged her to consider the greater good, while others suggested that since Lin Hao was powerful, being his girlfriend wouldn't be a bad idea. Eventually, Ruohua grew so irritated that she feigned death, ignoring calls and messages. High-sounding nonsense about the greater good couldn't fool her, as she refused to be a pawn in someone else's game. As for becoming Lin Hao's girlfriend, it felt too much like a transaction, and she couldn't accept being reduced to bargaining chip. The school administrators had no choice but to find other beauties to contact Lin Hao. They had already tried reaching him directly, but Lin Hao ignored both messages and calls, leaving them with no option but to follow his instructions. Thus, half an hour later, around 8 p.m., Lin Hao received another friend request. The note read, Meng Zhiyuan, counselor from the School of Literature. Seeing that the profile picture was a beautiful woman, Lin Hao accepted. He immediately initiated a video call and confirmed she was indeed the woman in the photo, her beauty rivaling Bairuo's. However, they were different styles. Bairuo was elegant and intellectual, while Meng Zhiyuan was lively and cheerful. Beyond that, Lin Hao's most striking impression was her size, large, too large to be held in one hand. Meng Zhiyuan's opening words were bold and provocative. Lin Hao, how about a teacher-student romance? Lin Hao chuckled. You're more like a senior student, not a real teacher. Counselors are usually master students, and Meng Zhiyuan, being so young, surely fit that category. Meng Zhiyuan rolled her eyes. If you want call me a teacher, at least admit him your senior. Lin Hao teased. I'll admit that. Though we can't have a teacher-student romance, a sibling romance is possible. Meng Zhiyuan made her demand. A sibling romance isn't off the table, but you have to donate a batch of guns to the school. Her plan was obvious. She could agree to the relationship continue if it suited her, or break it off if it didn't. As long as he donated the guns, the school could organize self-rescue for teachers and students, and that was crucial. Bairuo, a math major, was rational, while Meng Zhiyuan, a literature major, was more emotional. That was why Bairuo dismissed talk of the greater good, but Meng Zhiyuan felt she should do her part. Lin Hao sneered. Are you out of your mind? You want to date me, yet you're trying to screw me over. Meng Zhiyuan protested. How am I screwing you over? Can't you just conjure up the guns? Lin Hao replied. Think about it, if I donate a batch of guns, the school leaders will have absolute power. Then I'll have to listen to them. What if they lock me up and force me to donate whatever they want? Meng Zhiyuan's eyes widened in shock. My God, you're thinking way too darkly about the school leaders. Lin Hao was exasperated. Senior, you're too naive. He'll never agree to donating guns. Meng Zhiyuan was equally speechless. You're way too paranoid. If I became your girlfriend, would you be wary of me too? Lin Hao laughed. Not at all. If you agree to be my girlfriend, I'll trust you completely. The system had confirmed that once a partner was recognized, they would never betray him, so there was no need to fear being stabbed in the back by a girlfriend. Thus, he need not guard against a girlfriend. Any partner verified by the system could be fully trusted. Meng Zhiyuan looked intrigued. Trust me completely. Really? Lin Hao repeated what he had said to Bairuo. Once you become my girlfriend, you'll know. Meng Zhiyuan quickly said. Then come save me. I'm in the School of Literature office building, surrounded by zombies. It's terrifying. Though she was temporarily safe in the office, zombies were everywhere outside, ready to break in at any moment. Lin Hao said, You haven't even clearly agreed to be my girlfriend. How can I come save you? Meng Zhiyuan began to haggle. You haven't come to save me, so how can I be your girlfriend? Lin Hao chuckled. Fine, stay in the office. He'll come save you tomorrow. Since this woman liked to play games, preventing the system from confirming her as his partner, had let her suffer one more night. If she had been straightforward and allowed the system to confirm her as his partner, he could have teleported to her side right away. Lin Hao wasn't in a hurry. If she wanted to endure more hardship, let her. It wasn't him suffering, so why rush? Tired of the back and forth with Meng Zhiyuan, he ended the video call and recorded a video to post on social media. It wasn't suitable to go out and kill zombies at night. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well see if he could find a few girlfriends online. Lin Hao sought girlfriends not just for physical needs, but also to make them powerful allies in killing zombies. Strength lay in numbers. Killing zombies alone was far slower than doing it with several girlfriends, or even dozens. Moreover, the life-saving skill of partner teleportation required him to have girlfriends to work. The more the better. In the video, Lin Hao openly displayed his ability to conjure various items out of thin air. Now was the time to be bold. After showcasing his power, he announced that he was looking for a beautiful girlfriend, with his only requirement being beauty. Interested parties should post bare-faced photos in the comments. Lin Hao specifically emphasized that only Namacup photos were allowed, though anyone posting fake photos would be killed without mercy. The video's likes, comments, and shares skyrocketed, and Lin Hao saw many beautiful photos in the comments. He selected a few women whose photos were the most beautiful and seemed genuine, and was about to video call them to confirm when Chun Yalin's video came in first. She was a stunning woman from his hometown county, the level of a county flower. Her eyes captivating, and her figure gracefully alluring. In the video, Chun Yalin was astonished. You are this incredible. Is the video real? She had been immersed in grief all day, not online, unaware that Lin Hao had become famous. It was a pop-up notification that led her to his video, and she realized her acquaintance was this impressive. Thus she thought, why let such a good opportunity slip away? She immediately initiated this video call with Lin. Lin Hao casually spun a tale. Yes, when the zombie outbreak happened today, I suddenly awakened my ability. Chun Yalin's mouth formed a perfect O in astonishment. Such an amazing power. Can you conjure anything? Lin Hao continued his fabrication. Not exactly, I'm still learning. Eventually, I should be able to create most things. Even with those closest to him, Lin Hao would never reveal his true secret. A secret known to no one was the only real secret. The existence of the system was too explosive. If it were ever leaked, the Celestial Palace would likely go to any lengths to nip him in the bud. Chen Yalan didn't overthink it. She suggested, "You've met my cousin Yajun. How about she becomes your girlfriend? Good fortune should not flow to outsiders." With Lin Hao being so remarkable and her cousin being beautiful, she might as well set them up and not let anyone else benefit. Lin Hao had indeed met Chen Yajun and knew she was beautiful, so he readily agreed. "I have no problem. Does Yajun have any issues?" Chen Yalan replied, "She should be fine. They'll talk to her about it. They'll have her add you as a friend later, and you two can chat." "Great," Lin Hao said cheerfully. He welcomed the idea. If Chen Yajun agreed, returning to his hometown would be much more convenient. After finishing with Chen Yalan, Lin Hao continued scouting for beauties online. He added and video called several girls before finally encountering a genuine makeup-free stunner. The beauty was named Lu Banyan, a name with exquisite poetic imagery. Lin Hao thought of the Tang Dynasty poet Zheng Gus, the willow, by the riverside bridge, half mist half rain amid the path of apricot and peach blooms. To avoid the trap of beauty filters, Lin Hao specifically asked her to raise her hand to cover her face in front of the camera, then lower it again to reveal her features, a method to identify filtered illusions. Certain that Lu Banyan wasn't using a beauty filter, Lin Hao said, "Beauty, since you proactively left your photo in the comments, there's no problem with you being my girlfriend, right?" Lu Banyan countered with a question. "You're in Handong, and I'm in Guiqing. We're over 1,000 kilometers apart. How will we meet?" Before the apocalypse, 1,000 kilometers was no obstacle at all. A plane ride would take just 2 or 3 hours. But now, with zombies and mutated animals everywhere, even 1,000 meters was difficult to traverse safely, let alone 1,000 kilometers. Of course, if it weren't for the apocalypse, Lu Banyan would never have proactively posted her photo in the comments. In the past, she would never have stooped to such behavior. With a privileged background and exceptional looks, figure, and talent, she was a true favored daughter of heaven. Why would she lower herself to promote herself like this? But with the apocalypse, everything changed. Her parents were unreachable, and only her twin sister Lu Banu remained. Lu Banyan knew it would be difficult for her and her sister to survive the end of the world. When she stumbled upon Lin Hao's video, she immediately realized that this man with mysterious powers would surely rise in the apocalypse, making him a pillar worth clinging to tightly. Unfortunately, she and this man were not in the same place, separated by over 1,000 kilometers. Still, she decided to give it a try just in case he had a way to come. Lin Hao didn't disappoint Lu Banyan. Confidently, he said, "As long as you agree to be my girlfriend, I can come find you." Lu Banyan breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, "If I become your girlfriend, what can I get?" "I can give you everything I have," Lin Hao replied, concise and straightforward. After all, the system unlocked an infinite supply of resources, and the key was the system's guarantee of a partner's eternal loyalty. A partner who would never betray him. Their strength was part of his own, so there was no need to be petty. Seeing his generosity, Lu Banyan finally nodded. "All right, I'm willing to be your girlfriend." Congratulations, host. The partner relationship with Lu Banyan has been confirmed. The trait of eternal loyalty is now active. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Hao felt elated. "You're probably in a hotel. It should be safe for now, right?" Lu Banyan replied, "Yes, my sister and I came to Guiqing for a trip. It should be safe for the moment, but there's no food in the hotel room. When can you come find me?" Lin Hao's heart stirred. He said, "Tomorrow. They'll try to come find you tomorrow." Such a stunning beauty, and she had a sister. They were probably equally beautiful, weren't they? If he hadn't already secured a girlfriend here, Lin Hao would have immediately used the partner teleportation to go see for himself. Just as Lin Hao finished with Lu Banyan, a friend request from Chen Yajun came through. Accepting the request, Lin Hao didn't beat around the bush and sent a video call directly. When the call connected, Chen Yajun's side was pitch black, making it impossible to see her. Curious, Lin Hao asked, "Where are you? Did the power go out that quickly?" Chen Yajun explained, "I'm in an unfinished bare-bones apartment. I came this morning to take measurements and got trapped here." She worked in interior design and had come with a female client to measure the space when the zombie outbreak struck. Fortunately, neither Chen Yajun nor the female client turned into zombies. Unfortunately, the bare apartment had nothing inside. Lin Hao teased, "It's a good thing you have more meat on your bones than your cousin. Going hungry for a day or two won't be a big problem." Chen Yalan was very slender, but Chen Yajun was different, the kind of plump goddess type. Chen Yajun rolled her eyes. "I agreed to be your girlfriend at Yalan's request, and here you are gloating." Lin Hao chuckled. "I'm not gloating, I'm telling you not to worry too much. They'll come get you tomorrow." Chen Yajun was astonished. "Tomorrow? You can come get me tomorrow. But aren't you far away at Handong University?" Lin Hao said, "Don't worry, I have a way. Just confirm that you can be my girlfriend." Chen Yajun quickly replied, "No problem. Yalan and I have already agreed. I can be your girlfriend." Congratulations, host. The partner relationship with Chen Yajun has been confirmed. The trait of eternal loyalty is now active. In high spirits, Lin Hao said, "Just bear with it tonight. They'll come get you as soon as possible tomorrow." Chen Yajun asked curiously, How will you get back from so far away? Can you conjure a helicopter? Lin Hao smiled. I can't tell you now. Let's keep it a surprise. You'll find out when the time comes. Having effortlessly secured Qinyajun, Lin Hao continued scouting for girlfriends online. But after video calling over a dozen girls, he hadn't found a single stunning beauty that made his heart race. With Liu Banyan and Qinyajun in the picture, Lin Hao's standards had risen. Only a top-tier beauty rated 90 or above could move him. After all, the maximum number of partners was 99, and Lin Hao didn't want to waste precious slots on ordinary women. Just as he was about to turn in early, a breathtaking beauty finally appeared. The beauty was named Yin Yutong, a piano streamer with millions of fans. Coincidentally, Lin Hao had come across her before. He had simply thought she was pretty, followed her, and occasionally watched her play the piano. In truth, Lin Hao knew nothing about the piano. He was watching the person, and he suspected most of the audience in her live streams did the same. During her live streams, Yin Yutong was always seen in profile. That face, that figure captivated countless lecherous viewers. Now on a video call, Lin Hao finally saw her full face. Compared to her stunning profile, her frontal view was no less breathtaking. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Yin Yutong, Lin Hao cut straight to the chase. You're willing to be my girlfriend, right? Yin Yutong asked. My family has all turned into zombies, and I'm trapped in the broadcast room. Can you come rescue me? Lin Hao readily agreed. A trivial matter. As long as you agree to be my girlfriend, I'll come save you tomorrow. Yin Yutong bit her lips somewhat helplessly. Fine, I agree to be your girlfriend. She had no other choice but to accept his terms. Only Lin Hao had the ability to rescue her at present. Official rescue was not something she could count on for now. She had even broadcast for help, but no fans could offer assistance. Although staying in the broadcast room was safe, there was no food there, and being trapped inside would mean starving to death. Congratulations, host. The partnership with Yin Yutong has been confirmed, and the trait of eternal loyalty is now active. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Hao chuckled. That's the way. Wait patiently, it'll show up tomorrow. Yin Yutong said, my home is at room 1102, building 7, Wudong Garden. It's quite a distance from Han University, so be careful on the way. Lin Hao casually replied, I'll be careful. Since you're willing to be my girlfriend, he'll definitely come to save you. In truth, he wanted to teleport to Yin Yutong immediately, but if he did, he wouldn't be able to teleport back. Although there was electricity and internet now, this was the apocalypse, and they could cut out at any moment. It wouldn't hurt to wait one night. Lin Hao had been single his whole life, had made it through 20 years, so one more night was no trouble. If he teleported to Yin Yutong, and the internet suddenly went down, losing contact with Meng Jiyan, it would be quite troublesome. It was better to rescue Meng Jiyan tomorrow than go save Yin Yutong. That way he could teleport back and forth. Otherwise, he'd have to fight his way from Wudong Garden in the south back to Han University in the north. There might be stunning beauties among the senior and junior girls at Han University, and Lin Hao didn't want to miss out. Beautiful female college students should be more innocent than those already in society. Lin Hao glanced at the map. The distance was still considerable, and going back and forth would be a hassle. Tomorrow he'd take care of Meng Jiyan first. Once he had a teleport anchor, he'd go find Yin Yutong. After securing Yin Yutong, Lin Hao continued looking at photos, adding friends, and verifying via video. Unfortunately, beauties rated 90 were extremely rare resources, and encountering one required some luck. It seemed his luck for the night had run out. Seeing it was getting late, Lin Hao put down his phone and rested. Before sleeping, he blocked the aluminum alloy glass door to the balcony with rice bags from the inside. The aluminum alloy glass door was not sturdy. Either a well-trained soldier could easily kick it open. Lin Hao worried that his bluff might not work and that the Handong military might send a sneak attack in the night. One must be guarded against others. Blocking the door would prevent them from kicking it open and catching him off guard. That would give Lin Hao enough reaction time to teleport thousands of miles away through his partner, leaving them helpless. He slept peacefully. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Lin Hao woke up early. With his improved physique and a good night's sleep, he felt full of vitality and comfort. Lin Hao removed the rice bags blocking the door and went to the bathroom to shower with mineral water. His still-untaken first kill was stirring restlessly. It needed cooling down. After washing up, Lin Hao ate 3 steamed meat buns and drank a carton of milk. Time to set off. Time to kill zombies. Rescuing Meng Jiyan early was secondary. Lin Hao was eager to enhance his strength. Killing more zombies would unlock more supplies and increase his chances of growing stronger. Bluffing the military was only a temporary measure. Improving his own strength was the real path. He had already boosted his physique and agility. Now he must also enhance his strength and spirit. Additionally, there were skills. Lin Hao eagerly anticipated what skills he would unlock in the future. He retrieved the bagged rice, blocking the door back into his system space, and opened the door. After stepping out, Lin Hao first went upstairs to clear the zombies in the corridor. This was to prevent zombies from upstairs from coming down and ambushing him while he dealt with those on the lower floors. Reaching the top floor, Lin Hao then worked his way down, killing all the way to the first floor. The zombies in the corridors on each floor were easily dispatched with bursts of gunfire. Zombies in the dorms, as long as the doors were open, would willingly come out to die. As for the zombies that might be in dormitories with closed doors, Lin Hao ignored them. Clearing one dorm at a time was too inefficient and a waste of time. With over 3,000 students and staff, Lin Hao estimated that at least 2,000 had turned into zombies. He had only killed about 2,000 zombies, roughly 10 of the campus total. If he killed all the zombies on campus, he might unlock a skill, right? So instead of clearing dorms one by one, it was better to go outside and slaughter on a grand scale. With the zombie threat gone, a bold survivor opened his door and came out to express his admiration for Lin Hao. "Brother Hao, you're awesome. Can I follow you?" Guahong from the Electrical Engineering College. Anyone with a clear mind knew that sticking with someone as formidable as Lin Hao was the only chance to survive. The outside was too dangerous, with not only terrifying zombies, but also equally horrifying mutated animals. Even if they stayed hidden in their dorms, they would still die once food and water ran out. This survivor, who was the first to open his door, was clearly smarter than most and knew how to seize an opportunity. Lin Hao didn't give him any chance and refused outright. "I don't take people along. I have things to do." But with the lesson from Zhang Kaiyong, Lin Hao had no interest in taking anyone unless they were beautiful women. As for men, forget it. If he formed a partnership with a beautiful woman, the system's gift of eternal loyalty applied. Men didn't have such a trait. Moreover, men's nature was inherently inclined to challenge authority and order. They were not as willing to submit to the strong as women. Guahong quickly said, "Brother Hao, there's a stunning beauty in my class. How about I take you to play the hero saving the damsel?" Last night, he had seen Lin Hao's video looking for a girlfriend, so he didn't hesitate to sell out his female classmate. Hearing stunning beauty, Lin Hao became interested. "How pretty? Show me her photo." Guahong hurriedly took out his phone, opened his WeChat moments, and found the selfie posted by that beauty. At the same time, he introduced her to Lin Hao. "Her name is Mo Mengxiang. She doesn't seem to have a boyfriend." Lin Hao took a look and his eyes lit up. "She is quite pretty. Where is she?" Guahong said, "She's in room 403 of dormitory 2. There are zombies in the dorm, and she's hiding in the bathroom." Lin Hao handed the guy a shovel. "Here. Hope you're not lying to me." Judging by the photo, the female classmate introduced by this guy was indeed quite attractive, so he deserved a reward. Guahong took the shovel, his face beaming with joy. "Thanks, Brother Hao. I really didn't lie to you." Although he was a bit disappointed that Lin Hao still wouldn't take him along, getting a shovel was still a good deal. A shovel was a great tool. Swung with force, it could chop and slice, making it more useful than a machete for an ordinary person. With a shovel, he had a weapon to deal with zombies, greatly increasing his chances of survival. "Glad you didn't lie. I'm off." Lin Hao smiled and continued down the stairs, killing zombies along the way. He decided to make a detour to dormitory 2 first to find Mo Mengxiang, hoping she wouldn't be ungrateful. Leaving the dormitory building, Lin Hao fought his way toward the female dormitory area. Many oversized mutated rats were devouring the corpses of zombies. They should be rats, but they were more than 10 times larger than normal ones. Lin Hao hadn't expected that the zombies he killed would end up feeding these mutated rats. Upon seeing him, these mutated rats showed no fear. Instead, they bared their teeth in threat. Their ferocious expressions, blood-red eyes, and grotesque bodies were utterly chilling. Anger surged within Lin Hao as he unleashed the full power of his Uzi submachine gun. Hearing the system prompt about unlocking supplies, Lin Hao's killing intent grew even fiercer. Any rat that could unlock supplies was a good rat worth his time to eliminate. After Lin Hao killed dozens in one go, the remaining mutated rats fled in disarray. Letting them escape was fine. Chasing rats wasn't a good idea and was highly inefficient. Killing zombies was far more efficient, as those mindless creatures would recklessly charge to their deaths. The student dormitories were in one area, and the distance from Lin Hao's dorm to female dormitory No. 2 was not far. It was only a few hundred meters, separated by a cafeteria and a male dormitory, a walk of just a few minutes. But today it took Lin Hao half an hour to traverse this path, simply because there were too many zombies on the road. Today's zombies seemed stronger than yesterday's, a conclusion Lin Hao drew from their running speed. Yesterday's zombies appeared slower and more sluggish in movement, while today they were noticeably more agile. Even with an infinite Uzi and unlimited ammunition, facing the surging tide of zombies, Lin Hao had to fight while retreating. The main issue was being alone. If he had a few completely trustworthy companions with more guns, efficiency would be much higher. Fortunately, Lin Hao had killed many zombies in the dormitory yesterday, significantly reducing the density in the area. If he had come down directly yesterday, even with an infinite Uzi, he wouldn't have been able to handle them all. Leaving a trail of zombie corpses behind, Lin Hao finally reached female dormitory No. 2. Then fought his way up to the 4th floor and arrived at room 403. The dormitory door was closed, and he could hear zombies scratching from inside. Mindless zombies couldn't turn the handle to open the door. Lin Hao fired directly at the door, blasting through its flimsy structure and killing the zombie behind it. Then he turned the handle and pushed the door open with force, hindered by the 2 zombie corpses on the floor. After checking the room and finding no people or zombies, Lin Hao opened the glass door leading to the balcony. The layout of the female dormitory balcony was identical to the male one, with the bathroom on one side. The bathroom door was closed and Lin Hao knocked. Miss, come out now, you're safe. The bathroom door opened, and before Lin Hao's eyes appeared Imo Mingxiang, the very girl who had captivated him from her photo. She was even more beautiful in person, standing about 175 centimeters tall, with long legs surely exceeding 1 meter. Her figure was slender, her features exquisitely delicate, with a naturally oval face far from the cookie-cutter internet celebrity look. However, her complexion was pale, clearly from terror, shock, and hunger. Finally rescued, Imo Mingxiang was overwhelmed with emotion. Thank you, you must be Lin Hao, right? Though her phone was dead, and she didn't know Guohong had sold her to Lin Hao, she had seen Lin Hao's video online yesterday, and recognized him. Lin Hao smiled, and nodded. I am Lin Hao, and now I'm your boyfriend. Imo Mingxiang was stunned. Huh? Lin Hao teased. What do you mean, huh? I saved you, shouldn't you offer yourself to me? Imo Mingxiang was even more bewildered. Is that so? Her dazed look was endearing, instinctively stirring a man's desire to protect or possess. Lin Hao was no exception. He felt possessiveness. He threatened, if you don't agree, that's fine. You'll find 2 zombies to lock in your dorm and leave. Imo Mingxiang panicked. How can you do this? Lin Hao retorted, if not this, then what should I do? Imo Mingxiang was at a loss, and said dejectedly, can you give me some time? This guy was quite formidable. Being his girlfriend wasn't out of the question. The problem was that Imo Mingxiang had no mental preparation. Having just gone through such a upheaval, how could she be in the mood for romance? Lin Hao shook his head. I'm busy with many things, and don't have time to take it slow. If you agree, I'll take you away, and protect you from now on. If not, I'll restore things to how they were. Find 2 zombies to lock in the dorm, and let you hide in the bathroom forever. Thinking of the terrifying and despairing day and night she had just endured, Imo Mingxiang gave in. She didn't want to face that fear and despair again, nor die in the bathroom. So she reluctantly agreed. Fine, I'll be your girlfriend then. Congratulations, host. Companion relationship with Imo Mingxiang confirmed. The trait of eternal loyalty has taken effect. Lin Hao's attitude immediately softened, and he said gently, you must be starving, right? Imo Mingxiang's eyes lit up as she nodded eagerly. I'm so hungry. She was indeed famished, having eaten nothing since yesterday morning. A fresh meat bun appeared in Lin Hao's hand, and he handed it to his newly confirmed girlfriend. Here you go. Imo Mingxiang, too hungry to be astonished, eagerly took the bun and quickly devoured it. Though she tried to maintain her ladle-like image and eat slowly, she finished the large bun in just a few bites. Then Imo Mingxiang looked at Lin Hao with pleading eyes. Is this your special ability? Can you conjure a few more meat buns? Even though the bun appeared out of thin air, it was incredibly fragrant. She had never tasted such a delicious meat bun. Partly due to her day-long hunger, but the bun Lin Hao provided was genuinely superb. Lin Hao knew best. The cooked food unlocked by the system seemed to be top-notch in both ingredients and preparation. However, Lin Hao didn't give another bun. Instead, he produced a bottle of physique potion and said, don't overeat on an empty stomach. Take it slow, I'll give you more later. Drink this first. Without the system's guarantee of eternal loyalty, Lin Hao wouldn't have given Imo Mingxiang the physique potion so soon. Human nature is too complex. It's hard to see someone's true self in a short time, especially a complete stranger. With the system's assurance of eternal loyalty, things were simple. Lin Hao could safely enhance Imo Mingxiang's strength. He would boost her attributes, teach her to use a gun, and then take her out to kill zombies and unlock more supplies. Imo Mingxiang took the physique potion, examining it curiously. What is this? Lin Hao teased. A good thing, that'll make you willingly strip and stay with me. Drink it down. Imo Mingxiang blushed and hastily handed it back. I'm not drinking that. Lin Hao grinned mischievously. Seems like you're not that innocent. Imo Mingxiang's face grew redder. I'm not stupid. Please don't bully me, okay? Teasing Imo Mingxiang until she blushed with shyness, Lin Hao finally let her off. Just kidding, it's a potion to enhance your physique. Imo Mingxiang's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it really that miraculous? Did you conjure it? Lin Hao nodded. Of course I did. Drink up quickly, there's more good stuff for you. All right. Imo Mingxiang didn't hesitate as she opened the lid and poured the potion into her mouth. She trusted that Lin Hao wouldn't harm her. She had already agreed to be his girlfriend, so why would he hurt her? It must be said she was quite naive, but incredibly fortunate to have met Lin Hao. Imo Mingxiang's simple trust was rewarded as she felt the potion transform into a warm current, soothing her body. The exhaustion from staying up all night without sleep vanished, leaving her more energized than after a good night's rest. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Is there more? Lin Hao smirked mischievously. Of course, but first you have to fulfill your duties as a girlfriend. Since the apocalypse began, Lin Hao had killed thousands of zombies along with a roommate and a classmate. Though he didn't show it, a heavy load of negative emotions had been building up inside him. After all, before all this, Lin Hao had never even killed a chicken, let alone a person. With a delicate beauty right before him, Lin Hao decided to let loose a little. Negative emotions couldn't be bottled up, they needed release to maintain mental well-being. Hearing Lin Hao's request, Imo Mingxiang blushed and feigned ignorance. What duties? Lin Hao didn't answer with words, but showed her through actions. An hour later, After changing into the clothes unlocked by the system, Lin Hao gave Imo Mingxiang a 2 entire agility potion to boost her agility. This time, Imo Mingxiang didn't even ask. She took the 2 agility potions, opened the lids, and downed them. After finishing, she felt no physical enhancement and said puzzledly, "It doesn't seem to work." Lin Hao tossed a meat bun to the side. Imo Mengxiang thought he had thrown it off target and hurriedly chased after it, catching it. Only after catching the bun did she realize, exclaiming in delight, "My reflexes and speed seemed faster." In the past, if Lin Hao had thrown a bun so abruptly, she would never have been quick enough to catch it. Lin Hao teased, "A bit slow on the uptake, but at least you're not too dense." "Got it now." Imo Mengxiang happily munched on the bun and coaxed, "Is there anything else?" "I want more." Lin Hao grinned slyly. "More? He'll give it to you tonight. For now, let me teach you how to use a gun." Imo Mengxiang blushed at his tease and said hastily, "If I learn to use a gun, I can protect myself, and even protect you." After saying it, she realized it might not have been the most appropriate thing to say, but the words were already out. Lin Hao laughed heartily. "You want to protect me? That's great. From now on, I can live off a woman." Though he joked about being a kept man, he did have plans to find more partners to help unlock supplies. Even with a gun, one person couldn't kill many mutant creatures. With 10 people, efficiency would increase tenfold. What if all 99 slots were filled? Lin Hao pulled out a Uzi submachine gun for Imo Mengxiang and patiently taught her how to use it. The Uzi had the advantage of low recoil and easy control in automatic fire, making it simple to operate. As for accuracy, there wasn't much to teach. Lin Hao didn't know either, but practice would naturally improve it. Sharpshooters were made with bullets, and Lin Hao had plenty to spare. Lin Hao led Imo Mengxiang, who had just learned to use a gun, out of Dormitory 2, fighting their way toward the College of Arts office building. It must be said, Imo Mengxiang's marksmanship was atrocious, barely watchable. But she still contributed. For every 100 zombies Lin Hao killed, she managed to take down 20 or 30. No big deal. When Lin Hao first started using a gun yesterday, his aim was just as poor, but with constant use he improved quickly. The distance from Dormitory 2 to the College of Arts office building was about a kilometer, as the college was in a remote area. Lin Hao killed zombies until he grew numb, the Uzi firing at full power, continuously reaping undead. Congratulations, host. Unlocked 2 entire strength potion. Unlimited quantity. Hearing this prompt, unexpectedly Lin Hao was overjoyed. Finally something good came out. After finishing off the dozens of zombies before him, Lin Hao stopped. Anything that could boost strength should be used immediately. There was no point in saving it. He took out 2 entire strength potions and handed one to Imo Mengxiang. Curious, she asked, "What does this enhance?" Lin Hao casually joked, "It enhances desire." Imo Mengxiang rolled her eyes at him and drank her potion. Lin Hao was quicker, finishing his before her. Name: Lin Hao. Physique 10 first tier. Strength 20 second tier. Agility 20 second tier. Spirit 7. Energy 100. Skills none. Closing the attribute panel, Lin Hao kicked a zombie corpse away. The body, weighing over 100 Gene, flew over 10 meters from his kick. Awesome. This was true power. Imo Mengxiang tried it herself, also kicking a zombie corpse over 10 meters. She was ecstatic. Incredible. I never thought I could become a strong woman. Lin Hao grinned mischievously. Tonight, let's have a real contest and see who's stronger. Imo Mengxiang's face flushed. You're so annoying, always picking on me. Still, she had to admit being teased by him wasn't so bad. It was an indescribable, ineffable feeling. Lin Hao patted Imo Mengxiang's head. Let's go. He found this beauty utterly captivating and longed to tease her more. He hoped that soon he would be surrounded by beauties, not only for the pleasant sight, but also to have fun teasing them. Wasn't that a common desire for any normal man? The difference lay only in whether one had the ability to turn that fantasy into reality. Those single men, without even a girlfriend, could only dream. After boosting his strength, Lin Hao continued with Imo Mengxiang toward the College of Arts office building. As they passed a lake, several swans larger and more imposing than ostriches charged out of the water, cawing. Damn, even swans wanted to eat people. Lin Hao didn't hesitate to spray them with hundreds of bullets, sending them to their doom. Luckily, bullets worked on them, otherwise dealing with them would have been troublesome. But what would happen if mutant animals evolved to the point where even guns couldn't penetrate their defenses? Perhaps such animals already roamed the wild, as there were fewer in the city. Just as Lin Hao worried about humanity's future, a willow branch unexpectedly whipped toward his face. Thanks to his 2 entire agility and quick reflexes, he narrowly dodged the attack. Hell, even the willow tree had mutated and wanted to eat people. Ambushed by the willow tree, Lin Hao was filled with fury. He pulled Imo Mengxiang out of the willow branch's attack range, then unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the trunk, riddling it with holes. Terrifyingly, the severely wounded willow tree actually bled, or rather oozed a blood-red sap. Only after snapping the willow's trunk in half, venting his anger, did Lin Hao stop. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the Jichunyuan Buddha jumping wall dish with unlimited quantity. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Hao thought to himself, just as I suspected. No wonder it could whip people with its branches. This willow had already mutated. On the journey ahead, Lin Hao was extremely cautious, doing his best to stay out of the attack range of any plant's branches. Additionally, he took out 2 military steel helmets, handing one to Mo Mengxiang to protect their heads. Unfortunately, the campus was lush with greenery with trees and flowers everywhere, making it impossible to avoid them completely. However, incidents like that willow tree attacking with its branches were rare. Perhaps some plants mutated faster while others had yet to complete the process. Lin Hao also noticed that the plants seemed to be growing at an alarming rate, having increased significantly in size within just a day. He hadn't considered this before, so he hadn't noticed, but once the thought occurred, it was easy to observe. After walking about a kilometer for nearly an hour, Lin Hao and Mo Mengxiang arrived at the College of Arts office building. To be precise, this building served both teaching and administrative purposes, housing faculty offices as well as classrooms. Hearing the gunfire outside, Meng Zhiyuan approached the window and watched a man and a woman below advancing, killing their way closer. Although both wore military helmets obscuring their faces, she could still discern their genders from their figures. Though distinguishing gender by figure wasn't entirely reliable, Meng Zhiyuan relied on her intuition to draw the conclusion. Perhaps those in literature were more emotional, not overly focused on logical reasoning. That guy must be Lin Hao, right? His gun could fire continuously without reloading. That signature was unmistakable. Who else could it be but Lin Hao? Meng Zhiyuan let out a long sigh of relief. Saved. Even though this guy was shameless, taking advantage of her predicament to make such an excessive demand. But Meng Zhiyuan also knew that only Lin Hao had the ability to rescue her now. The girl beside him was likely someone he had saved as well. This guy is a lecher, she silently grumbled. That girl beside him must be very beautiful, right? Could she be his girlfriend? Bastard. Having a girlfriend and still wanting other girls to be his girlfriend. Meng Zhiyuan shook her head, dismissing the strange thoughts. A dozen minutes later, gunfire echoed on her floor. Then came a knock on the office door. Meng Zhiyuan quickly asked, "Is that Lin Hao?" A male voice replied from outside, "It's me." She hurriedly opened the door to let them in. The girl was stunning, tall with waist-length hair of exquisite quality. Meng Zhiyuan silently compared herself to the girl Lin Hao had brought. In height, the other was more statuesque, and her hair was longer. While Meng Zhiyuan was making comparisons, Mo Mengxiang was doing the same. So big. That was Mo Mengxiang's first thought. She instinctively glanced down at her own chest. Though she didn't think herself small, just the right size, neither too big nor too small. Comparison was the thief of joy. Compared to the other girl, hers seemed smaller, roughly only half the volume. Lin Hao, of course, was oblivious to the strange psychological activities of the two girls. He cut straight to the chase. "Senior, I kept my promise and came to save you. Now you must keep yours and be my girlfriend." Killing zombies alone or with one person was too slow. An extra person meant another gun, further boosting efficiency. Mo Mengxiang felt a pang of dismay. The moment she saw Meng Zhiyuan, she had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Lin Hao had gone to such great lengths to save this beauty with ulterior motives. However, despite her frustration, Mo Mengxiang simply pursed her lips and said nothing. Lin Hao might be a scoundrel, but he was exceptionally good to her. Just today, after they got together, he had given her everything. Potions to enhance physique, agility, strength. So Mo Mengxiang remained silent, deciding to find a chance later to give him a good pinch. One more sister in the fold was fine, as long as he promised to treat her well. Mo Mengxiang was clever, as she knew that throwing a tantrum was less effective than being coy. Though she had just met Lin Hao and didn't fully understand him yet. But she knew that despite his easygoing smile, he had a very strong personality and wouldn't be easily swayed. Rather than trying to stop him from finding other girlfriends and risking his displeasure, it was better to stay silent. She didn't want to lose such a generous and capable boyfriend. Moreover, she didn't want to lose the chance for close physical encounters with him. Just once, and she was already addicted to that indescribable pleasure. Meng Zhiyuan asked with a smile, "Isn't this beautiful girl your girlfriend?" Lin Hao said calmly, "She's my girlfriend. The law doesn't say you can only have one." Meng Zhiyuan was speechless. "Don't you have any respect for us women?" Lin Hao irritably raised his gun at her. "Enough with the nonsense. No backing out. I hate cheaters, or I'll blow your head off." Meng Zhiyuan was even more exasperated. She turned to Mo Mengxiang and asked, "Miss, don't you mind your boyfriend having multiple girlfriends?" Mo Mengxiang shook her head and replied succinctly, "I don't mind." Now truly at a loss for words, facing the dark muzzle, Meng Zhiyuan had no choice but to agree. "Fine, I'll be your girlfriend." Although she felt that even if she refused, Lin Hao might not actually kill her, she dared not gamble. What if he pulled the trigger over a disagreement? To die because she rejected a guy, wouldn't that be too unjust? Besides, there was no need to refuse. Staying with him increased her chances of survival. Congratulations, host. The companion relationship with Meng Zhiyuan has been confirmed. The trait of eternal loyalty is now active. Lin Hao was in high spirits. Though the process wasn't exactly honorable, the outcome was good. As long as the system confirmed the relationship, he didn't have to worry about Meng Zhiyuan betraying him. So Lin Hao generously took out 3 types of attribute potions and handed them to Meng Zhiyuan. Boosting her strength would help cultivate a capable ally. Meng Zhiyuan took the potions and asked in surprise, "What are these?" Lin Hao replied casually, "Date rape drugs. Drink them and you'll strip yourself." Meng Zhiyuan rolled her eyes and blurted out boldly, "I'd prefer you to strip me." Only then did she realize how unrestrained her words were, and her cheeks flushed. "All right, I'll grant your wish." Lin Hao laughed heartily, reaching out, as if to grab Meng Zhiyuan. Despite her bold and fiery personality, she was so startled that she hastily hid behind Mo Mingxiang. Mo Mingxiang interjected, "Senior, these potions can enhance your physical abilities." Meng Zhiyuan trusted this gentle and pretty junior and decided to try one of the potions. The next moment, she felt a surge of power throughout her body. Even the heavy burden on her chest felt lighter. Meng Zhiyuan was overjoyed, drinking the remaining 4 potions one after another. At this moment, looking at the shameless and domineering man before her, she suddenly found him much more agreeable. It wouldn't be so bad to be his girlfriend, she mused silently. What had started as coercion now became her willing choice. After downing 3 potions, Meng Zhiyuan's stomach began to growl. To maintain her slender figure, she had no habit of snacking, so naturally there were no snacks in her office. Fortunately, she found half a box of biscuits in a colleague's drawer. Having gone without a full meal for a day and a night, she was already ravenous. As her physical constitution improved, Meng Zhiyuan felt even hungrier. Lin Hao handed her 2 steamed meat buns to tide her over. Meng Zhiyuan took a bite of the bun, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Show me again, make 2 more." Lin Hao's hands produced another 2 meat buns. He ate one himself and gave the other to Mo Mingxiang. Meng Zhiyuan was utterly fascinated. "How incredible. How did you get this ability?" Lin Hao shrugged casually. "I don't know how it came about, it just happened all of a sudden." In truth, it wasn't entirely a lie. He really didn't understand why the system had chosen him. Perhaps it was because the system believed he could shoulder the heavy responsibility of saving the world's beauties. Meng Zhiyuan quickly finished 2 meat buns and reached out for more. "I want 2 more." The meat buns unlocked by the system were delicious to begin with, and she was still hungry. Lin Hao said, "Wait a bit before eating more. Eating too much on an empty stomach is bad for you." Then he produced a Uzi submachine gun. "Let Mingxiang teach you how to use this." Meng Zhiyuan was quite interested in guns and took it eagerly. "All right." It wasn't just men who enjoyed playing with guns, many women did too. Meng Zhiyuan was one of them, though she had never had the chance before. Lin Hao gave brief instructions. "I have some things to attend to. Wait for me here." The next moment, he vanished from the spot and appeared beside Yin Yutong. She wore a light camel knit top, paired with a beige printed midi skirt. The understated outfit exuded elegance and intellect, brimming with femininity. Her long neck and perfect curves were noble and captivating. Due to a full day of hunger, Yin Yutong's complexion was less than ideal. Lin Hao's sudden appearance startled her, making her face even paler. Recognizing him, Yin Yutong clutched her chest and let out a long breath. "You scared me to death." Lin Hao handed her a meat bun and teased, "Eat something first, don't let the granary for our future child shrink." Yin Yutong took the warm bun and rolled her eyes. "With the world in this state, you still want a child?" Lin Hao replied casually, "It's not impossible. If no one has children, humanity would go extinct." Yin Yutong bit into the bun, her pale cheeks regaining a bit of color. Nonsense. Discussing the topic of children with a stranger made her uneasy. Though he was her boyfriend, he was still a stranger to her. So Yin Yutong quickly changed the subject. "How did you get here?" Lin Hao answered frankly, "You're my girlfriend, so I can teleport to your side." "Off." Yin Yutong's eyes widened in surprise. No wonder he could appear beside her so suddenly. Lin Hao pulled her into his arms and smirked. "Hurry up and finish that bun, so we can get down to business." Yin Yutong blushed instantly. "Why are you so eager? We just met, and you want to do that." Lin Hao knew she had misunderstood, but didn't explain, continuing his mischievous grin. "The sooner the better." Her face grew redder. "Can't we at least build some chemistry first?" Since he had kept his promise to rescue her, she would keep hers to be his girlfriend. But he was too impatient. Without any emotional foundation, she found it hard to accept that. Lin Hao kept teasing the piano streamer. "I'm busy, I have to make time." Left with no choice, Yin Yutong quickly finished the bun and closed her eyes. Though deeply uncomfortable, she resigned herself to letting him do whatever he wanted. It felt as if an invisible force compelled her to obey Lin Hao's will. However, what Yin Yutong expected never happened. Instead, she heard Lin Hao's taunt. "Why did you close your eyes?" She opened them to see his smirk and was mortified. "Aren't you in a hurry to do it?" Lin Hao produced 5 potions and said cheerfully, "I meant for you to drink these after the bun." "What were you thinking?" Yin Yutong's face burned crimson as she wished she could crawl into a hole, stammering in denial. "I wasn't thinking anything." Lin Hao knew when to stop and didn't press further. He placed the potions in her hand. "Drink them quickly." Without asking what they were, for Yin Yutong uncapped one and drank it to hide her embarrassment. Immediately she felt their profound effects, her face filled with astonishment. "Is this real?" "It's that real," Lin Hao said with a smile as he produced a Uzi submachine gun. "He'll teach you how to use it." The operation was simple, and in just a few minutes he had taught Yin Yutong the basics. As for marksmanship, as they say, sharpshooters are made through practice. More practice leads to improvement. There's no secret. Lin Hao instructed, I have to go now. First practice shooting zombies in the courtyard from the balcony to hone your skills, then go outside once you're familiar. Yin Yutong was momentarily taken aback, feeling a pang of reluctance. You're leaving already. She hadn't expected him to leave so soon. With her family turned into zombies, she felt quite lonely. Lin Hao said, I have other matters to handle. He'll come back to keep you company tonight. The more women he had, the more complicated things got. He still had to rescue Liu Banyan and Xin Yajun. Yin Yutong's pretty face flushed slightly. All right. Clearly she understood that his visit tonight might lead to something more. In her heart, she had already accepted him as her boyfriend. Having her boyfriend stay over was perfectly normal. Lin Hao gave her a hug. Do you want me to deal with the zombies in your home? Outside the live stream room, several zombies were scratching at the door, their growls occasionally audible. They were clearly her family members in their former lives. It would be cruel for her to handle them herself. Yin Yutong nodded gratefully. Yes, please handle it. Be gentle with them. Lin Hao comforted her. Don't worry, it'll end their suffering quickly. He released her, opened the door, and efficiently bagged the 3 zombies in the living room into sacks. With his strength and agility attributes already at tier 2, dealing with ordinary zombies was effortless. He didn't kill them on the spot to avoid leaving bloodstains that might upset Yin Yutong. After tying the sacks, Lin Hao bid her farewell and teleported with the 3 bags to Mo Mengxiang's side. In the office, besides Mo Mengxiang and Meng Zhiyuan, there were several middle-aged and elderly people, the surviving leaders of the College of Liberal Arts. Compared to ordinary teachers and students, leaders undoubtedly had a greater chance of survival as they had their own offices. Counselors like Meng Zhiyuan, who were at the bottom of the hierarchy, had to share an office with several others. Her survival was purely a stroke of luck. When the zombie outbreak occurred, none of her colleagues were in the office. Otherwise, if even one colleague in the shared office had turned into a zombie, everyone there would have been doomed. Director Liu of the Student Affairs Office was rambling on. You can't be so selfish. Those guns are useless in your hands. Donate them to the college, and we can organize the surviving teachers and students here to save more people across the entire school. Seeing the Uzi submachine guns in Meng Zhiyuan and Mo Mengxiang's hands, Director Liu was consumed with greed. A gun was truth. It was effective in peacetime, and even more so in this apocalypse. Especially a gun with infinite ammunition. Possessing one meant holding truth in your hands. At first, Director Liu tried to trick them into handing over the guns under the pretense of concern for Meng Zhiyuan and Mo Mengxiang, claiming that delicate women like them were too vulnerable to fight zombies and that men should take on the responsibility. Yet no matter how eloquently Director Liu spoke, exhausting himself until his mouth went dry, they refused to give up the guns. Seeing his first plan fail, Director Liu devised another, attempting to morally blackmail them into donating the guns to the college. Mo Mengxiang kept her small face stern and silent, her stance unwavering. Regardless of what Director Liu said, she would never hand over the gun. The gun was given by Lin Hao. Without his permission, she would never give it to anyone, not even Director Liu, not even her own parents. Meng Zhiyuan was equally resolute. Director Liu, say no more. No matter what, I won't give you the gun. She only had this one gun herself, yet Director Liu wanted her to donate it to the college. Was he dreaming? Though Meng Zhiyuan was somewhat sentimental and kind-hearted, she wasn't foolish enough to sacrifice herself for others. Lin Hao had vanished without a trace, and no one knew when he would return. Without a gun, would she have to fight the extremely dangerous zombies barehanded? If she were unlucky enough to be scratched or bitten by a zombie, she would turn into one herself. Meng Zhiyuan wasn't that naive. Besides, the gun was a gift from Lin Hao. Handing it over without his consent would be akin to betraying him. Director Liu couldn't help but grow furious. Teacher Meng, how can you be so selfish? You have no sense of the bigger picture. Your ideological quality is seriously flawed. Hearing this, Lin Hao dropped the 3 burlap sacks in his hands and said mockingly, who's this? So selfless, so mindful of the bigger picture. Seeing Lin Hao return, Meng Zhiyuan breathed a sigh of relief and introduced Lin Hao. This is Dean Wang. This is Director Liu. At that moment, she inexplicably believed that Lin Hao would surely help her handle this thorny issue. But Lin Hao didn't find it particularly troublesome at all. He greeted them simply, leaders, what's the matter? Dean Wang said, Lin Hao, congratulations on acquiring such amazing abilities. You are the pride of Han University. Lin Hao didn't want to beat around the bush and said directly, Dean Wang, if there's nothing else, we need to get going. Dean Wang glanced at Director Liu, who quickly said, Lin Hao, you can conjure more guns, right? It wasn't just Director Liu who wanted the guns, Dean Wang also craved them. After all, who wouldn't want to hold truth in their hands? However, Dean Wang, mindful of his status, preferred not to say certain things himself, letting his lackey Director Liu handle it. Lin Hao smiled. That's right, I can conjure guns. Director Liu, are you asking for one? Director Liu hurriedly flattered him. You truly understand the greater good, Lin Hao. Lin Hao sneered. Guns represent truth. Do you really think I'd casually give them to just anyone? Director Liu said awkwardly, we're not outsiders. The infection spreads so fast. Without guns, it's too dangerous to fight zombies. Lin Hao replied calmly. So for your safety, I should give you guns and put myself in danger. What if one of you turns a gun on me? Dean Wong interjected. Lin Hao, don't worry about that. I can guarantee on my honor that no one will use a gun against you. Lin Hao retorted with a cold smile. Dean Wong, how credible is your guarantee? Do you think you can control the situation? Even the university president wouldn't dare say that. Having been bluntly rebuffed by Lin Hao, Dean Wong's face turned ugly. When had he ever been so openly contradicted by a student? Director Liu immediately raised the moral banner. Lin Hao, you don't want the surviving teachers and students to die because they lack guns, do you? Dean Wong said solemnly. Lin Hao, there should be several thousand survivors across the school. If we start rescuing them now, there's still time. Otherwise, few will make it. His moral argument was even more severe, implying that if Lin Hao didn't provide guns, he would be responsible for the subsequent deaths of thousands of survivors. Yes, Lin Hao, you don't want the thousands of survivors to perish because they didn't receive timely rescue, do you? Among the survivors are your classmates, your teachers, and your fellow townsfolk. Can you bear to watch them trapped and waiting to die? With great power comes great responsibility. Since you have the ability to conjure guns, you should consider the bigger picture and not just yourself. The other three leaders from the College of Arts silently praised Dean Wong's cleverness and chimed in, unanimously pressuring Lin Hao to take responsibility for the lives of thousands of survivors. Lin Hao was amused by their pathetic tactics. Your sanctimonious act is disgusting. How about this? Make a bet with me. If you win, I'll give you 100 guns. Seeing success within reach, Dean Wong was not offended, but rather secretly pleased that he had Lin Hao cornered, though he remained composed, and asked what bet. Lin Hao said cheerfully, the 5 of you should have no problem dealing with 3 zombies, right? Dean Wong said reservedly, with guns of course we can handle 3 zombies. Lin Hao sneered, you wish. What would be the point of having you if you had guns? Time to fight, leaders. A machete appeared in his hand, and he sliced open each burlap sack, cutting the glass fibers that tied them shut. Seeing the zombies crawl out of the sacks, Dean Wong and the others' faces changed dramatically, and their first instinct was to flee. But Lin Hao wouldn't let them. He quickly pulled Meng Zhiyuan and Mo Mingxiang out of the office and shut the door behind them. Trying to morally blackmail him was utterly foolish. He had a conscience, but it was not one that could be coerced. Dean Wong, Director Liu, and the others panicked, pounding on the door and screaming from inside, open up. Open the door. It wasn't that they didn't know how to open it. They couldn't. The door seemed welded to the frame. No matter how hard they pushed, it wouldn't budge. Lin Hao's strength attribute at level 2 was far beyond what these pampered college leaders could contend with. If the door opened outward, all 5 could have pushed together and might have managed to force it open. But the office door opened inward, and the handle was too small to allow all 5 to exert force simultaneously. Lin Hao ignored the pleas and curses from inside, simply gripping the doorknob to prevent the people inside from coming out. It wasn't until the voices of Director Wong and Director Liu faded, leaving only the howls of the zombies and the scratching at the door, that he felt satisfied. Lin Hao despised hypocrites who spoke of righteousness and morality. During peacetime, he couldn't do anything about them, but now, since these people enjoyed standing on their moral high ground to control others, he decided to send 3 zombies their way for them to handle. Unfortunately, they seemed incapable of dealing with the zombies. 5 people couldn't even manage 3, truly useless. Meng Xian's expression turned complex as she said, Director Wong and the others should have turned into zombies by now, right? Lin Hao turned to her and asked calmly, do you think I'm being too harsh? Meng Xian hesitated before replying, actually, it would have been fine to just ignore them. There's no need to kill them. Lin Hao dismissed her concerns, saying, I didn't kill them, I gave them a chance. I can only say they're useless. 5 people can't handle 3 zombies. If it were 5 of me, even without fighting for it, I could easily take down 3 zombies without enhancing my physical attributes. He wasn't boasting. Yesterday in the dormitory, he had taken down 3 zombies by himself. Even if he had cheated with the first and third, the second zombie was a straightforward kill. Meng Xian remarked, not everyone is as fierce as you. Most people would be scared and retreat in the face of zombies. Lin Hao grinned, you'll take that as a compliment. Yes, I am that fierce. Meng Xian rolled her eyes, you have thick skin and are unreasonable. Meng Xiang, what do you think? Mo Mingxiang laughed, I think it's fine, you're a bit domineering, but not unreasonable. Though your skin is indeed thick. Lin Hao didn't hold back and slapped each of the 2 women on their fleshiest parts. Mo Mingxiang was quite obedient as she didn't say anything after being slapped, but Meng Xian insisted on retaliating. After some playful banter, Lin Hao opened the office door and dealt with all 8 zombies inside. Thanks to Mo Mingxiang's instruction, Meng Xian had mastered the use of the Uzi submachine gun and was doing quite well. It was clear that Meng Xian had a stronger aptitude for using guns compared to Mo Mingxiang. Next, Lin Hao led the 2 women to clean out the zombies in the corridors on each floor. The zombies in the rooms, upon hearing the commotion, instinctively rushed out to meet their deaths. As for the few offices with closed doors, Lin Hao couldn't be bothered to waste time knocking on each one. Whether there were survivors or zombies inside, he let them fend for themselves. After clearing the College of Literature's teaching building, Lin Hao took the 2 women to attack the locations of other colleges. Mo Mengxiang's shooting skills became progressively more proficient, especially with the addition of Meng Jian. Lin Hao's combat effectiveness doubled. The number of zombies they killed together was almost on par with the number Lin Hao had taken down. While killing zombies, the three also rescued many trapped survivors. Unfortunately, they didn't encounter any beautiful girls that caught Lin Hao's eye. Truly beautiful women were rare. In a university with over 30,000 students and faculty, there should be quite a few stunning beauties, but sadly, not many survived. Though he didn't find any stunning beauties, Lin Hao didn't leave empty-handed. He unlocked something good. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the Tier 3 Physical Potion Quantity Unlimited. Upon unlocking such a great item, Lin Hao naturally consumed it immediately. His physical attributes skyrocketed from 10 points at Tier 1 to 40 points at Tier 3. Name: Lin Hao. Physique 40 Tier 3, Strength 20 Tier 2, Agility 20 Tier 2, Mental 7, Energy 400, Skills none. Feeling the surging energy within, Lin Hao was in high spirits. For an ordinary person, having 7 points in physique was already considered good. Most ordinary people probably only had 56 points. With 40 points in physique, he was several times stronger than an average person. He was definitely in a dominant position. A better physique meant a healthier body and a longer lifespan. Living for 100 or 200 years shouldn't be a problem, right? The apocalypse was infinitely good, all thanks to Brother Tongzi. Closing the attribute panel, Lin Hao took out 2 bottles of the physique potion and distributed them to Meng Jian and Mo Mengxiang. Feeling the enormous boost to their physique, Meng Jian remarked, "If this were peacetime, you'd be rich. Such miraculous medicine would sell for $1 billion a bottle, and even the world's billionaires would flock to buy it." Lin Hao chuckled, "What do I need money for? It's better to find a few more girlfriends." Meng Jian expressed her disdain, "You jerk, aren't I and Meng Xiang enough?" Lin Hao smiled and shook his head, "Not enough. Ooh, just the 2 of you isn't sufficient." Mo Mengxiang curiously asked, "How many girlfriends do you want to have to be satisfied?" Lin Hao casually replied, "Are you that dumb? The more the better. Is that even a question?" Of course, they had to be beautiful enough for him to consider. He adhered to the principle of preferring quality over quantity. While clearing out zombies and rescuing survivors, he encountered quite a few beauties scoring in the 70 to 80 range. In the past, such beauties would have been the goddesses who made Lin Hao's heart race. But now he looked down on them. Each of his girlfriends was a stunning beauty rated above 90. In just one day, his standards had risen significantly. He was no longer interested in women rated in the 70 to 80 range. Mo Mengxiang lightly punched Lin Hao. "You say that, but why do you need so many girlfriends?" Lin Hao grinned wickedly. "Is it too much? Don't you both know any big beauties among the survivors?" Mo Mengxiang snorted softly. "Nope, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you." Meng Jian echoed, "Exactly, we won't tell you." Lin Hao teased, "Fine, if you don't tell me when I find a new girlfriend, I won't need you to anymore." Meng Jian was unfazed. "Meng Xiang and I aren't taking you back, humph." Lin Hao laughed. "That's what you said, but don't come crying to me later." Meng Jian's face flushed. "You're so narcissistic. I wouldn't be that pathetic." Mo Mengxiang chimed in, "Exactly, the senior is right. This guy is both despicable and narcissistic." Lin Hao happily gave them a thumbs up. "I just love you two, the queens of verbal sparring." If it weren't for the need to rescue Lu Banyan and Shen Yajun, he would have dealt with them properly by noon. Once he settled the 2 women before him, Lin Hao planned to arrange for Lu Banyan and Shen Yajun. Next, Lin Hao led the 2 women towards the main entrance of the school, where a 5-star hotel was not far from the gate. Regardless of where he killed zombies, it was all the same. Lin Hao intended to settle the 2 women in the hotel. Compared to densely populated universities, 5-star hotels should have a higher survival rate. For instance, in a classroom with dozens or even hundreds of people, there's virtually no chance of survival. There's nowhere to hide. With just a few zombies, they quickly snowball and turn everyone into zombies. Dormitories are relatively better since each room only houses 4 people and not all 4 may be present. Hotels are even more favorable as rooms rarely accommodate 3 or 4 people, usually just 1 or 2. Of course, when the zombie outbreak struck, those unfortunate souls not in their guest rooms were a different matter. For example, those dining in the restaurant or those out on errands or shopping had an extremely low chance of survival. The streets were swarming with zombies from the school gate onward. Lin Hao and his 2 companions had their guns blazing at full power. Shoppers, passers-by, drivers, shopkeepers, most had turned into zombies. This once bustling avenue had now become a hellscape devoid of any sign of life. Thankfully, although the zombies were evolving, they only moved faster and hadn't yet developed intelligence. Perhaps their strength had increased as well, but Lin Hao had no experience in close combat with them, so he couldn't make a comparison. Zombies without intelligence, no matter how numerous, were easy to kill. They only mindlessly charged forward to their deaths. Lin Hao and his 2 companions successfully fought their way to the nearby 5-star hotel, then continued killing from the lobby up the floors. Following the same method as in the school, Lin Hao only killed zombies in public areas like corridors and restaurants. As for potential zombies inside the guest rooms, Lin Hao couldn't be bothered. Clearing each room one by one was too time-consuming. The trio's efficiency in killing zombies was high. Meng Zhiyuan and Mo Mengxiang grew increasingly skilled with their guns, nearly matching Lin Hao. It didn't take them long to reach the 11th floor. After clearing all zombies on that floor, they prepared to head up to the next. A guest room door opened, and a dozen men and women in hotel work uniforms emerged. They were all hotel staff. When the zombie outbreak occurred, they had fled upstairs, narrowly escaping into this room to survive. Hearing gunshots, they mustered the courage to come out and see what was happening. The first to step out was a young man in a hotel security uniform. He asked loudly, "Bro, are you Lin Hao from Handong University?" Lin Hao nodded. "Yeah, you know me." The security guard named Shen Mingji replied, "Your zombie killing video went viral across the internet. We all saw it." Lin Hao slightly raised his gun barrel, aiming at the security guard who was walking briskly toward him. "Is that so? What's up?" Though it was only the second day after the apocalypse and humanity might not have completely darkened, caution was still necessary. He didn't want strangers getting too close. Shen Mingji hurriedly stopped in his tracks and smiled bitterly. "Don't misunderstand. I don't have any business. I mainly want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I'd be trapped in that room with no way out." Lin Hao replied calmly, "No need to thank me. I'm not here specifically to save you. By the way, do you have a room card? Give me one." Shen Mingji quickly nodded. Yes, I do." He then turned to look at a graceful, elegant woman behind him. "Manager Sun, do you have the master key card?" The woman named Sun Ermin was the hotel's housekeeping manager. She was alluring and sexy, dressed in a small suit and pencil skirt, exuding the charm of a professional beauty. She was quite perceptive, pulling out a key card and stepping forward to hand it to Lin Hao. "Handsome, this is the master key card. It can open all guest rooms as long as they aren't deadbolt from inside." Lin Hao took the master key from this beautiful, sexy woman and casually asked, "Are you willing to follow me?" Sun Ermin was slightly taken aback, but after only a few seconds of consideration, she smiled charmingly. "All right, handsome, I'll follow you." Staying with her colleagues offered no hope of survival. Following a capable man like Lin Hao was her only chance to live. Such a simple truth was obvious to everyone. The others nearby were filled with envy. They too wanted to follow Lin Hao to survive. A young woman with a fairly delicate appearance volunteered herself. "Handsome, I want to follow you too. Is that okay?" Lin Hao shook his head. "Sorry, I don't want to bring too many people along." Meng Zhiyuan and Mo Mengxiang exchanged glances, seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. This guy was not only a player, but also quite picky, only wanting stunning beauties. Ordinary beauties couldn't catch his eye even when someone offered herself, so eagerly he refused. In truth, the young woman who volunteered was quite pretty, yet she still didn't meet his standards. Though not an ultra beauty, she was still goddess level in the eyes of ordinary people. Thinking about this, Meng Zhiyuan and Mo Mengxiang felt immense pressure. The competition was fierce. The looks and figures they prided themselves on were probably just so-so in Lin Hao's eyes. The hotel's 28th floor housed the presidential suite. Sun Ermin explained that the presidential suite covered an area of 476 square meters. It included a master bedroom, a secondary bedroom, a servant's room, a bodyguard's room, a gym, a sauna. All the basic amenities. Additionally, there was a sky pool and a sky garden. Lin Hao took one look around and fell in love with the place. He couldn't afford it before, but now he could stay as he pleased. The only downside was the high floor, which was inconvenient without power. If only the electricity supply could be guaranteed. Lin Hao asked Sun Ermin, "Beautiful, does your hotel have power generation equipment?" Sun Ermin replied, "Yes, our generators can ensure the hotel's power supply." Lin Hao immediately decided to make this his temporary base. The power grid could go down at any time, but with generators here, they could secure electricity, making life much more convenient. He could find a few people here to handle logistics. That security guard from earlier seemed like a good choice. So Lin Hao instructed Sun Ermin, "Call that security guard and tell him to come to the 27th floor. Say I'm looking for him." Sun Ermin immediately took out her phone and called Shen Mingji, who naturally agreed, without hesitation, saying, "Head, come right up." After she finished the call, Lin Hao turned to tease Meng Zhiyuan. "Are you going to shower first, or should we shower together?" Meng Zhiyuan was deeply embarrassed. There was no way she'd shower with this guy. She quickly said, "I'll go first." Though he was a bit of a player, she had consumed so many of his potions, so giving herself to him was only fair. Lin Hao was very pleased. With a casual wave of his hand, dozens of large water jugs appeared on the floor for bathing. Then he turned to Sun Ermin and said, "You have to be my girlfriend too. No problem, right?" Sun Ermin had anticipated this, so she wasn't surprised and agreed readily. Okay. In peacetime, it was common for wealthy men to have many women. In a chaotic world, it was only natural for a powerful man to have many women. Congratulations to the host-partner relationship with Sun Ermin, confirmed, eternal loyalty trait activated. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Hao was in high spirits. He took out several potions and had Sun Ermin drink them. Then he instructed Mo Mengxiang to teach Sun Ermin how to use a gun. Only then did Lin Hao leave the presidential suite and head to the 27th floor. After a few simple words to win over Shen Mingji, Lin Hao teleported directly to Meng Zhiyuan's side. Startled, Meng Zhiyuan, who was in the middle of showering, spun around in panic. "Get out! Out. No way. Lin Hao pulled her into his arms. Don't be so coy. Big so big. That was Lin Hao's first impression. His second feeling was that he was now ravenously hungry. Meng Zhiyuan, having been caught at her weak point by Lin Hao, quickly lost her resistance. She thought, forget it, I might as well give in to him, so he won't go looking for other beauties to be his girlfriend. Meng Zhiyuan had always been willing to give herself to Lin Hao, as she was merely too shy to bathe with him. Now that everything that shouldn't have been seen had been seen by this guy, she decided to let go of her inhibitions. So she turned around, exerted a little force with her hand, and tore Lin Hao's clothes apart. With her power at the second tier, Lin Hao's short-sleeved shirt and trousers stood no chance. It was unfair that he was still dressed, so Meng Zhiyuan wanted him to be equally exposed. In an instant, Lin Hao was left without a stitch of clothing, and he was both amused and exasperated. I didn't expect you to be so violent. Meng Zhiyuan felt guilty, but raised her flushed little face and acted coy. Scared, are you? Lin Hao laughed heartily and played along, pretending to be frightened. He eagerly anticipated this woman's performance. The more violent she was, the more excited he became. What a spirited woman. Lin Hao liked women who could bring him pleasant surprises. An hour later, Lin Hao appeared beside Lu Banyan. His sudden appearance undoubtedly startled this wealthy beauty. Fortunately, they had video called the night before, so Lu Banyan recognized Lin Hao. After the initial shock, she asked in astonishment, how did you get here? Lin Hao casually made up a story. I just awakened an ability, spatial teleportation. Pretty cool, huh? Lu Banyan's mouth formed an O as she exclaimed in amazement, spatial teleportation. Is it really that powerful? Lin Hao glanced around the room, and not seeing another beauty, changed the subject. Where's your sister? Lu Banyan replied, she lives in the next room. She's a terrible sleeper, so I don't want to share a bed with her. Lin Hao asked curiously, how bad is she? Does she sleepwalk, steal the covers, grind her teeth, or snore? Lu Banyan rolled her eyes. None of that. She kicks in her sleep. Oh, sharing a bed with her leaves me sore all over. Lin Hao smiled and took out several potions, handing them to Lu Banyan to elevate her physique, strength, and agility to the second tier. Lu Banyan took the potions and asked curiously, what are these? Pressed for time, Lin Hao didn't tease her. They're good things to enhance your physical abilities. Though curious, Lu Banyan trusted Lin Hao and drank the potions without hesitation. A man who could conjure things out of thin air and teleport across thousands of kilometers was worthy of her trust. After drinking the potions, Lu Banyan soon noticed her body felt better, her strength increased, and her speed quickened. Then she felt even hungrier. She hadn't eaten much in over a day, and as her physical functions improved, her energy consumption increased, intensifying her hunger. Her stomach growled, and Lu Banyan blushed slightly. Can you conjure up something for me to eat? No problem, Lin Hao agreed readily, arranging several delicious hot dishes on the coffee table. Not stopping there, he piled bread, biscuits, chocolate, and other foods on the sofa. On the carpet, he stacked cases and barrels of mineral water and bottled water for drinking and bathing. Lu Banyan beamed with joy and said cheerfully, you're amazing. My boyfriend is the best. Lin Hao smirked, so shouldn't you fulfill your duties as a girlfriend? Lu Banyan's face turned crimson. It's broad daylight. How about I fulfill my duties tonight? She had no problem with that, as such a powerful boyfriend was more than satisfactory to her. This young man was like a beam of light illuminating the darkness that had filled her heart since the apocalypse began. Lin Hao said cheerfully, I have other things to attend to. Let me first bring your sister over so you can look out for each other. He had no time for Lu Banyan to fulfill her duties now. It was just a joke. He still had to rescue Chen Yajun. Lu Banyan quickly reminded him, my sister Banu lives next door in 2109, but there are several zombies in the hallway. Lin Hao dismissed it. A few zombies are a minor problem. Just a burst of gunfire, and it's done in minutes. Despite his casual words, he wasn't careless. He told Lu Banyan to stay away from the door before he opened it with his gun ready. If there were only ordinary zombies in the hallway, it would be fine, but what if there were evolved ones? Lin Hao didn't know what evolved zombies looked like, but he believed they must exist. In a perilous apocalypse, caution was key. Only by being careful enough could one avoid unexpected disasters. Hearing the door open, the few zombies wandering the hallway immediately snarled and lunged forward with claws outstretched. Their running speed indicated they were ordinary zombies, and Lin Hao dispatched them easily with a burst of gunfire. Confirming the hallway was safe, he waved inside. You can come out now. Lu Banyan walked out with her phone, saying, Banu, you can open the door now. The door of apartment 2109 opened, and Lu Banyan's sister Lu Banu appeared in the doorway. She had the same slender and graceful figure, the same fair and delicate face, the same jet-black silky hair. Looking at the sisters, who were like carbon copies, Lin Hao had a clear thought. He wouldn't choose, he wanted both. Lu Banu looked at Lin Hao curiously, astonished. Brother-in-law, how did you get here so quickly? The night before, she had heard her sister talk about Lin Hao and how he promised to come rescue them. Lu Banu had dismissed it, then teasing her sister for clutching at straws. How could Lin Hao come from so far away? But he had actually come, and so quickly. Lu Banu couldn't figure out how he managed it. Lin Hao smiled and cut straight to the chase. No need to call me brother-in-law. You can be my girlfriend along with your sister. Lu Banu was dumbfounded. Huh? Was that even possible? Was this brother-in-law too much of a scoundrel teasing her like that right away? Lu Banyan was also stunned and chided him, "Are you that greedy?" Lin Hao said bluntly, "It's not about greed. If Banu is just your sister, I'll only provide her with food and drink. But if she's also my girlfriend, I can give her the same potions I gave you." A girlfriend's sister was not bound by eternal loyalty, as she might become another man's woman one day. Naturally, Lin Hao wouldn't give her everything. Lu Banyan hesitated, unable to refute him, knowing well how extraordinary the potions he had just given her were. Thus Lin Hao's request for her sister to also be his girlfriend, though seemingly excessive, was actually not unreasonable. Seeing her sister silent, Lu Banu asked curiously, "Sis, what potions did brother-in-law give you?" Lu Banyan glanced at her sister and answered truthfully, "Potions that improve your body, make you stronger and faster." Lu Banu grew even more curious. "Such miraculous potions exist. Show me their effects." "All right," Lu Banyan agreed readily, lifting her sister by the waist with ease. Before Lu Banu could react, she was hoisted up, amazed by her sister's strength and speed. Despite her slender figure, Lu Banu was 170 centimeters tall and weighed 108 jin. Usually when the sisters played, Lu Banu struggled to carry her sister, let alone lift her like this. Lu Banu's weight was similar to her sister's, yet now her sister could lift her effortlessly. Back on the ground, Lu Banu excitedly hooked her arm through Lin Hao's. "Darling, I want to be your girlfriend too." Lu Banyan was speechless, always exasperated by her mischievous sister, and now even more so. "Congratulations, host. The partner relationship with Lu Banu has been confirmed. The eternal loyalty trait is now active." Lin Hao was in high spirits as he led the pair of sisters into Lu Banyan's room. After giving Lu Banu the enhancement potion, Lin Hao took out 2 Uzi submachine guns. He was about to teach the sisters how to use the guns, nurturing them into powerful allies for killing zombies and unlocking supplies. But then Chen Yajun called, saying someone was threatening them and asking when he could arrive. Lin Hao simply replied, "On my way." Since Chen Yajun was in danger, he naturally had to go and resolve it for her. Hanging up, he instructed the sisters to download tutorial videos online and teach themselves how to use the Uzis. The next moment, Lin Hao appeared beside Chen Yajun, who was standing with a middle-aged woman, both looking anxiously at the balcony. His sudden appearance unsurprisingly startled the 2 women, who thought the renovation workers from next door had arrived. Watching them tremble and hastily step back, Lin Hao quipped, "Am I that terrifying?" Chen Yajun finally recognized him and ran over happily to grab his arm. "You scared me to death. How did you get here so fast?" Lin Hao didn't answer the cliché question. Instead, he took out a bottle of water and a loaf of bread, handing them to her. "Have something to eat first." "How wonderful." Chen Yajun accepted the water and bread joyfully, but didn't keep them to herself, as she shared some with the female homeowner. The unfurnished, unrenovated apartment had nothing, no food, no drink. Both of them were parched and famished. Lin Hao got down to business. "You mentioned on the phone that someone was threatening you. What exactly is going on?" Chen Yajun took a sip of water, swallowed the bread in her mouth, and indignantly reported to Lin Hao, "It's the renovation workers next door. Sister Luo and I went to the balcony to check outside, and they saw us. They shamelessly told us to go over and keep them company and threatened us, saying we had 10 minutes to decide. They said if we didn't come over in 10 minutes, they'd break down the door, and then they'd do unspeakable things to us first." Lin Hao shook his head and asked, "Which next door? Left or right?" Truly the world was full of all kinds of people. Was this already the second day of the apocalypse, and they were starting their evil deeds? What wouldn't they do in the days to come? Such scum could not be left alive. Lin Hao was displeased. He hadn't even started his own evil deeds, yet others were already thinking of doing them. Chen Yajun raised her right hand and pointed at the wall to the right. "This side. There are 3 men. Lin Hao smiled. "Wait here for me. They'll go deal with them." Chen Yajun quickly said, "They're sure to have tools. Be careful." Lin Hao said nonchalantly, "Don't worry. Whether it's 3 people or 30, I can handle them." With his current attributes and skills, he could easily take them down, even without using the truth. That said, Lin Hao still picked up his gun and opened the door. Why not use a gun when he had one? Even though he could handle them without the gun, Lin Hao didn't want to dirty his hands. Opening the door, he stood where the peephole couldn't see him and knocked on the neighbor's door. The door opened quickly, and a middle-aged man grinned smugly and lecherously. "So you came to your senses?" But instead of the alluring middle-aged woman and the tall, pretty young girl from next door, he saw Lin Hao holding a gun. The man's face changed color, but before he could speak, Lin Hao shot him down with a single bullet. This sight terrified the 2 men behind him out of their wits. Instinctively, they turned to run, but how could they outrun bullets? Lin Hao didn't kill them outright, he only incapacitated them. Amidst their pleas and curses, he used a rope to lower them from the balcony. Their screams attracted the zombies in the central courtyard of the complex. As the rope was lowered, their distance from the zombies grew shorter and shorter. Since they chose to be villains, they had to be prepared to descend into hell. Lin Hao wanted them to endure a bit more pain and fear of death before they died. After dealing with the 3 scumbags and checking the room to make sure no one else was there, Lin Hao returned to Chen Yajun. Her face was pale. "You scared me." She thought that when Lin Hao said he would go next door to deal with them, he just meant to teach them a lesson. She never imagined he would lower them from the balcony to have a close encounter with the zombies. Lin Hao said calmly, "This is the apocalypse. Don't be soft-hearted. Those who deserve to die must be killed. Don't give them a chance to do evil. Think about it. If I hadn't been able to get here so quickly, what would have happened to you?" Chen Yajun shuddered with fear and said relieved, "Killing them was for the best to spare other women from being harmed." Lin Hao gave Chen Yajun 2 more loaves of bread and said to her, "Wait for me here. He'll come find you later." He was hungry himself. After giving his instructions, he teleported to Meng Xian's side, planning to have lunch with her and the others. Meng Xian and Mo Mengxiang were accompanying Sun Ermin as she practiced with a gun. Sun Ermin had already learned how to use it and was doing quite well. Lin Hao brought out a sumptuous meal and enjoyed lunch with 3 beautiful women. Indulging in fine food during the apocalypse was truly satisfying. Most survivors, even if they didn't have to starve, had to ration their supplies. How could they enjoy a feast like him? During the meal, Lin Hao asked Sun Ermin, "Are there any other stunningly beautiful women in the hotel like you?" Meng Xian, who had just been deflowered by this scoundrel, was furious and pinched his waist hard. Womanizer. Lin Hao reached for her chest, startling her into letting go and dodging away to avoid being caught. If no one else were around, being caught by him wouldn't matter. After all, he had already touched every part of her just moments ago. But with Mo Mengxiang and Sun Ermin present, Meng Xian was too shy to engage in any intimate acts with Lin Hao in front of them. Sun Ermin, however, was straightforward. "There's a survivor in the finance department, an accountant, who's quite pretty. Should I call her over?" Lin Hao said approvingly, "You're the one who understands. Convince her to be my girlfriend. If she's willing, let her come." "Okay." Sun Ermin quickly took out her phone to send a message helping her boyfriend find a new girlfriend. Lin Hao looked at Meng Xian and Mo Mengxiang and said, "Learn from her, you two. Find more beauties for your man." Meng Xian asked gloomily, "Can you not be such a womanizer? Aren't the 3 of us enough for you?" Lin Hao fabricated a half-truth with a serious face. "It's not that I insist on finding so many beautiful women. I have a secret to tell you. Conjuring things out of thin air consumes energy. This energy comes from killing zombies or other mutant creatures. So I need more reliable helpers to kill zombies with me. Just the 4 of us killing zombies is too slow." Although the system guaranteed that his partners would never betray him, he couldn't reveal the true core secret. Using the explanation that conjuring things required energy was a story Lin Hao had carefully thought up. This way it would make perfect sense to take them out to kill zombies and mutant creatures in the future. Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, Meng Xian said in surprise, "So you need energy to conjure things." Mo Mengxiang was also astonished. "How do you absorb energy when you kill zombies? I didn't see you do anything." Lin Hao continued his fabrication. "It's automatic absorption. When I kill a zombie, a mystical energy is absorbed by me." Meng Xian asked the crucial question, "Can you also absorb energy from the zombies we kill?" Lin Hao nodded. "Yes, I've tested it. It's the same whether I kill them or you do." Meng Xian pursed her lips. "But that doesn't mean you have to find beautiful women to help you kill zombies. Why can't men do it?" Lin Hao sneered. "Big breasts, no brains. If I gather a bunch of men and give them guns, what if they betray me and shoot me in the back?" Meng Xian said sheepishly, "But they don't all have to be stunning beauties. You didn't even want that beauty who volunteered to follow you earlier." Lin Hao chuckled and teased, "You don't even understand quality over quantity. I hereby declare you banished to the cold palace." Being banished to the cold palace was of course impossible. He loved burying his face in Meng Xian's chest, savoring that suffocating feeling. Moreover, Meng Xian was clearly a woman without guile. Like Mo Mengxiang, she was very innocent. Yet their personalities were completely different. Mo Mengxiang was gentle and obedient, while Meng Xian was bold and fiery. A strange thought crossed Lin Hao's mind. He would find an opportunity to exercise with both of them together. The contrast between Meng Xian and Mo Mengxiang's personalities was sure to create an effect where 1 + 1 equaled more than 2. Before lunch was finished, the beautiful accountant and Shu Hui, introduced by Sun Ermin, arrived. It must be said Sun Ermin had good taste, and Shu Hui perfectly matched Lin Hao's aesthetic. Her oval face was soft and full, her height exceeding 175 centimeters tall, and elegant, slightly taller than even Mo Mengxiang. Yet she was not as ample as Meng Xian, but rather similar to Mo Mengxiang. Neither too large nor too small, just the right type. As an accountant, she had no need to interact with hotel guests, so she wore casual clothes instead of a uniform. She was a natural clothes horse. A simple t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers radiated beauty on her. Such was the advantage of a good face and figure. Even a rag wrapped around her exuded a unique charm. Lin Hao got straight to the point and asked, "Beauty, you're willing to be my girlfriend, right?" And Shu Hui felt a bit shy, lowering her head as she softly replied, "I am willing." Sun Ermin had already convinced her, otherwise she wouldn't have shown up here. Sun Ermin told her that following this man would bring unexpected benefits. What those benefits were Sun Ermin didn't specify, but she spoke with such conviction that Shu Hui believed her. And Shu Hui had also seen the videos of Lin Hao spreading wildly online and she knew this man was no ordinary person. In peacetime, she might have hesitated over whether it was worth giving herself to him. But there was nothing to consider now. The world had changed drastically, and the rules of survival were undergoing a seismic shift. Just the fact that staying with Lin Hao offered a better chance of survival was enough for Inshu Hui to agree to be his girlfriend. Congratulations, host. The partnership with Inshu Hui is confirmed. The trait of eternal loyalty has taken effect. Lin Hao was in excellent spirits and cheerfully called out, "Then sit down and eat with us." Sun Ermin pulled out the chair beside her and warmly guided Inshu Hui to sit. Compared to the simple-hearted Meng Jian and Mo Mengxiang, Sun Ermin was more calculating. There was only one man, yet the women around him would undoubtedly multiply. Thus, she had to find ways to win his favor to avoid being sidelined in the future. That was why as soon as Lin Hao mentioned it, Sun Ermin went to great lengths to bring Inshu Hui over. If Inshu Hui reaped benefits, she would remember this favor, something Sun Ermin needed. Sun Ermin planned to cultivate allies to gain an advantage in future rivalries for affection. Though she had not yet truly become Lin Hao's woman, that didn't stop her from preparing ahead. Lin Hao was unaware of Sun Ermin's schemes, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. What was so novel about women competing for favor? As long as they didn't betray him, that was fine. Competition bred motivation. The fiercer the competition among women, the more he enjoyed it. After lunch, Lin Hao gave Inshu Hui several vials of potion and had Meng Jian and Mo Mengxiang teach her how to use a gun. While Inshu Hui took time to learn, Lin Hao went to settle Chen Yajun. Leaving Chen Yajun in that bare, unfinished apartment wasn't ideal, so Lin Hao planned to take her to Chen Yalan's place. Seeing Lin Hao again, Chen Yajun asked happily, "Where did you go? You're so elusive." Lin Hao chuckled. "I have other girlfriends who I have to make sure they're settled too." Chen Yajun immediately protested. "You womanizer. How can you be like this?" Lin Hao smiled. "Let's not talk about that now. They'll take you to Chen Yalan's so you can look out for each other." He admitted he was a womanizer, a scoundrel. From yesterday to today, he had confirmed relationships with 8 girlfriends. It was normal that Chen Yajun couldn't accept him having other girlfriends. He would give her time to gradually adapt. The female homeowner, also trapped there, pleaded, "Handsome, could you trouble yourself to drop me off on the way?" Lin Hao replied casually, "If it's on the way, sure. If not, I can't help it." The female homeowner hastily said, "The county town is small. My home is in the electric power community. It shouldn't be too out of the way, right?" Lin Hao shook his head. "Actually, it's not on the way. We're going to Fully Community. Your electric power community is still a distance away." The female homeowner begged frantically. Fully Community isn't far from electric power community. About 1 kilometer. She had to cling to Lin Hao as her lifeline, who otherwise trapped here, she would only be waiting to die. Returning home offered a glimmer of hope. Staying in this bare, unfinished apartment, she doubted she could survive 3 days. Chen Yajun was quite kind-hearted and interceded. "Maybe we could take Sister Luo back." Lin Hao decided to give her face since she was his girlfriend and readily agreed. All right. He had to respect his girlfriend's request, and besides, Fully Community to electric power community really wasn't far. He could kill zombies along the way, so it wouldn't be a wasted trip. Killing zombies was the same anywhere. Before setting off, Lin Hao pulled Chen Yajun into a room away from the female homeowner to enhance her strength. Though it wasn't a secret that he could boost his women's power, any observant person could easily deduce it. There was no need to do it deliberately in front of an outsider. Keeping a bit of mystery was never a bad thing. Chen Yajun didn't worry that Lin Hao might harm her. She quickly drank the potion and immediately beamed. Is there more? She could feel her body improving dramatically, not just a little, but by multiples. No more, and drinking more wouldn't help anyway. Lin Hao took out a Uzi submachine gun. "They'll teach you how to use it." Chen Yajun took the gun, looking eager. "Great. Now I won't be afraid of zombies anymore." She was quite interested in guns in this apocalypse. Even women wouldn't be uninterested in such a tool of self-defense. It took a few minutes for Lin Hao to teach Chen Yajun how to use the gun, and he had her fire a few bursts before leading her out. The female homeowner followed behind them, staring in amazement at the transformed Chen Yajun, her eyes full of envy. Originally, Chen Yajun was just an ordinary woman, young and pretty, but still just an ordinary woman. Now she was completely different. Carrying the gun, she followed Lin Hao, slaughtering countless zombies along the way. Heroic and dashing, full of majesty. Chen Yajun was also brimming with spirit. The feeling of possessing formidable power was wonderful, giving her the confidence to face the terrifying zombies. Her fear of zombies vanished completely. Even without a gun, she had faith in her ability to kill them with a knife, axe, or club. Such was the confidence born of great strength. A confident woman was undeniably more alluring, and Chen Yajun was no exception. The female homeowner could only silently seethe, knowing such fortune was beyond her reach. She wasn't beautiful nor young. Yet she understood she should cling to Lin Hao's coattails, at least build a good connection with him in hopes of some benefit. Lin Hao would surely not be interested in her, but he might take a liking to a young, beautiful woman. If she introduced him to one, that would do. The female homeowner thought of her unit director's daughter, young and lovely. Lin Hao would probably be interested, wouldn't he? After more than an hour, Lin Hao took a detour with Chun Yajun to escort the female homeowner home. The detour was to avoid retracing their steps, allowing them to kill more zombies and unlock more supplies. After expressing her gratitude, the homeowner hesitated for a moment before asking Lin, "How handsome, can I have your phone number?" Seeing her expression as if she had something more to say, Lin Hao generously gave her his phone number. Perhaps this middle-aged woman had something she was reluctant to discuss in front of Chun Yajun. As expected, no sooner had they left the electric power district than Lin Hao received a message from the homeowner. "Handsome, thank you for escorting me home. Our bureau chief's daughter is very beautiful, no less than Miss Chun." Lin Hao smiled. This elder sister was indeed someone who repaid kindness, even introducing him to a beauty. He simply replied, "Help me set it up. If it works out, I won't let you go to waste." A beauty no less than Chun Yajun, a stunning woman rated above 90, naturally piqued Lin Hao's interest. The homeowner replied instantly, "Okay, handsome. You two are a perfect match. They'll definitely make it happen." Lin Hao put his phone back in his pocket, leaving the matter of the bureau chief's daughter to her. Half an hour later, Lin Hao and Chun Yajun arrived at Chun Yalin's home. Seeing Lin Hao and her cousin, a faint smile crept onto Chun Yalin's pale face. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two cousins embraced and wept bitterly. Lin Hao sighed and left the room. He took a look at his own home. As expected, no one was there, only the lingering melancholy of memories. After a moment of sorrow, Lin Hao returned to Meng Xian's side. And Shu Wei had already learned how to use a gun. Time to work. The most urgent task now was to enhance their strength. How could one improve without taking action? Moreover, action could also heal the pain within. Lin Hao led the four women out of the hotel and fought their way back to the school from another direction. Handong University had 3 gates. The main gate lay to the east. The other 2 gates were located on the west and south sides. From the hotel to the south gate, the distance was 2 kilometers. The longer route meant more zombies, as this area was densely populated with heavy foot traffic. Yet their pace remained swift, with 5 guns firing at full power, rapidly reaping the zombie horde. Zombies were ultimately carbon-based life forms, at least at this stage they could not withstand firearms. Thus, no matter how many zombies blocked the road, they could not resist the hail of bullets unleashed by Lin Hao and the 4 women. Congratulations, host. Unlocked Tier 1 Lightning Art, unlimited quantity. With his greatly enhanced strength, Lin Hao had grown accustomed to killing zombies and no longer felt tense. So he could simultaneously slay zombies and listen to the system's prompts without distraction. Finally, a skill had emerged. It hadn't been easy. After slaying tens of thousands of zombies, he had finally unlocked a skill. Overjoyed, Lin Hao found a blue potion appearing in his hand. Upon drinking it, countless insights into lightning flooded his mind like an epiphany. With a mere thought, a bolt of lightning struck a zombie, making its hair stand on end and giving it a punk rock hairstyle. However, it failed to kill the zombie, only paralyzing it for a moment before it lunged forward again with a howl. Lin Hao couldn't help but complain, "Is the lightning's lethality this poor?" The 4 stunning women beside him were startled by the sudden flash of lightning. Hearing his words, they realized the lightning might have been conjured by him. Meng Xian's eyes sparkled. "Did that blue potion just let you summon lightning?" "Yeah." Lin Hao nodded, pulling out 4 bottles of Tier 1 Lightning Art Potion and distributing them to the 4 beauties. Although the Tier 1 Lightning Art couldn't even kill a zombie, it could paralyze them, making it highly useful. If it could immobilize zombies, it might also work on other mutated creatures. It was essentially a control skill. Having mastered the lightning art, the 4 women excitedly unleashed crackling bolts of lightning in all directions. This scene was transmitted back to the command center via the military drone, tracking Lin Hao, instantly causing an uproar. Not only could Lin Hao conjure items out of thin air, but he could also mass-produce ability users. Mass-producing individuals with special powers was even more terrifying than crafting nuclear bombs by hand. Nuclear bombs were not omnipotent. Many matters ultimately required human effort to resolve. The destructive power of nuclear weapons was often severely overestimated by the general public, who casually spoke of destroying planets. Many mistakenly believed that the lethality of nuclear weapons had a simple linear relationship with their yield. They thought the power of a 10-megaton hydrogen bomb was 666 times that of the 15-kiloton little boy. But that was not the case. The destruction at the epicenter suffered from severe overkill, with vast amounts of energy wasted. Factors like terrain and buildings greatly diminished the lethal range of the blast wave and radiation. The power of a 10-megaton hydrogen bomb in a city was roughly equivalent to 10 little boys, not hundreds. The decay rate of nuclear radiation was also faster than people imagined. Land exposed to nuclear explosions could be replanted within about a decade. For instance, the 2 Japanese cities that had been mushroomed were already rebuilt within just 10 years. Thus, while handcrafting nuclear bombs was terrifying, their threat paled in comparison to mass-producing ability users. Once Lin Hao cultivated enough ability users, the entire world would be his. The Handong military convened another emergency meeting to discuss Lin Hao's terrifying ability. On the conference room screen, footage played of Lin Hao and his group releasing lightning after drinking the potion. After watching the video, Zhou Zhishang looked around at everyone. Let's all share your thoughts. Frowning Feng Hao said, it seems these lightning strikes aren't very powerful. A zombie that could be taken down with a single bullet remained unscathed after being struck by crackling lightning. Flashy but impractical, somewhat deceptive, in actual combat it might be less effective than a bullet. Xiang Hongwei offered a different opinion. The main cause of death by electrocution is the current acting on the heart, inducing ventricular fibrillation or affecting the medulla oblongata or respiratory muscles, causing respiratory center paralysis or respiratory dysfunction. Zombies have no heartbeat or breathing, so it's normal that lightning can't kill them effectively. But it would be a different story for humans or other organisms. Zhou Zhishang nodded. Old Xiang makes a good point. Zombies not only lack breath and heartbeat, but also have greater vitality. Even a severed head can open its mouth to bite. Yesterday afternoon, a tragedy occurred in a certain regiment. While clearing zombies, a soldier chopped off a zombie's head. Unexpectedly, the severed head rolled to the feet of another soldier and bit him, turning him into a zombie as well. Fan Xiong noticed another point and remarked, the women around Lin Hao are all stunning beauties. Though he didn't spell it out, everyone else in the room understood his implication. If they didn't want to resort to force against Lin Hao, they could use a honey trap. Zhou Zhishang mused. Old Xiang select a few special agents to get close to Lin Hao. He was reluctant to use force against Lin Hao, partly because they hadn't yet figured out his background and partly because they lacked a just cause. Lin Hao hadn't committed any wrongdoing. He had been killing zombies all along. What reason could they use to take action against him? Moreover, the abilities he had demonstrated fully proved he was no pushover. If they used force and succeeded, they could eliminate the threat and rest easy from then on. But if they failed, making such a powerful enemy would leave them unable to sleep peacefully. Returning to the school, Lin Hao led the 4 women on a charge toward the female dormitory. Inside the female dormitory, there should still be some stunning beauties surviving, right? This time Lin Hao wasn't just killing zombies in the corridor. To find the beauties, he had the 4 women knock on every dormitory door. If a zombie was inside the dorm, they'd dispose of it on the spot. If it was a survivor, they'd call them out for a look. The difference between zombies and survivors was stark. Those howling and scratching at the door were definitely zombies. A burst of gunfire, then kicking the door open to finish them off completely. The 4 women's constitution, strength, and agility had all been elevated to tier 2. Kicking open those flimsy dormitory wooden doors didn't require Lin Hao. They could do it with a single kick. Unfortunately, after going through 3 dormitory buildings, they hadn't encountered a single surviving female student who could stir Lin Hao's heart. The main issue was the scarcity of survivors. A single dormitory building housed so many female students, yet only a few dozen survived. Facing zombies, females were even more vulnerable than males, even if the zombies were once their own peers. Only those who could react correctly in the first critical moments had a chance to survive. Lin Hao encountered 2 particularly clever girls who used blankets to cover the zombies and push them out of the dorm. Unfortunately, they were plain looking. If they had been even slightly above average, he would have made an exception and taken them in. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the Tier 1 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle with unlimited quantity. When one door closes, another opens. He hadn't found any stunning beauties, but he had unlocked a more powerful firearm. Lin Hao immediately swapped his Uzi submachine gun for the more lethal 416 Hong Kong dollars. Of course, the recoil was fiercer, but for Lin Hao it was just a piece of cake. The 416 Hong Kong dollars boasted high precision, excellent shooting stability, and reliability. However, to be honest, the Uzi submachine gun was more practical inside the dormitory. The Uzi was specifically designed for combat in tight spaces. So Lin Hao switched back to the more compact and agile Uzi submachine gun. He would use the 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle for outdoor battles. Back to work. In the 4th female dormitory, Lin Hao encountered his classmate, Lian Rurong. Lian Rurong could be considered a minor beauty. She was the prettiest girl in his class. She was about average, looking similar to the girl at the hotel who had volunteered herself only to be rejected by Lin Hao. Don't underestimate Lin Hao's rating of her as merely average. That score was actually quite respectable. The class bell was at that level, the department bell was slightly better, and only the school bell could reach the top tier. Seeing the 4 stunning beauties by Lin Hao's side, Lian Rurong felt a complex mix of emotions. More precisely, she was consumed by regret. Lin Hao had once pursued her, and she had rejected him. Now he had become someone she could never hope to reach. Each of the 4 beauties beside Lin Hao was more beautiful than her, so beautiful that she felt utterly inferior. Yet to survive, Lian Rurong brazenly asked, Lin, how can I come with you? Lin Hao refused bluntly. Sorry, I already have 4 girlfriends, that's enough. Lian Rurong hesitated, then bit her lip and pleaded, I don't have to be your girlfriend, I can be your maid. If it had been 2 days ago, she would never have debased herself like this, offering to be Lin Hao's maid. But this was no longer the peaceful world of 2 days ago. As long as she could survive, being a maid wasn't shameful. Lian Rurong didn't want to die, but to survive she couldn't rely on herself. She had to latch onto a powerful figure. Unfortunately, Lin Hao remained unmoved and refused again. I don't need a maid, thank you. The girl he once couldn't catch was now volunteering to be his maid. It was quite a satisfying thought. But a maid wasn't a partner. There was no guarantee of eternal loyalty confirmed by the system. Keeping a woman who might betray or even stab him in the back at any moment was clearly unwise. As for taking her back for fun, Lin Hao wasn't interested. When you have a Bentley, a Rolls-Royce, and a Maybach who would settle for a BMW or Audi, Lien Rurong couldn't help but flare up in anger and shame. How can you be so heartless? Just because I rejected you back then. Is this your way of getting revenge? She had thrown away her pride, lowered herself to offer being a maid, and was still rejected. Her face couldn't hold its composure. Lin Hao looked at her as if she were an idiot. I was going to give you a way out considering we're classmates, but since that's how you feel, forget it. You're on your own. With that he turned and left, unwilling to waste another word on this arrogant woman. Revenge on her? How ridiculous. Who did she think she was? Lien Rurong was stunned. She hastily chased after him, grabbing his arm and apologizing. I was wrong, Lin Hao. Give me a way out, and I'll remember your kindness forever. Lin Hao raised his gun barrel at her and said sternly, let go or don't blame me for pulling the trigger. To be fair, although he had pursued Lien Rurong and been rejected, he had no intention of getting revenge. Matters of the heart required mutual willingness. It was perfectly normal that Lien Rurong didn't like him, but liked someone else. What she absolutely shouldn't have done was flare up in anger and resentment at this moment. While Lin Hao wouldn't go so far as to kill her, he was certainly not going to offer her any more help. Lien Rurong was so frightened she quickly let go and said sheepishly, I didn't mean anything else. I just want to survive. Is that wrong? Lin Hao said calmly, wanting to survive isn't wrong. Everyone wants to survive. Survive on your own efforts. He couldn't be bothered to deal with this woman any longer. Her desire to survive was her own business, not his obligation. Among the surviving humans who didn't want to live, Lin Hao couldn't possibly help everyone just because they wanted to survive. Watching his retreating figure, Lien Rurong bit her lip hard. She wanted to survive as she thought of the online bounty post for kelp. When they reached the 6th female dormitory, Lin Hao finally encountered a stunning beauty who satisfied him. He had only caught a distant glimpse of her earlier, but he already thought she was very beautiful. Now as he drew closer, he found her even more breathtakingly lovely. Her skin was fair and delicate, and her slightly chubby oval face made him want to kiss her. She had cherry lips, willow leaf eyebrows, big eyes, and her jet black silky hair was tied in a ponytail. Her white t-shirt curved in an adorable arc, and her straight-leg jeans hugged her slender long legs. Lin Hao said directly, beautiful, be my girlfriend, and I'll make sure you live comfortably. Gan Shuiyao was so surprised that her cherry mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg, really. She had of course seen the news about this impressive guy Lin Hao, and was full of admiration. Being his girlfriend sounded great. Lin Hao was taken aback by this junior's reaction before smiling and saying, of course it's true. Are you willing to be my girlfriend? Asking such an obvious question might seem foolish, but without a prompt from the system, he needed her to give a clear answer. Gan Shuiyao nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, I'm willing. Let me pack my things and I'll go with you. Staying close to such an impressive guy gave her a strong sense of security, as she didn't want to stay in the dormitory living in fear. Congratulations, host. The partner relationship with Gan Shuiyao has been confirmed. The eternal loyalty trait is now in effect. Done. Unfortunately, there were no other discoveries in the remaining female dormitories. Actually, that was to be expected given Lin Hao's very high standards. He only wanted girls who without makeup scored at least 90 points, meeting the criteria of a campus belle. Girls who met his standards were already rare, and even fewer had survived. After clearing the female dormitories, they moved on to the male dormitories as dusk fell. That's enough for today. They'd head back to the hotel to rest, and continue tomorrow. Lin Hao took the same route they had used to go to the hotel at noon, as it was shorter. There were barely any zombies on the road, so it would take only about 10 minutes to walk. Driving was impossible, as vehicles were scattered everywhere blocking the way. Suddenly Lin Hao stopped, a grave expression on his face. Ahead, a massive creature was feasting on zombie corpses. It looked like a pit bull, but its size was larger than an adult water buffalo. Lin Hao spotted the giant pit bull in the distance, and the pit bull also noticed the group of bipedal creatures. Subsequently, the pit bull decisively abandoned the half-eaten zombie arm it had in its mouth and entered hunting mode. Undoubtedly, the fresh bipedal creatures were far more delicious than the rotting corpses on the ground. As the pit bull charged forward, Lin Hao was the first to strike back, firing his gun while simultaneously casting Thunderbolt. The Thunderbolt proved to be very effective, each bolt causing the giant pit bull to stagger, slowing its advance. The 5 women instinctively mimicked Lin Hao's actions, shooting their guns while using Thunderbolt with bullets and lightning raining down on the pit bull. The continuous bolts of lightning struck the beast, which charged like a tank, quickly causing it to fall to the ground in a fit of convulsions. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. A single Thunderbolt was insufficient to deal with it, but the relentless onslaught of 6 Thunderbolts was clearly more than it could bear. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Hao unleashed a barrage of shots at the pit bull's head, knowing that any biological head is a vital target. The women followed suit, aiming their guns at the pit bull's head, mercilessly tearing it apart. It must be said that the pit bull's skull was indeed hard. After several dozen seconds of sustained fire, it had endured thousands of bullets. Yet no matter how tough the skull, it could not withstand the relentless impact of the bullets, and eventually it was shattered by the deluge of shots. Congratulations, host, you've unlocked the Tier 3 mental potion with an unlimited supply. Lin Hao let out a sigh of relief. Had it not been for Thunderbolt, he and the 5 women might have been wiped out. With so many guns firing at full throttle, they were using the more powerful 416 Hong Kong dollars, targeting a fixed point. Even so, it took several dozen seconds to kill this mutated pit bull. What if it had charged at them? The danger of the apocalypse could only be truly felt when one was immersed in it. Even the seemingly invincible Lin Hao could die at any moment. However, there was some gain. The Tier 3 mental potion filled the gaps in Lin Hao's mental attributes. He immediately took out several bottles of the Tier 3 mental potion and downed them one by one. Although one bottle would have sufficed, he was in a good mood and wanted to drink a few more. Name: Lin Hao. Physique 40 Tier 3. Strength 20 Tier 2. Agility 20 Tier 2. Mental 40 Tier 3. Energy 174. Skills: Thunderbolt active skill Tier 1. Only 174 energy left. Lin Hao casually released a Thunderbolt, reducing his energy to 164. As expected, his hypothesis was confirmed. Each use of Thunderbolt consumed 10 energy points. As for the extra 4 energy points, they were likely the energy that automatically regenerates. Lin Hao originally wanted to observe the speed of energy recovery, but the 5 women beside him were astonished. Meng Jian asked in surprise, "Why is your Thunderbolt so thick? Is it because of the potion you just drank?" The lightning she produced was as thin as a pencil lead, and the other women were similar, including Lin Hao before. Now, however, the Thunderbolt Lin Hao produced was as thick as a pencil, several times thicker, clearly more powerful. "Yes, it's this potion." Lin Hao nodded, taking out 5 bottles of Tier 3 mental potion to distribute to the 5 women present. He had considered slightly suppressing the strength of the women around him for easier management. Thinking about it now, he decided against it. After all, he didn't need to worry about them betraying him. The stronger they were, the safer he felt. If one day they encountered a mutated creature even stronger than the pit bull, and because of their slightly weaker strength they were wiped out, he would have no chance to regret it. After drinking the potion, the 5 women could also emit thunderbolts of similar thickness to pencils, all of them excitedly launching bolts of lightning. Lin Hao meanwhile took out his phone to record a video and post it online. He couldn't neglect the important task of developing relationships. Sun Ermin said, "If we could have emitted such thick thunderbolts earlier, perhaps we could have directly electrocuted that monster." Meng Jian immediately suggested, "Why don't we look for more? We might encounter more of those big dogs." Lin Hao scoffed, "It's getting dark. Are we still looking? Let's go back and rest. You've been relegated to the cold palace, but others haven't." Meng Jian rolled her eyes, but she only rolled her eyes and dared not retort, fearing she might truly be cast aside. Meanwhile, Mo Mingxiang was releasing Thunderbolt at a mutated frog that had jumped out from the greenbelt. Dozens of thunderbolts struck the frog, charring it on the outside, while leaving it tender on the inside, emitting a peculiar aroma. Lin Hao reminded, "Just play around, don't overdo it. You can probably only cast Thunderbolt continuously about 40 times. Mo Mingxiang curiously asked, "How do you know it's 40 times, not 30 or 50? Lin Hao grinned, "How about a bet? If you lose, you'll have to join Jian and me for a late-night snack." Meng Jian immediately protested, "Why do I have to be included in your bet?" Lin Hao retorted, "You are truly hopeless. I need to find someone bigger to replace you." Meng Jian pouted, "Why do you need someone bigger? I find it burdensome already." Gan Shuiyao couldn't help but look at Meng Jian, then glanced down at herself. This freshman girl couldn't help but feel a bit dejected. She actually wished she could be a bit more burdensome. Fortunately, her frame was relatively small, and her figure slender. The visual effect was still quite good. Lin Hao didn't say anything, but focused his gaze on the green belt to the right front. Meng Jian asked in surprise, "What's wrong with you?" Lin Hao directly answered her question with action. He raised his gun and fired a burst into the green belt ahead. Meow. A piercing scream followed, and then a yellow shadow quickly fled. He had felt a presence lurking in the green belt, prompting his decisive shot. After all, bullets were unlimited. He didn't expect there to actually be something in the green belt. At such a fast speed, if it ambushed them, someone would definitely get hurt. Sun Ermin patted her chest, still feeling apprehensive. What was that? Such a fast speed. And Shui's face also turned pale. It seemed like a cat, but I couldn't see it clearly. Lin Hao said, "It should be a mutated orange cat. We need to be more careful when going out in the future." Gan Shuiyao instinctively leaned closer to Lin Hao. At just 18 years old, she had never experienced such danger. Although it was a close call, had Lin Hao not fired that burst earlier, who knows if they would have been ambushed. Lin Hao patted Gan Shuiyao's slim waist, reassuring her, "You'll get used to it. This is the apocalypse." He continued, "There are dangers everywhere in the apocalypse. To survive, one must maintain sufficient vigilance." Gan Shuiyao obediently nodded in agreement, inching closer to Lin Hao, wishing she could burrow into his embrace. The other 4 women shared a similar mindset, the originally loose formation tightening significantly as they all wanted to be closer to Lin Hao. On the way ahead, whenever they saw a greenbelt or flower bed, someone would fire a burst into it. Indeed, there were all sorts of strange mutated creatures, from mantises as thick as an arm to spiders as big as basins. It seemed that zombies and other mutated creatures had a relationship of mutual restraint. Previously, there were many zombies, but not many other mutated creatures were seen. Finally, Lin Hao and his group returned safely to the hotel without any incidents. Without further ado, he pulled Gan Shuiyao into the master bedroom. With dangers lurking everywhere and an uncertain future, it was time to seize the moment and not waste the precious youth. After bathing, Gan Shuiyao was carried from the bathroom to the bedroom by Lin Hao, an 18-year-old girl, so tender, so delicate, that she seemed to seep with freshness. When Lin Hao emerged from the master bedroom with Gan Shuiyao in his arms, an hour had already passed. The other 4 women had already bathed and were chattering cheerfully in the living room, getting along quite well. Lin Hao felt a sense of relief, though perhaps this was the only benefit the apocalypse had brought him. In peacetime, marrying any one of them would have been an immense challenge. It wasn't that Lin Hao lacked self-confidence, it was simply the harsh reality of men needing wealth and women valuing appearance. There was no point dwelling on it. The apocalypse had arrived, and there were no what-ifs. Lin Hao laid out a lavish feast and shared dinner with the women, savoring the delicacies. To top it off, he brought out some drinks. Beer, spirits, red wine. Lin Hao had it all. A little indulgence was pleasant, but getting drunk was out of the question. Such was the survival rule in the apocalypse. As Lin Hao enjoyed the meal and drinks with the 5 women, his phone rang. It was Bai Ruohua. Bai Ruohua could no longer hold on as she yielded. I accept your terms. Come rescue me. Dying of hunger in her dormitory seemed worse than becoming this young man's girlfriend. Choosing the lesser of 2 evils, with no news of rescue after 2 days, she gave up. Even if rescue were to come eventually, she wouldn't survive until then without food. It was better to compromise now while the network was still up. Once it went down, things would get troublesome. Although power and communication facilities could run autonomously without workers at the power plant, they wouldn't last. The country's electricity supply relied mainly on thermal power, and even fully automated equipment would run out of coal. Lin Hao chuckled. If you'd agreed earlier, this would have been settled. It's too dangerous tonight. He'll rescue you tomorrow. As much as he desired the beautiful woman, he wouldn't risk traveling in the dark. Only by staying alive could he enjoy her. A dead shed belonged to someone else. Although he could teleport to her if she agreed to be his girlfriend, he chose not to. After confirming by Ruohua's location, Lin Hao hung up. Since she liked to be coy, he would let her suffer one more night. It was punishment for her earlier refusal. She couldn't just say no whenever she wanted and then expect him to come running. Meng Jian said sourly, sisters, it seems your boyfriend has picked up another beauty. Lin Hao replied with righteous indignation, I'm doing this for your safety. Don't you understand that strength lies in numbers? Meng Jian pouted, if you like beautiful women, just say so. It's not like we can control you anyway. Lin Hao said cheerfully, I'm glad you see it that way. Tonight you'll come to the master bedroom as a reward. Meng Jian rolled her eyes, wanting to refuse out of pride, but the words wouldn't come. If she acted too proud, and he changed his mind, letting another woman into the master bedroom, where would she find justice? Despite her jealousy, Meng Jian was more than willing to sleep beside him. She felt safe in his presence. Besides, she could be with him. Having tasted forbidden fruit at noon, she craved that euphoric sensation of soaring above the clouds. After dinner, Lin Hao called Shin Mingji, telling him to meet in the hotel lobby on the first floor. The man had some skills. When Lin Hao returned, he noticed defensive fortifications had been set up at the hotel entrance. As Lin Hao reached the first floor via the fire escape, Shin Mingji was already there. Taking the elevator was extremely dangerous. Not only could the power fail at any moment, but opening the doors was also the most perilous time. Who knew what might be waiting when the elevator doors opened? Zombies, mutated creatures, or malicious individuals. At just 28 floors, with Lin Hao's tier 3 physique, walking down, or even up, was effortless. It served as a post-meal digestion aid. Lin Hao was quite full from the heavy dinner and many drinks. Seeing Lin Hao approach, Shin Mingji hurriedly greeted him, brother Hao, any orders? Though Shin Mingji was older, he had no qualms calling him brother Hao. His strength commanded respect. From a mere security guard to the leader of the hotel survivors, it was all thanks to Lin Hao. It was Lin Hao's supplies that empowered Shin Mingji to command the hotel survivors. Of course, nothing came for free. Shin Mingji had to serve Lin Hao in return. This included ensuring the hotel's power and sanitation, providing a comfortable living environment for Lin Hao and his women. Clearing the zombies inside the hotel was one of Shin Mingji's tasks. They greatly affected the living experience. Not only did zombies emit a foul stench, but they also howled when provoked, disturbing the peace. Lin Hao cut to the chase. Have all the zombies inside the hotel been cleared? Shin Mingji replied, all cleared. With the equipment you provided, it was simple. Most zombies in public areas had already been dealt with by Lin Hao, leaving only those in guest rooms. Each room typically housed 1 or 2 zombies, at most 3 or 4. With proper preparation, clearing them was straightforward and posed no difficulty. Good, Lin Hao praised. Also dispose of the zombie corpses around the hotel. Throw them far away. Shin Mingji readily agreed. Sure, brother Hao. He'll arrange for the bodies to be removed tomorrow and dumped far off. Then with a knowing smile, he said, brother Hao, the woman in room 2208 is quite attractive. Lin Hao glanced at him and asked, you haven't touched her, have you? Shin Mingji quickly clarified, no. She's a wealthy heiress and CEO way out of my league. Lin Hao shot him a glare. If she were interested, would you have touched her? Shin Mingji stammered, brother Hao, from now on, I'll keep all beautiful women away until you've had a look first. Satisfied, Lin Hao said, good. You're a man with potential. I appreciate that. As a reward, he gave Shin Mingji a few cartons of cigarettes, then leisurely made his way to the 22nd floor and knocked on the door of room 2208. The door opened, but the chain lock was still on, showing the occupants caution. Only a crack appeared, preventing Lin Hao from seeing inside. Of course, the person inside couldn't see him either. A woman's voice came from behind the door. Who is it? Her voice had a magnetic quality, very alluring. Lin Hao replied bluntly, I'm Lin Hao. You've probably seen my videos online. The woman was surprised. You're Lin Hao. What do you want with me? Lin Hao cut straight to the point. I heard you're beautiful, so I came to see for myself. The woman's voice turned cold. Beautiful or not, what does it matter to you? Lin Hao said calmly, if you're beautiful, you can stay with me. If not, I'll pretend I never came. Her voice grew even colder. Do you think you'll definitely agree? Lin Hao chuckled. If not, that's fine too. Then you'll have to leave the hotel. The woman said angrily, this hotel isn't yours. You're being too domineering. Lin Hao replied confidently, if I say it's mine, then it is. Who dares to oppose me? The woman took a deep breath and said, even if it's yours, I am a customer, and you can't just kick me out. Lin Hao chuckled. Your stay has long expired, and it's reasonable for me to ask you to check out. The woman choked slightly before saying, I can extend my stay. At how much is it per day? You make an offer. Outside is so dangerous that leaving the hotel is equivalent to a dead end, so she definitely cannot leave. As for money, she's not short of it, as long as the offer isn't too outrageous, she can pay. Lin Hao looked down on her, saying, do you think money still has any meaning at this time? The woman fell silent, and after a while asked, what exactly do you want? Lin Hao said nonchalantly, I've already said it, you have no choice. Now open the door, or you can try to see if I can kick it down. The woman was immediately infuriated. How can you be so unreasonable? Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have some ability? Lin Hao teased, you're right, I can do whatever I want. Face reality, I guarantee I'm your best choice. They'll count to 3, and if you don't open the door, they'll kick it down. 1, 2. The door opened, and the anti-theft chain was removed, fully opening the door. Lin Hao finally saw the woman in full behind the door. She was a delicate and elegant woman dressed in a well-tailored plain outfit. Her natural face, without any makeup, was already extremely alluring. Even though her lovely face was filled with anger at this moment, it did not detract from her beauty. Without a doubt, no matter where this woman appeared, she would be a striking sight. Lin Hao smiled and gave a thumbs up. Very pretty and very smart. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Lin Hao, and I am your boyfriend. The woman felt a mix of amusement and anger. My name is Yang Yi. I'm sorry, but I haven't recognized you as my self-proclaimed little boyfriend yet. She was 28 years old, while this young boy in front of her looked to be around 20, yet he had the audacity to call himself her boyfriend. Lin Hao walked straight in, forcing Yang Yi, who was blocking the door, to let him in. Otherwise, she would have collided into his arms. After closing the door casually, Lin Hao boldly stated, whether you recognize me or not is actually unimportant. What matters is that I recognize you. Yang Yi felt a bit flustered. She had to force herself to remain calm. If you force yourself on me, even if you get my body, you won't win my heart. Lin Hao pulled her into his embrace and grinned. What would I want your heart for? You've reminded me, I haven't forced myself on someone before, and am very curious to try. Yang Yi struggled desperately, but Lin Hao had her firmly under control. With her strength, it was impossible to break free. She could only futilely slap with both hands and say meaningless words. Don't mess around. Lin Hao laughed. The more you struggle, the more excited I become. Be quiet and talk to me properly. It was true that the more she struggled, the more excited he felt. He finally understood why some people risked imprisonment to do such things. However, Lin Hao's moral bottom line had not yet sunk to that level. He was only trying to force Yang Yi to be his girlfriend. He didn't need to worry about making her uncomfortable during the process. As long as she agreed, she would be endowed with the trait of never betraying him by the system. Yang Yi finally quieted down and angrily said, I originally thought you could become a hero through your own abilities. Why do you have to be a villain? Lin Hao replied calmly, I'm not interested in being a hero. I just want to ensure that I and the people around me can live well. Yang Yi said, isn't it good to be a hero? All the survivors in the world will admire you, and women more beautiful than me will like you. Lin Hao smiled. I don't need anyone's admiration. Of being a hero is too exhausting, and I don't want to bear responsibilities that don't belong to me. Then he returned to the main topic. Let's talk about us. You can choose to be my girlfriend, or you can choose to refuse. and be forcibly thrown out of the hotel after I take what I want. Yang Yi said reluctantly. Even if you like me, you need to show some sincerity to move me right. She knew that continuing to refuse was meaningless, so she resigned herself. It was better than being forcibly thrown out after that villain had his way. Lin Hao held her face and kissed her lips, taking a little interest first before letting her go. Then he took out a bottle of first-tier physical enhancement potion and handed it to her, saying, "Drink this. This is my sincerity to you." With a big stick followed by a sweet date, no matter how high her expectations were, he could handle it. Yang Yi wiped her mouth, angrily feeling that this despicable guy had violated her, wiping away the saliva he left behind. Then she took the bottle of red potion, cautiously asking, "What is this?" Lin Hao replied blandly, "Drink it, and you'll know. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't need to go through all this trouble." Yang Yi felt that what he said made sense, so she stopped asking, opened the cap, and drank the potion. This villain was right. If he wanted to harm her, even if she didn't drink it, he would force it down her throat. After drinking the potion, a miraculous warmth flowed through her body, soothing her limbs. Yang Yi was pleasantly surprised to find that her physical condition had improved significantly, as if she had become several years younger. She looked at the villain before her, who didn't seem so despicable anymore, and asked curiously, "What is this?" Lin Hao replied, "This is a good thing to enhance your physique. I also have good things to boost strength, agility, and spirit, and as long as you become my girlfriend, I can give them to you." Now Yang Yi no longer hesitated and readily agreed. "I will be your girlfriend." Rather than being pretentious, she chose to let go. This was her best option. Congratulations to the host for confirming a partner relationship with Yang Yi. Trait of never betraying activated. Having secured another partner, Lin Hao was in a great mood and handed Yang Yi a potion. This would elevate her strength to match his and that of the other women. The danger encountered in the evening made Lin Hao decide not to suppress the strength of his women anymore. Maximizing the ability to cope with unknown dangers in the apocalypse increases the chances of survival. After drinking the potion and feeling like a superhero, Yang Yi's mindset changed. She was incredibly shocked and delighted. "Is this your true strength?" Lin Hao replied proudly, "This is just the beginning. I can make you even stronger in the future." Yang Yi showed a radiant smile. "Shouldn't I thank you properly then?" Lin Hao pretended to be scared, teasing, "Don't mess around." Yang Yi smiled and said, "Baby, just give in to me. Don't resist." She took the initiative to hug Lin Hao and offered him her sweet kiss, sincere and passionate. As expected, a few minutes later, they were already completely open with each other. An hour later, Lin Hao returned to the presidential suite on the 28th floor, his arm wrapped around Yang Yi. Seeing that there were already 5 stunning beauties here, each no less captivating than herself, Yang Yi was speechless. This guy was truly a heartbreaker, already having so many girlfriends, yet still unsatisfied. Meng Jian and the others also found it absurd. He had brought back another sister after just one trip out. Lin Hao, however, showed no sign of shame and asked, "Who among you will teach our new sister how to handle a gun?" Sun Ermin spotted a potential ally and warmly took Yang Yi's arm, saying, "I'll teach you." Lin Hao was relieved to have some leisure. He decided to visit Qin Yalan and at the same time enhance her strength. He had been close friends with her late husband, and now that his friend was gone, he felt obligated to take care of Qin Yalan. The next moment, Lin Hao appeared beside Qin Yajun and found himself facing 2 pale naked bodies. Qin Yajun and Qin Yalan were bathing. When he suddenly appeared, both women shrieked and turned away. Seeing Qin Yajun was one thing, but encountering Qin Yalan was awkward. Lin Hao vanished instantly. He decided to first check on the twin sisters Lu Banyan and Lu Banu before returning here. The twin sisters weren't bathing. To Lin Hao's surprise, they were in a meeting. Judging by the surroundings, the sisters knew how to enjoy life. They had also moved into a presidential suite. They were in the living room with over a dozen men and women engaged in some discussion. Lin Hao's sudden appearance drew everyone's attention, their eyes flickering with suspicion. He casually said, "Carry on, pretend I'm not here. I'm just an outsider." Lu Banyan shot him a glare, while Lu Banu cheerfully stood up and pulled him to sit down, saying, "Darling." Lin Hao wrapped his arm around Lu Banu's slender waist and praised, "Good girl, you're the cutest." Lu Banu giggled, "I'm the cute one and my sister is the capable one, right?" "Good." Lin Hao nodded approvingly, though he thought to himself that cuteness and capability weren't mutually exclusive. But with so many outsiders present, he didn't want to make crude jokes about his women. Lu Banyan continued the earlier topic. "Let's keep talking about the shelter. We're all in Gue City for work, travel, or other reasons, strangers in a strange place. To survive, we need to unite." As Lu Banyan spoke eloquently, Lin Hao silently gave her a thumbs up. Compared to her sister Lu Banu's cuteness, Lu Banyan was indeed more capable. The fact that Lu Banyan had thought of establishing a shelter to build power showed that this woman was ambitious and competent. Lin Hao wasn't worried about her ambition. On the contrary, he admired it. With the system guaranteeing eternal loyalty, there was nothing to fear. Lin Hao surveyed the dozen or so people present. They all seemed relatively sharp, likely the core team Lu Banyan had scouted. Unfortunately, none were particularly beautiful women, so Lin Hao pulled out his phone. With time to kill, he continued browsing online for new girlfriends. The video he had posted in the evening was a massive hit. Over 1 million likes and tens of millions of views with comments full of envy and jealousy. There were also plenty of photos from beautiful women. Lin Hao picked out the ones he fancied and started private chats, which prompted Lu Banu beside him to pinch his waist in annoyance. Jealousy is human nature. Women get jealous, and so do men. No one wants their partner to have wandering eyes while already having someone. Lin Hao took the time to pinch Lu Banu's waist in return. Besides, with Lu Banyan holding a meeting with so many people, it wasn't convenient to soothe Lu Banu. Even if it were convenient, actions speak louder than words. Playing and teasing with Lu Banu was far more effective than trying to coax her with endless talk. Sure enough, Lu Banu's face flushed, and her body grew hot from Lin Hao's pinches. If not for the crowd, she would have thrown herself into his arms. Lu Banu was quite a tease. Every time Lin Hao opened a photo of a beautiful woman, she would mutter beside him, calling them ugly or accusing them of using filters. That night, there wasn't a single stunning beauty that satisfied Lin Hao. Perhaps Lu Banu's curses had worked, or maybe he had used up all his luck the previous night. Lin Hao gave Lu Banu a flick on the forehead. "Stop your chanting of it's giving me a headache." Lu Banu giggled. "We'll keep chanting, ooh, I won't let you have your way." Lin Hao considered dragging Lu Banu into the room to settle things, but he wasn't in the mood, so he let it go. He had only just finished a workout with Yang Yi an hour ago, so he was still relatively relaxed. Later he had to visit Yin Yutong as he had promised her this morning. So Lin Hao temporarily spared Lu Banu and continued searching for beautiful women online. This went on until Lu Banyan finished her discussion with the group and the dozen attendees left. Still unsuccessful, Lin Hao put down his phone. Tonight wasn't a good night for finding a girlfriend. He decided to have some fun with Lu Banu instead. A gentleman uses words, not hands, but Lin Hao was no gentleman, so he used both. Seeing Lin Hao and Lu Banu getting cozy on the sofa, Lu Banyan blushed and complained, "Can't you two go to the bedroom for that?" Lin Hao released Lu Banu and called out, "Come sit. I have something to discuss with you." Lu Banyan rolled her eyes and moved to sit on the sofa opposite them. Lin Hao teased, "You're my girlfriend too. Why sit so far away?" Lu Banyan rolled her eyes again. "I want to stay away from the heartbreaker." Lu Banu got jealous, and so did Lu Banyan. You can't blame women for being petty. Men are the same. What man would want to see his woman getting intimate with his buddy? Even the closest of brothers, those who share everything, wouldn't tolerate it. Lin Hao didn't argue with Lu Banyan. He simply stood up and dealt with her directly. Using the same mix of words and actions, he had Lu Banyan completely flustered. After settling Lu Banyan, Lin Hao got down to business. "It's just the two of you here, and you're outnumbered. You don't have enough people to control Gue City. From now on, bring back any stunning woman you come across. It'll enhance their strength and have them help you build your power. More people make it easier to get things done." Lin Hao directed this mainly at Lu Banyan. It was clear this woman was very ambitious. He wasn't worried about her ambition. Ambition fuels the drive to achieve great things. Unlike Lu Banu, who with her personality was better suited to being a gentle little woman than pursuing a career, Lu Banu exploded. "You big jerk. You want us to find beautiful women for you. Dream on." Lin Hao chuckled. "Don't be so narrow-minded. Open your perspective. If there are more women here, I'll come visit you more often, won't I?" Lu Banu looked thoughtful. "That does make sense. But what if you come and don't spend time with us, but with other women?" Lin Hao vowed solemnly, "They'll definitely spend time with you. You're so cute. You're my favorite. You have to trust me." Lu Banu nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. "Okay, leave it to me. From now on, I'll bring back any stunning woman I see." Lu Banyan said exasperatedly. "You believe everything he says. One day he'll sell you off, and you'll still be counting the money for him." Lu Banu giggled. "Don't worry, sis. He won't sell me. I'm so cute, he'd never bear to part with me." Lin Hao smiled and nodded. "Exactly. I'd never sell you. If anything, I'd sell your sister." After concluding the serious matters, Lin Hao took out several vials of potions and distributed them to Lu Banyan, and Lu Banyan further enhancing their abilities. Lu Banu excitedly unleashed the newly learned lightning spell at an empty space in the living room, resulting in a series of crackling sounds. The lights in the presidential suite suddenly blazed on, then instantly went out, yet Lin Hao and the sisters were not plunged into darkness. Besides, the emergency lights flickering on the carpet also caught fire. Lin Hao quickly conjured a barrel of bottled water to extinguish the flames. Lu Banyan helplessly flicked her sister on the forehead. "I really can't with you. Can't you use your head?" Lu Banu grinned and retorted defensively, "Sis, you can't blame me. How was I supposed to know the lightning spell would be this powerful?" Lu Banyan, exasperated, flicked her forehead again. "Not your fault. Then it's your boyfriend's fault for teaching you the lightning spell, right?" Lu Banu, still grinning, mischievously joked. "Can't blame my boyfriend. You should blame your boyfriend instead." Lu Banyan, at a loss with her whimsical sister, could only say resignedly, "Fine, it's my fault, okay." Lin Hao chuckled. "No big deal. Have those people find an electrician to take a look. They'll take my leave now." He left the mess for the sisters to clean up. It wasn't a major issue. He teleported to Chun Yajun's side. Convincing the obstinate Lu Banu to help find girlfriends for him was the key. Lu Banyan didn't need persuading. Because Lu Banu had no ambition while Lu Banyan did. Ambitious people don't act capriciously, they rationally seek the best solutions. Even if Lu Banyan felt uneasy inside, she would convince herself that finding women for Lin Hao was akin to finding allies for herself. Lin Hao believed Lu Banyan could grasp such simple logic. If she wanted to build a career relying on her sister alone wouldn't work. Lu Banu wasn't cut out for it, and Lu Banyan couldn't achieve anything single-handedly. How could she succeed without finding additional help? Seeing Lin Hao appear, Chen Yalan immediately felt uneasy. In the bathroom earlier he had seen everything. Lin Hao acted as if nothing had happened, taking out several vials of potions for Chen Yajun to boost her strength first. Noticing Chen Yalan's envious look, Lin Hao asked knowingly, "You want to become stronger like Yajun too, don't you?" Chen Yalan hesitated and said, "Forget it. These potions that enhance strength must be very precious, right? If she could, who wouldn't want to increase their power?" The world outside was dangerous, and every bit of strength meant more safety. But Chen Yalan felt too embarrassed to bring it up herself. Potions that could instantly boost abilities couldn't be ordinary items, could they? Lin Hao casually fabricated, "It's not about preciousness, the issue is that my potions can only be used by my girlfriends." Although Lin Hao was willing to take care of Chen Yalan, he didn't want to be a stepping stone for others, so he hoped to add a buff to her. No matter how close Lin Hao was with his childhood friend, that bond was between the two of them. Chen Yalan was merely the wife of that friend. Different circumstances entirely. If the friend were still alive it would be one matter, but now that he was gone it was another. Lin Hao had no intention of being a fool. Upon hearing that the potions were only for his girlfriends, Chen Yalan hurriedly said, "You don't have to give me any." Chen Yajun's eyes widened. "Oh my god, you're not even sparing Yalan. You're after everyone." Lin Hao retorted, "Don't make a fuss. I'm just stating a fact." Chen Yajun asked, puzzled, "Didn't you conjure those potions yourself? Why are there restrictions on their use?" Lin Hao sneered, "Use your brain, won't you? Think about why only I can produce those potions." Chen Yajun grew even more confused. "Yeah, why is that? Why only you? Why do only you have abilities?" She hadn't seen anyone else with powers online. It seemed Lin Hao was the only one, which was quite strange. Was it because Lin Hao had awakened exceptionally early and others hadn't yet, or was there some other reason? Lin Hao couldn't be bothered to fabricate an excuse, and simply didn't answer. "Don't be so nosy. I can't tell you yet." Then he said to Chen Yalan, "Actually there's a workaround, but I'm not sure if you'd accept it." Chen Yalan vaguely guessed his plan and hastily said, "How about we talk about it another time? Let me think it over." The workaround was undoubtedly becoming his girlfriend, whether genuinely or just a name, which made her quite embarrassed. Lin Hao nodded. "All right, take your time to consider. I have things to attend to. They'll come back to see you later." With that, Lin Hao left a pile of food and water before teleporting to Yan Yutong's side. He had promised to stay with her tonight. As for Chen Yalan, letting her mullet over for a few days was fine. Lin Hao wasn't in a hurry. With Chen Yajun around, her safety was assured. Having acquired so many girlfriends in just 2 days, Lin Hao was quite busy and couldn't spare much time here. Yan Yutong was leaning against the headboard looking at her phone. When she saw Lin Hao appear, she flashed a sweet smile. "You're here." Lin Hao lifted the blanket, slipped into the bed, and lay down beside her, saying lazily, "Did you miss me?" "I did," Yan Yutong replied sweetly, putting down her phone. "I thought you weren't coming." Lin Hao pulled her into his left arm while his right hand naturally slipped into her silk nightgown. "I always keep my word." Yan Yutong's body stiffened at his touch, and she blushed. "Can you turn off the light?" Lin Hao smirked mischievously. "No need. It's fine with the lights on. We don't have to pay the electricity bill anyway." Yan Yutong thought to herself, "Is this about the electricity bill?" But her lips were already sealed by Lin Hao's, and she couldn't speak. Although Lin Hao had claimed the first kill of several girlfriends in just 1 day, he was still full of vigor. Youthful energy was indeed a boon, and with his enhanced physical attributes, Lin Hao was bursting with vitality. An hour later, Lin Hao and Yan Yutong embraced each other, entering a period of calm, savoring the serene warmth after the storm. After chatting with Yan Yutong for a while, Lin Hao said, "I should go. They'll come back to keep you company another time." At dinner, he had told Ming Zan to come to the master bedroom tonight, but it was already late, and it was about time to head back. However, Yan Yutong held him tight, refusing to let go. "Stay with me, please. I'm so lonely by myself." Despite her elegant and serene exterior, she was actually quite clingy, wanting only to stick to Lin Hao, who gave her a sense of security. Lin Hao's heart softened, and he readily agreed. "No problem. He'll stay here with you tonight." Thus plans changed. Tonight he would stay here and stand Ming Zan up this once. He would experience Ming Zan's bold and daring nature. Another day out tonight, he would savor Yan Yutong's tender affection. Yan Yutong beamed with joy, eagerly wrapping her arms around Lin Hao's neck and planting a passionate kiss on him. The apocalypse had come, and her family was gone. She was indeed lonely, in need of companionship and solace. Another hour passed, and Yan Yutong, thoroughly contented, drifted into a sweet slumber. Having barely slept the previous night, she could finally enjoy a restful sleep tonight. With her stress fully released, and Lin Hao by her side, she fell asleep the moment she closed her eyes. Lin Hao, however, was not yet sleepy. He took out his phone and continued searching for girlfriends online. Without human maintenance, the power grid and internet would likely not last much longer. Lin Hao wanted to make use of the remaining network to find as many girlfriends as possible. At the dawn of the apocalypse, beautiful women were easier to collect. It would become much harder later on. As time passed, the surviving top-tier beauties might lose their lives, be snatched up by other men first, or even be defiled by many. In short, the further along it went, the greater the difficulty, and the slimmer the chances of collecting exceptional beauties. Therefore, Lin Hao had to find as many girlfriends as early as possible, gathering top-tier beauties from all over the country. The more girlfriends he had, the more helpers he would have to unlock supplies by killing zombies, and the faster his strength would grow. Even more remarkably, he could use his partner teleportation ability to travel nationwide, making it easier to collect more exceptional beauties. This was why Lin Hao did not gather all his girlfriends in one place. Having girlfriends scattered across the country provided him with many conveniences. They not only facilitated his collection of top-tier beauties, but also served as crucial anchor points, allowing him to teleport thousands of miles away when danger struck. After chatting with a few women who seemed like exceptional beauties, Lin Hao put on his Bluetooth earphones and began video verification. The first to be verified was a beauty from Chuancheng named Tao Yingxin. She was petite with an incredibly charming face. Claiming to be 18, she had become a game streamer after failing the college entrance exams a few months prior, mainly making a living by taking on substitute gaming orders. This Sichuan girl immediately let out a bold remark, "Handsome, have you just finished busy with some woman?" Tao Yingxin's question was understandable. Lin Hao had not contacted her for over 2 hours. Now shirtless and leaning against the headboard, anyone seeing him would naturally assume there was a woman by his side. Lin Hao made no attempt to hide it, and said frankly, "I have many girlfriends. Are you still willing to be my girlfriend?" Tao Yingxin replied directly, "As long as you teach me the lightning ability, I'm willing to be your girlfriend." She had posted her photo in the comments section precisely because she had seen the video of those beautiful women crackling with lightning. If she could learn such a cool ability, being Lin Hao's girlfriend was acceptable. He seemed decent looking enough. Lin Hao chuckled and said, "As long as you're my girlfriend, I'll give you anything, not just the lightning ability." This left Tao Yingxin with no doubts, and she agreed readily. "All right, then I'll be your girlfriend." Congratulations, host. The partner relationship with Tao Yingxin has been confirmed. The trait of eternal loyalty is now active. Done. The next moment, Lin Hao, clad only in his underwear, appeared before Tao Yingxin. The young girl, leaning against the headboard with her phone, let out a scream. "Ah!" A woman's urgent voice came from outside the door. "Xiaoxin, what's wrong?" Then came the sound of the door lock turning. Lin Hao muttered a curse under his breath and quickly made his escape. Just as he returned to Yan Yutong's side, Tao Yingxin's door swung open. A beautiful woman with features somewhat resembling Tao Yingxin's appeared at the entrance. Her name was Tao Ruimei, the closest person to Tao Yingxin. In her youth, she had been deceived by a scoundrel and had never sought another man since. Knowing that Tao Ruimei harbored a dislike for men, Tao Yingxin quickly made up an excuse. "It's nothing. I was just scared by the monsters in the video." Tao Ruimei breathed a sigh of relief and scolded her gently, "Don't startle me like that. You scare me too. Let's sleep together tonight." With that, she entered her daughter's room and closed the door. With zombies and various monsters outside, she was also quite frightened. Tao Yingxin had no choice but to secretly message Lin Hao, "It's not convenient here. Don't come over tonight." Lin Hao thought to himself, like mother, like daughter. Sleeping all three together would be nice, but he didn't act on it. He then proceeded with video verification for the next target. This time it was a beauty from Yinxing named Ning Zi. As the video connected, Lin Hao's first impression was that this woman was no ordinary person. She was likely from the Celestial Palace. That aura of superiority, as if she disdained to look down on you, could not be faked by just anyone. Lin Hao felt a surge of conqueror's desire. "Beauty, are you willing to be my girlfriend?" Ning Zi replied coolly, "Yes, I am willing to be your girlfriend." Congratulations, host. The partner relationship with Ning Zi has been confirmed. The trait of eternal loyalty is now active. Done. They'll find time to come see you later. Goodbye. With that, Lin Hao ended the video call and moved on to the next. Ning Zi was stunned. Was he just hanging up like that? Having obtained a girlfriend like her, he wouldn't even spare a few more words. Ning Zi had truly never expected Lin Hao to treat her so indifferently. Her grandfather was a big shot. Her parents were high-ranking officials. She was a third-generation Celestial Palace airborne with a silver spoon. If not for her grandfather's insistence that she contact Lin Hao, she would never have posted her photo in the comments. From childhood to adulthood, she had been showered with adoration and accustomed to others' humility and flattery. Lin Hao had no interest in showing Ning Zi any humility or flattery. He had neither the time nor the inclination. When someone from the Celestial Palace condescended to approach him, they surely had ulterior motives. He decided to leave Ning Zi on hold for now. Lin Hao moved on to the next, and then the next. Perhaps his luck had run out after encountering 2 exceptional beauties in a row. The following dozen or so women were all unremarkable, none capable of stirring Lin Hao's interest. He gave up, put down his phone, and embraced Yan Yutong as he drifted off to sleep. When he awoke, the sky was barely light, and Yin Yutong had already woken up before him. Seeing him open his eyes, Yin Yutong flashed a sweet smile awake. Lin Hao stretched lazily and gave her a thumbs up. Your smile is so sweet. Yin Yutong, tilting her head to look at him, happily nestled into his arms. You're so handsome. Lin Hao stroked her silky hair. You must be lonely all by yourself. Do you know any big beauties? Yin Yutong gently tapped him. Didn't you already find me so many sisters? I saw the videos you posted. Lin Hao smiled and said, that's different. The ones I find are mine, and the ones you find are yours. Two different things. Yin Yutong was puzzled. What's the difference? Aren't they all your women? Lin Hao teased. The women you find can live with you and keep you company. Can't you figure that out? Yin Yutong finally understood. Oh, so that's what you meant. I thought you were going to take them away. Lin Hao smiled and said, I don't need to take them away. It's fine to leave them with you for company. Yin Yutong thought for a moment. I have a college alumni who also streams. She's a dance streamer, very beautiful, but she's in Haiching. Lin Hao's interest was piqued at the mention of a dance streamer. Haiching is no problem. You know I have spatial teleportation abilities. Is she still alive? Yin Yutong nodded. Yes, I contacted her yesterday. Should I ask her later? Lin Hao gave her a thumbs up. Awesome. You're the most sensible one among my girlfriends. Yin Yutong pouted playfully. You can't forget the old when you have the new. Lin Hao slipped his hand into her pajamas. Don't worry. I like new things, but never abandon the old. Yin Yutong's body temperature instantly rose, and she squirmed restlessly in his arms. Lin Hao had to admit this woman was truly sensitive. Any small spark could ignite her. After bidding farewell to Yin Yutong, Lin Hao teleported to Meng Xian's side. The zombies were growing stronger, and mutated animals would undoubtedly follow suit, filling him with a heightened sense of urgency. Now was not the time to rest. He could only afford to relax when survival was no longer a concern. The presidential suite, aside from the master bedroom, boasted 3 additional bedrooms. There were a secondary bedroom, a servant's room, and a bodyguard's room. Lin Hao refrained from dictating how the women should arrange their accommodations, allowing them to organize freely. Meng Xian had stayed in the master bedroom last night, having been summoned there by Lin Hao. Yet she waited all night, and he never appeared. By now Meng Xian was awake, leaning against the headboard while playing on her phone. Her small face was set in a pout, exuding an air of a disgruntled wife. When she saw Lin Hao enter, her anger flared. You stood me up. Lin Hao shamelessly replied. I was very busy last night handling many matters. They'll make it up to you next time. Meng Xian retorted irritably. Do you think I don't know you? What could you possibly be busy with late at night? Lin Hao teased her with a mischievous grin. Being so young and already acting like a resentful wife isn't a good look. She pouted. Isn't it because of you? You need to take responsibility for me. Lin Hao was caught between laughter and exasperation. That does seem to make some sense. Fine. He would take responsibility for this woman. Fortunately, he was young and vigorous, and his physique had been enhanced. Taking care of his own woman posed no pressure for Lin Hao. An hour later, after washing up, Lin Hao and Meng Xian arrived in the living room. The other 5 women were already awake, chattering away. Lin Hao produced a variety of breakfast items so abundant it resembled a buffet. Each woman could choose according to her preference, enjoying a meal better than before the apocalypse. Meng Xian peeled 2 boiled eggs for Lin Hao. Eat up, you need the nourishment. Lin Hao chuckled helplessly. Isn't that a bit much? She insisted, stuffing the eggs into his mouth. It's very necessary. Fine. He would eat them. Lin Hao didn't dislike boiled eggs. Getting some protein was beneficial. After breakfast, Lin Hao led the 6 women out. It was time to work. Today they were heading to Handong University again, as Lin Hao planned to retrieve Bairohua. Along the way they would clear the remaining zombie-infested areas, never to return. The zombies along the 2 routes from the hotel to the school had already been cleared yesterday. They only needed to watch out for mutated animals firing a burst into any greenbelt they encountered. Thus Lin Hao's group advanced swiftly, reaching the school in just over 10 minutes. Then they fought their way to the staff residential area, 7 guns blazing with full firepower. The staff apartment buildings were mostly in the style of 1990s unit blocks. Each building 7 stories high was divided into 2 or 3 units, with 1 staircase serving 2 households per floor. In such buildings there was no need to go upstairs to kill zombies in the corridors. The zombies would jump down on their own. Thus clearing them was swift, accomplished by simply walking around the building. The only exception was the single staff dormitory, which had a layout similar to student dorms. However, the single staff dormitory housed only 1 person, while student dorms accommodated 4. Lin Hao located the staff dormitory, went upstairs to Bairohua's room, and knocked on the door. The door opened, revealing Bairohua's complex gaze fixed on Lin Hao and the beauties behind him. In truth, before they even arrived, she had heard the commotion and seen them through the window. A doctor of philosophy, once destined for a bright future, now reduced to such circumstances. Bairohua felt in overwhelming despair. If Lin Hao had only her as a girlfriend, she might have felt better, but he already had 6 stunning women by his side. It had only been 3 days since the apocalypse began, and he already had so many women. By the 30th day, who knew how many he would have? Yet being Lin Hao's girlfriend was the best option. Bairohua could find, as she could think of no better answer. Lin Hao smiled warmly. Let's go, teacher. Bye. You agreed to be my girlfriend. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Bai Ruahua had no intention of backing out and replied helplessly, no problem. I won't break my word. Congratulations, host. The bond with Bai Ruahua as a partner is confirmed. The trait of eternal loyalty is now active. Done. The most beautiful female teacher at Han University was secured. Lin Hao was in high spirits as he led Bai Ruahua away, continuing to eliminate zombies. He gave her attribute potions and the lightning spell, personally teaching her how to use a gun to increase their firepower. The group charged toward the public teaching building where the zombies were densely packed. It was even more crowded than the dorms. While survivors remained in the dorms, there were almost none here. Only a few exceptionally lucky individuals had managed to hide in empty classrooms and survive. Lin Hao's heart grew heavy as he killed. These zombies had been living people just 3 days ago. Suddenly, a zombie burst out of the teaching building's main entrance at incredible speed. Its velocity was nearly on par with the mutated pit bull from yesterday, an evolved zombie. With his formidable strength, Lin Hao remained unfazed at the sight of this creature. If it came to a race, he would surely outrun it. His agility attribute was at tier 2, while this zombie was probably only tier 1. Still encountering an evolved zombie, so soon caught Lin Hao slightly off guard. He decisively used the lightning spell, paralyzing the zombie for a moment. As a result, it tumbled forward due to its momentum. The other women followed suit, unleashing a barrage of lightning. Without needing Lin Hao's explicit command, they knew to focus their fire on this zombie. Enduring the combined assault of lightning and bullets, the zombie couldn't even stand. After several dozen seconds, its head exploded, unlocking a new resource for Lin Hao. Bai Ruahua and Yang Yi, who hadn't witnessed the pit bull from yesterday, paled. Even with lightning strikes and 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle fire, it took such a long time to kill. Ordinary people facing such a zombie would have no chance to fight or flee. Only death awaited. Bai Ruahua suddenly felt that staying with Lin Hao was good. At least her chances of survival were greater. Yang Yi shared a similar sentiment. Without Lin Hao, she couldn't even handle ordinary zombies. Lin Hao approached the zombie's corpse, filming up close and observing. Unlike the decayed state of ordinary zombies, this corpse appeared remarkably close to a normal human. This seemed to be the form of an evolved zombie, and stronger ones would undoubtedly appear in the future. Yang Yi, who had been cramming knowledge about zombies, asked, "Is this a zombie king?" Lin Hao shook his head. "This probably doesn't count. At best, it's a zombie general. There will certainly be more powerful ones later." Given the rate of zombie evolution, encountering stronger variants was inevitable unless all zombies were eradicated now. But that was impossible. Lin Hao secretly felt grateful that he had the system, otherwise he truly didn't know how he would survive. Yang Yi sympathized with other survivors. In that case, how should ordinary people deal with a corpse king? Lin Hao casually replied, "Ordinary people can only hide, but it might take anti-material weapons to handle a corpse king. Even the zombie before them consumed so many bullets. If it evolved further, ordinary bullets would certainly be ineffective." Lin Hao hoped to unlock more powerful weapons and skills, and higher-grade attribute potions were also essential. So he didn't return to the hotel for lunch, instead leading the 7 women to clear out most of the zombies in the school. By evening, it was time to head back to the hotel, but unfortunately today didn't seem like a good day. He hadn't unlocked anything good, though tens of thousands of supplies were unlocked, all ordinary items. Still, it was better than nothing. For instance, in terms of cuisine, Lin Hao could lay out dozens of tables without repeating a dish. Surprises came abruptly, often appearing when least expected. On the way back to the hotel, Lin Hao and the others killed dozens of giant rats, feasting on zombie corpses. Then the surprise arrived. "Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the tuned grade shift spell, unlimited quantity." Shift spell. Lin Hao immediately retrieved the potion and drank it. It was like the epiphany he had when drinking the lightning spell potion. Lin Hao's understanding of space achieved a qualitative breakthrough. The next moment, he appeared over 10 meters away. The tuned grade shift spell allowed instant movement to any point within a 20-meter radius. It could also leave a decoy at the original position for 2 seconds to confuse enemies. Lin Hao's heart stirred as he continuously activated the shift spell, leaving several decoys around him. Seeing this, the women were stunned. Even they couldn't tell which was real and which was fake. Unless touched by hand, the decoys could deceive the eyes, but were intangible, unable to fool touch. Yet in combat, if one had to touch to discern truth from falsehood, they would likely not know how they died. With this divine skill for both offense and defense, Lin Hao felt elated, his hope of surviving the apocalypse growing stronger. As usual, Lin Hao taught the 7 women to learn the shift spell. They excitedly teleported around, leaving decoys everywhere. Lin Hao reminded them, "Get familiar with it, but don't drain all your energy." The tuned grade shift spell consumed 20 energy points per use, twice that of the once-grade lightning spell. Lin Hao's energy was only 400 points, and the 7 women had the same, so they couldn't squander it. He noted that energy recovered at 4 points per minute, requiring 100 minutes to fully replenish. Therefore, until items for rapid energy recovery were unlocked, they must conserve energy, just in case. Bai Ruohua said, should we test how much energy we have and how many times we can use skills? Unlike Lin Hao, she didn't have a system with a clear attribute panel, so she suggested testing to understand. One had to admit the doctor was meticulous, liking to be thorough, a trait quite beneficial in the apocalypse. Clarifying doubts ensured they wouldn't exhaust energy too early when facing large hordes of powerful monsters. Lin Hao directly answered, you can use the shift spell 20 times consecutively or lightning 40 times, and energy recovers 1 per minute. Bai Ruohua looked at him in surprise. How do you know so precisely? Lin Hao casually said, there are things I can't tell you yet, maybe I will in the future. Meng Xian's heart stirred as she asked excitedly, you don't have a system, do you? She occasionally read web novels, so this possibility occurred to her. Lin Hao said impassively, and I've been reborn. Meng Xian grew more excited. Really? Tell me what will happen next. Lin Hao retorted with disdain, big chest no brain, we'll deal with you at the hotel. Meng Xian rolled her eyes. The guy was verbally reluctant, but physically eager, pretending to dislike what he actually loved. Lin Hao indeed enjoyed the suffocating feeling of burying himself in her embrace, and upon returning to the hotel, he pulled her into the master bedroom. The other 6 women felt a hint of envy, especially Sun Ermin and Inshu Hui, whom Lin Hao hadn't touched yet. Bai Ruohua hadn't been touched either, but she had only joined today while Sun Ermin and Inshu Hui had joined yesterday. Wasn't it said that men loved the new and loathed the old? Why did Lin Hao seem never tired of Meng Xian, always asking her to accompany him? Sun Ermin silently pondered. She felt it necessary to download some adult films, study them thoroughly, and accumulate skills. An hour later, after watching the dance of the White Rabbit, Lin Hao emerged from the master bedroom, with Meng Xian in his arms. All Lin Hao could say was that it was exhilarating, a dual pleasure of mind and body. Bai Ruohua and the others had already showered, and the 6 beauties in the living room were all fragrant. Lin Hao laid out a full table of delicacies with cases of fine wine on display for them to choose from. The women deeply felt the benefits of being with Lin Hao, even though they had been somewhat reluctant initially. But as time passed, they secretly praised themselves for making the wisest decision of their lives. After eating and drinking their fill, Lin Hao brought out 8 machetes. Everyone practiced with the blades. Guns will eventually be obsolete. Yesterday's mutated pit bull and today's advanced zombie had shown that guns were not omnipotent. If they encountered even more powerful mutated creatures whose skin bullets couldn't pierce, Lin Hao wouldn't be surprised. With his current attributes, the lethality of a single sword strike clearly surpassed that of ordinary bullets. Moreover, Lin Hao believed that in the future he should be able to unlock graded blades or swords. If he could unlock more powerful guns, that would be ideal. He disliked close combat. Undoubtedly, close combat was far riskier than ranged shooting. But one must prepare for the worst, so practicing swordsmanship in advance was certainly wise. Lin Hao and the 7 women had never practiced swordsmanship, so they could only download videos online and follow them. The sense of crisis was shared by all, and they trained diligently. After accompanying them for a while, Lin Hao teleported to Tao Yingxin's side. This petite Sichuan girl was talking in the living room with her equally petite companion Tao Ruimei. Lin Hao's sudden appearance undoubtedly startled Tao Ruimei, nearly scaring the soul out of her. Thinking it was a zombie sneaking into the house, silently, she frantically grabbed a kettle from the coffee table and threw it. Fortunately, Lin Hao reacted quickly. Not only did he avoid being hit by the kettle, but he caught it steadily and placed it back on the table. Tao Yingxin quickly reached out to pull Tao Ruimei. He's my friend, not a bad person. Hearing this, Tao Ruimei calmed down a bit, patted her ample chest, and let out a long breath. You scared me to death. Then Tao Ruimei looked up at Lin Hao, about to ask how he got in, but found him somewhat familiar. She asked in confusion, you are? Tao Yingxin introduced. His name is Lin Hao. There are many videos of him online. Tao Ruimei suddenly realized. So it's you. You're the Lin Hao who can make guns appear out of thin air. No wonder you looked so familiar. Lin Hao chuckled. Auntie, I'm Yingxin's boyfriend. Tao Ruimei was stunned, turning to Tao Yingxin. When did you two start dating? Although she harbored no fondness for men, she wouldn't oppose Tao Yingxin having such a formidable boyfriend. Tao Yingxin answered truthfully, just yesterday. We only confirmed our relationship. Hearing this, Tao Ruimei grew anxious. Only a day and you've already entered a relationship. Isn't that too rash? Lin Hao didn't bother debating the haste with his prospective mother-in-law. Instead, he laid out a vast array of supplies in the living room. Rice flour, vacuum-packed cured meat and sausages, fresh vegetables, fresh meat, bottled water, jugs of water. Gazing at the supplies piled across the floor, Tao Ruimei no longer thought Tao Yingxin had been rash. At least they wouldn't lack for food and drink from now on. Lin Hao then said, Annie, let me take care of you, and Yingxin from now on, all right? Tao Ruimei agreed with a smile, all right. It's Yingxin's fortune to have such a wonderful boyfriend. Tao Yingxin secretly rolled her eyes, silently mocking the woman's pragmatism. So much for not being rash now. Lin Hao chuckled. It's not just Yingxin's fortune, but mine as well. He then pulled out a handful of potions and handed them to Tao Yingxin. Drink these. Tao Ruimei quickly asked, what are these? Lin Hao smiled and said, Auntie, I wouldn't harm Yingxin. These are items to enhance her strength. Upon hearing this, Tao Yingxin eagerly drank the potions one after another, driven by a fervent desire for formidable power. She had agreed to be Lin Hao's girlfriend after seeing the video where those stunning women unleashed crackling bolts of lightning. Otherwise, knowing he already had so many women, why would she throw herself into the mix? What woman willingly becomes someone's mistress? After downing the potions and sensing her explosively enhanced physique, Tao Yingxin was ecstatic and prepared to unleash her skills. Lin Hao quickly warned, "Don't use lightning techniques indoors, or you'll short-circuit the house's wiring." When Lu Banu had used lightning techniques in the presidential suite, she had burned out the circuits. He wondered if she had found an electrician yet. Is that so? Tao Yingxin clicked her tongue. Without Lin Hao's reminder, she would have indeed used lightning techniques indoors. So she refrained from indoor lightning and instead practiced displacement, leaving behind one phantom after another. Tao Ruimei was dumbfounded. She knew Tao Yingxin intimately, yet now she couldn't tell which was real and which was fake. What stunned her even more came next. Tao Yingxin, having displaced to the balcony, unleashed bolts of lightning as thick as pencils. Seeing Tao Yingxin become so formidable in an instant, Tao Ruimei's mouth formed an A-shaped sight that stirred Lin Hao's fervor. At 18, Tao Ruimei had been deceived by a scoundrel and ended up pregnant. Though never married, she came from a well-off family and had never suffered much hardship. Working in the beauty industry to cater to wealthy wives, she had maintained herself well. At 36, she looked barely 26. If he hadn't known better, Lin Hao might have mistaken Tao Ruimei for the elder sister. In every aspect, this petite, voluptuous woman exuded even more charm. While Tao Yingxin frolicked on the balcony, Lin Hao asked Tao Ruimei, "Annie, would you like to become this powerful too?" Tao Ruimei's eyes lit up and she asked in surprise, "I can become that powerful too?" Lin Hao nodded with a smile. "Of course. Just say you're willing to be my girlfriend, and it'll make you as strong as Yingxin." Tao Ruimei frowned. "You're Yingxin's boyfriend. How can you make such an outrageous request?" Given that he had made Tao Yingxin so powerful and provided so many supplies, she held back her anger. Lin Hao coaxed, "Annie, just be my girlfriend in name. I won't touch you. You don't want to hold Yingxin back, do you?" If he could convince Tao Ruimei to become a system-recognized partner, granting her the trait of eternal loyalty, everything else would fall into place. Tao Ruimei hesitated. She truly didn't want to be a burden, and being his nominal girlfriend didn't seem entirely unacceptable. Running a beauty salon, Tao Ruimei wasn't rigid in her thinking. As a businesswoman, she was naturally quick to weigh pros and cons and soon made her decision. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Why must I be your nominal girlfriend? Do you have some peculiar fetish?" Lin Hao spun a half-truth. "What I conjure can only be used by my girlfriends. If I give it to others, they'll be struck by divine retribution." Tao Ruimei was skeptical but didn't press further, pursing her lips. "I can be your girlfriend, but let me be clear. You're not to touch me." Her reasoning was simple: gain power first. With strength, she wouldn't be a burden, and she simply wouldn't let him touch her. "Congratulations, host. Relationship with Tao Ruimei confirmed. Trait of eternal loyalty activated." "Done." Lin Hao was in high spirits and chuckled. "Don't worry, I won't touch you. I have plenty of girlfriends. I'm too busy to manage." Yet inexplicably, Tao Ruimei felt a pang of loss. "How many girlfriends do you have?" Why should she feel a sense of loss when it was better that he had no time for her? Lin Hao casually replied, "Over a dozen already, and there'll be more." With that, he handed a stack of potions to Tao Ruimei. "Drink them now." Tao Ruimei took the potions without hesitation and drank them one by one. Soon she too became excited, displacing to the balcony to use lightning techniques. Tao Yingxin asked joyfully, "So Lin Hao gave you potions too?" Tao Ruimei's expression was somewhat unnatural. "Yes, he did." Tao Yingxin didn't dwell on it, assuming it was a favor on her behalf. It was admittedly a beautiful misunderstanding. Lin Hao produced 2 Uzi submachine guns and called them inside. "They'll teach you how to use these." Both Tao Ruimei and Tao Yingxin were keenly interested. Any fool knew that in the apocalypse a gun was a life-saving treasure. After patiently teaching them how to handle the guns, Lin Hao teleported to Yin Yutong's side. Yin Yutong happily threw herself into Lin Hao's arms, beaming, "You're here." Embracing her soft, warm form lifted Lin Hao's spirits. "What about your schoolmate?" Yin Yutong said. She agreed. "Do you want to video call her?" Lin Hao nodded readily. "Sure. Send her a video, I'll have a word with her." With so many beauties, he was getting a bit overwhelmed, but that was fine. He could collect them gradually. While it was still relatively easy, he aimed to gather more girlfriends. It would only get harder as time went on. Yin Yutong took out her phone to video call her schoolmate, and casually introduced, "Her name is Chunin." As they waited, Lin Hao kept busy, causing her heart rate to skyrocket and her body temperature to rise sharply. Yin Yutong playfully pinched his mischievous hand as the video call connected. She was indeed a great beauty, her clear, sparkling eyes swaying before him, her lashes fluttering. Lin Hao wasted no time and cut straight to the chase. "Beautiful, no problem with you being my girlfriend, right?" Chunin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear to mask her awkwardness, striving to stay composed. "No problem. Yutong told me about it." "Congratulations, host. Relationship with Chun-in confirmed. The never betray trait has taken effect. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Hao felt delighted. He'll bring Yutong over to find you in a bit. With that, he ended the video, put down his phone, and decided to first have a sparring session with Yin Yutong before heading to Chun-in. An hour later, the contented pair relaxed both body and mind, savoring the tranquil warmth after the storm. Lin Hao said softly, "He'll take you to Haiching to Chun-in's place. You two can keep each other company, okay?" "Okay." Yin Yutong agreed, readily, feeling too lonely alone and welcoming the companionship. "Good girl." Lin Hao gave her a thumbs up, picked up Yin Yutong, and they took a shower together. Half an hour later, Lin Hao brought Yin Yutong to Chun-in's residence in Haiching. There was no need to keep Yin Yutong in Handong, so he decided to let her go to Haiching and develop alongside Chun-in. Chun-in was dressed in a deep purple gown that trailed to the floor, making her look as if she were born to dance gracefully. He would enjoy that sight during leisure time later. Lin Hao handed Chun-in a batch of potions to enhance her strength. He had already given the transposition potion to Yin Yutong, and this woman certainly couldn't be left out. After boosting Chun-in's abilities, Lin Hao gave her a Uzi submachine gun and had Yin Yutong teach her how to use it. He then lounged on the sofa with his phone, scouring the internet for girlfriends, targeting the attractive ones. It seemed the network was down in many places, as many of the messages Lin Hao sent went unanswered. Last night this hadn't been the case, most women had replied to his messages promptly. After all, it was the apocalypse. What else was there to do besides play with phones? Unless there was no power or network. After busying himself for about an hour and going through over a dozen unsatisfactory women, Lin Hao finally had some luck. Iru, a criminal investigation team leader at a police station in Wuching, had a tall, athletic figure that exuded a very dashing vibe. After a brief chat and a video call, Lin Hao was smitten at first sight and asked, "You're willing to be my girlfriend, right?" "I am." Iru agreed readily. Her conditions had been mentioned during their earlier text exchange, and Lin Hao had accepted them. Her conditions were simple. She wanted Lin Hao to help clear the zombies from Wuching, try to save as many survivors as possible, and restore social order. Killing zombies was something Lin Hao was happy to help with. He needed to kill them to unlock supplies anyway, and restoring social order was also straightforward. As long as he held absolute power, his words would carry weight, and no one would dare to cause trouble, so social order would naturally emerge. Congratulations, host. Relationship with Hiru confirmed. The never betray trait has taken effect. Done. Lin Hao chuckled. "He'll come find you right away." Hiru asked, "How long will it take?" Lin Hao simply replied, "He'll be there soon." He greeted Yin Yutong and Chun-in, then teleported to Hiru's side. Seeing that he had indeed arrived instantly, Hiru was astounded. "How did you get here?" Lin Hao casually said, "Teleportation, of course. I have a spatial teleportation skill." Hiru was even more astonished and delighted. "Can it teleport anywhere regardless of distance?" Lin Hao shook his head. "No, I can only teleport to my girlfriend's side regardless of distance." There was no need to hide this from his women, anyone who wasn't a fool could figure it out. Besides, he couldn't brag too much. If Hiru wanted to go somewhere specific, he would be caught out immediately. Hiru wasn't disappointed though, and remarked, "That's still incredibly impressive. You can travel all over the country." Lin Hao smiled and said, "My girlfriends aren't spread all over the country yet, so I still need to work on finding more." Hiru rolled her eyes as she had seen the videos he sent and knew he was surrounded by beauties. As long as he helped clear the zombies in Wuching and save more survivors, she had no problem with him finding as many girlfriends as he wanted. Lin Hao was equally straightforward. He took out a batch of potions and gave them to the woman along with a gun, and 416 Hong Kong dollars. This woman was easy to deal with. He didn't need to teach her how to use the gun, as she had professional firearms training. Hiru got straight to the point. She removed the magazines from the 416 Hong Kong dollars and inspected them, looking somewhat disappointed. "These are regular magazines, right?" What she wanted was a gun with unlimited ammunition. She already had guns, both pistols and rifles, but what she lacked was ammunition, as she had run out. Lin Hao said calmly, "Don't worry about what kind of magazine it is. The bullets won't run out, so just fire away without concern." He himself didn't understand the principle behind the system's unlimited ammunition guns, but the fact was that the bullets would never deplete. Hearing this, Hiru was skeptical, so she immediately opened the office window and fired a burst downward rat-a-tat-tat. The yard was filled with many zombies. People who had fled to the police station for refuge when the apocalypse first struck, only to turn into zombies themselves. There was no helping it. Many in the police station had become zombies too. Police officers were just as susceptible to turning as ordinary people. The influx of civilians caused the number of zombies to snowball rapidly, soon spiraling out of control. Even though the surviving officers had managed to open the armory, it was futile. They exhausted their ammunition without killing all the zombies. The intense gunfire only attracted more zombies from the surrounding areas, swarming in and worsening the situation. After firing several hundred rounds continuously, Hiru finally believed that the gun Lin Hao had given her had unlimited ammunition. Aiming at the dense horde of zombies in the yard, she unleashed a satisfying slaughter until the gun barrel changed color. This was a sign of overheating. She simply switched to another gun and controlled the firing rhythm to maintain sustained output. The gunfire not only madly attracted the zombies below, but also drove the ones in the corridor to frantically scratch at the door. Fortunately, Hiru had barricaded the door securely beforehand, making it impossible for the zombies to break in anytime soon. Looking at the surging sea of zombie heads below, Lin Hao also took out in 416 Hong Kong dollars and joined Hiru in killing the zombies. The two of them fought for a full 10+ minutes before wiping out the zombies below, unlocking thousands of supplies for Lin Hao. Congratulations, host. Unlocked 3 Retire Spike SR and a tank missile unlimited quantity. A great find. Curious, Lin Hao immediately materialized the Spike SR launcher. The Spike SR, a short-range variant of the Spike and a tank missile family, is a shoulder launch type. With a minimum range of 50 meters and a maximum range of 1.5 kilometers, Lin Hao deemed this range just right. After all, it wasn't meant for war, and anything further would be pointless. A range of 1.5 kilometers was more than sufficient. It could not only be used to attack armored targets, but also bunkers, concrete fortifications, and various other objectives. It was evidently also capable of engaging mutated creatures as long as one aimed at the creature and allowed the system to identify it. The target detection system would capture the target. Once locked, the missile could be launched. The system had unlocked the 3rd-tier Spike SR, which, like the 2 guns, boasted unlimited ammunition. Hiru asked curiously, "Is this an anti-tank missile or an anti-air missile?" This was beyond her expertise. A criminal investigation didn't cover anti-tank missiles. Lin Hao said, "It's the Spike anti-tank missile. Want one?" Hiru nodded eagerly, "Yes." "Can it wipe out hordes of zombies?" Lin Hao handed her an anti-tank missile. "Try it and find out." This shoulder-fired anti-tank missile wasn't overly complicated to operate. After all, it was just a man-portable weapon. After tinkering for a while, they learned the operation. Hiru suggested, "Let's try it upstairs." "All right," Lin Hao readily agreed. The floor was too low here, the rooftop would be better. He immediately raised his 416 Hong Kong dollars and unleashed a barrage at the door, first eliminating the zombies outside. This was to prevent them from swarming in. When the door opened, the howling indicated a large number of zombies in the corridor. Only when there was no more noise outside did Lin Hao and Hiru move the desk blocking the door and open it. The doorway was piled with the corpses of 20 or 30 zombies, some still not fully dead. Lin Hao administered finishing shots to each one. Lin Hao wrapped his arm around Hiru's waist, and with a shift of position, they leaped over the pile of corpses, appearing at the stairwell at the end of the corridor. Hiru blushed slightly, feeling a bit awkward. She had never been in a relationship, and this was the first time a man had held her waist. Lin Hao, however, didn't take the opportunity to feel her up. He planned to find time later to have his way with her completely. With 2 guns and 2 people, they quickly fought their way to the rooftop, clearing out the zombies in the corridors of each floor along the way. Lin Hao produced 2 anti-tank missiles, and he and Hiru each shouldered one, aiming at the main road below. Boom, boom. 2 loud explosions rang out in succession, blasting the vehicles on the road into pieces that flew in all directions. The power was indeed impressive, but it seemed of little use against mutated creatures. This was because mutated creatures were incredibly fast, like the mutated pit bull they had encountered the previous evening. At its speed, covering 100 meters would take only 2 or 3 seconds, much faster than an ordinary person's running speed. Locking on and aiming required time. By the time the anti-tank missile was launched, the creature would already be upon them. However, it wasn't entirely accurate to say the anti-tank missile was completely useless. It still had some effect. The commotion caused by the missile explosions attracted surrounding zombies to the blast site, where they surged forward relentlessly. Subsequent missile launches could not only eliminate large numbers of zombies, but also continue to draw them together. It was a highly safe and efficient method of zombie elimination. Lin Hao indulged himself, killing a considerable number of zombies. Only when the survivors from the police station emerged from their various offices and followed the sound to the rooftop did Lin Hao decide to leave. Unwilling to get entangled with them, and seeing no attractive women, he bid Hiru farewell and departed. The next moment, Lin Hao appeared beside Lu Banyan, who was in the bedroom playfully roughhousing with her younger sister. It was evident that Lu Banu was pestering her sister, who wore an expression of disgust mixed with helplessness. Seeing Lin Hao appear, Lu Banu happily bounced up and threw herself into his arms. "You're here." Lin Hao gave her a kiss and asked with a chuckle, "Did you miss me?" Lu Banu giggled and nodded. "Yes, so much. Sister is so boring, you're much more fun." Lin Hao smirked mischievously. "You're fun too. Want to do something even more fun with me?" Guessing his intentions, she nodded with a coquettish air. "Let's go to my room so sister won't see." Lu Banyan spat. "I don't want to watch anyway. You two go, don't be an eyesore here." After claiming Lu Banu's first time, Lin Hao fell asleep with her in his arms, sleeping until he naturally awoke. Lin Hao stretched comfortably. It was just dawn. Waking early and sleeping early left him feeling refreshed. It seemed the apocalypse wasn't so bad. No alarms, no academic pressure. With over a dozen stunning beauties by his side, Lin Hao was quite satisfied with his current life. If not for the apocalypse, he probably wouldn't have had a chance with any of these exquisite women. The morning hours are the best for planning the day. Upon waking, there was no question about it. A morning workout was in order. After the workout, Lin Hao and Lu Banu took a shower. He left breakfast for her and then departed. Subsequently, Lin Hao went to Bai Ruohua, curious to see if she was still asleep. If she had been sleeping, he would have certainly taken liberties, but she was already up. The other 6 women were also in the living room, so he brought out a hearty breakfast, and they all ate together. Meng Jian started her sarcasm again. Where were you gallivanting last night? Didn't come back all night. Lin Hao retorted with disdain. You really don't know your place. Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? Meng Jian rolled her eyes. You're such a player. Aren't you afraid we 7 sisters will tie you up and sell you? Lin Hao chuckled. Would you be willing to sell me? Even if you were teacher Bai and the others wouldn't agree. Bai Ruohua, caught in the crossfire, hastily tried to distance herself. Do whatever you like, I'm not getting involved. Lin Hao said boldly. You can't just opt out, teacher Bai. Tonight you're coming to the master bedroom. Bai Ruohua was mortified and simply pretended not to hear. This guy had such thick skin talking about such things in public. Lin Hao, of course, didn't care. All the women present were his girlfriends, so why shouldn't he say it? Seeing Bai Ruohua's extremely awkward demeanor, Lin Hao thought to himself, it seems teacher Bai is still an old maid. That was just fine. Although Lin Hao wouldn't mind being a chow chow, he preferred pure girls. After the jokes, Lin Hao got down to business. Today you girls team up and kill zombies in the vicinity. Don't go off alone. Gan Shuiyao quickly asked, you're not coming with us? Lin Hao shook his head. I have other things to take care of today. Gan Shuiyao was instantly downcast. I feel so insecure without you by my side. Lin Hao encouraged her. Trust in your own abilities. Be careful and nothing will happen. All the women possessed the same strength as him. Together the 7 of them would certainly be safe. There shouldn't be any mutated creatures in the city that they couldn't handle. Having them team up would be excellent training for them. Lin Hao had to make arrangements nationwide. He couldn't be with them every moment. Even if danger arose, they had to learn to face it in order to grow. After breakfast, Lin Hao approached Hiru only to find her still fast asleep. Yet she was alert. The moment he appeared, her eyes flew open. Seeing it was him, Hiru relaxed and asked lazily, what time is it? Almost 8. Lin Hao inquired casually, did you sleep late? Hiru stretched her limbs. I didn't get to bed until after 4 in the morning. Lin Hao teased, what kept you so busy? Hiru explained, I organized the surviving officers from the police station and cleared out a nearby wholesale market. She then added, could you give me more guns? With just 1, clearing zombies is too slow. Lin Hao shook his head. You want to give them to your colleagues, right? I can't allow that, it would compromise your safety. Hiru was taken aback. It should be fine, shouldn't it? They're my colleagues, not enemies. Besides, with so many zombies, how long will it take me with just 1 gun? Lin Hao leaned against the headboard lying down beside her and pulled her into his arms. Hearts can change. I only trust my woman. You can find more beauties as stunning as yourself, and he'll give them guns. Give them anything. Held in the embrace of a man, nearly 10 years her junior, Hiru felt a slight unease, but remembering she was his girlfriend, she nestled closer. How many women do you have? Lin Hao answered honestly, 12 or so for now, but in Wuching only you. Hiru scoffed, can you handle them all? Lin Hao chuckled, it's manageable. Taking it slow, at least I won't neglect you. Hiru blushed. It's fine if you neglect me, my mind isn't on such things. Lin Hao gently caressed her fair and delicate face. How could it be fine? Don't put too much pressure on yourself. All we can do is do our best and leave the rest to fate. Hiru said, but you have the power to save more survivors, don't you? If only you'd give out guns. Lin Hao fabricated a lie. I can indeed conjure guns out of thin air, but it requires energy. You saw the video of me using a shot put to smash zombies, right? I had to kill so many zombies to accumulate the energy to create a gun. Hiru was astonished. Is that so? Lin Hao continued his deception. Creating physique-enhancing potions requires even more energy. The key is that only zombies killed by me or my women provide energy. Think about it, can I waste precious energy on giving guns to others? Hiru didn't doubt his words, understanding dawned on her. So that's why you have so many women. Having never read web novels, she had no concept of supernatural things like systems. Thus she believed his lie and accepted his behavior of having over 12 women. Lin Hao's hand gradually moved downward past her collarbone, continuing its descent. Exactly. If you want to clear Wuching of zombies faster, find a few more stunning beauties and it'll enhance their strength. A blush crept onto Hiru's face as she grabbed his mischievous hand. Do they have to be very beautiful? What about ordinary-looking single women? Lin Hao shook his head. No. Energy is limited. Ooh, I can't waste it on average women. Hiru rolled her eyes. You're such a lecher. Lin Hao applied a bit more pressure with his hand, moving further down. Yes, I am. I lust after beauty, beauty like yours. Hiru shuddered and said hastily, I'm not feeling well right now. Can we wait a few days? Lin Hao had no habit of crossing that line during such times and readily agreed. Fine, we'll wait until you're more comfortable. Women had their inconvenient days each month, he understood, and said nothing more. Hiru sighed in relief, struggled to sit up, fearing she'd lose all focus for the day if they continued. Lin Hao chuckled and praised, "What an amazing figure. It makes my mouth water just looking at you." Hiru feigned anger. "Stop looking. Close your eyes right now." Lin Hao scoffed, "How coy. You've let me touch, but not look." Hiru was mortified and quickly grabbed her clothes to put them on lest the man lose control. Lin Hao of course wouldn't lose control. Even if he did, he had plenty of other women. Once Hiru had washed up, Lin Hao gave her breakfast to fill her stomach. She was quite pleased. "Judging by your attitude, are you going to accompany me today?" Lin Hao teased. "You're all alone, and such a saint I don't feel at ease." Hiru rolled her eyes. "Where am I a saint?" Lin Hao laughed. "You're a saint through and through. What are your plans for today?" Hiru shook her head. "No specific plan. Just clear nearby zombies and rescue survivors." Lin Hao nodded. "And keep an eye out for any beautiful survivors." Hiru couldn't be bothered to critique his womanizing ways and focused on her breakfast. After eating, she led Lin Hao to a mall near the hotel. After clearing the wholesale market of zombies early that morning, she had found a nearby hotel to stay in. She had left the market to the surviving colleagues, giving them supplies to survive. Lin Hao and Hiru, two people with two guns, marched forward, turning every zombie they encountered into corpses. They didn't head straight for the mall. Along the way, they entered every commercial building or residential area to clear them out. As a result, after a busy day, night fell before Lin Hao, and Hiru even reached the mall. Lin Hao didn't mind if for him killing zombies was the same wherever he did it. He had no interest in the mall's goods as he already possessed nearly everything it offered. The system had unlocked tens of thousands of supplies covering all daily necessities. Lin Hao said to Hiru, "Let's stay in this neighborhood tonight. Gather the survivors and set up a shelter." Hiru readily agreed. "All right. The mall isn't far ahead. There should be plenty of supplies inside." Lin Hao handed her a bullhorn. "You handle the shelter yourself. I'm not interested in such things." Hiru took the bullhorn and rolled her eyes. "Are you in such a hurry to be with other women?" Lin Hao didn't deny it. "I have women in 5 cities. I can't neglect one for the other, can I? Hiru was at a loss for words and said sullenly, "Who knows when you'll find time to be with me again." She wasn't one to depend on others, but after a day with him, she found it comforting to be by his side. She didn't have to handle everything alone. Whatever she needed, he could produce instantly, and it gave her a strong sense of security. Lin Hao hugged her to offer comfort. "If you come across any top-tier beauties, recruit them to be your sisters." Hiru, who had been somewhat touched, was now so furious she wanted to spray him with bullets. How infuriating. Still, she grudgingly agreed. "They'll find a few ugly ones to be my sisters, just to spite you." Of course, it was just an angry remark. After all, since he already had so many women, it might be good to have some sisters by her side. Otherwise alone, and with him unable to stay with her every day, when would she ever finish clearing the city of zombies? After bidding farewell to Hiru, Lin Hao approached Chun Yajun, who was cooking dinner in the kitchen with Chun Yalan. The power and gas had been cut off, so they were using candles and a large propane tank. Lin Hao glanced at his phone. No signal, which explained why the female homeowner hadn't contacted him. She had mentioned introducing him to the daughter of a bureau chief. He wondered if she had managed it. He decided to visit her another time. It was dark now, and Lin Hao didn't feel like going to her place. When Chun Yalan saw Lin Hao, she nearly dropped the spatula, not from shock, but from fluster. The alternative method Lin Hao had suggested the night before remained unspoken, yet Chun Yalan could guess it. Combined with the moment when he had teleported in while she and Chun Yajun were bathing, leaving nothing to the imagination, the awkwardness was palpable. As the saying goes, if you're not embarrassed, it's the other person who is. Lin Hao remained unflustered, leaving Chun Yalan flustered. Chun Yajun said irritably, "You still have the nerve to come back. I thought you weren't returning." Lin Hao chuckled. "What do you mean by that? Aren't you my girlfriend? Have your wings hardened so much you don't need me to look after you?" Chun Yajun pouted. "You still remember I'm your girlfriend. You don't even care about me. I almost died yesterday." Lin Hao asked in surprise. "Almost died? No way. Are there really such ferocious monsters in our small county town?" Although Chun Yajun's strength was somewhat lacking, like not having learned the second-tier blink, she shouldn't have come close to dying, should she? Chun Yajun said, "It was a huge cobra thicker than my waist, and about 20 to 30 meters long, faster than me." Lin Hao was even more astonished. "Where did you encounter it? In the town, or did you go to the outskirts?" Chun Yajun replied, "It was on the outskirts. I wanted to check on my home." Lin Hao rubbed his forehead. "You're really bold to go to the outskirts. Don't go there again. There are so many wild animals, and some might have mutated into something extremely powerful." Chun Yajun nodded with lingering fear. I won't dare go again. Luckily, that cobra seemed wary of guns and didn't chase me." Chun Yalan interjected. "Yajun just wanted to see if anyone from home survived. Don't blame her." Lin Hao nodded. "I'm not blaming her. By the way, have you thought about what I asked you earlier?" Chun Yajun defended her cousin. "How can you be like this? Why do you have to pressure my cousin?" Lin Hao casually slapped her on a well-padded area. "Use your brain. I've made it clear enough." Chun Yajun immediately flailed, trying to retaliate. "You hit me, so I'll hit you too." But Lin Hao used blink to appear behind her and slapped her again. Chen Yajun struck at the afterimage in front of her, only realizing it was fake after her hand passed through. When she turned around, Lin Hao blinked behind her once more and delivered another slap. This time Chen Yajun gave up and complained pitifully, "You're biased. You won't teach me such a powerful skill." "Stop fooling around," Lin Hao said, handing her a potion. Of course he would give her such a life-saving divine skill. After drinking the potion and learning blink, Chen Yajun excitedly teleported around Lin Hao, seizing the chance to get back at him. After she slapped him a few times, Lin Hao's temper flared. He caught her at an opportune moment and carried her into the bedroom. Realizing what he intended, Chen Yajun panicked slightly. "Yalan is watching. Be careful." Hearing this, Chen Yalan quickly turned away, pretending not to notice, and continued her cooking. "I'm being very careful," Lin Hao said with a grin. It wasn't as if he was doing anything with Chen Yajun right in front of Chen Yalan. Anyone with a brain could guess what a couple might do behind closed doors. There was no need for pretense. The slightly plump beauty Chen Yajun offered Lin Hao a completely different sensation, an exceptionally delightful experience. Mo Mingxiang, Yin Yutong, and the others were all slender. Even Meng Jian, despite her generous curves, had a slim figure. An hour later, when Lin Hao emerged from the room with his arm around Chen Yajun, Chen Yalan had already prepared dinner. Although Lin Hao had access to various gourmet dishes unlocked by the system, occasionally enjoying a freshly cooked meal was still wonderful. After all, no matter how many dishes the system unlocked, it couldn't cover every culinary creation. The variety of dishes was truly vast. The Manchu Han Imperial Feast alone had 108 courses. Adding up all the cuisines from around the world, there must be at least 1,000,000 dishes. During the meal, Lin Hao asked Chen Yalan again, "Have you decided on that matter?" Chen Yajun's attitude had shifted, and she urged, "Sis, why don't you just agree?" Chen Yalan could guess the alternative Lin Hao had mentioned, and so could Chen Yajun. Lin Hao looked at her in surprise. "Well, that's new." Chen Yajun rolled her eyes at him. "Do you think I'm an unreasonable woman?" Lin Hao praised her with a chuckle. "You're the most reasonable person in the world." Chen Yajun lifted her chin proudly. "At least you have some taste." After her deep connection with Lin Hao, she truly realized how much a woman needed a man. It would be cruel to let her cousin remain widowed. It was better to let her become Lin Hao's girlfriend too. Not that Chen Yajun was exceptionally generous, but she knew Lin Hao had many other women. Better to benefit her cousin than a stranger. Sisters united are a formidable force. Besides, Chen Yajun had a good relationship with her cousin and wanted her to grow stronger and able to protect herself. Together they could also look out for each other, especially when Lin Hao wasn't around. Seeing her cousin still hesitating, Chen Yajun urged again, "Sis, just agree." Lin Hao added fuel to the fire. "I don't think you want to end up too afraid to even leave the house, do you?" Those words broke Chen Yalan's resistance, and she asked knowingly, "What exactly is the alternative you mentioned that night?" Lin Hao said, "You can be my girlfriend, just a name, and they'll give you the potions to use." Chen Yalan was deeply embarrassed, but she still said, "Fine, I'll be your girlfriend." After saying this, she guiltily lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Hao or her cousin. Chen Yalan didn't want to live in fear of going out, as she wanted to become strong and have at least the ability to protect herself. Being a burden was awful. Yesterday, when she wanted to go back to her hometown with Chen Yajun, her cousin refused to take her. Fortunately, Chen Yajun had been worried about danger and didn't bring her along. If she had, encountering that cobra might have led to disaster. Chen Yalan consoled herself. Anyway, Lin Hao had just said she would only be his girlfriend in name. Congratulations, host. Relationship with Chen Yalan confirmed as partner. Trait eternal loyalty activated. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Hao immediately took out a pile of potions to enhance Chen Yalan's strength. He was very willing to take care of his childhood friend's wife, who had likely met with misfortune, but he didn't want to do it for someone else's benefit. With the system's confirmation, he could rest assured and boost her power without reservations. Chen Yalan, naturally trusting that Lin Hao wouldn't harm her, drank the potions one after another without hesitation. Feeling her strength soar, Chen Yalan's mindset shifted, and her gaze toward Lin Hao grew hazy. Her husband had little chance of survival. Perhaps she didn't need to be just Lin Hao's nominal girlfriend. Maybe she could be his real one. With that thought, Chen Yalan hurriedly got up and went to the bathroom. The notion made her so embarrassed that she felt she must be blushing. She needed to hide and compose herself. After dinner, Lin Hao handed Chen Yalan a gun, leaving the instructions on its use to Chen Yajun. The next moment, Lin Hao approached Ning Zi. He found this woman enigmatic, so he had kept her at a distance. He even considered delaying their meeting, further reluctant to entangle himself with powerful clans. An ordinary family could not have cultivated Ning Zi's demeanor, only a top-tier noble house could. After deliberation, Lin Hao decided to see Ning Zi now and make his decision based on the situation. As luck would have it, Ning Zi was discussing Lin Hao with her grandfather Ning Xingxiu. Speak of the devil and he appears. Upon seeing Ning Xingxiu, Lin Hao's suspicions were confirmed. Ning Zi indeed hailed from an elite clan. Ning Xingxiu was a figure frequently featured in the news, a man whose every move could shake the world. But in this apocalypse, Lin Hao felt no intimidation. He simply greeted, "Greetings, Elder Ning." This was out of respect for Ning Zi. Otherwise, he would have turned and left. Though Ning Xingxiu still wielded some influence, it was undoubtedly diminished in the end times. Otherwise, how could the Ning family have allowed Ning Zi to post photos in the comments? In the past, Lin Hao could never have caught their attention. He understood clearly that the Nings had ulterior motives. Ning Xingxiu remained composed, engaging only in pleasantries upon their first meeting. They chatted about the situation in Handong and inquired about Lin Hao's family. In short, Ning Xingxiu stuck to trivial topics. Lin Hao was even more patient, taking his leave after the small talk. He intended to keep the Ning family waiting lest they become too arrogant. After Lin Hao left, Ning Xingxiu sighed quietly. Ning Zi frowned. "Grandfather, why are you sighing?" Ning Xingxiu remarked, "An ordinary family can still produce such an outstanding young man." He had 5 grandsons, each meticulously nurtured with great effort. Yet they couldn't match Lin Hao, a youth from a common background. He wasn't referring to abilities which were largely a matter of luck. Ning Xingxiu meant their character. Their hearts fell short of Lin Hao's, which was disheartening. In their conversation, Ning Xingxiu saw no trace of the expected restraint or deference in Lin Hao. Only calm and confidence, a detachment from power, as if it were fleeting clouds, and a belief in his own strength. Ning Zi said, "I feel he's keeping us at arm's length." Ning Xingxiu nodded. "He wants to keep his distance from you, from our Ning family." Ning Zi said gloomily, "What should I do? He won't abandon me, will he?" Ning Xingxiu looked at his granddaughter in surprise. How had she changed so? Wasn't she always proud and indifferent to boys her age? Why did she seem like a different person around Lin Hao, afraid he might reject her? Though he couldn't grasp her transformation, Ning Xingxiu understood one thing clearly: Lin Hao was no ordinary man, and using his granddaughter to bind him was unrealistic. Indeed, Lin Hao could not be tied down by a single beauty. He lacked no women. Ning Zi was just one tree in a forest, and that forest was destined to grow. Leaving the Ning residence, Lin Hao joined by Ruohua. The women were chattering in the living room. 3 women make a play and 7 are a cacophony. Seeing Lin Hao, Meng Zhiyuan teased, "Sisters, your man is back." Lin Hao retorted, "He's back, but not for you tonight." Meng Zhiyuan giggled and clung to his arm, coaxing, "Stay with me, I want you to." The other women could only roll their eyes. Meng Zhiyuan was the epitome of saying one thing and meaning another. She called him a scoundrel, yet craved his company, always wanting him all to herself. Lin Hao pinched her cheek and chuckled, "Another night. Tonight I'm with teacher Bai." Bai Ruohua blushed and muttered, "Can you not make it sound like you're flipping a sign?" Meng Zhiyuan sulkily pinched his arm. "You jerk, you big jerk." Lin Hao grinned mischievously. "Want to join?" Bai Ruohua quickly said no. She was willing to give herself to Lin Hao, but sharing him with another woman was unthinkable. Meng Zhiyuan felt the same, dropping his arm in frustration. "Dream on." How pretentious. Lin Hao teased, then led Bai Ruohua into the master bedroom. Among his many girlfriends, she was the most beautiful. Though her figure wasn't as explosive as Meng Zhiyuan's, it was still superb. Lin Hao felt a thrill. Once only a fantasy, she was now his to savor. Now the most beautiful teacher at Handong University was at his mercy. After their indulgence, Lin Hao considered searching online for more girlfriends, only to find that Handong had lost power and internet. The hotel had electricity, thanks to a generator. He gave up the idea and slept with Bai Ruohua until dawn. Gazing at the stunning woman in his arms, he gently woke her with a kiss. Morning is the golden time, so naturally they engaged in an early workout. After breakfast, Lin Hao led his 7 women to a nearby large shopping mall. His target was the dense zombie population, ideal for efficient slaughter. The mall also adjoined a subway station, another zombie hotspot. Before setting out, Lin Hao summoned Shin Mingji and tasked him with organizing people to haul supplies from the mall. The goods there were beneath Lin Hao's notice, so he left them to Shin Mingji and his men. A well-fed horse runs faster and satisfied servants serve better. Lin Hao and his 7 women unleashed 8 416 Hong Kong dollars rifles, cutting a swath of destruction toward the mall. They had retired the Uzis. The 416 Hong Kong dollars was now their weapon of choice. Though its recoil was stronger, it posed no challenge to them. With great strength, recoil was negligible, high agility allowed quick aim adjustments, robust endurance provided stamina, and keen perception sharpened their senses. These attributes made killing zombies more efficient and safer than for ordinary people. Luck was on their side today. Minutes after leaving the hotel, the system unlocked a valuable item. Thanks to his heightened spirit attribute, Lin Hao could now discern key messages among the endless prompts. "Congratulations, host. Unlocked Tier 2 Energy Potion, unlimited quantity. Tier 2 Energy Potion restores 20 energy per second for 20 seconds. A true treasure. Its recovery rate was 300 times faster than natural regeneration, which at 4 points per minute was useless in battle. Lin Hao immediately gave each of his 7 women 2 bottles for emergencies. With these, they could now use skills freely without fear of energy depletion. Lin Hao and his group continued killing zombies to unlock resources. Half an hour later, they reached the entrance of the shopping mall. The zombies here were exceptionally dense, including several evolved zombies that closely resembled ordinary humans. Though these evolved zombies were extremely dangerous to normal people, they posed no threat to Lin Hao and his team. They fought their way to the women's clothing floor on the 4th level of the mall where Lin Hao made another discovery. His find was a stunningly beautiful woman who had survived by hiding in a storage room of a clothing store. Though she was parched and famished, her lips cracked, one could still tell she was a great beauty. The bowtie's name was Wenxiaoti. Her alluring waist-to-hip ratio alone could mesmerize countless men just from her silhouette. Not to mention her enchanting face. With such a figure and features, even an old man would be stirred. Wenxiaoti thanked him weakly. "Thank you. If it weren't for you all, I would have died in that storage room." She didn't know Lin Hao, having fled in such haste that she hadn't even brought her phone. Lin Hao said casually, "No need to thank me. Just be my girlfriend, and pledge yourself to me, no objections, right?" The 7 women by his side knew this was coming. How could he possibly let such a curvaceous beauty slip away? Sun Ermin felt immense pressure. Her fears had come true. Here was someone even more seductive than her. Wenxiaoti, however, replied with a question. "Handsome, these lovely ladies are all your girlfriends, aren't they?" As a saleswoman, she was adept at reading people, and sensed the unusual relationship between this one man and 7 women. Lin Hao nodded. "Yes. If you agree, you'll be my 8th girlfriend." In truth, she would be the 18th, but there was no need to be so honest and scare off this beauty. Wenxiaoti said, "If the ladies have no objections, then neither do I." Sun Ermin said insincerely, "How could we have any objections? The more sisters, the merrier." Lin Hao chuckled, "Your insight is commendable. Tonight you'll join me in the master bedroom." Sun Ermin's face lit up with joy. "All right, I'll follow your arrangements." Lin Hao smiled, and continued to confirm with Wenxiaoti, "So you can be my girlfriend now." He knew the answer, but the system hadn't given a prompt, so he had to keep verifying. Under the gaze of the women, Wenxiaoti lowered her head shyly, and murmured yes. With so many beauties as this man's girlfriends, it was clear how formidable he was. Moreover, every one of them looked radiant, indicating they lived very well. Even a fool could figure that out, and Wenxiaoti was no exception. She had traveled far to work here with no family, and not even a boyfriend. Wenxiaoti didn't want to die, so she had no choice but to agree. "Congratulations, host. The partnership with Wenxiaoti is confirmed. The trait of eternal loyalty has taken effect." Having secured another great beauty, Lin Hao was in high spirits. His team's strength was further enhanced. He thanked the apocalypse and the system. Otherwise, how could he have assembled such a team of beauties? In peacetime, he would have been overjoyed to have just one of them as his girlfriend. As usual, Lin Hao gave Wenxiaoti various potions, elevating her strength to match the others. Overwhelmed by her newfound power, Wenxiaoti said, "Touched, we've just met, and you trust me this much." Lin Hao spun a tale. "The face reflects the heart. I believe your character won't betray my trust." With the system's guarantee of eternal loyalty, he had no worries about betrayal. Wenxiaoti was even more moved. She wouldn't hesitate to give him her all. Such a capable and alluring beauty, Lin Hao naturally wouldn't ask for her very heart. When Lin Hao finished clearing the mall with his women, Shen Mingji arrived with his men. Seeing another beauty by Lin Hao's side, Shen Mingji was filled with even greater admiration. A true man should live like this. Yet Shen Mingji knew his own limits. He would be content to find a group of beauties rated 70 or 80. As for the top-tier beauties above 90, he knew his place. Shen Mingji understood the importance of priorities. When encountering such exquisite women, he must first report to Lin Hao. After clearing the mall, the next stop was the nearby subway station. Lin Hao had barely left the mall when a pleasant surprise struck again. "Congratulations, host. The 3-retire machete has been unlocked with unlimited quantity." With a thought, Lin Hao summoned a 3-retire machete. The blade gleamed with a cold metallic light, clearly razor-sharp. Lin Hao swung the machete, slicing through the barrel of an 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle. The cold-forged barrel with a lifespan of 200 rounds was cut in two like tofu by the 3-retire machete. Lin Hao struck several times, chopping the 416 Hong Kong dollars into pieces until it was utterly ruined. This 3-retire machete truly deserved the description, cutting iron like mud. Meng Jian said excitedly, "Such a sharp blade. Give me one, I want it too." Mo Mingxiang also extended her small hand, "I want one too. This blade looks incredibly powerful." Lin Hao gave each woman a machete. "Let's put away the guns and practice with these blades in real combat." He had a premonition that as monsters grew stronger, guns would soon become obsolete, and high-tier cold weapons would take their place. Take the mutant rats, for instance. When he first saw them, they were the size of cats. Now they were as big as dogs. Similarly, zombies were now approaching the speed of a human at the first agility tier, their strength increasing rapidly. Although guns could still kill zombies for now, they would eventually be phased out. It was better to adapt early to using cold weapons against monsters. As for artillery and tanks, Lin Hao had unlocked some, but he saw little point in them. Given the speed of high-tier mutants, hitting them with artillery was difficult unless through saturation fire. If one could resort to saturation fire, it was simpler to just use a blade. For low-tier mutants, ordinary guns sufficed. The same logic applied to anti-tank missiles. Lin Hao found them too troublesome. By the time he aimed and locked on, he could have just cut them down. The 3-retire machete combined with the lightning technique, stun, and the shift skill should be sufficient against current mutants. Lin Hao charged ahead, slaughtering zombies. The sharp machete cleaved through their heads like tofu. An ordinary blade might get stuck in a zombie's skull, but this one never would. The 8 women followed, charging at the zombies. Except for when Shouty, the others had killed countless zombies before and felt no fear. When Shouty quickly adapted, as well learning to face the undead. Though the streets were swarming with zombies, they couldn't withstand Lin Hao's team's harvest falling in droves. This scene was relayed to the Handong Military Command, where senior officers watched with grim expressions. Lin Hao's power grew more astonishing, with each passing moment filling them with a mix of awe and relief. They were relieved they hadn't moved against Lin Hao. Had they turned hostile, the situation would have been difficult to resolve. Zhou Zhishang said in a deep voice, "Our Special Forces team should not possess such close combat capabilities." Xiang Hongwei echoed, "In terms of both strength and speed, our Special Forces members are far inferior." Every member of the Special Forces is a king among soldiers from various military units rigorously trained. Nevertheless, they were still outmatched by a university student and the women beside him, which left Zhou Zhishang and the others extremely frustrated. Fan Xiaoying raised another question. "I feel that the knives they are using are also problematic. They are not ordinary knives. One must know that the inorganic material content in the human skull is relatively high and the hardness of the skull is tougher than iron. Therefore, no matter how much strength one has, an ordinary knife cannot easily cut through the skull. Moreover, the zombies now have evolved to be stronger than ordinary humans, making their heads even harder to cut." Zhou Zhishang nodded in agreement and looked at Xiang Hongwei, saying, "Old Xiang, have the special agents been arranged?" To approach Lin Hao, the military of Handong carefully selected 3 beautiful women arranged by Xiang Hongwei to get close to Lin Hao. It certainly wouldn't do to directly send the 3 beauties to Lin Hao, as it would arouse his suspicion. Yujing Villa is a villa community located by the mountains and the sea, while Ziziyuan and Furanjuan are mid to high-end residential areas. These 3 communities are situated to the east, south, and west of the hotel where Lin Hao is staying. No matter which direction Lin Hao goes, he will encounter the special agents arranged by the military. As for the northern direction of the hotel where Lin Hao is staying, that area belongs to the suburbs. Xiang Hongwei deduced that Lin Hao is very unlikely to head towards the suburbs. The only trouble is that Lin Hao appears and disappears unpredictably, making it difficult to predict his next move. Occasionally his phone's location would show up outside Handong, leaving people baffled. Unfortunately, the communication network has now collapsed, making it impossible to continue tracking Lin Hao's phone. Having fought his way to the entrance of the subway station, Lin Hao replaced the knife in his hand within 416 Hong Kong dollars. There were too many zombies here pouring out of the subway station like ants. At this moment, using firearms would be much more advantageous, as shooting was more efficient than hacking with a knife. Lin Hao deliberately had the women retreat about 100 meters, waiting for the zombies to emerge before attacking. This way the zombie corpses wouldn't block the subway entrance, hindering the others from coming out. The swarm of zombies bursting out from the subway station fell in droves faster than cutting down rice. Suddenly a silver figure dashed out of the subway station at high speed. This figure crashed through countless zombies blocking its path. A high-level zombie. Lin Hao decisively unleashed a bolt of lightning. No matter how fast this zombie was, it couldn't outrun his lightning. The zombie staggered slightly, but continued to lunge toward Lin Hao. However, Lin Hao was not alone. A continuous stream of lightning struck down upon this zombie. No matter how resilient it was, it had to stand frozen in place for quite a while before it could awkwardly turn half its body. Lin Hao was astonished to see fear in its eyes. It wanted to escape. This was the first time Lin Hao had seen a zombie preparing to flee. Bullets rained down on this zombie, yet they did not inflict substantial damage. Although it was battered and bloodied, it only injured its flesh without harming its bones. Lin Hao used the skill of teleportation to appear behind the silver zombie, swinging his 3-level knife at its head. This time it finally worked. With one stroke, half of the silver zombie's head flew high into the air. Congratulations to the host, you have unlocked the 5th-level rejuvenation potion, quantity unlimited. The 5th-level healing potion instantly restores damage equivalent to 50 points of physique. After reading the description, Lin Hao was overjoyed. His current physique was only 40 points. Did this mean that no matter how severe his injuries were, as long as he had a breath left, he wouldn't die? Just one bottle of the 5th-level healing potion could instantly heal his injuries. Lin Hao immediately experimented on an ordinary zombie, chopping off its arms and stabbing it several times. Then, standing on the zombie's chest, he pressed the knife against its forehead and poured a bottle of rejuvenation potion into its gaping mouth. A miraculous scene unfolded. The zombie's injuries instantly healed, and even the arms that Lin Hao had chopped off grew back. It appeared that the rejuvenation potion not only healed wounds, but also regenerated severed limbs, which Lin Hao could only describe as incredible. The women all gathered around, their mouths agape in astonishment. Lin Hao killed the zombie underfoot with one strike and teased, "Who wants me to take a swing at them?" Meng Jian rolled her eyes at him, saying, "Why don't you try cutting yourself instead?" Lin Hao derided, "You really don't understand. For the next half-month you'll be in the cold palace under my rule." Meng Jian huffed in a proud manner. I'll be staying in your room every night. Let's see how you deal with that. Lin Hao laughed heartily. All right, tonight you can stay in my room and don't leave along with Ermin. Meng Jian was flustered as she couldn't accept such a thing so quickly and hurriedly refused. I don't want to do that. Sun Ermin then suggested with a smile. How about we invite Shui? Upon hearing this, and Shui immediately panicked, saying, maybe we should skip that. Lin Hao chuckled. Let's talk about it later. First we need to get to work. After saying that, he glanced at Sun Ermin, who nodded in understanding. The task of persuading and Shui fell to Sun Ermin. Lin Hao believed that Sun Ermin would satisfy him. This woman was quite perceptive and very good. After clearing out the zombies that rushed out, Lin Hao led the 8 women into the subway station. This subway station is a junction of 2 subway lines with 2 levels above and below. No matter how much noise is made outside, the zombies inside cannot all rush out. The smell inside the subway station is quite unpleasant, with the stench of countless zombies accumulating being very pungent. To unlock resources and search for possibly surviving beauties, they had to endure it. Lin Hao had already grown accustomed to it, and the 8 women had too. Even when Xiaodi had gotten used to it. The shopping mall was filled with zombies, and when Xiaodi hid in the storage room of a clothing store where the smell wasn't any better. There were indeed survivors in the subway station. Our offices and other places provided a shelter for them. However, there were not many survivors. Thousands of zombies, and only a few dozen survivors, a ratio of less than 1 in 100. After searching both levels of the subway station, Lin Hao did not find any beauties, and had to give up as beauties were very rare. Leaving the subway station, Lin Hao saw a closed Western restaurant nearby, and kicked the door open to enter. He wasn't looking for any food that might exist in the restaurant, he just wanted to find a clean place to have lunch. As it turned out, a chance encounter led him to find a beautiful woman inside the restaurant, appearing to be around 25 or 26. Dressed in a white shirt and a small suit paired with a fitted skirt, black stockings, and high heels, she looked quite mature and sexy. Especially her long legs, which surpassed even Mo Mengxiang's. These legs, easily over a meter long, were very pleasing to the eye, definitely part of the leg play series. Zhai Qianruo, the manager of a Western restaurant, was just arriving for her shift when the zombie outbreak erupted. She was fortunate to survive, and with the restaurant well stocked with food and water, she lived comfortably. However, her peace was shattered when the door was kicked open, and she stared in panic at a man and 8 women who burst in. She feared not only that they would loot the restaurant's supplies, but also that they might harm her. Having spent her days eating, sleeping, and playing on her phone, Zhai Qianruo was all too aware of the state of the outside world. Social order had completely collapsed, the internet was flooded with cries from victims, and even videos posted by perpetrators themselves. Seeing that each of them carried a knife, Zhai Qianruo dared not complain about the broken door. Instead, she tried to appease them, asking, "What would you like to eat? He'll make it for you right away." She hoped her submissive attitude would persuade them to show mercy, sparing her and not taking all the food and water. Lin Hao chuckled and said, "We don't need food. We need you. How about being my girlfriend?" Zhai Qianruo casually made up an excuse to refuse him gently. "Sorry, I already have someone." In truth, she had no partner. She said this merely to reject the man's demand. She knew all too well what he meant by girlfriend. A man who asked her to be his girlfriend at first sight was only after her beauty, treating her as a plaything. Without any emotional bond, she would likely be discarded once he grew tired of her. Lin Hao wasted no time. He pressed his blade against her neck and asked, "Will you agree now?" Zhai Qianruo's face paled with terror, and she had no choice but to consent. "I agree." With a knife at her throat, how could she refuse? Being a plaything was still better than being cut down. As long as she lived, there was still hope. Death meant nothing. She didn't want to die. Fortunately, the man before her was young and quite handsome, which made Zhai Qianruo feel a little better. Being his girlfriend, though forced upon her, wasn't the worst outcome. Lin Hao darkened his face and feigned anger. "Agree to what? Say it clearly and completely." Trembling, Zhai Qianruo said, "I agree to be your girlfriend." "Congratulations, host." Relationship with Zhai Qianruo confirmed. The never betray trait has taken effect. Done. Lin Hao was in high spirits. That's more like it. The 8 women all rolled their eyes. They knew he was actually a good person. He had only put on that villainous act to scare her. Anyone who spent time with him would know he was a warm-hearted man at his core. He might be a bit of a player, but he had the strength to back it up, so there was nothing to say. He wasn't the kind of man who was both a scoundrel and powerless. It was only natural for a powerful man to be a little promiscuous. This was the double standard of women, and men were no different, equally hypocritical when it came to women. For instance, a man could be unfaithful himself, but would never tolerate it from his woman. Lin Hao was no exception. Yang Yi walked over and put her arm around Zhai Qianruo's shoulders to comfort her. "Don't be afraid. He was just scaring you." Having once been threatened by Lin Hao herself, Yang Yi sympathized with Zhai Qianruo. Zhai Qianruo's composure finally crumbled. She threw herself into Yang Yi's arms and wept bitterly. Meng Jian lightly tapped Lin Hao. "Aren't you going to comfort your new girlfriend?" Lin Hao chuckled and gave her a playful slap on the rear. "Push the tables together. Let's get ready to eat." Letting Zhai Qianruo cry it out was enough. It was no big deal. After the tears, the skies would clear. If he had to console every woman with so many of them, how could he manage? In truth, Zhai Qianruo didn't cry for long. She was merely using the tears to vent her inner grievances. When the women pushed the tables together and Lin Hao laid out a feast, Zhai Qianruo stopped crying. Food had a way of lifting spirits. The women laughed and chatted, and soon Zhai Qianruo was smiling too. She realized that being with Lin Hao and his women wasn't so bad. She no longer had to live in fear alone. When Lin Hao handed Zhai Qianruo a stack of potions to enhance her abilities, any lingering resentment in her heart vanished completely. After lunch, Lin Hao had the women teach Zhai Qianruo how to use guns and knives, and he also made Wen Xiaodi practice more. Then he pulled Gan Shueiyao into the office. Vigorous exercise wasn't suitable right after a meal, so taking it slow with his junior was just right. Afterward, Gan Shueiyao seized the opportunity to make a request. Can you stay with me tomorrow night? I feel safe by your side. Tonight was already taken by Sun Ermin, so Gan Shueiyao could only try for the next evening. Lin Hao was quite fond of this innocent and tender junior, so he readily agreed. Of course, it would be unreasonable not to fulfill such a small wish from her. Feelings needed to be nurtured. Although all his girlfriends had the never betray buff, having genuine affection made a world of difference. A never betray without feelings was like a silicone doll. Also eternally loyal, but what was the point? After indulgence came the need to get back to work. Lin Hao led the 9 women to raid a nearby residential complex. It was a good day, and it didn't take long before they found something. Right after leaving the Western restaurant and cutting down dozens of zombies, they struck gold. Congratulations, host. Unlocked Tier 5 Agility Potion. Unlimited quantity. A Tier 5 Attribute Potion. Overjoyed, Lin Hao downed a bottle, boosting his agility to Tier 5. Name: Lin Hao. Physique 40 Tier 3, Strength 20 Tier 2, Agility 160 Tier 5, Spirit 40 Tier 3, Energy 400. Skills: Lightning Strike active Tier 1, Teleportation active Tier 2. Closing the stat panel, Lin Hao immediately showed off his speed, slapping each woman on her most ample spot. Tier 5 agility was almost absurdly fast. Lin Hao moved so quickly, he left after images, making it impossible for anyone to tell where he was. A chorus of startled cries and playful scolds erupted, especially from the 4 women who hadn't yet been intimate with Lin Hao. They were especially shy. His speed was so great that they could only see a blur, unable to even locate him, let alone dodge his attacks. After a bit of fun, Lin Hao gave each of them a bottle of Tier 5 agility potion, boosting their agility to the same level. Their self-preservation abilities had now taken a qualitative leap forward. Even the mutated cat they had encountered that day would be no match for them now. There was no doubt that no matter how fast the mutated creatures grew stronger, they couldn't keep up with Lin Hao's cheat-like power leveling. But then joy turned to sorrow. Lin Hao got smacked several times in quick succession, the price for his earlier teasing. Still, Lin Hao didn't lose out. No matter which woman hit him, he would find a way to get his revenge. After the commotion, Lin Hao continued working, leading 9 women to the community. This was a relatively large community with over a dozen residential buildings, each 30 stories high. In no time, Lin Hao and the others cleared the zombies from the ground of the community. As they prepared to enter the residential building and then clear the zombies in the underground parking lot via the fire escape, they found the door was locked. Moreover, through the glass door, they could see something blocking it. Even if they kicked the door down, they wouldn't be able to get in. However, no barrier could stop Lin Hao. He simply used a teleportation technique to enter. Behind the door, various sofas and tables blocked the entrance tightly, and there were numerous zombie corpses on the ground. Lin Hao did not see any bullet marks. The zombies on the ground had their skulls crushed by blunt objects. It seemed someone in this community had organized a self-rescue effort, and their organizational skills were not weak. Lin Hao was immediately intrigued and wanted to see who had organized all this. The 9 women also came in, and Lin Hao led them upstairs to find survivors and learn about the situation. However, what they saw was a hellish scene with corpses everywhere. There were not only numerous zombie corpses, but also a substantial number of human bodies. The human corpses were clearly killed by their kind with fatal wounds all over. On the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors, the scene was the same. Lin Hao did not see a single living person. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he finally saw a severely emaciated middle-aged man sitting numbly against the wall in the corridor. Lin Hao approached the man and asked, "Uncle, what happened here?" The middle-aged man suddenly roared, "Get lost, all of you. I've lost everything. What more do you want from me?" This man had gone mad. Lin Hao sighed and turned to continue searching for other survivors. On the 9th floor, he saw an old man who was cutting meat from a human corpse with a kitchen knife. Upon seeing Lin Hao and the others, the old man dropped his knife to the ground with a clatter, looking guilty. Meng Jian guessed what was happening and angrily questioned, "How can you eat people? Are you even human?" The old man, ashamed and furious, replied, "They killed my son, took away my daughter-in-law, and stole all the food. What else can I eat if not humans?" "Who are they that you speak of?" Lin Hao inquired. The old man glanced at him, and then at the beautiful women behind him, suddenly grinning maliciously. "You will be killed by them too. All you women will become their playthings." Ha! Another madman. Lin Hao swiftly struck the old man, severing his head. Once he resorted to cannibalism, he was no longer human, and therefore there was no need for him to live. Lin Hao continued upward with the 9 women, finally encountering a mentally stable survivor. This was a disabled young woman sitting in a wheelchair, calmly waiting for death beside her mother's corpse. All their food had been stolen, and her mother had been killed by looters who broke into their home. According to the disabled woman, named by Huan Tao, the looters of the community were also residents. The leader was named Gong Jinyan, a released convict known for his fighting skills who had previously been a thug for a gangster. After the zombie outbreak, he recruited a group of equally wicked individuals from the owner's group, using their numbers to act recklessly. They stole food from residents' homes and took away young, beautiful women, killing anyone who resisted. Finally, Bai Huan Tao said, "I just saw you killing zombies downstairs. You are strong, but I advise you to leave quickly. Gong Jinyan has guns and a large number of people. If he discovers you, you will be in trouble." As the saying goes, when a person is about to die, their words are kind. She knew she wouldn't live long and didn't want this group of beautiful men and women to suffer at the hands of Gong Jianyan's gang. Lin Hao asked, "Besides having guns and being tough, does Gong Jinyan have anything else? Are there any ability users?" Bai Huan Tao shook her head. "It seems there aren't, but I'm not sure. I don't know much about their situation." Lin Hao remained silent and turned to look behind him. The 9 women also sensed someone approaching and followed his lead. Dozens of people approached, led by Gong Jinyan, who wore a sincere and bright smile on his face. When Lin Hao and his group entered the community to kill zombies, Gong Jinyan had already noticed them and had been watching them from the shadows. If these outsiders had the sense to leave, Gong Jinyan did not want to provoke them, knowing the terrifying nature of Lin Hao. Lin Hao's reputation was immense. At the beginning of the apocalypse, many videos of him circulated online, and his strength was well known. He could conjure lead balls and guns seemingly out of thin air. It would be hard for Gong Jinyan to remain unaware. Moreover, Lin Hao and the beautiful women beside him were killing zombies with ease like chopping vegetables. Even those who did not know him could see his formidable strength. Gong Jinyan did not want to provoke Lin Hao. When 2 tigers fight, one will surely be hurt, and Gong Jinyan had no guarantee of victory, so he did not want to take the risk. Even if the 9 women beside Lin Hao were stunningly beautiful, Gong Jinyan did not want to act. Beautiful women in the apocalypse were actually the cheapest. As long as one survived, they could obtain beautiful women regardless of their appearance. Once dead, there was nothing left. Yet Lin Hao did not leave. Upon seeing him and the 9 women enter Building 3, Gong Jinyan immediately became restless and quickly summoned his subordinates. Gong Jinyan feared that Lin Hao and the others had come to look for acquaintances, and there was a high probability that the acquaintances they sought were already dead. In the past few days, Gong Jinyan and his subordinates had killed countless people, possibly including those Lin Hao's group were looking for. Rather than passively waiting for Lin Hao's revenge, Gong Jinyan resolved to take the initiative. To catch the enemy off guard, Gong Jinyan and his men did not carry long weapons and only brought knives and other short weapons. Only in close combat could they utilize the advantages of short weapons, otherwise they had no chance of winning. Gong Jinyan had to gamble with his life. If he did not take the risk, he would await Lin Hao's revenge, leaving only a dead end. In just a few days after the outbreak, Gong Jinyan managed to control the entire community due to his ruthless nature. He was not only ruthless to others, but also to himself, daring to risk his life at critical moments instead of shrinking away. "Are you Lin Hao, my brother? Your name is well known. I didn't expect to meet you today. What an honor." Finding Lin Hao, Gong Jinyan approached him with a sincere and bright smile, appearing harmless. His plan was to get close under the pretense of friendliness, bringing his subordinates to catch Lin Hao off guard. Gong Jinyan had brought several capable subordinates with him, numbering in the dozens, far exceeding the number of Lin Hao's group. As long as they got close and utilized their numbers and surprise, Gong Jinyan was confident he could take down Lin Hao. However, Gong Jinyan never expected that as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hao would directly draw his gun and start shooting, leaving no opportunity at all. Lin Hao opened fire, and the women followed suit, having cultivated the good habit of keeping pace with him. A mere few dozen men were no match for so many 416 Hong Kong dollars rifles. Their lives were instantly reaped by the torrent of bullets, none escaping. Gong Jianyan's eyes widened as his body was riddled with bullets, collapsing in despair. Even in death, he could not comprehend why he had met such a gruesome end. His opponent was a college student, not a seasoned underworld figure. Surely he should have adhered to the code of martial ethics. Unfortunately, Gong Jinyan never had the chance to figure it out. He and his dozens of henchmen were all taken down in an instant. Lin Hao had no inclination to play by the rules, nor did he feel any moral obligation towards scum like Gong Jinyan. Eliminating them all was the only course. Lowering his gun, Lin Hao finally addressed the fallen Gong Jinyan. "A scumbag like you dares to call me brother." Hearing this, Gong Jianyan's mouth twitched, as if to say something, then his head lolled to the side, descending into hell. With a level 3 spirit attribute, Lin Hao's sixth sense was exceptionally sharp, allowing him to perceive the murderous intent from Gong Jianyan's group. Thus, no matter how sincere and radiant Gong Jianian's smile appeared, Lin Hao simply killed them all to eliminate the threat. Bai Huantao watched with exhilaration, exclaiming, "Well killed. These beasts deserve to die, oh every one of them has blood on their hands." Lin Hao produced a bottle of level 5 rejuvenation potion and handed it to Bai Huantao. "Here, drink this." He had previously tested it on zombies, witnessing severed limbs regenerate. Could it work on humans too? Bai Huantao took the potion, glanced at it, and asked in surprise, "What is this?" Lin Hao smiled. "You can drink it if you wish, or not if you'd rather not." Without hesitation, Bai Huantao replied swiftly, "I'm willing." Having been left paralyzed by a car accident, she could only sit and await death. What harm was there in drinking this potion? The worst outcome couldn't be worse than death. Bai Huantao saw no reason for Lin Hao to harm her. If he wanted her dead, a single bullet would suffice. He wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Leaving her to fend for herself would mean certain death before long. Even the ruthless Gong Jianian deemed her too hideous to bother killing. Uncapping the bottle, Bai Huantao tilted her head back and downed the entire potion, leaving not a drop. A miraculous event unfolded. Her long-lost legs regenerated. The hideous scars from the car accident on her face sloughed off, as if she had been transformed. Lin Hao was somewhat surprised, never expecting this woman to be such a stunning beauty. Once her legs were fully formed, Bai Huantao hastily supported herself on the wheelchair and stood up. Then she left the wheelchair, attempting a few steps. The long-missed sensation of standing and walking made her tremble with excitement. She knelt before Lin Hao, saying, "Thank you. From now on my life is yours." Lin Hao casually pulled Bai Huantao to her feet and instructed, "Take me to eliminate Gong Jianian's accomplices." Bai Huantao promptly agreed. All right, their base seems to be in Building 9. Under Bai Huantao's guidance, Lin Hao and his group arrived at Building 9. Gong Jianian's gang's stronghold was indeed there. Lin Hao discovered a vast amount of supplies and numerous naked women. These were the spoils the gang had looted from the entire neighborhood, indulging in the supplies and women they had seized. They built their pleasure upon the suffering of others. The women were denied, even clothing kept available for their amusement at any moment. Many had been broken by their abuse, their eyes devoid of any spark of life. Only the women in Gong Jianian's personal quarters fared slightly better. These women were more beautiful, thus catching Gong Jianian's eye and becoming his exclusive concubines. At least they had enough to eat, wore clothes, and were spared the torment of being passed around by many. Among them was a particularly attractive woman scoring over 90, but Lin Hao had no intention of taking her in. Without him needing to lift a finger, the 9 women, filled with righteous indignation, slaughtered the dozen or so underlings Gong Jianian had left to guard the base. After dealing with Gong Jianian's gang, Lin Hao said to Bai Huantao, "Be my girlfriend and come with me." Bai Huantao was overjoyed and agreed without hesitation. "Yes, it's my honor that you fancy me." She felt immense gratitude toward the man who had saved her life and given her a new beginning, utterly willing to offer herself to him. "Congratulations, host. The bond with Bai Huantao as your partner has been confirmed. The trait Never Betray is now active. Partner count 1. Elated, Lin Hao bestowed upon Bai Huantao a plethora of potions. Yang Yi volunteered to teach Bai Huantao how to use firearms, and Lin Hao naturally had no objection. He had to admit that this businesswoman was quite shrewd, skilled at winning people over. Lin Hao didn't mind. No matter what schemes they hatched, in the end they only served to make his life more enjoyable. Leaving the neighborhood, Lin Hao led the 10 women along a different route back to the hotel. Avoiding the same path increased their efficiency in killing zombies, wasting no time along the way. "Congratulations, host. Level 4 strength potion unlocked. Unlimited quantity." Lin Hao promptly consumed the newly unlocked potion, elevating his strength attribute to level 4. Name: Lin Hao. Physique 40, level 3, Strength 80, level 4, Agility 160, level 5, Spirit 40, level 3, Energy 400. Skills: Lightning Art active skill, level 1, Teleportation Art active skill, level 2. Closing the attribute panel, Lin Hao as usual gave each of the 10 women a bottle of level 4 strength potion to enhance their abilities. With increased strength, wielding the level 3 machete against zombies became even more effortless. A single stroke could cleave off a zombie's head. The women gradually grew accustomed to using the machetes to slay zombies. On their way, they passed a middle school, and Lin Hao led them inside. Survivors were scarce, and there were no stunning beauties among them, but they unlocked several thousand types of supplies, making the detour worthwhile. Returning to the hotel, just as night fell, they could finally rest. Lin Hao pulled Zhai Qianruo into the master bedroom. Zhai Qianruo, standing about 178 centimeters tall, had legs even longer than Mo Mingxiang's, much to Lin Hao's delight. Such long legs were something any man would adore, and Lin Hao was no exception, unable to keep his hands off them. Meanwhile, Sun Ermin and Shu Hui returned to their room, sharing it. Sun Ermin began to counsel Shu Hui. "You're too quiet, you know, hardly noticeable." And Shu Hui replied gloomily, "Sister Sun, but I've never been one to talk much." She was aware of her lack of presence and wondered when Lin Hao would ever take notice of her. Sun Ermin said, "If you don't speak, you won't stand out. How else can you catch his attention?" Lin Hao had so many women around him, each stunning in their own right, yet Shu Hui had no particularly outstanding trait. In terms of bust, Meng Zhan was the largest, legs Mo Mengxiang had the longest, face by Ruhua was the most beautiful, and temperament Yang Yi was the finest. Sun Ermin at least had her allure, Gan Shuiyao her youthfulness, Zhai Qianro the longest legs, when Xiaodi the best waist-to-hip ratio. As for Shu Hui, she only had her quietness with nothing else particularly remarkable, leaving her without presence. And Shu Hui was even more frustrated. Sister Sun, could you teach me how to catch his attention? Sun Ermin seized the opportunity to propose her suggestion. How about this tonight you join me? And Shu Hui was at a loss. Join you? This? I don't think I can accept it. Sun Ermin continued to persuade. I find it hard to accept too, but if we don't do this I might still have a chance to accompany him, while you'll have hardly any. In the future there will inevitably be more sisters. Are you willing to remain on the sidelines like this? She was so fervently urging Shu Hui to join her in accompanying Lin Hao, not solely for Shu Hui's benefit, but also for her own. Although Sun Ermin possessed charm, she understood well that once a woman let herself go, who couldn't be alluring. Once other women turned on the charm, Sun Ermin would lose any advantage, ending up no better off than Shu Hui. As more women gathered around Lin Hao, it might be a month or two before she had a chance to be intimate with him. And Shu Hui fell silent. Sun Ermin knew she was hesitating, so she decisively added fuel to the fire with action. Her action was simple yet effective. She pulled Shu Hui into the bathroom to bathe together. Watching Sun Ermin casually strip off her clothes, Shu Hui weakly said, "Maybe you'll bathe later." Sun Ermin dismissed the objection and directly began removing Shu Hui's clothes. "Don't be coy. Let's get familiar first." Lin Hao was unaware of what was happening here, otherwise he might have temporarily set aside Zhai Qianro to join in the fun. Of course, Zhai Qianro, with her legs over a meter long, was also immensely charming, her leg lines exquisite, truly a sight to behold. An hour later Lin Hao felt refreshed and carefree, wrapping his arm around Zhai Qianro, whose cheeks were flushed and skin dewy, as they left the master bedroom. Though the gazes of the other women made Zhai Qianro somewhat embarrassed, she still clung tightly to Lin Hao's embrace. It was time for dinner. Lin Hao laid out a sumptuous feast, and together with the women they enjoyed fine food and wine, living like immortals. Outside the window the world was shrouded in darkness. The power was out, the internet was down, and the survivors' days would grow even harder. The blackout did not affect Lin Hao and his women. The hotel had generators to ensure electricity. However, now was not the time for indulgence. Lin Hao planned to head south the day after tomorrow to find a new foothold. Tomorrow, with a day's hard work, the areas near the hotel teeming with zombies could be mostly cleared. To the south of the hotel lay the city center, where there would surely be more zombies, unlocking more supplies. After dinner, Lin Hao prepared to relax thoroughly by swimming. He also intended to teach the women who couldn't swim. Swimming was a skill one might not need, but should definitely possess. Having many skills never hurt. Who knew when it might come in handy? The presidential suite had a rooftop pool, but they hadn't used it in the few days they'd stayed. It would be a waste not to use it. They would stay one more night, and leave the day after tomorrow. Whether they would ever return here, Lin Hao couldn't say for sure. Unless something special happened, they probably wouldn't. Lin Hao had the women work together to drain and clean the pool. In the sweltering heat, being in the water was delightful, and the women worked cheerfully. Lin Hao arranged a row of lounge chairs around the pool and lounged lazily in one, crossing his legs. Watching the beauties playing joyfully in the water, he called out, "Teacher, come over here." Bai Ruahua left the pool dripping water as she approached him. "What's up?" Lin Hao said casually, "Give me a shoulder and head massage." "Can't you see?" Bai Ruahua rolled her eyes. "Want me to walk on your back too?" Lin Hao gladly replied, "That could work." "Have you practiced?" Bai Ruahua smiled sweetly. "No, but I can practice on you, right?" Lin Hao agreed readily. "Sure, once you're good you can serve me exclusively." Without another word, Bai Ruahua started kneading his shoulders forcefully. Lin Hao complained, "Are you massaging or trying to kill me? Do you hate me that much?" Bai Ruahua replied with feigned seriousness, "You have thick skin, I need to use force for it to work." Lin Hao gave a thumbs up. "No wonder you're a PhD. You have a talent for physiotherapy." Though she wasn't using excessive force, it was a bit painful, yet quite pleasant. Having the once celebrated top female teacher massage his shoulders was an exhilarating thrill. But her technique was truly poor, randomly grabbing and pressing, making the experience mediocre. It wasn't that Bai Ruahua was deliberately messing with Lin Hao, as she had never massaged anyone before, so what did she know? She was just going by feel. Bai Huantao, feeling sorry for Lin Hao, approached him. "Teacher, let me take over." Bai Ruahua asked in surprise, "You know how?" Bai Huantao nodded. "I learned through necessity. After my amputation, I couldn't exercise, so I studied physiotherapy techniques to massage myself and prevent muscle atrophy." Bai Ruahua released Lin Hao and comforted Bai Huantao. "The misfortune is in the past. Now things are better." Bai Huantao responded softly, moving behind Lin Hao and placing her hands on his shoulders. Her technique was indeed excellent. Lin Hao closed his eyes in satisfaction. "Really good." Bai Huantao was overjoyed. If you ever need it, I can massage you anytime. Lin Hao reached back and patted her hand. Don't be so formal. I'm your man, you just say you. By Huan Tao agreed obediently. She wished she could give herself completely to this man, without reservation. But she couldn't bring herself to say those words. Lin Hao leisurely enjoyed Bai Wanto's therapeutic massage. Meanwhile, the women laughing and playing finished cleaning the pool. Lin Hao brought out countless barrels of water and had the women refill the pool. He then produced various styles of swimsuits for the women to choose from. Lin Hao casually changed into a pair of swim trunks in front of everyone. After all 6 of the 10 women had already shared intimacy with him, the remaining 4 were only a matter of time. The women were not as bold as Lin Hao. They went to their rooms to change. A few minutes later, one stunning swimsuit beauty after another emerged. Lin Hao feasted his eyes, and of course, he couldn't resist some playful touching. Amidst the coquettish protests, there was inevitably retaliation. After the fun, it was time for business, teaching the 3 women who couldn't swim. Mo Mengxiang and Xu Hui and Gan Shuiyao were the ones. Lin Hao personally taught, and Xu Hui the shyest of the bunch. Her extreme shyness made her the least noticeable. Consequently, Lin Hao had yet to have any deep interaction with her. Of course, it was also because he had too many girlfriends to attend to. And Xu Hui was both thrilled and terribly shy. While teaching her, Lin Hao's hands didn't exactly behave. Fortunately, her physical condition had greatly improved, allowing her to learn very quickly. Especially with her agility attribute, at level 5 her body coordination was excellent. Despite Lin Hao's distractions, and Xu Hui eventually learned to swim. Sun Ermin sidled up to Lin Hao and whispered, "Xu Hui and I have already agreed." Lin Hao understood what she meant, and his eyes lit up. "Excellent, just what I wanted," Sun Ermin said with a smile. "Then you talk to Xu Hui for a while. He'll come later." She was considerate of Xu Hui's feelings, deliberately leaving time for Lin Hao and Xu Hui to be alone. As for talking, it certainly wasn't just talk. Everyone knew what that meant. "You really get me," Lin Hao praised appreciatively. This woman was truly remarkable. He glanced at Xu Hui beside him. She kept her head down, silent, clearly giving her tacit consent. The next morning, Lin Hao led the women out. Their target for today was the local district government office. The district government, along with the surrounding commercial centers and residential areas, were sure to be teeming with zombies. Still wielding blades today, Lin Hao intended to sharpen the women's close combat skills through real combat. 1 man and 10 women, each armed with a long saber, cleaved through the zombies along the road as effortlessly as slicing through melons and vegetables. The occasional mutant mantis, mutant toad, or mutant snail met the same fate with a single stroke. The zombies' strength had further increased. Many no longer bore the stench of decay. The key was their enhanced speed and power. They would inevitably evolve into silver zombies sooner or later. Lin Hao called these zombies first evolution zombies, while silver zombies were second evolution. If ordinary humans couldn't awaken their supernatural abilities, it seemed few would survive in the end. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. No sooner had Lin Hao thought of ability users than one showed up. On the 3rd floor balcony of a dilapidated 7-story building along the street, someone was killing zombies with fireballs. A fireball the size of a ping-pong ball struck a zombie, erupting into fierce flames that burned it alive. Meng Jian exclaimed in surprise, "That skill looks amazing, and she's a real beauty." Lin Hao also noticed the high ponytailed woman on the balcony. A stunning beauty, and an idea immediately formed in his mind. Chen Yichan, too, noticed the group charging in from afar, watching them cleave through zombies like slicing melons and vegetables. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. These people were so bold, daring to move about openly on the streets. And they were so powerful, killing zombies with such ease, far more efficient than burning them with fireballs. Before long, Lin Hao's group had fought their way to the base of Chen Yikan's building. He instantly teleported onto the balcony above. Chen Yichan was startled, hastily stepping back a few paces before staring at him in astonishment. "How did you get up here?" Lin Hao said calmly, "You have an ability, and so do I. We're a perfect match. How about being my girlfriend?" The most striking feature of this beauty before him was her eyes, bright as autumn waters, clear and pure. Next were her lips like ripe cherries, vivid, glossy, and full, inviting a kiss. "Beauty, you'd better agree, or he might put a knife to your neck to scare you," Meng Jian said cheerfully as she followed onto the balcony. Lin Hao slapped her on her well-padded rear and scolded, "You talk too much." Sun Ermin also came up smiling. "I talk a lot too." She clearly wanted Lin Hao to slap her as well, so he obliged without hesitation. After slapping both women, Lin Hao turned to Chen Yichan. "Have you made up your mind?" The other women climbed up one by one, curiously examining Chen Yichan. The cramped balcony couldn't hold everyone, so those who came later shifted into the room. This surrounded Chen Yichan, forming an invisible encirclement. Chen Yichan sighed helplessly. "With you all like this, do I even have a choice?" Sun Ermin put an arm around her shoulder and said, "Just say yes. My husband will treat you well." Chen Yichan was a bit bewildered. Why did that sound so strange? Lin Hao decided to leave it to Sun Ermin. "You handle her." With that, he put his arm around Gan Shuiyao beside him and returned to the street, continuing to kill zombies ahead. The other women followed Lin Hao, leaving only Sun Ermin to persuade Chini-chan. Sun Ermin's eloquence was no joke. Before long, she brought Chini-chan to catch up. Lin Hao looked at Chini-chan and asked, "So are you willing to be my girlfriend now?" Chini-chan said eagerly yes. Sister Sun said, "Following you can improve my strength, right?" "Congratulations, host." Relationship with Chun-I-chan confirmed. Trait Eternal Loyalty activated. Lin Hao generously produced a stack of potions and handed them to Chini-chan. "Drink all of these." Chini-chan asked curiously, "What do these potions do?" Lin Hao casually replied, "Good stuff that'll make you prettier." Sun Ermin rolled her eyes at him. "Why haven't I gotten any prettier then?" She then said to Chun-I-chan, "Don't listen to his nonsense. They're things to boost your strength." "Thanks, Sister Sun." Chun-I-chan trusted Sun Ermin and tentatively drank a bottle of the potion. Feeling the changes in her body, she had no more doubts and drank the potions one after another. Her physical abilities improved. She learned lightning magic and teleportation. Chun-I-chan grinned from ear to ear. Lin Hao asked, "How did you get your fireball ability? Did you eat anything special?" Chun-I-chan shook her head. "No, nothing special. I just woke up with it this morning." She had no idea where the power came from. All she knew was that she suddenly had an ability upon waking. As for food, she had been eating plain white rice with cooking oil and soy sauce. Her vegetables had run out, so she had no choice. "So it's a natural awakening," Lin Hao nodded. "Try shooting another fireball now." There was no need to pry into natural awakenings, whether one awakened or when it was pure luck. Lin Hao had little interest in things beyond his control. Spending time pondering that was better spent killing more zombies. Okay. Chun-I-chan released a fireball at a zombie. The next moment, even she was stunned. Where she could only produce a fireball the size of a ping-pong ball before, now it was the size of a fist. Its power had also greatly increased. The fireball, upon hitting its target, exploded and ignited several surrounding zombies. A single target attack had become a small area AoE, significantly boosting both lethality and range. Chun-I-chan looked at Lin Hao excitedly. "Amazing. Why did my fireball get so big?" Lin Hao said, "The potions I gave you contain enhancements to mental attributes which determine magical power." Chun-I-chan asked curiously, "Where did you get those potions? Did you conjure them out of thin air?" Lin Hao casually lied, "That's right, I conjured them all." Conjuring things consumes energy, and that energy comes from killing zombies or other mutant creatures, so you need to step up your game. Chun-I-chan grew even more curious. "Your ability is so amazing. But can the zombies I kill provide you with energy too?" Lin Hao nodded. "Yes, we're one. The zombies you kill also give me energy." Chun-I-chan felt a sense of awe without fully understanding. "Okay, you'll work hard to kill zombies." Jai Chinro and Wen Xiaodi, who had joined just yesterday, were hearing this for the first time. Now they finally understood why Lin Hao had brought them out to kill zombies so early in the morning. They had thought he was ridding the world of evil, but now it seemed he was more focused on accumulating energy. Perhaps it was the fortune brought by Chun-I-chan that Lin Hao unlocked something remarkable. He immediately took out a newly unlocked 5-tier physique potion and drank it down. The stronger one becomes, the safer they are. There was nothing more to say about it. Closing the attribute panel, Lin Hao was in high spirits and gave each of the women a 5-tier physique potion. An increase in physique brought a surge in energy, and the more energy one had, the more frequently skills could be used. In critical moments, being able to unleash a skill one more time could mean the difference between life and death. With 1600 energy, he could cast Thunderbolt technique 160 times consecutively and shift and swap technique 80 times. Moreover, a higher physique meant greater endurance, faster recovery, and stronger resilience against attacks. This was immensely useful in battle. Simply put, it allowed for prolonged high-intensity combat. It also bolstered one's defense, preventing a careless strike from a powerful enemy from instantly killing them. Lin Hao also thought of the battles in the room. At the 3rd tier, he could go through several rounds a day without tiring. Now at the 5th tier, even if he engaged in that act from dawn to dusk, it would be entirely possible. However, his addiction hadn't reached that level. For now, improving strength took priority. Lin Hao led the women all the way to the district government office. Compared to the school, there were a few more survivors here, especially those with private offices, whose survival rate was higher. Among them was a seductive older woman named Lin Meru, an office director at the deputy district level. Perhaps this was another stroke of luck brought by Chun-I-chan, as Lin Hao felt everything was going smoothly today. As usual, he cut straight to the point. "Beautiful lady, no problem with you being my girlfriend, right?" Lin Meru retorted irritably. "That's a huge problem. Are you out of your mind?" She came from a privileged background, with both parents being high-ranking officials. Her stint as an office director in the district was merely a transitional role. Lin Meru was incredibly arrogant. How could she take someone as ordinary and powerless as Lin Hao seriously? Even if he had some strength, so what? "My mind is indeed a bit off," Lin Hao laughed, casually shooting her in the leg. Struck in the leg, Lin Meru collapsed in pain. "What are you doing?" Lin Hao said calmly, "I think you can be my girlfriend now, right?" He aimed the gun at her other leg, looking ready to fire at the slightest disagreement. Lin Meru was both shocked and furious. "The military is rebuilding order. Do you think you can do whatever you want?" Lin Hao shot her other leg as well. "One more question. Can you be my girlfriend now? This time he pointed the gun at her head. Lynn Myra's face turned pale both from pain and fear. Lynn Meru finally couldn't hold on to her pride, and hurriedly said, "Don't kill me, you'll be your girlfriend." "Done." Lin Hao sneered, "Why didn't you agree earlier? I thought you'd rather die than say yes." Lin Myra's face twisted in pain. "You pervert, aren't you going to take me to the hospital?" Lin Hao pulled out a dagger and grinned, "Wickedly take you to the hospital to feed the zombies." This woman was so used to being high and mighty that it had spoiled her mind. What use was taking her to the hospital? Were there still hospitals operating at this time? Perhaps some doctors had survived, but Lin Hao didn't need to bother with that. He crouched down and brutally dug the bullets out of Lin Myra's legs. This time she was in so much pain, she couldn't even scream and passed out. She had lived a life of luxury and ease since childhood. How could she have ever endured such suffering? Seeing this, the women were all stunned. Even watching was painful. Chun Yichon secretly felt relieved that she had agreed and avoided such torment. Meng Jian said, "You're ruthless enough, deliberately torturing her like this." Lin Hao replied nonchalantly, "What torture is this? I'm teaching her a lesson. If a woman was arrogant and looked down on everyone, wouldn't she cause trouble unless taught a lesson?" After digging the bullets out of both of Lin Myra's legs, Lin Hao took out a 5-tire rejuvenation potion and poured it down her throat. The bloody wounds on Lin Myra's legs healed instantly, leaving not even a scar. A 5-tire rejuvenation potion could regenerate the limbs of amputees. How could it fail to heal a gunshot wound? Lin Meru slowly regained consciousness, found she was no longer in pain, and noticed the gunshot wounds on her legs had completely healed. Only the holes and bloodstains on her pants proved that the gunshot wounds were not a dream, but had truly occurred. Lin Meru asked in confusion, "Was I unconscious for a long time? How are the wounds healed?" Lin Hao didn't bother to answer, and said, "Let's go keep working." The district office area was mostly cleared, and it was time to move on to the next location to continue eliminating zombies. Unlike with the other women, Lin Hao didn't immediately boost Lin Myra's strength. He wanted this arrogant, high-minded woman to realize how useless she was. He would first wear down her pride before enhancing her abilities. There was no rush, as she wasn't indispensable. In truth, Lin Meru was reluctant to follow this madman, but she dared not disobey, fearing another 2 bullets. A subconscious voice seemed to whisper that being loyal to Lin Hao was the only correct choice. Leaving the district office, Lin Hao led the women toward the nearby residential community, clearing out the zombies along the way. It didn't take long to eliminate the zombies on the ground level, and next came clearing those inside the residential buildings. To improve efficiency, Lin Hao divided the women into 3 groups, naturally keeping the burden Lin Meru in his own group. Each group split up to clear zombies in different residential buildings, but only those in the hallways and fire escapes. As for possible zombies inside individual apartments, Lin Hao never bothered with them. Going door to door was simply inefficient. Lin Meru, who hadn't received any enhancements, yet was exhausted just from following Lin Hao and the others up and down the stairs, even without having to do anything. Lin Hao pretended not to notice, letting her tire herself out first. Perhaps within a day her baseless pride would be completely eroded. After climbing 2 buildings, Lin Meru finally couldn't take it anymore, and pleaded pitifully, "Since I can't do anything anyway, can I just wait downstairs?" Lin Hao laughed, "I have no problem with that, but the zombies in the underground parking lot haven't been cleared yet. Aren't you afraid they'll come up and find you?" Lin Meru was terrified and had no choice but to grit her teeth and keep following. Though this man was both brutal and detestable, at least staying by his side meant she wouldn't turn into a zombie. Lin Hao smirked inwardly. Let her be arrogant, a bit of torment would make her abandon those meaningless feelings of superiority. Exhausted after clearing out the zombies from 5 buildings alongside Lin Hao, Lin Meru collapsed completely. Each residential building stood 30 stories tall, and after tackling 5 of them, she had climbed the equivalent of 145 flights of stairs. Going up and down, that made for a total of 290 flights of feet she hadn't accomplished in over 20 years. Lin Myra's legs no longer obeyed her commands, feeling as though they belonged to someone else. Thankfully, the next task was to clear the zombies from the underground parking lot, allowing her a break from the incessant climbing. Lin Hao casually asked Lin Meru, "Do you know why they aren't tired, but you are?" Lin Meru weakly replied, "They've been killing zombies with you every day, so they've built up their stamina." Lin Hao chuckled, "It's because I've given them potions to enhance their physical abilities." Lin Meru pouted, "Then why didn't you give me one? Are you deliberately messing with me?" Lin Hao smiled and nodded, "Exactly, I'm intentionally putting you through a bit of hardship first." Lin Meru huffed, "You're really cruel. I've already agreed to be your girlfriend, and you still want to mess with me." Lin Hao teased him, helping you see your true self. "You are just one of my women. I don't let your aspirations exceed your capabilities, as a misplaced sense of superiority won't help you integrate into the group." Lin Meru was instantly rendered speechless, recalling the days of peace just a few days prior, when she was the envy of all, even receiving respectful treatment from the district leaders. In just a few days she had fallen from grace, and the man before her in the past would have found it difficult to even meet her gaze. Now, however, she had become one of his women. The thought of this left the already exhausted Lin Meru feeling even more reluctant to speak. Lin Hao handed her a bottle of first-tier physical enhancement potion and said this will boost your physical abilities, consider it a sweet reward. A stick followed by a sweet date works even better. Besides, Lin Meru had reached her limit. Without a slight boost to her physical abilities, she wouldn't be able to move any further. Resigned, she drank the potion, convinced that even if it were poison, she would have to consume it. Given his brutality, could she refuse it? As long as he wished, he had 100 ways to force her to take the potion, so it was better to accept her fate than to suffer unnecessarily. The pain of being shot and having bullets forcibly removed lingered in Lin Meru's mind. She didn't want to endure that kind of suffering again. After consuming the potion, Lin Meru was pleasantly surprised to find that Lin Hao had not deceived her. It truly was a potion that enhanced physical abilities. A warm current flowed through her limbs, dispelling the extreme fatigue that had threatened to overwhelm her. At that moment, she felt as if she had been fully revived, even feeling lighter than before. Silently watching Lin Hao as he charged in to fight the zombies, Lin Meru suddenly felt he wasn't as detestable and frightening as she had thought. To possess a potion capable of strengthening the body elevated Lin Hao's value in her eyes dramatically. Coming from a family of privilege, she understood that the power dynamics were about to shift, and Lin Hao, who could cultivate strong individuals in bulk, would undoubtedly rise. Lin Meru's mindset shifted. Facing such a promising and valuable man, she found it acceptable to lower her head. Having cleared the zombies from the underground parking lot, it was now lunchtime. Lin Hao was preparing to take the women to find a clean place to eat, but a young man approached them uninvited. Seeing the formidable strength displayed by Lin Hao and the women, the young man, named Yu Fuse, began to contemplate. Perhaps this was an opportunity to latch onto Lin Hao's coattails. If he could trade his cousin for a gun, it would be a significant gain. At the same time, he was also saving his cousin. Yu Fuse reassured himself, provided she was still alive. After preparing himself mentally, Yu Fuse gathered his courage and approached Lin Hao. Mr. Lin, my name is Yu Fuse. Lin Hao had no recollection of this person or his name, raising an eyebrow slightly. Do we know each other? Yu Fuse didn't dare to be coy and quickly explained, we don't know each other, but I have a very beautiful cousin. Lin Hao looked at Yu Fuse with a half smile. What does your beautiful cousin have to do with me? Yu Fuse's heart raced, and he cautiously responded, my cousin is single and has never been in a relationship. Could it be that this famous man who had openly sought a girlfriend online did not like beautiful women? That seemed unlikely considering the many beautiful women around him. Lin Hao wasted no time, teasing Yu Fuse, where is your cousin? Do you have a picture of her? Yu Fuse let out a sigh of relief. I have a picture on my phone, but it's out of battery. She works as a teacher at Huijia Middle School, and her name is Ku Jingxian. Lin Hao's interest was piqued. Is she really that beautiful? He was preparing to take the women south toward downtown, and Huijia Middle School, a prestigious school in Handong, was conveniently located in that direction. Yu Fuse asserted confidently, she's truly beautiful. The scouts have approached her before, but she doesn't want to pursue a career in acting. Lin Hao continued to inquire, are you sure your cousin is still alive? Yu Fuse replied, I contacted her during the outbreak. She was still alive then with some students in the broadcasting room. After the power went out, I lost contact. Lin Hao chuckled, alright, I got it. He'll check in at Huijia Middle School when I pass by. It seemed everyone knew about his fondness for beautiful women. This was the second time someone had actively introduced a woman to him. The first was Guohong, who introduced Imo Mingxiang, a stunning beauty with long legs, and Lin Hao was quite pleased. Lin Hao hoped that this teacher, named Ku Jingxian, would not disappoint him. A visit to Huijia Middle School was in order. Yu Fuse felt a surge of excitement and tentatively asked, Mr. Lin, I heard you can conjure guns. Lin Hao replied, candidly, don't even think about guns. I can't give you one. I can offer you a machete and a shovel along with some food. If you don't want that, then forget it. Although a bit disappointed, Yu Fuse dared not refuse, hurriedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Lin, having those items would be great. Lin Hao nodded. This guy was somewhat perceptive. If Yu Fuse had insisted on a gun, Lin Hao wouldn't have even offered those items. After sending Yu Fuse away, Lin Hao took the women to find a clean house to have lunch. The sumptuous food thrilled Chen Yichan, who had been eating soy sauce over rice for several days. Lin Meru was not much better off, as she hadn't had a hot meal in days. Thankfully, it had been her birthday recently, and many colleagues and subordinates had given her gifts. Just the various imported chocolates alone amounted to several boxes, preventing her from starving. Lin Hao noticed the change in Lin Meru's attitude. Her gaze towards him was unexpectedly gentle. Was it really that simple to win her over with a little hardship followed by a reward? After lunch, Lin Hao embraced Lin Meru and entered the master bedroom to conduct a test of obedience. Realizing what was about to happen, Lin Meru shyly asked, what are you doing? You. Lin Hao replied, succinctly indicating his intentions with a single word. Lin Meru was momentarily stunned. By the time she processed his words, she found herself without the chance to speak. After half an hour of testing, Lin Hao was satisfied with the results. The woman was utterly obedient. He considerately handed her toothpaste, a toothbrush, and bottled water, and Lin Meru scurried into the bathroom. When she emerged after brushing her teeth, Lin Hao gave her various potions to enhance her strength. Boosting her power was both a reward for her compliance and a means to make her more useful. Having an extra person to kill zombies could unlock more supplies far better than dragging along a deadweight. Lin Meru, now significantly stronger, was ecstatic. Can you conjure all these potions out of thin air? Lin Hao knew what she was thinking and replied calmly, of course. I can produce as many as I want. Lin Meru grew even more excited. You could build a mighty army. The entire world would kneel at your feet. Lin Hao smirked wickedly. Having you kneel at my feet is good enough. I don't have such grand ambitions. Recalling what had just transpired, Lin Meru blushed and pouted. You have no respect for me. You talk too much. Lin Hao said, his mind stirred as he pulled the woman toward the bathroom. An hour later, Lin Hao and Lin Meru emerged, leading the other women out to work. Luck was on his side today. Congratulations, host. Unlocked Tier 4 Skill Potion, unlimited quantity. Tier 4 Skill Potion elevates all mastered skills to Tier 4. Overjoyed, Lin Hao immediately upgraded Lightning Bolt and Teleportation to Tier 4. The range of teleportation surged from 20 meters to 80 meters. Lin Hao then tested Lightning Bolt. 4 bolts reduced a zombie to charcoal. He had only cast it once, yet 4 lightning strikes descended simultaneously. Moreover, each bolt was thicker, once as thin as a pencil, now as thick as a thumb. Lin Hao also discovered he could target 4 zombies, directing each bolt at a separate foe. He selected 4 zombies as test targets and unleashed the spell, sending the 4 bolts to strike individually. Seeing the 4 zombies instantly turn to ash, Lin Hao smiled. He knew Lightning Bolt couldn't be weak. Even if zombies had high resistance to lightning, sufficient power could still annihilate them in one blow. The women gathered around Lin Hao, their eyes and voices brimming with desire. How could they not want such formidable lightning? Lin Hao wasn't about to refuse them, but he smirked wickedly. From now on, you'll all follow my arrangements every night. This remark drew playful protests from the women. How could they not know what this big scoundrel was plotting? Sun Ermin was the most understanding. She approached Lin Hao with a smile. I have no problem with that. I accept. Such a sensible woman deserved a reward. If I ever become emperor, I'll make you an imperial consort. The power of example was boundless. With Sun Ermin setting the precedent, the other women had no choice but to accept his dominance. Having gotten his way, Lin Hao gave them all Tier 4 skill potions, further enhancing their abilities. After drinking the potions, the women attacked zombies with even greater fervor. They wholeheartedly believed Lin Hao's claim that killing zombies accumulated energy. Thus, they strove to slay as many as possible, gathering more energy for him. With energy, he could conjure even better treasures. Though the truth wasn't exactly as they imagined, it was essentially the same. Killing more zombies unlocked more supplies, naturally increasing the chance of rare finds. The greatest beneficiary of the Tier 4 skill potion was Chun Yi-chan, who possessed one more skill than the others. Like Lightning Bolt, her fireball could now release 4 projectiles at once, each targeting a different foe. Moreover, each fireball was larger, once the size of a fist, now as big as a bowl. Their power was also amplified, for exploding fireballs could incinerate a horde of zombies with devastating efficiency. Yet Lin Hao didn't consider Fireball superior to Lightning Bolt just because it killed zombies more effectively. Fireball's greater efficiency might simply be due to Fire's advantage over the undead, which proved nothing. In a different environment such as underwater, Fireball would be useless while Lightning would shine. Still, Lin Hao was delighted to have a woman like Chun Yi-chan who came with her own innate skill. His team needed such a stunning beauty to boost their strength while enriching his emotional life. After clearing the nearby subway station, Lin Hao led the women back to the hotel via a different route, arriving just at dusk. Shin Mingji approached to report, Mr. Lin, several people claiming to be Haidea's subordinates have been waiting for you all afternoon. Where are they? Lin Hao asked. He remembered Haidai, who had once posted a hefty online bounty for his address and contact information. Though Haidai had spoken of cooperation and development in the video, his method of a bounty deeply displeased Lin Hao. There was no need to suppress his displeasure. When he met Haidai, Lin Hao intended to make him see just how red the flowers bloomed. Sensing Lin Hao's cold demeanor, Shin Mingji instinctively shrank his neck, there in the cafe on the second floor. Lin Hao nodded and entered the hotel with the women. Just as he was about to go upstairs, a group descended. These were Haidea's men who had grown impatient and hurried down upon spotting Lin Hao's return. Spotting Lien Rurong among them, Lin Hao quipped, "When did you become Haidea's subordinate?" He was genuinely surprised she had ended up with Haidai. With her wits, she'd be devoured to the bone. But that wasn't Lin Hao's concern. Lien Rurong's fate was her own affair. He was merely slightly taken aback. This indicated that Haidea's base couldn't be far away, or these people couldn't have made it here. Lien Rurong said sullenly, "You don't care whether I live or die, so I have to find a way to survive, don't I?" Lin Hao replied indifferently, "How you survive is your freedom. I have no interest in interfering. Why are you here to see me?" Lien Rurong said stiffly, "In order to negotiate cooperation with you. Our boss said if you're willing to join, you'll be second in command, and you can pick any woman you want." Lin Hao laughed. "Are you stupid, or do you think I'm stupid?" Why would I bother to be Haide's second in command? If he wants cooperation, he'll be the boss, and he'll be the second. He had no intention of cooperating with Haidai, not even if offered the top spot. He said this merely to lure Haidai to his death. Realizing Haidai was nearby, Lin Hao devised a plan to draw him in and eliminate this menace before leaving tomorrow. Though Haidai posed no real threat in Lin Hao's eyes, he still wanted to kill him given the chance. For no other reason, Haidai had sealed his death warrant the moment he issued that bounty. Since Haidai was so eager to die, Lin Hao had no reason not to oblige. Beside Lien Rurong, a long-haired man sneered. Who do you think you are demanding to be the boss? Do you think you're some almighty hotshot? Did I give you permission to speak? How unruly, Lin Hao said coldly. A petty thug daring to jump up and slap his face. Wasn't that just asking for death? It could only be said that Long Mao's understanding of Lin Hao's strength was exceedingly superficial, which is why he met his end. To be precise, even Ru Rong and Haidai had but a shallow grasp of Lin Hao's true power. They believed his capabilities remained at the level he displayed before the network was severed. Little did they know his strength had increased more than tenfold. Nay, it could even be said to have surged 100-fold. With a casual gunshot, Lin Hao dispatched the insolent Long Mao as effortlessly as killing a chicken. Lien Rurong was so terrified she shrieked, How? How can you kill someone? Lin Hao barked impatiently, Quiet. If you annoy me, I'll kill you too. Lien Rurong hastily covered her mouth, terrified. He would make good on his threat. No one dared to utter a sound. Faced with a merciless man who would shoot at the slightest provocation, everyone was paralyzed with fear. The crowd turned their gazes toward the rugged, middle-aged man at the rear of the group. This man was the leader of their team, and the only one who possessed a pistol. Firearms were precious, reserved solely for core members. Ordinary members had none. Even though Haidai had raided several police armories over the past few days, there still weren't enough guns. The middle-aged man said, Mr. Lin, please don't misunderstand. We sincerely wish to cooperate with you. As for the specifics of our collaboration, we can negotiate. He had initially preferred to stay in the shadows, hoping Lien Rurong, as Lin Hao's former classmate, could handle the discussion more smoothly. Unfortunately, Lien Rurong proved useless. Her words lacked any tact, and now she was too frightened to even speak. Lin Hao said indifferently, You're not qualified to negotiate with me. If Haidai truly wants to cooperate, tell him to come see me himself. I'm leaving here tomorrow morning, so if he wants to talk, he'd better arrive early. I won't wait. With that, he headed straight upstairs, ignoring them entirely. Cooperation was out of the question. His only intention was to lure Haidai here and kill him. Since collaboration was impossible, leaving him alive would only be a latent threat. Better to eliminate him and avoid being bitten one day. Lin Hao had no doubt that Haidai would come personally. A man who had been restless since the zombie outbreak first erupted must harbor immense ambition. With the temptation of unlimited firearms and ammunition, how could Haidai resist his own greed and not make the trip himself? Stepping into the fire escape, Lin Hao sneered. What kind of low-grade trash dared to post a hefty bounty online? Regardless of Haidai's motives for offering such a reward, he had already sealed his own fate. Tomorrow would be his day of death. Returning to the presidential suite, Lin Hao glanced at the women around him and without much deliberation took Chen Yichan by the hand into the master bedroom. Chen Yikan's most striking feature was her large, jet-black luminous eyes. Among the many women, hers were the most beautiful. Bathing with a different woman each day brought endless pleasure, and Lin Hao made no effort to hide his masculine nature. There was no need to. A true man acts as he pleases without aping the hypocritical pretenses of false gentlemen. In the apocalypse, who was there to put on a facade for? Perhaps due to awakening her fire-type ability, Chen Yikan's body temperature was unusually high, which was truly remarkable. Though it was still the lingering heat of autumn, with temperatures remaining high, holding Chen Yichan in winter would surely be even more delightful. An hour later, Lin Hao emerged from the master bedroom with Chen Yichan and joined the other women waiting in the living room for a sumptuous dinner. Lin Hao took the opportunity to discuss business. Tonight is our last night here. Tomorrow I'll head to the city center to find a new base. Any suggestions? Although it was impossible to clear all the zombies in this area within a few days, the major zombie clusters had already been dealt with. There was no point in wasting time cleaning up the remaining areas. It was too inefficient. He would leave that to the survivors to figure out. Lin Hao had no intention of being their babysitter. Lin Meru suggested, How about Bisui Bay? That neighborhood mainly features large apartments over 200 square meters with quite a few supersized penthouses of over 1,000 square meters. There's plenty of room for all of us. Plus, the area is densely populated with heavy foot traffic and a huge number of zombies. Lin Hao pulled out his phone, opened an offline map, and checked the location of Bisui Bay. He gave a thumbs up, good suggestion. If no one has any other ideas, tomorrow we'll head straight to Bisui Bay. No one raised any objections. Bisui Bay was famous far and wide, nearly everyone had heard of it. At the peak of the housing market, any apartment there cost at least 20 to 30 million. Among the 12 women present along with Lin Hao, only the female CEO Yang Yi could afford a property in Bisui Bay. The others couldn't even scrape together a down payment. Now, of course, money was no object. They could simply find an unoccupied supersized penthouse without spending a cent. No need to even fight for it. Yang Yi hesitated, ultimately holding her tongue. She had a half-formed idea, but decided to think it over carefully first. She resolved to clarify her thoughts before speaking. Acting on impulse was not her style. She would mull it over tonight and bring it up in the morning. The relocation plan was thus settled. After dinner, Lin Hao teleported to He-Ru's side to check on her. He-Ru was bathing in the bathroom when he suddenly appeared. She instinctively turned away and exclaimed coquettishly, "Don't look." Lin Hao retorted contemptuously, "We're already an old married couple, and you're still being this coy. There's definitely something wrong with your head." Admittedly, the woman's back was quite beautiful, well-proportioned, neither too broad nor too narrow, with elegant lines yet a softness to them. Since he was already there was nothing more to say. That bath He-Ru took lasted nearly an hour. Luo Yuro was puzzled when she saw Lin Hao and He-Ru emerge from the room. Understanding dawned on her. At the same time, Luo Yuro became even more bewildered when this man entered He-Ru's room. She had been in the living room the entire time, and no one had gone into He-Ru's room. Judging by his face, this man was indeed Lin Hao. Luo Yuro had seen his videos before. As expected of the legendary man, his very manner of appearance was unique, leaving a deep impression on her. He-Ru teased as she made the introduction. "Yuro, this is Lin Hao, your boyfriend." This was the stunning beauty she had discovered among the survivors, and also the sister and ally she had chosen for herself. After all, there were far too many zombies. He-Ru couldn't possibly kill them all alone. She needed more helpers to join her in the slaughter. Lin Hao refused to enhance the abilities of her surviving colleagues. If he were willing, things would be much simpler. Thus, He-Ru had no choice but to seek out beautiful women among the survivors. Only they could persuade him to boost their power. There was no helping it. The man was straightforward in his desires, only drawn to great beauties and trusting only his girlfriends. He-Ru felt utterly helpless. Luo Yuro was somewhat embarrassed by He-Ru's teasing introduction and softly greeted Lin Hao. "Hello." Lin Hao glanced at her, and as usual cut straight to the chase. "You're willing to be my girlfriend, aren't you?" He-Ru had told him about Luo Yuro while they were bathing, praising her beauty. She was indeed a stunning woman. He-Ru's aesthetic sense was impeccable and aligned perfectly with his own. Due to the sweltering heat and a power outage, Luo Yuro was dressed in light, cool attire, a short skirt and a tank top. The tank top was rather charming, and her slender straight legs were strikingly distinctive, a pleasing sight to behold. Luo Yuro nodded, leaving no room for doubt on the matter. She was of course willing. She had already been persuaded by He-Ru, otherwise she wouldn't have moved here to live with her. "Congratulations, host. The partnership with Luo Yuro has been confirmed. The trait of eternal loyalty has taken effect." With her consent secured, Lin Hao immediately produced a stack of potions and 2 guns for Luo Yuro. He also handed over the potions that He-Ru hadn't yet consumed, then took his leave. As for Luo Yuro's marksmanship, Lin Hao had no concerns. He-Ru would teach her. The next moment, Lin Hao appeared beside Lu Banu, who was occupied with her own tasks alongside Lu Banxian. Lu Banu was lying on the bed reading a comic while Lu Banxian was drafting plans for expanding their influence. After reviewing Lu Banxian's proposals, Lin Hao gave a thumbs up. "Not bad, you've put real thought into this." This woman was indeed ambitious. Her plan treated the entire city of Gue City as a single entity. Evidently, Lu Banxian aspired to be the woman who controlled this city. Lin Hao was more than happy to see it happen. After all, with the system's guarantee of eternal loyalty, her strength was an extension of his own. Lu Banxian frowned slightly. "The problem is the sheer number of people I need. Once the operations expand, I'm afraid I won't be able to manage alone." Although she had a twin sister, that sister was far too unreliable, unwilling to handle serious matters, and utterly absorbed in her comics. Lin Hao said, "Didn't I tell you to find stunning beauties? Recruit more of them, and they'll all become your aides." Lu Banxian rolled her eyes. "Do you think stunning beauties are as common as cabbages? You think you can just find them whenever you want?" Lin Hao encouraged her. "Where there's a will, there's a way. If you search diligently, you're bound to find them." In Gue City, with a population of nearly 5 million, even with a 1 in 10,000 standard, there would be about 500 exceptionally beautiful women. Factoring in a survival rate of 10%, that still left 50. With some time and effort, they could certainly be found. Lu Banxian grumbled, "You always tell me to find beauties, but you never come to help me." Lin Hao chuckled. "I'm very busy. You focus on Gue City, I'm focused on the whole country." After chatting with Lu Banxian for a while, and exchanging a few words with Lu Banu, Lin Hao left the potions and departed. He couldn't afford to invest too much energy in Gue City alone. He had many other cities to attend to. Whatever path Lu Banxian chose to develop, Lin Hao would support her, but the main effort had to come from her. Lin Hao made a circuit of the cities, spending time with his women and supplying them with potions. After completing his rounds, he returned to Handong and called when Xiaodi and Gan Shuiyao to join him for a late-night snack. Meanwhile, Haitao was far from idle. He gathered his most capable subordinates to discuss major plans. Haitao spoke in a grave tone. "That Lin Hao fellow is utterly ignorant of his place. Tomorrow we must capture him in one decisive move. Upon hearing reports from Lian Rurong and others, Haitao made his decision. Since soft tactics had failed, it was time for force. Not only had Lin Hao brazenly declared himself the leader, but he had also killed a subordinate sent to negotiate with him. Although the death of an insignificant underling was trivial, people died every day since the apocalypse began. One must consider the owner before striking the dog. By killing the man, Lin Hao had made it clear he had no intention of cooperating. After consulting with his men, Haitao decided leaving only a small crew to guard their base. The rest would mobilize in full force and set out at the break of dawn. The distance from Haitao's stronghold to the hotel where Lin Hao was staying was roughly 5 kilometers. The roads were largely clear of zombies, most of which had been eliminated by Lin Hao. Haitao's men had also cleared a significant number, opening a path to Handong University. The 5-kilometer journey would take at most an hour. Anticipating his victory over Lin Hao by morning, Haitao was brimming with confidence. Tomorrow, everyone hold back a little. You can cripple Lin Hao, but don't kill him. Lin Hao's value lay in being kept captive, a perpetual source of weapons and supplies. Crippling him was acceptable, killing him was not. Haitao was supremely confident. He had recruited nearly 1,000 followers, including several ability users. No matter how formidable Lin Hao was, he couldn't withstand such overwhelming numbers. The next morning, Lin Hao went through his routine of morning exercise, washing up, and breakfast, all while waiting for Haitao to come and meet his doom. Once Haitao was dealt with, Lin Hao planned to move with his women from the hotel to the city center for further development. Although the current environment was pleasant, the space was too small to accommodate everyone, and it was too far from the downtown area. This wasn't the time for leisure. The city center was the prime location for killing zombies and unlocking supplies. Yang Yi offered her suggestion. Should we consider developing separately? With our strength, we could clear the entire city of zombies in 1 to 2 months at most. This was the result of her deep deliberation the night before. Like Lu Banxian, she was an ambitious woman. Comparing the two, Yang Yi was more mature. She was already a female CEO when the apocalypse struck, while Lu Banxian was merely a wealthy young lady. Yang Yi understood clearly that spending every day killing zombies alongside so many sisters would lead nowhere, as she would only fade into the crowd. It would be far better to develop separately. She believed that with her own abilities and the power Lin Hao had granted her, she could achieve great things. Lin Hao readily agreed. That makes sense. Tell me, how do you propose we split our efforts? He acknowledged the validity of her point. Once the zombies here were cleared in a month or two, they needed to think long-term. Separate development was a good idea. It would not only boost the efficiency of zombie elimination, but also aid in recruiting stunning beauties to strengthen the team. Yang Yi said, my hometown is He City. I know the place well. I could develop there and later expand toward Jing City. What do you think? Lin Myra's eyes lit up. Sister Yang, that's a brilliant idea. The He City and Zheng City area is densely populated with endless zombies and plenty of territory. Lin Hao nodded with a smile. Both of you have put forward excellent points, but Yang Yi clearly can't go alone. Who among you is willing to join her in He City? At this, both Yang Yi and Lin Meiru fell silent. Yang Yi found it awkward to speak, while Lin Meiru was reluctant to partner with her. Lin Meiru was also an ambitious woman and naturally didn't want to go to He City with someone equally driven. Setting aside other issues, the question of who would lead and who would follow was a problem in itself. It was better not to cluster together. Yang Yi could go to He City, and Lin Meiru would find another place to develop later. None of the other women spoke up either. Those with ambition didn't want to go with Yang Yi to He City, and those without it were even less inclined. Staying in Handong meant more company liveliness and comfort. Why would they risk the dangers of the road to travel all the way to He City with Yang Yi? Zhai Qianro, seeing that no one had spoken, felt a pang of sympathy for Yang Yi. She hesitated before saying, how about I go with Sister Yang? In her heart, she preferred to stay in Handong, but she had a good relationship with Yang Yi and couldn't bear to let her go to He City alone. Yang Yi was overjoyed. Qianro is willing to come with me to He City. That's wonderful. Thank you, Qianro. She had a high opinion of the Western restaurant manager, who had a pleasant personality and was meticulous in her work. With Zhai Qianro agreeing to join her in He City, Yang Yi not only gained a capable assistant, but also a compatible companion for the journey ahead. Lin Hao remarked, 2 people are still too few. Huantao, why don't you go to Huqing as well? He fully endorsed Yang Yi's plan, believing that since they would eventually develop separately, it was best to start now. Bai Huantao agreed, without hesitation, her eyes fixed solely on Lin Hao. Whatever he said, she would follow. Yang Yi joyfully embraced Bai Huantao in gratitude. Thank you, Huantao. From now on, the 3 of us will have each other's company. Bai Huantao replied modestly, no need to thank me. Actually, I've always wanted to venture beyond Handong. This was the truth. She had lost her legs in a car accident during high school and had never left the province before that, making it even more impossible afterward. Lin Hao said cheerfully, then it's settled. Let's have breakfast first, and afterward we'll go our separate ways. Meng Jian took a bite of her steamed bun and shifted the topic. Do you think that seaweed will come? Lin Hao replied casually, since I said I'd leave this morning, he'll definitely show up. If Seaweed's men could reach this place, it meant he wasn't far off. Since his subordinates could come, he certainly could too. An ambitious man like Seaweed wouldn't miss the chance. And indeed, as Lin Hao and the women were having breakfast, a knock came at the door. Shin Mingji was the one knocking. He announced, "Mr. Lin, Seaweed has arrived with hundreds of men." Lin Hao smiled and instructed, "Tell him to come up and see me. He'll wait for him here." Shin Mingji asked, "With so many people, should we limit how many come up?" Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need to limit the number. Let as many come up as they wish." He added, "You don't need to come up either. Just guard the hotel entrance." After Shin Mingji left, Lin Hao immediately produced a pile of remote-controlled bombs and arranged them around the living room. No matter how many of Seaweed's men came up, they would all die. That's why Lin Hao specifically told Shin Mingji to guard the hotel entrance. Seeing Lin Hao set up so many bombs, the women quickly followed his instructions, using their phase shift ability to teleport away. With their level 4 phase shift covering 80 meters, they could easily move to nearby buildings and then relay to farther distances. As for Lin Hao, there was no need to worry. He could teleport to their side at any moment, and no one could harm him. Bai Huan Tao still felt concerned for him and whispered, "Maybe I should stay here with you." Lin Hao patted her head and said, "Go with them and wait for me a kilometer away. Be good." Although Bai Huan Tao meant well, staying would only cause trouble. Without her, Lin Hao could teleport freely. With her head, have to bring her along. Meanwhile, Seaweed, oblivious to his impending doom, led his gang of subordinates into the presidential suite with great fanfare. Though aware that Lin Hao had a gun, Seaweed also had one, along with several ability users among his men. Coupled with their numerical advantage, Seaweed was confident of success. Since Lin Hao refused to cooperate, Seaweed dropped all pretense and prepared to take him by force. "Brother, that's not very considerate of you. I sent men to invite you, and not only did you refuse, but you killed them." Seaweed immediately began his accusations. The death of a minor thug didn't bother him. He merely used it to pressure Lin Hao. Before entering the hotel, Seaweed had stationed his men at every entrance, ensuring Lin Hao had no escape. Whether Lin Hao liked it or not, he would be taken away forcibly and kept as a tool, break his limbs, and imprison him. Seaweed had 100 ways to make him submit. Lin Hao sneered contemptuously. "Killing one of your men? What of it? I plan to kill you too. You're asking for death." Seaweed laughed in fury, waving his hand as his men drew their guns and aimed at Lin Hao. Lin Hao shook the remote detonator in his hand, taunting, "Do you know why my women aren't here?" Seaweed's mind flashed to remote bombs, and his eyes narrowed. He quickly turned and shouted at his men, "Who the hell told you to draw your guns? Put them down." Turning back, he plastered the sincerest smile on his face. "Brother, don't misunderstand. Ever since I learned of your abilities, I've dreamed of partnering with you." Lin Hao cut him off, his tone menacing. "But I don't want to partner with you. I just want you dead." Even a clay idol has some temper, let alone Seaweed, who dominated both the underworld and the legitimate world. He roared in fury, "Don't think that cheap toy can scare me. Take this kid down and break his limbs." Despite his apparent rage, he wasn't truly blinded by it. If Lin Hao was bluffing, capturing him would solve everything. If there were real remote bombs, capturing him was even more crucial to hold his women hostage. Since negotiation had failed, only desperate action remained. Seaweed hadn't risen to power by being a coward. Unfortunately, his opponent was Lin Hao. Several of Seaweed's trusted men lunged at Lin Hao, only to find in horror that they had grabbed at air. What remained was merely an illusion. Their hands passed through as if through thin air. The next moment, a cacophony of wails erupted from outside. Seaweed sensed trouble and hurried out to investigate. Dozens of his men stationed at the elevator and emergency exits were writhing on the ground in agony. Lin Hao stood there leisurely, having blocked the elevator and stairwell with endless piles of rice bags. Panic seized Seaweed. "Catch him. Don't let him escape, or we're all dead." With both exits sealed, if they couldn't capture Lin Hao, they would be at his mercy. But Lin Hao used phase shift to appear beside Seaweed, patting his fat cheek. "Enjoy your last minute." Seaweed tried to grab Lin Hao, but caught only air. He quickly pleaded, "Brother, let's talk. He'll make you the boss. He'll do whatever you say." Lin Hao mocked, "But I just want you dead. I don't want to be the boss." A fuel tanker appeared in the living room. Lin Hao easily sliced open its tank with his level 3 Mo Dao. A mixture of hydrocarbons from C5 to C12 gushed out, spreading rapidly to Seaweed's feet. The acrid smell jolted Seaweed's mind. He knew death was imminent, and a savage gleam flashed in his eyes. "You'll die too." Seaweed's face twisted with fury as he drew his pistol and fired at the tanker. There was no complaint about being killed by a terrifying opponent like Lin Hao, but even in death, Seaweed was determined to drag Lin Hao down to hell with him. Hitting Lin Hao might be difficult, but hitting the tanker was easy. As Seaweed pulled the trigger, Lin Hao nodded in approval, a real man. But no matter how brave, once an enemy, he must die. The next instant, a violent explosion reduced the top floors of the hotel to rubble. Windows of surrounding buildings shattered, and Seaweed and his men were obliterated. With Seaweed dealt with, Lin Hao escorted Yang Yi and the other two women westward toward Huching, ensuring their safety. The dangers outside the city far exceeded those within, and he couldn't rest easy without accompanying them. The remaining 9 women headed to Bishui Bay, as previously arranged, staying within the city where there was little danger. Lin Hao couldn't imagine what could threaten them given their strength and unity. Today seemed auspicious. Less than 2 hours after leaving the hotel, he unlocked something good. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the level 5 spatial ring. Quantity, unlimited. Taking out 1 ring, Lin Hao marveled. What a treasure. The level 5 spatial ring boasted a cubic space of 50 meters on each side, with a volume of 12500 cubic meters. Not just the women, but even Lin Hao desperately needed this item. The system space could only store items produced by the system, leaving non-system goods unmanageable. With the spatial ring, this major problem was finally solved. Even more remarkably, Lin Hao discovered that one spatial ring could be placed inside another, allowing infinite nesting. This meant that with enough rings one could possess limitless space, and the system provided an unlimited quantity. This was truly fantastic. Lin Hao immediately gave each of the women a handful of spatial rings and explained the infinite nesting technique. He also instructed them to collect zombie corpses into the rings to prevent decay and plague. If a great plague wiped out the survivors, where would Lin Hao find beautiful women in the future? For the sustainable development of humanity, he needed to continue collecting beauties generation after generation. Lin Hao believed that with his rapidly increasing power, he could live for centuries or even millennia. They also collected the scattered vehicles along the road into the rings, restoring traffic flow. This was for the future. Clear roads would make travel convenient without trudging on foot. Since collecting items with the rings relied on thought, it was fast and didn't hinder their main tasks. They advanced while killing zombies or mutated creatures and collecting debris, all simultaneously. Zombie corpses and vehicles were stored in separate rings to avoid mixing. The rings containing corpses could be handed over to the system for harmless disposal. True harmless treatment required no polluting incineration or soil contamination. The rings with vehicles were kept, as vehicles were recyclable materials that might prove useful later. Since infinite nesting was possible, keeping them didn't hurt. Thus, wherever Lin Hao and the women passed, no corpses or abandoned vehicles remained. The women excitedly collected bodies and cars. With a mere thought, these objects vanished into the rings. How magical. And it didn't slow their zombie-killing pace at all, as a single thought sufficed. Lin Hao and his 3 companions made smooth progress, leaving the city proper by noon. Handong University was not located in the city center to begin with. It was only a few kilometers to the suburbs. The countryside on the outskirts, once a scene of tranquility and prosperity, had now transformed into a living hell teeming with zombies and mutated animals. As far as the eye could see, not a single living soul was visible. Any survivors who remained were hiding in their homes. Lin Hao led the 3 women to a civilian residence for lunch, and afterward they followed the railway line toward Huching. Taking the railway route was shorter than the highway, and the tracks lay right before them. Lin Hao couldn't be bothered to take the women onto the highway, which was surely clogged. Exerting effort to clear the highway would be better spent on the railway line, where traveling on foot was not slow. With their agility attributes at level 5, Lin Hao and the 3 women could run at over 20 times the speed of an ordinary person. An average person's long-distance running speed might be 5 or 6 kilometers per hour, but Lin Hao and his group could easily reach 100 kilometers per hour. However, Lin Hao was not in a hurry. Killing zombies was the same wherever they were, and he would dispatch any they encountered along the way. Especially when passing through cities along the route, Lin Hao would take the 3 women into town to clear out zombies and see if there were any beautiful women. In the evening, the 4 arrived at a prefecture-level city and decided to find a hotel there to stay overnight, continuing the next day. Without deliberately seeking a 5-star hotel, they settled for a nearby luxury hotel that looked decent. After casually clearing the zombies from the hotel's common areas, Lin Hao pulled by Huantao into a guest room. Sensing what was about to happen, Bai Huantao grew nervous. "Tell me what to do," she said. Lin Hao saw her unease and comforted her gently. "Don't be nervous, just relax." Encountering a woman who had eyes only for him, what reason was there not to treat her well? An hour later, Lin Hao teleported with Bai Huantao to Yang Yi's side, where Zhai Qianruo was also present. After dinner, Lin Hao teleported to Meng Ziyuan's side to check on their situation. Seeing the women clearing zombies from the courtyard of a residential complex, Lin Hao asked, "What complex is this?" Gan Shuiyao beamed and answered eagerly, "This is Bishuan complex, we just arrived." She didn't know why she was so happy, but seeing Lin Hao always lifted her spirits. Lin Hao teased, "You're moving so slowly, 10 kilometers took you a whole day." Meng Ziyuan rolled her eyes. "With zombies everywhere, how could we go faster?" Lin Hao slapped her on a fleshy spot. "That means you weren't working hard enough, you deserve punishment." But Meng Ziyuan's eyes turned seductive as she said, "Your servant accepts the punishment. Please punish me harshly, my lord." Lin Hao was caught between laughter and tears. To be fair, this woman was quite amusing. Playtime over, Lin Hao joined the effort to clear zombies, speeding up the progress. After clearing the zombies from the complex's common areas, Lin Hao and the women found a suitable residence. It was a lavishly decorated massive flat empty of any occupants. Since the owner was absent, it was considered ownerless property, and Lin Hao didn't hesitate to claim it. The place had 12 bedrooms, enough for 2 per room to accommodate 24 people. After replacing the bedding with new sets, it became a base for Lin Hao and the women. The only inconvenience was the lack of electricity, but he had already unlocked several portable power stations. One of them, an 1800W portable power station, could power not only lighting, but also a 1.5 horsepower air conditioner. In the spacious living room, Lin Hao gave each of the 9 women a spatial ring. Handing out spatial rings by the handful was a luxury only Lin Hao could afford. He then released a large array of supplies: medicine, food, drinks, weapons, daily necessities. The women could take whatever they wanted into their spatial rings. Lin Hao ensured they had more than enough, providing everything in abundance. With the spatial rings, they no longer needed to ask him for every little thing, saving him a great deal of trouble. After distributing the supplies, Lin Hao vanished and repeated the process with other women, giving them resources. By the time he finished his rounds, it was late. He teleported to Yang Yi's side to prepare a late-night snack. The next morning during breakfast, Lin Hao instructed the 3 women stay here and kill zombies for a few days. There's no rush to travel. Killing zombies is the same anywhere. Keep an eye out for any stunning beauties for me. Hearing this, Yang Yi and Zhai Qianro rolled their eyes together. What a scoundrel, saying such things without a hint of shame. Bai Huantao, however, responded without hesitation, sure, if I see a beautiful woman, I'll bring her back. Not only would she help him find beauties, but she would also go through fire and water for him, without a second thought. This man had given her a new life. Oh, without the limber-generating medicine he provided, she wouldn't have survived. You're the one, Lin Hao said, patting Bai Huantao's head. This woman was truly remarkable, always going along with him. After breakfast, Lin Hao teleported to Meng Ziyuan's side. Today he planned to take them to Huijia Middle School. Yu Fuse had claimed his cousin was very beautiful, and that likely wasn't nonsense. Besides, Bishuawan was not far from Huijia Middle School. The 9 women were already up, eating breakfast in the spacious living room and chattering away. When Lin Hao appeared beside her, Meng Ziyuan reached out to pinch his waist. Oh, you're still alive. Lin Hao smiled and nodded. I'm fine. I should be able to live another 1,000 or 800 years. TCH. Meng Ziyuan pouted. We were discussing how many girlfriends you'll have. Lin Hao asked curiously. Did you come to a conclusion? Meng Ziyuan shook her head. No conclusion. A scoundrel like you takes any beauty you see. There's no limit, only more. Lin Hao retorted. Nonsense. When did I take every beauty I saw? I didn't take that beauty from Wanto's complex. The stunning woman he saw near Gong Jianian's residence was beautiful, with looks and figure scoring over 90. But her mental state was poor, clearly broken, so Lin Hao let her go. Gan Shuiyao sidled up to Lin Hao and giggled. We saw a gorgeous woman in the building opposite earlier. Want her? Lin Hao's interest peaked. That could work. Where did you see her? He trusted his junior's eye. If she said it was a great beauty, it surely was. Gan Shuiyao pulled Lin Hao to the floor-to-ceiling window and pointed at a balcony on the opposite building. 7th floor, the unit with a row of orchids on the balcony. He'll go check it out. Lin Hao gave Gan Shuiyao a kiss as a reward, then teleported to the balcony she indicated. Although the distance between luxury buildings was greater than in lower-end complexes, it was still far less than 80 meters, posing no challenge for Lin Hao. Greetings, fair ladies. Lin Hao greeted casually, startling the 2 beautiful women in the living room. Gan Shuiyao was right. They were indeed stunning, but not 1 but 2. The older beauty asked with a mix of panic and confusion. How did you get in? Lin Hao reassured. Don't be afraid, I mean no harm. I awakened an ability and came directly from the building across. The younger beauty recognized Lin Hao, her eyes wide with surprise. You're Lin Hao from Handong University. The one who killed zombies in the neighborhood with those women yesterday. Lin Hao smiled and nodded. Yes, I'm Lin Hao. May I ask your names, ladies? Sensing he wasn't a threat, the younger woman sighed in relief. I'm Shu Tianhe. The older woman also introduced herself. I'm He Suhua. Lin Hao discerned their relationship and was somewhat astonished. I thought you 2 were sisters. He was genuinely taken aback. He Suhua's preservation was remarkable. She looked only about 25 or 26. He Suhua chuckled. You're quite the charmer, Mr. Lin. Please have a seat. I apologize for not being able to brew tea. She not only looked young, but was actually still quite young. She had married early, becoming a mother at 18, and wasn't old now. Moreover, she and her husband were locals from families that had struck it rich through demolition, enjoying ample material resources and conditions for self-care, making her appear over a decade younger than her real age. Lin Hao waved a hand and began probing. No need for formality. I'm just dropping by to say hello. Is the man of the house not home? He Suhua's face instantly darkened. My husband and son went missing the day the zombie outbreak began. I fear the worst. Lin Hao felt a secret delight, but expressed sympathy on his face. I'm sorry to bring up your sorrow. How about this? From now on you can stay with me, and I'll take care of you. Seeing these 2 beauties, Lin Hao was struck by a thought. Most men would have to take them and care for them, cherish them. He Suhua's expression soured. Are you taking advantage of our vulnerability? Following this man and letting him care for her? What price would that entail? She knew all too well. Hisuhua was no naive young girl, but she understood well a man's thoughts when he saw beauty. Lin Hao said calmly, "How is that taking advantage? You both saw my women's strength last evening. They slaughtered zombies like chopping vegetables. If you follow me, you'll have everything. They have a full enhancement of your physical abilities and various powers, including my ability to teleport from across the building. You'll have all this, and in terms of food and clothing it will only be better than what you had before, never worse. Isn't following me better than living precariously in this apocalypse where death could come at any moment? Compared to earnest persuasion, threatening with a blade or gun was more efficient. Had done it plenty of times. But there was no need for that always. Lin Hao wasn't just brawn without brains. He didn't want to achieve everything through threats. It was fine to change tactics like guiding circumstances. If that failed, coercion and bribery wouldn't work either. Shu Tianhe was somewhat tempted. She was open-minded about it, but too embarrassed to speak up, so she remained silent. Hisuhua was also quite tempted. She hesitated and asked, "Are you deceiving us?" She had little emotional attachment to her husband, who had secretly kept several mistresses outside. They hadn't divorced only for the sake of face. The two families were connected by marriage, and a divorce would be disgraceful. Now that her husband and son were likely gone, she and Shu Tianhe had no support. Without finding a new protector, how could two weak women survive the apocalypse? Shu Tianhe also had no real feelings for her husband. He had shown his true colors right after marriage, just like his father. Besides, he was dead now, so there was nothing more to say. The dead were gone, but the living had to go on. Lin Hao pulled out 2 bottles of physique-enhancing potions and handed them to Hisuhua and Shu Tianhe. "Try these." From their expressions, he knew he could win them over. He just needed a little extra push. Shu Tianhe reached out and took the potion, asking curiously, "What is this?" Lin Hao replied, "Don't worry, it's not poison. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't need poison. It enhances your physique." Hearing this, Shu Tianhe found it reasonable. If he wanted to harm them, he wouldn't go to the trouble of using poison. Killing terrifying zombies was as easy as slaughtering chickens. He could kill them without a weapon. Just a single slap would do. So Shu Tianhe opened the cap and drank the potion. Hisuhua didn't hesitate either and did the same. Sensing the obvious changes in their bodies, they exchanged glances, each reading the other's thoughts. Hisuhua then asked, "Tianhe, what do you think?" Shu Tianhe answered cleverly, "They'll follow your lead." She was highly emotionally intelligent. Even if she was tempted, she wouldn't speak first. She could see Hisuhua was also tempted, so she put on a docile, obedient look. Seeing Shu Tianhe unwilling to state her stance first, Hisuhua had to commit. "Mr. Lin will follow you," Lin Hao said with satisfaction. "So you're saying you're willing to be my girlfriend, right?" Answering such a question in front of Shu Tianhe made Hisuhua feel deeply embarrassed. But not answering was clearly not an option. She could only steel herself and nod. Congratulations, host. Partner relationship with Hisuhua confirmed. The never betray trait has taken effect. Done. Lin Hao turned to Shu Tianhe. "You're also willing to be my girlfriend, right?" Answering this question in front of Hisuhua, Shu Tianhe felt equally awkward. Congratulations, host. Partner relationship with Shu Tianhe confirmed. The never betray trait has taken effect. Done again. Lin Hao was in high spirits, having gained 2 more reliable never betraying assistants. He immediately brought out a pile of potions, weapons, and supplies for them. He enhanced their abilities and taught them how to use blades and guns. Half an hour later, he had taught them the basics of wielding both. Lin Hao took one in each arm and teleported them to Gan Shuyo's side. The women had already finished breakfast and were ready to depart. After brief introductions, Lin Hao led the group toward Huijia Middle School. Killing zombies unlocked supplies, and he could also seek out beautiful women to add to his partners, a two-for-one deal. Meanwhile, the Handong military wasn't idle. They were advancing from west to east toward the city center. The progress was excruciatingly slow. What used to take an hour or 2 now required dozens of times longer. Although they were in a mountainous area with fewer zombies than in the city, the mutated animals were far denser. All sorts of mutated creatures caused them great trouble, making every step a struggle. Handong City is home to a garrison, albeit a small one, primarily organized by companies. After the zombie outbreak, a company with 30 surviving soldiers is considered to have fared relatively well. The average casualty rate is as high as 80, making it impossible to rely on the scant garrison in the city to clear out the zombies. The emergence of silver zombies, which are difficult to kill with standard rifles, poses a significant threat to unarmored personnel. The day before yesterday, a surviving troop of 27 soldiers in the city encountered a silver zombie while clearing out the zombies around their base. After suffering the tragic loss of 16 soldiers, they finally managed to slay the silver zombie with heavy machine gun fire. The threat is not solely from the evolved high-tier zombies. Mutated animals are equally formidable. Just yesterday, a surviving troop in the city faced a mutated British Shorthair while clearing out zombies around their base. To be precise, it was a mutated British Shorthair whose size rivaled that of a cheetah. 12 soldiers fell victim to it, and it was only when reinforcements arrived in the form of an armed helicopter that the mutated British Shorthair retreated. Fortunately, the incident occurred in the city, allowing the soldiers to use buildings for cover. Had it taken place in the wilderness, they would have been obliterated. Cats are already much faster than humans, and after mutation, they are even quicker, making it nearly impossible to aim and shoot at them. Moreover, the physical defenses of that mutated British Shorthair are extremely high. Even when hit through concentrated fire, ordinary firearms cannot inflict effective damage. The Handong Military Command is situated in the mountains on the outskirts of the city. Although there are plenty of personnel and heavy weaponry here, the situation is equally grim. The elusive mutated snakes and various mutated birds and insects have caused them considerable distress. Ordinary insects that would only cause a swelling with their bites now pose a potentially lethal threat, not to mention the venomous snakes. Mutated birds are also troublesome. For instance, sparrows that could easily be crushed by a child before can now kill. The size of mutated sparrows is comparable to that of a hen. A fully armed soldier has no assurance of victory when facing a mutated sparrow. At this moment, the armored battalion of the Handong military is unleashing a barrage of fire against a mutated water buffalo, whose size exceeds that of an adult elephant. Even one of the most powerful terrestrial creatures of the Ice Age, the woolly mammoth, would be dwarfed by this mutated water buffalo. A main battle tank weighing dozens of tons is akin to a child's toy car when faced with this massive creature. A main battle tank was pierced by the buffalo's horns, hurled several meters into the air before crashing down, and the soldiers inside are likely facing dire consequences. As for the armored vehicles, they were sent flying by the buffalo's charge or simply crushed like soda cans beneath its enormous hooves. Only after a heavy howitzer fortuitously struck the massive and agile water buffalo did it suffer significant damage. Even so, the cost was high, with 2 main battle tanks and 5 armored vehicles lost, merely forcing the mutated water buffalo to retreat. 3 armed helicopters tasked with providing air support were ordered to pursue the fleeing mutated water buffalo, but one was shot down by a rock. Upon hearing the report, Zhou Zhishang erupted in fury. A helicopter was shot down by a rock. What kind of animal throws rocks? Xiang Hongwei's expression turned grave. It's a group of mutated monkeys, the largest of which exceeds 3 meters in length, and can throw hundreds of pounds of stones hundreds of meters high. Zhou Zhishang's face grew even darker. After a moment of silence, he solemnly said, "Old Xiang informed the comrades to hold a meeting. We must relocate to the city." He had considered this issue over the past few days, but relocating the command post is an enormous undertaking involving far too many details. However, he now had to make the decision. The command post must be moved. Staying here would lead to certain death. Xiang Hongwei quickly agreed. "All right, I think we should move too." They'll notify the comrades to hold a meeting right away. The power of mutated animals is growing too quickly. There's still a chance if they leave now, but delaying could mean they won't be able to escape at all. Zhou Zhishang stopped Xiang Hongwei, who was about to turn around. "Old Xiang, have our special agents not yet made contact with Lin Hao? Although there are over a dozen ability users in the Handong military, it is still necessary to contact Lin Hao due to his extraordinary abilities. Any of the more than a dozen ability users in the Handong military would likely be crushed against any woman beside Lin Hao. The ability to cultivate strong individuals in bulk, and particularly those with exceptional strength, is something Zhou Zhishang cannot help but covet." Xiang Hongwei replied with a wry smile. "Old Zhou waiting passively is too inefficient. Why not let the special agents seize the opportunity to contact the women around him?" Zhou Zhishang nodded. "That works. Let's arrange for the special agents to seek contact with the women around him. Lin Hao's ability to cultivate strong individuals in bulk is crucial. If they can collaborate with him, confronting the zombies and mutated animals will become significantly easier. Moreover, this also pertains to the future power dynamics. The stronger the individual, the greater the voice in decision-making, which is undoubtedly true. As for coercing Lin Hao, Zhou Zhishang is not foolish enough to entertain such an idea. His intelligence does not allow for such stupidity. With the powerful and bizarre capabilities Lin Hao has demonstrated, he is certainly not someone who can be coerced or controlled. Just his astonishing ability to teleport renders him beyond coercion. Prior to the power outage and internet blackout, his phone's location monitoring indicated he could teleport thousands of miles away. Such a terrifying ability is simply unfathomable, and no one knows how Lin Hao achieves it. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhishang is increasingly eager to make contact with Lin Hao as soon as possible, hoping to reach a cooperation agreement with him. Therefore, Zhou Zhishang instructed Xiang Hongwei, "Send someone to take Du Yingrong directly to find Lin Hao, conducting both overt and covert operations simultaneously. Having the special agents contact the women around Lin Hao is still too low efficiency, and whether they succeed is uncertain. It's better to take the initiative to approach him directly. After all, Du Yingrong is quite beautiful, and she was the one who previously contacted Lin Hao. Although she has never even met Lin Hao face to face and has only spoken on the phone, she is still more suitable than anyone else." Her beauty is an advantage, and her position as a major staff officer is an even greater advantage as her military rank is quite high. In short, there is no one more beautiful than her with a higher rank, and no one with a higher rank is more beautiful than her. Xiang Hongwei agreed, alright, I'll arrange it right away, and send her to make contact with Lin Hao. He understands the urgency of the situation, things are not looking good, and at this moment, the only one who can change the situation is likely Lin Hao. It's not just the military that wants to contact Lin Hao, ambitious individuals from various fields are also keeping busy. For instance, during the zombie outbreak, a bounty was openly placed for Lin Hao's contact information by Hai Dai, and Sima Zhao's intentions are evident to all. Xiang Hongwei is still unaware that Hai Dai is already dead, but he knows that there are many ambitious individuals like Hai Dai. If some unscrupulous ambitious individual were to get ahead of the game and utilize Lin Hao to cultivate strong individuals in bulk, the consequences would be unimaginable. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked an unlimited supply of Tier 5 spiritual potions. Lin Hao was in high spirits. It seemed today would be another good day. He took out a bottle of Tier 5 spiritual potion and gulped it down. Name Lin Hao. Physique 160 Tier 5. Strength 80 Tier 4. Agility 160 Tier 5. Spirit 160 Tier 5. Energy 1600. Skills: Lightning Strike active skill Tier 4. Teleportation active skill Tier 4. Closing the attribute panel, Lin Hao focused his mind, and 4 bolts of lightning as thick as rolling pins instantly turned 4 zombies into charred remains. Next, he tested the evolved zombies, and they too were reduced to cinders, something that had been impossible before. Lin Hao's mood soared. His spirit attribute had leaped from Tier 3's 40 points to Tier 5's 160 points, dramatically enhancing his skill's power. After all, his attributes had quadrupled. Not to mention the bonuses from the tier increase, even the raw numbers had multiplied by 4. Gan Shuiyao beamed as she sidled up to Lin Hao. Oh my, your lightning has gotten thicker. I want some too. Lin Hao handed her a bottle of Tier 5 spiritual potion and smirked. You can drop the word lightning. The women rolled their eyes in unison. Lin Hao distributed several bottles of Tier 5 spiritual potion to them, then led them onward to slay more zombies and unlock supplies. By noon, they had reached Huijiao Middle School. After clearing the zombies from the playground and teaching buildings, they found the broadcast room on the 2nd floor of the office building. Lin Hao met Ku Jingxian. Yu Fuse had not lied. Even in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, she exuded a unique charm. Besides Ku Jingxian, Lin Hao discovered another delightful surprise, a schoolgirl in uniform who was an exquisite Lala-type beauty. In the broadcast room, aside from Ku Jingxian and the lowly beauty, there were over a dozen survivors, students judging by their clothes and faces. Taking pity on them, Lin Hao gave each surviving teacher and student a loaf of bread and a bottle of water. They tore open the packages and wolfed down the bread, clearly famished. There was plenty of water here, including several unopened barrels, but almost no food. After eating, the survivors looked much better, no longer on the verge of collapse. Lin Hao approached Tin Shanshan, gazing at the exquisite lowly. Want to come with me? With me you'll never go hungry again. Ku Jingxian, protective of her student, stepped forward and asked, Mr. Lin, where do you plan to take Shanshan? She was Tin Shanshan's homeroom teacher. When the zombie outbreak struck, she had led her class here, barely escaping with their lives. Fortunately, their classroom was on the 1st floor, giving them a chance to flee the building. Staying inside would have meant certain death. Lin Hao replied casually, to kill zombies and save more survivors, of course. You should come too, beautiful. Ku Jingxian smiled bitterly. Mr. Lin, you overestimate us. If we follow you, we'll only hold you back. In peacetime, people's hearts were unfathomable. In the apocalypse, they were even more so. Who knew what would happen if they went with him? Beauty was a curse, especially in the end times. Meeting a kind soul might be bearable, but a ruthless one could spell a tragic fate. Lin Hao said calmly, don't worry. They'll boost your strength. You'll become as powerful as my girlfriends. That piqued Ku Jingxian's interest. She hesitated, then said, if you can take all my students, I'll go with you. She had witnessed the power of Lin Hao's women. Each one was practically superhuman. If she could gain such strength, following him might be worthwhile, provided she could bring her students. As their teacher, she couldn't abandon them. Their survival skills were pitifully poor. Moreover, keeping the students together would provide mutual support, and their numbers might act as a check on the man. Ku Jingxian was clever, but her thinking hadn't fully adapted to the apocalypse. Lin Hao chuckled, a mischievous idea sparking in his mind. He wanted to experience the thrill of abducting a virtuous woman. So with one arm around Ku Jingxian's waist and the other around Tin Shanshan's, he forcibly led them away. He was also testing the dozen or so student survivors to see if anyone dared to stop him. Not a single one had the courage. Both boys and girls watched in panic like frightened quails. Despite Ku Jingxian and Tin Shanshan's desperate struggles and cries for help, not one survivor stepped forward. The women followed Lin Hao out of the broadcast room, shaking their heads. The guy was kind at heart, but loved to scare people. Meng Jian caught up and lightly punched Lin Hao. You rascal, you frightened both beauties. She quickly comforted Ku Jingxian and Tin Shanshan. Don't be afraid. Lin Hao won't hurt you. He's a good person. With Meng Xian's interruption, the scare was ruined. Lin Hao released the two women. He said to Ku Jingxian, see that? Did a single student step up? Don't burden yourself with too much responsibility. You're not a savior. Ku Jingxian smiled ruefully. They're just kids. Even I was frightened by you. You can't blame them too harshly. Lin Hao sneered. I'm not blaming them. I'm just showing you reality. If even one person had stepped forward, I'd have left them food and weapons. Ku Jingxian fell silent. Deep down she was disappointed. The dozen students had just watched as she and Tan Shanshan were dragged away without a word. So disappointment was inevitable. A sense of resignation crept in. Let them fend for themselves. She couldn't worry about them anymore. Whether they survived or not, and how many was up to fate and their own luck. Ku Jingxian no longer wanted to fuss over them. Lin Hao patted her shoulder. Got it now? So are you willing to be my girlfriend? Ku Jingxian glanced at the beauties behind him and said irritably, all these women are your girlfriends, aren't they? Isn't that enough? Lin Hao replied calmly, that's not your concern. Just tell me, yes or no. Ku Jingxian's face darkened. If I say no, will you kill me? Lin Hao smiled, turned to Lin Meiru, and said, tell her how you dealt with me when you refused. Lin Meiru shot Lin Hao a glare before stepping forward to address Ku Jingxian. Don't be fooled by his cheerful demeanor, he's ruthless at heart. When I rejected him, he shot me twice and dug out the bullets without anesthesia. I fainted from the pain. Do you want to experience that too? Tan Shanshan's face turned pale, and so did Ku Jingxian's. Rejection meant not only 2 gunshots, but also having bullets extracted without anesthesia. Just hearing about it was agonizing. Perhaps it was better not to refuse, and just accept to avoid such suffering. Lin Hao looked at Ku Jingxian. He'll ask you one more time, are you willing to be my girlfriend? He had to kill zombies to unlock supplies, and had no time to dawdle. Times had changed, he couldn't reason slowly like in the morning. Ku Jingxian replied gloomily, I am willing. She thought it wiser to be pragmatic and avoid the torment of 2 bullets. Moreover, even after suffering, she would still end up as Lin Hao's girlfriend. Wasn't the beauty he just mentioned now his girlfriend after enduring all that? Since resistance was futile, and there was no other choice, she might as well surrender. Being his girlfriend wasn't unacceptable. His many girlfriends all seemed well. They lived happily, and suffered no hardship with him. Ku Jingxian quickly convinced herself. She didn't want to die or suffer. Congratulations, host. Relationship with Ku Jingxian confirmed. Trait never betray activated. Done. Lin Hao then asked the exquisite lowly, what about you? Are you willing to be my girlfriend? Tan Shanshan dared not refuse and hastily agreed, I am willing. The 18-year-old girl still in her senior year of high school lacked the courage to reject. Congratulations, host. Relationship with Tan Shanshan confirmed. Trait never betray activated. Done again. Lin Hao gained 2 more capable assistants. After giving Ku Jingxian and Tan Shanshan their due items, he led the women to continue killing zombies. Sun Ermin enthusiastically taught them how to use knives and guns. She was always passionate like that. Her personality truly suited a 5-star hotel's housekeeping manager. At noon, Lin Hao took the women to a cleaner shop for lunch. After the meal, he instructed them to stay safe and teleported to Tao Yingxin's side. The 13 women operated as a group. With their strength, they wouldn't die unless they courted death. Lin Hao planned to guide Tao Yingxin and Tao Ruimei, cultivating their courage to face zombies. This would help them form a daily habit of hunting zombies, thus unlocking more supplies. Yin Yutong and Chun Yajun also needed guidance, though ambitious Hiru and Lu Banyan did not. When Lin Hao arrived at Tao Yingxin's side, she and Tao Ruimei weren't idle. They were using 416 Hong Kong dollars rifles as sniper rifles, shooting wandering zombies from the balcony. The 416 Hong Kong dollars had an effective range of 600 meters, while regular rifles only reached 400 meters. So it barely served as a sniper rifle, but killing zombies was inefficient. Only a few per day? However, their marksmanship had improved and not perfect, but they could hit 2 out of 3 zombies. Lin Hao patted Tao Yingxin's shoulder. Have you eaten? If so, we'll take you out to kill zombies. Tao Yingxin blushed at his touch. Not yet. Can you conjure up a hot pot for me? You little foodie, Lin Hao agreed readily. Sure, how about Sichuan spicy hot pot? Tao Yingxin beamed with joy. With him around, she could eat anything she craved. Let's eat first. Lin Hao casually patted Tao Ruimai's shoulder and turned toward the living room. This was the benefit of unlocking tens of thousands of supplies. Lin Hao effortlessly prepared a lavish hot pot feast. He didn't eat, having just had lunch, and simply watched Tao Yingxin and Tao Ruimei enjoy their meal. Seeing them relish the food, Lin Hao took out a spatial ring filled with various hot pot ingredients for them. Now they could have hot pot anytime. The delighted Tao Yingxin planted a greasy kiss on Lin Hao's cheek, leaving an oil mark. He grimaced in disgust. All oil. Tao Yingxin lifted her chin proudly. Oil is good. You can't dislike me, you need to spend more time with me. Lin Hao was amused. Alright, I won't dislike you. You're such a cutie, we'll be with you. Tao Yingxin pouted gloomily. You're so busy, when do you have time for me? Just don't forget me. Lin Hao patted her head. That won't happen. This afternoon I'm taking you out to kill zombies. Good. Tao Ying-sin cheered up. Staying cooped up at home was boring, going outside was nice. Tao Ruimei felt the same, but she hadn't dared to take her daughter out alone. Before the internet went down, she had seen terrifying mutated creatures, more dangerous than zombies. With Lin Hao accompanying them, Tao Ruimei trusted his strength and knew they'd be safe. After lunch, he led them out first, clearing the public areas of their residential complex. Then they moved to the neighboring complex, gradually expanding the zombie-free zone. Congratulations, host. Unlocked 5-tier strength potion, unlimited quantity. Finally, he could boost his strength to the 5th tier. Downing a bottle of 5-tier strength potion, Lin Hao felt pleased. Now his attribute panel was perfectly balanced, looking much more satisfying. Name: Lin Hao physique, 165th tier strength, 165th tier agility, 165th tier spirit, 165th tier energy, 1600 skills, lightning art active 4th tier, teleportation art active 4th tier. Closing the panel, Lin Hao kicked the zombie corpse he hadn't yet stored in his spatial ring. The corpse flew over 100 meters like a cannonball, astonishing even Lin Hao himself. Was this 5-tier strength? Terrifying. Tao Ying-sin's eyes sparkled. Was that a strength potion you just drank? After drinking the potion had given her strength had also grown significantly, but not to such a terrifying degree. She could only kick a corpse tens of meters. Yes. Lin Hao took out 2 bottles of 5-tier strength potion and handed them to the 2 women. Then he extended his arm. Shoot my arm with your gun. He wanted to test how threatening firearms were to him with his current 4 attributes. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensured victory. He hadn't tested this before, but it was necessary. After all, he had 5-tier rejuvenation potions. Even an arm injury was just a potion away. Tao Ying-sin shook her head frantically. What if you get hurt? She had no desire to fire at Lin Hao. How could she ever bring herself to do such a thing? Lin Hao retorted, don't I have the rejuvenation elixir? Even if I'm injured, it's fine. Tao Ying-sin still shook her head. But I can't bear to shoot you. Lin Hao said bluntly. Then let me shoot you instead. Raise your right arm. Tao Ying-sin was startled. Why are you going to shoot me? I haven't angered you. Lin Hao replied impatiently, angry. What is there to be angry about? It's just to test how much damage bullets can do to us. Tao Ying-sin said pitifully, wouldn't a bullet hitting the arm be very painful? Can we skip the test? Lin Hao comforted her. It'll only hurt for a moment. We need to test it to know how great a threat firearms pose to us. All right. Tao Ying-sin had no choice but to raise her arm. The moment Lin Hao lifted the gun, she screamed, ah. Tao Ruimei, unable to bear watching her daughter's distress, said to Lin Hao, let me do it instead. Fine, it's better if you do it. Lin Hao nodded and fired at Tao Ruimei's raised right arm. The bullet, just leaving the muzzle, traveled at a speed of 917 meters per second. From a distance of less than 1 meter, it took less than 0.001 seconds. Even with her agility attribute at the 5th tier, Tao Ruimei had no time to react. The bullet struck her raised right arm squarely. An ordinary person's reaction time ranges from 0.25 to 0.3 seconds. Even with an agility attribute 20 to 30 times that of an average person, she still needed at least 0.01 seconds to react. The reaction time far exceeded the bullet's travel time, so naturally she was hit before she could even respond. Perhaps only when her agility attribute reached the 8th tier would she have a chance to dodge a bullet fired from an 416 Hong Kong dollars at close range. However, although Tao Ruimei couldn't react in time and failed to evade the bullet, her body wasn't entirely passive. At the moment of impact, her muscles instinctively contracted abruptly, preventing the bullet from penetrating further. This might be the remarkable trait of a 5th-tier physique, or perhaps it was also due to the contributions of the 3 attributes: strength, agility, and spirit. After all, neurons transmit information through bioelectricity, and the conduction speed of electricity is undoubtedly far faster than human reaction time. The bullet only gouged a small hole in Tao Ruimei's arm before being deflected, causing no substantial injury. Lin Hao lifted her arm to examine it and asked with concern, "Does it hurt?" Tao Ruimei shook her head. "It doesn't hurt. It felt like a mosquito bite." Tao Ying-sin asked in astonishment, "It doesn't hurt even like this?" Lin Hao sneered, "You coward. You're underestimating our physiques. A mere scratch on the skin was nothing. Even bumping a table leg would hurt more." Tao Ying-sin said sheepishly, "I'm just afraid of pain." Lin Hao smiled and didn't argue with the young girl. After all, she was only 18 and still young. A physique at the 5th tier with attributes 20 to 30 times that of an ordinary person was no trivial matter. If her physique were to reach the 7th or 8th tier, a bullet might not even scratch her skin. Lin Hao handed Tao Ruimei a bottle of 5th tier rejuvenation elixir and instructed, "It'll fire from a distance of 100 meters. See if you can dodge or catch the bullet." Tao Ruimei took the elixir and nodded in agreement. "All right." Lin Hao turned and walked 100 meters away, then aimed at her raised right arm and fired again. The bullet took over 0.1 seconds to cross the 100-meter distance. This time Tao Ruimei had time to react, and she attempted to catch the bullet. She did indeed catch the bullet, though her palm was slightly grazed. This proved that once distance was established, firearms ceased to be a threat. If one could catch a bullet, dodging one was undoubtedly even easier. Even at close range, ordinary firearms posed little danger, as long as one didn't let an enemy aim at vital points like the eyes at close range. At close quarters, Lin Hao wouldn't give an enemy the chance to fire. His speed was greater. After the test, Lin Hao was in high spirits, no longer worrying about the threat of firearms to him. The threat of ordinary firearms to him wasn't entirely non-existent, but it was extremely limited. Lin Hao said, "If anyone ever points a gun at you in the future, don't panic. Just fight back directly." Tao Yingxin finally gained some understanding of her own strength. After all, no matter how severe the injury, we can recover. Because her strength was exactly the same as Tao Ruimei's, what Tao Ruimei could do she could naturally do as well. Lin Hao warned, "Don't say that. If your head gets blown off, you'll still die. You must protect your vital points." Tao Yingxin quickly nodded. "Okay, then from now on, wear steel helmets when we go out to protect our heads." Lin Hao was caught between laughter and tears. If you're willing to wear a helmet all the time, that's fine. Caution never hurts. The girl was still a girl. Even with strength, she still needed time to truly grow up. It wasn't a big problem. Lin Hao could find 99 companions. Even if half of them were of little use, the other half would still be available. This was the advantage of a large base. If he only found 3 or 5 girlfriends, even if each was talented, there would only be 3 or 5. Lin Hao was different. Once he gathered all 99 companions, he would inevitably have 30 to 50 capable and powerful assistants. After the test, Lin Hao led Tao Ruimei and Tao Yingxin along the main road, continuing to kill zombies ahead. About half an hour later, when they passed a park, many zombie corpses appeared on the street. From the sunken heads of the corpses, it was clear that these zombies had been killed with a single slap. The indentations didn't look like they were made by human hands. They were likely the work of a mutated animal. Lin Hao glanced at the park, which looked gloomy due to the towering trees, and had no intention of investigating. The vegetation in the park had always been lush, and after the apocalypse the plants had generally grown several times taller, becoming even denser. The ancients knew not to enter a forest, especially one teeming with mutated flora and fauna. So Lin Hao shouldered the spikers and unleashed a barrage on the park, firing over a dozen anti-tank missiles without restraint. To him, those anti-tank missiles cost nothing. He didn't believe that such a bombardment wouldn't flush out the mutated animals inside. Lin Hao's demolition spree inevitably angered the mutated animals within, and several large stones flew out like cannonballs. Such an attack naturally couldn't harm Lin Hao. He and the 2 women dodged it with ease. The massive stones weighing over 100 Gene crashed to the ground, leaving craters in the asphalt road. Tao Yingxin remarked in surprise, "The people inside are incredibly strong." She assumed naturally that it must be humans throwing stones. In fact, Lin Hao thought so too, so he stopped firing anti-tank missiles. If it were humans with no enmity between them, there was no need to annihilate them. But what charged out were several short-tailed macaques, larger and more robust than gorillas. They moved with terrifying speed, faster than a tank at full charge, and their momentum was frightful. Lin Hao put away the anti-tank missile and opened fire with his 416 Hong Kong dollars, bullets raining down on the mutated short-tailed monkeys. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them had shrunk to less than 50 meters, rendering the anti-tank missile useless. The 2 women joined in with all their firepower, but it had little effect as the mutated short-tailed monkeys continued their rapid advance. Tao Yingxin was momentarily panicked. "What do we do? It seems we can't kill them." Lin Hao said in a deep voice, "What's there to panic about? Use the lightning art and teleportation to keep them at bay." As he spoke, he unleashed the lightning art, and 4 bolts of lightning struck the leading short-tailed monkey. The powerful electric current instantly knocked it to the ground, where it convulsed in despair. Lin Hao couldn't help but taunt, "And here I thought they were formidable. They're nothing special." Seeing that the lightning art was effective against the mutated short-tailed monkeys, Tao Ruimei and Tao Yingxin immediately followed suit. Not everyone is naturally gifted with combat talent. These 2 women were a case in point. Fortunately, combat skills could be cultivated through experience, which was why Lin Hao had brought them along to slay zombies. Through real combat, they would accumulate experience, and in time they would grow to become his capable assistants. Each of the 3 unleashed a lightning art, and 3 bolts of lightning took down 3 mutated short-tailed monkeys. The remaining 2, sensing danger, tried to flee, their intelligence far surpassing that of ordinary zombies. But escape was clearly too late. Lin Hao took down another, and the 2 women finished off the last one. The 5 mutated short-tailed monkeys convulsed on the ground for a moment before going still, presumably dead. Of course, they might be playing possum. Monkeys were notoriously cunning, and feigning death wasn't beyond them. Lin Hao ordered, "Use your machetes to finish them off. Cut off their heads." He wasn't sure if the mutated short-tailed monkeys were truly dead, but the system notifications for unlocking supplies were coming in rapid succession. It wasn't just him and the 2 women working here, his other women were slaying zombies elsewhere as well. So Lin Hao couldn't tell if the notifications included supplies unlocked from killing the mutated short-tailed monkeys. Whether they were truly dead unconscious or feigning death, cutting off their heads would ensure they were gone. Hearing Lin Hao's words, Tao Yingxin eagerly picked up her machete to finish them off. As she bent down to sever the head of one mutated short-tailed monkey, a sudden change occurred. One particularly robust mutated short-tailed monkey sprang up from the ground, swinging its arm toward Tao Yingxin's crown. With its sinewy arm, if the blow landed solidly, her delicate head would likely be crushed. Fortunately, Lin Hao had been on alert. He immediately unleashed a lightning art at the mutated short-tailed monkey. Only after the lightning struck did Tao Ruimai's warning come. Yingxin, watch out. Tao Yingxin, sensing the attack from behind, quickly used teleportation to dodge far away. Only then did she turn back, looking with lingering fear at the mutated short-tailed monkey that had collapsed back to the ground, convulsing. Lin Hao teleported beside her and gave her a sharp flick on the forehead. Don't be so careless. Startled and still shaken, Tao Yingxin knew she was wrong and said sheepishly, I won't do it again. Tao Ruimei teleported over her face, full of lingering dread. This mutated monkey is too cunning. Lin Hao said, continue the finishing blows. Be careful. Never turn your back on a mutant creature whose status is unknown. Tao Ruimei promptly agreed, swinging her blade to sever the neck of a mutated short-tailed monkey, separating its head from its body. Tao Yingxin struck out with fury, brutally hacking off the head of the mutated short-tailed monkey that had tried to ambush her. Moments later, the heads of all 5 mutated short-tailed monkeys were separated from their bodies, dead beyond any doubt. Apart from the one that had sprung up, the other 4 remained still. Perhaps it was exceptionally strong, with greater resilience to the lightning. Teaching by words is futile. Teaching by experience is unforgettable. The mutated short-tailed monkeys had given the 2 women a vivid lesson. The benefit was clear. From then on, they were extremely cautious. Especially Tao Yingxin. That lesson would stay with her for life. This was combat experience, and in just one day it had matured her considerably. As dusk fell, Lin Hao and the 2 women fought their way back to their residence. After safely escorting them home, Lin Hao teleported to He-Ru's side. The notifications for unlocking supplies were still ringing incessantly, likely from her actions. As expected, He-Ru was still slaying zombies. This woman was truly full of fervor. She hoped to kill as many zombies as possible and rescue as many survivors as she could. Luo Yuro was also giving her all. Dressed in athletic, where her figure was stunning. Her long hair was coiled into a bun, giving her the same heroic bearing as He-Ru. This was the effect of being in close company. Spending time with He-Ru inevitably influenced her. Lin Hao said, haste makes waste. It's dangerous to kill zombies in the dark. Let's rest for now. He-Ru nodded. After we clear this office building, we'll rest at the hotel upstairs. This 50-story super high-rise office building had 35 floors of offices below, and the top 15 floors housed a 5-star hotel. All right, Lin Hao replied without further persuasion. He pulled out a Uzi submachine gun and joined them in slaying zombies. Over an hour later, they finally fought their way to the top floor and teleported into the hotel's presidential suite. There was a zombie in the suite. Once a sexy woman with a great figure, probably a beauty before she turned. Now as a zombie, she was unsightly. Facing the charging zombie, Lin Hao effortlessly stuffed it into a sack. Blowing its head off would splatter foul blood everywhere. Stuffing it into a sack and dealing with it outside was much better. Lin Hao carried the sack outside to dispose of the zombie. When he returned to the presidential suite, he was surprised to see a woman who looked like a famous actress. But her age didn't match. She was young in her 20s while that actress was nearly 40. The woman was in a terrible state, clearly starved for days, gulping down the kanji He-Ru had given her. If not for Lin Hao and the others' arrival, this beauty, who bore a striking resemblance to the actress, would have starved to death in the presidential suite. After a brief chat, Lin Hao cut straight to the chase. If you want to survive, be my girlfriend. This young beauty was named Zhao Ying. Her name was similar, and her face bore a striking likeness to the actress in her youth, but her figure was far superior. Unlike that actress whose front and back were indistinguishable, Zhao Ying was slender, yet curvaceous in all the right places. On the brink of starvation, Zhao Ying had no desire to endure that again. She agreed readily, all right, I'll be your girlfriend. Either starve to death or die in the perilous apocalypse, or become the girlfriend of this young, somewhat handsome man. It was an obvious choice, and Zhao Ying, with her high emotional and intellectual intelligence, knew exactly what to do. Congratulations, host. Partner relationship with Zhao Ying confirmed. The eternal loyalty trait has taken effect. Done. Lin Hao handed Zhao Ying a stack of potions along with a blade and a gun and asked Luo Yuro to teach her how to use them. No matter how stunning a beauty, she had to kill zombies. There was no room for argument. Lin Hao didn't keep idle hands. Then he wrapped an arm around He-Ru and led her into the master bedroom, planning to shower with her before dinner. He-Ru asked curiously, Zhao Ying looks so much like that big star. Why aren't you showering with her instead of me? Lin Hao tore off her disguise with a laugh. I'd rather shower with you. He genuinely liked this woman. Though she was a bit of a saint, she was endearingly so. Overjoyed, He-Ru tore off his disguise as well, embracing him closely and offering a passionate kiss. When Lin Hao and He Ru emerged from the master bedroom, Luo Yuro had already taught Zhao Ying how to wield a blade and a firearm. Combat experience must be accumulated through actual battle. There was no rushing it. They decided to have dinner first. Lin Hao brought out a lavish meal, nearly moving Zhao Ying, who had been starving for days, to tears. Though she had once savored every delicacy imaginable, that was a thing of the past. Now she couldn't even secure a single meal. In the apocalypse, simply having enough to eat was a blessing, let alone such a sumptuous feast. Gazing at the radiant Zhao Ying, Lin Hao felt a stir. This girl was far more beautiful than any celebrity. While joy and vitality certainly played a part, the effects of the rank 5 physique potion were undeniable. Take Tao Ruimei and He Suhua for instance. They had always looked youthful, but now they appeared even younger. The attributes of a rank 5 physique reached 160 points, a full 16 times the peak of ordinary human capability. Their bodily functions were undeniably in optimal condition, so it was only natural they grew more attractive. For one, their skin improved, and better skin naturally enhanced their beauty. Even Lin Hao noticed his own skin had become much smoother, and he felt he had grown considerably more handsome. After dinner, Lin Hao made rounds to various places delivering rank 5 strength potions to his women. Among them, Yin Yutong was the most clingy, even though she was several years older than Lin Hao. Yet she acted like a little girl, greeting him with a kiss the moment she saw him, utterly affectionate and endearing. Startled, Chun Yin quickly averted her gaze and retreated into the bedroom, choosing to turn a blind eye. After lingering with Yin Yutong for a while, Lin Hao teleported to Gan Shuyo's side and had a late-night snack with her, and when Xiaodi, Gan Shuiyao, brought up a serious matter, a woman named Du Yingrong came looking for you, claiming to represent the Handong military. She said she called you before. Lin Hao recalled the woman who had called him on the first day of the apocalypse and asked casually, "Is she pretty?" Her voice was quite pleasant, and based on his experience, women with such tones usually weren't bad-looking. Gan Shuiyao gently tapped him. "You only care about her looks, not why she's here." Lin Hao replied offhandedly, "What could she want from me? I can figure it out with my eyes closed, can't I, eh?" Gan Shuiyao asked curiously, "What do you think it is?" "She just said she represents the Handong military, nothing specific." Lin Hao chuckled. "She came on behalf of the Handong military, and you still can't guess. Where is she?" Gan Shuiyao giggled. "I'm dumb, I can't figure it out. She's in the first guest room, past the living room." Lin Hao complained, "A woman of unknown origin, and you let her stay in the house. You've never faced death, have you?" Gan Shuiyao was puzzled. "But she's a military representative with credentials. That doesn't make her unknown, does it?" Lin Hao patted her head. "Oh, you're so naive about the dangers of people. An unclear intention means an unclear origin." When Xiaodi said, "Though she didn't say it, I feel she's here to discuss cooperation on behalf of the military." Lin Hao nodded approvingly. "You figured that out. It means you're sharper than Shuiyao." When Xiaodi humbly replied, "I used to sell clothes, so I'm used to reading people and guessing their thoughts." "Not bad," Lin Hao praised again. This woman was both clever and low-key, and he had high hopes for her. A low-key demeanor was undoubtedly more conducive to growth than flaunting one's talents. After all, flaunting focused on showcasing oneself, while being low-key emphasized self-improvement. Lin Hao didn't rush to meet Du Yingrong. He decided to leave it for the next morning. Sleep was more important at night. She was likely here to negotiate cooperation with the Handong military, so there was no need to worry about her causing trouble. Even if she tried, she couldn't stir up much of a stir. This wasn't arrogance, it was confidence. In the face of absolute power, any schemes were futile and ineffective. The night passed without incident. The next morning, as usual, Lin Hao woke naturally at the break of dawn, exercised, and then got up. When he arrived at the living room with Gan Shuiyao, and when Xiaodi, he saw Du Yingrong. And indeed, she was a stunning beauty. Du Yingrong carried herself with an excellent demeanor, her back straight and poised, embodying the heroic spirit Lin Hao admired in women who rivaled men. Of course, his admiration was predicated on her beauty. If she weren't attractive, it would be a different story. Looks were the ultimate truth, and Du Yingrong possessed it. Her well-tailored officer uniform added an extra layer of charm. Du Yingrong stepped before Lin Hao and extended her hand generously. "Good morning, Mr. Lin. I'm Du Yingrong. I called you before." "Ah, I remember," Lin Hao replied, taking her hand. He began to squeeze and rub it naturally, as if she were his girlfriend. It wasn't that he was determined to take such liberties. His main goal was to seize control of the conversation. With so many girlfriends, he had touched countless hands. What kind of hand was there he hadn't felt or couldn't feel if he wanted? By provoking her with this discourteous act, Lin Hao could easily disrupt her composure. He could guess Du Yingrong's purpose. The military wanted to cooperate with him. Lin Hao had no interest in collaborating with the military, but that didn't mean he couldn't exploit the situation. After all, cooperation was essentially mutual exploitation. It depended on the circumstances. There was no need to jump to conclusions. If there were benefits, he'd cooperate. If not, he wouldn't. After all, force was reciprocal, and so was exploitation. The military could use Lin Hao, and Lin Hao could use the military in return. As Lin Hao openly held her hand, taking advantage, Du Yingrong wore an expression of utter disbelief. How could this man be so shameless as to grope her during a handshake? He had no gentlemanly conduct, and was doing it right in front of his many women. Rong could only lament that she had lived long enough to see such a thing. It was the first time she had encountered someone so classless. She tried to pull her hand back, but found it seemed locked in place. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't free it. This man was astonishingly strong. Helpless Rong had to say through gritted teeth, "Please show some respect." Lin Hao chuckled. "And if I don't, what can you do about it?" Just as expected, with this simple act, he had thrown her off balance. Rong was left speechless. If he refused to be respectful, there was indeed little she could do. Given his terrifying strength, her rank of lieutenant colonel held little weight. Even if he were to forcibly assault her, she would likely be powerless to stop him. Even a high-ranking official from the Handong military would have to treat him with courtesy. This was the apocalypse where strength reigned supreme. With real power, one could truly do as one pleased. Lin Hao released Du Yingrong's hand and said nonchalantly, "So tell me, why are you here?" "To be my girlfriend." Du Yingrong nearly choked with rage. What kind of man was this? She had never met anyone like him in her life. Truly a sight to behold. Du Yingrong took a deep breath before speaking. "I have been ordered to negotiate a cooperative arrangement with you. At present, both the nation and its people are in peril. Mr. Lin, as the saying goes, in prosperity think of the people. With great power comes great responsibility. I trust you have heard these words. You should shoulder a heavier burden." Lin Hao retorted with a hint of sarcasm, "Spare me the grand lectures. My girlfriends and I are out killing zombies every single day. We haven't had a moment's rest. We've long been practicing in prosperity think of the people. As for your great power comes great responsibility, I'm sorry, but I have no desire to bear such a heavy load." To be fair, Lin Hao considered himself quite benevolent. Besides taking a few girlfriends, he had never deliberately oppressed survivors. He was a man of principle. But he had never aspired to be a savior. There was no need to exhaust himself for such a role. No one knew what the future held, so why should he trudge forward under such weight? Du Yingrong said earnestly, "Individual strength is ultimately limited. With so few people, you can't kill many zombies or rescue many civilians. Cooperating with the military would be different." Lin Hao chuckled. "Since we're talking about cooperation, it should be a relationship of equality and mutual benefit. What enticing benefits can you offer to make me want to work with you?" This question had been anticipated before Du Yingrong's departure. She replied, "You could be granted the rank of Major General and appointed as Deputy Commander of a certain army group." Lin Hao smiled dismissively, not interested. "I have no interest in being Deputy Commander, let alone a full commander. If I wanted to raise an army, I could muster an army group in no time." This was no idle boast. With ample food and weapons, forming an army group in this apocalypse would be all too easy. To be fair, the Handong military wasn't showing much sincerity. Appointing him as a deputy commander would likely be a token gesture with no real power. Such conditions held no appeal for Lin Hao. If he wanted, wouldn't it be better to raise his own force? Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of an ox. Being his own boss was far more satisfying than being a deputy commander whose rank was uncertain. It was just that Lin Hao had no such inclination. He found it troublesome, with little gain and not worth the effort. The zombies killed by the military wouldn't unlock supplies for him. If they did, it might be worthwhile. There was also the issue of subordinate loyalty. Some ungrateful wretch might betray him one day. It was far simpler and easier to have girlfriends. Partners would never betray him, and the zombies they killed would unlock supplies for him. Du Yingrong hadn't expected him to disdain even a major general or deputy commander of an army group. She had to ask, "What conditions do you want?" Lin Hao said, "Cooperating with the military is out of the question, but I can cooperate with you." Du Yingrong was baffled. "Cooperate with me? How do you want to cooperate?" Lin Hao replied casually, "Become my girlfriend, and I'll provide all the supplies needed to form a 10th Sandstrong Women's Legion. An army could and should be established for who knew what the future held. It was wise to prepare for a rainy day." However, Lin Hao didn't want to do it himself. He had no intention of wasting energy on such trivial low-yield matters as forming an army. Killing zombies to unlock supplies was his top priority. Enhancing his strength was the true path. Everything else was illusory. If Du Yingrong were willing to become his girlfriend with the system's gift of eternal loyalty, she could handle it. Then he could assign a few other girlfriends to high-ranking positions, firmly controlling the army. After all, there were endless zombies to kill. After Handong, there were other cities' zombies to deal with. Once the zombies were gone, mutated creatures would remain, ensuring no shortage of targets to unlock supplies. So Lin Hao wasn't worried that forming an army would hinder his zombie killing and strength-building efforts. As for why a women's legion, he simply felt women were more inclined to respect the strong. Unlike men who seemed genetically predisposed to rebellion, history's rebels were mostly men. If all legion members had their 4 attributes elevated to Tier 1, there would be no difference in strength between men and women. Thus, there was no issue of women being inferior. Tier 1 strength posed no threat to Lin Hao, and betrayal was not a concern. Du Yingrong raised a question. The military already has standing forces. Why start from scratch? This was a deliberate question, as surely she understood Lin Hao's intentions. He wanted to control the army, not train talent for the Handong military. Lin Hao said calmly, "That's all I have to say. If you're unwilling to be my girlfriend, then forget about cooperation. After breakfast you can head back." Du Yingrong, not wanting to close the door on cooperation entirely, quickly said, "I can't decide this on my own. I need to report back and seek instructions before giving you an answer." Lin Hao's expression was indifferent. "Fine. Go back, get your instructions, and then give me your answer. No rush." As long as Du Yingrong agreed to be his girlfriend, the system would grant her the trait of eternal loyalty. So Lin Hao didn't care about her current stance. Once she became his girlfriend, she would be on his side. Du Yingrong raised another key question. "You mentioned forming a women's legion earlier. Don't men have a natural physical advantage? Or are you planning to enhance the physical fitness of the legion members?" Lin Hao nodded. "Exactly. They'll enhance the physical fitness of the women's legion members to this level. Have a taste." With that, he produced 4 potions and handed them to Du Yingrong. Even fishing required bait, and this was his way of laying the groundwork. Once all 4 attributes were elevated to Tier 1, making them super soldiers at the peak of human potential, surpassing even special forces, how could the Handong military resist being tempted? Temptation was precisely what Lin Hao wanted. Then they would surely go to great lengths to send their female soldiers into the women's legion. Du Yingrong, unaware of Lin Hao's ulterior motives, didn't hesitate to drink the 4 potions he gave her. They couldn't be poison, could they? Indeed, they were not poison. Du Yingrong felt an astonishing, incredible transformation. Her body grew stronger, her strength increased. The shock within her was beyond words. This man's abilities were so formidable, so terrifying. Though she had long known Lin Hao could enhance others' strength, knowing was one thing, experiencing it firsthand was another. Only through direct experience could one truly grasp how terrifying this power was, a despair that was utterly overwhelming. No organization or force in the world could stand against Lin Hao. Once he trained a 10th, the Sandstrong legion of super soldiers sweeping the globe would be effortless. After finishing the lavish breakfast Lin Hao provided, Du Yingrong used a military radio to call for her extraction team. She needed to return immediately to report to her superiors. The matter was of utmost urgency and could not be delayed even a moment. After contacting the rescue team, Du Yingrong couldn't help but ask, "Why do you want me to be your girlfriend?" Ever since Lin Hao asked her to be his girlfriend and tasked her with forming a female army of 10,000, this question had been stuck in her throat. This guy certainly didn't lack girlfriends. There were more than a dozen right here, and who knows how many elsewhere. Du Yingrong was self-aware. She didn't believe that Lin Hao had her build the female army because of any unique charm she possessed. Although her status did make men feel a sense of conquest, it shouldn't be enough for Lin Hao to entrust her with such a significant responsibility. Such an important task from any angle, shouldn't Lin Hao assign it to the woman he trusted the most? Lin Hao smiled and replied, "No particular reason. Your beauty attracted me. I'm a visual person." Du Yingrong expressed her disbelief. "That still doesn't justify your trust in me to lead the formation of a female army of 10,000. She couldn't believe this guy would be so dazzled by her beauty. He clearly wasn't a fool. Moreover, there were women here far more beautiful and better built than her. It was hard to see why she would be chosen. Lin Hao casually said, "As long as you agree to be my girlfriend, you are my woman, and of course I can trust you." Du Yingrong was still dissatisfied with this answer and continued to press, "But I am a soldier. Obedience to orders is my duty." Lin Hao countered, "Do you really think there would be a fundamental conflict between your military interests and mine?" Du Yingrong was momentarily speechless. How could she respond? Saying there was would hinder cooperation, and saying there wasn't felt too far-fetched. Claiming there wasn't would be too disingenuous. Just because there wasn't a fundamental conflict now didn't mean there wouldn't be in the future. Who could predict what would happen later? Du Yingrong chose to remain silent. Lin Hao nonchalantly stated, "Let's talk about it after you finish your report. I have other matters to attend to, so that's that." He didn't want to say too much to this stubborn woman. They'd discuss it further once she became his girlfriend. There was little point in saying more now, especially since some matters couldn't be spoken of clearly. Let Du Yingrong and the Han Eastern military ponder it. They would eventually come to their own conclusions. Lin Hao teleported to Chun Yalin's side. Today, he planned to take her and Chen Yajun out to hunt zombies. They lacked combat experience and needed training so that they could contribute more in the future. Unexpectedly, Chen Yalin was changing clothes. Lin Hao had visited last night and given her and Chen Yajun a level 5 strength potion. He had also told them he would take them out today to hunt zombies and build their combat experience. Thus, Chen Yalin wanted to change in advance so that she wouldn't delay Lin Hao when he arrived. However, just as she took off her loungewear and hadn't yet put on her intended outfit, Lin Hao appeared. The two locked eyes, and Chen Yalin blushed in embarrassment, hurriedly turning to grab her pants. In her frantic state, she made a rookie mistake and almost tripped over her own pants. Lin Hao quickly steadied her and commented, "Is it necessary to panic just because you see me?" Chen Yalin shivered as if struck by electricity, hastily pulled up her pants and slipped on a t-shirt. After finishing these tasks, she shyly said, "Your timing of arrival is truly hard to express." Whether Lin Hao had come a few minutes earlier or later, it wouldn't have made a difference, yet it was just too coincidental. Fortunately, at least she wore underwear today, unlike the last time, when she was caught, without any while bathing. Perhaps this is fate, Lin Hao casually remarked before teleporting to Qin Yajun's side. Qin Yalan bit her lip. She too felt this was fate bringing her closer to Lin Hao. As this thought crossed her mind, she hurriedly covered her face and rubbed it vigorously to hide her inner turmoil. Qin Yalan began to overthink. What did Lin Hao's previous remark mean? Did he perhaps want to move beyond a nominal relationship and become true partners? The thought made Qin Yalan even more flustered. If he brought it up, would she agree or refuse? She knew she wouldn't likely refuse. Had it not been for Lin Hao's identity, she might have already taken the initiative. Qin Yalan found an excuse for herself. Any woman would want to rely on such a powerful man. Qin Yajun had already changed her clothes, and once Qin Yalan emerged, Lin Hao took them out. The small county town wasn't large. Lin Hao estimated that he could clear out the zombie-infested areas within a day. The focus was to clear the key areas, as he didn't want to waste time on scattered locations. The zombie density in the small county town was not as high as in major cities given the difference in population density. However, in areas with fewer zombies, the mutated animals were relatively more numerous. Zombies and mutated animals were generally adversaries. Zombies are bloodthirsty and attack not only humans, but also all animals. Consequently, most animals tend to avoid zombies. After all, animals are not foolish. They don't eat the zombies they kill, so why waste their energy? Only a few scavenger animals would feed on zombies. Most animals have little interest in the putrid flesh of zombies. Lin Hao and his companions, being powerful, wreaked havoc in the small county town. Whether it be zombies or mutated animals, they faced no resistance. The notifications for unlocked resources were continuous, and Lin Hao's group smoothly reached the first high school in the county town. This area was one of the more densely populated zombie zones in the county town, given its location in a bustling area. Not only were there zombies transformed from students and staff of the high school, but also from nearby residents and passersby. They fought their way from the street to the teaching building, and then to the office building, encountering only a few survivors. Most of the fortunate ones who had narrowly escaped the zombies also struggled to avoid dying from hunger or thirst. In places like teaching and office buildings, it was impossible to store a large quantity of food to sustain survivors for long. In the end, Lin Hao's group reached the staff living area, where they found quite a few survivors. Those who were truly fortunate were the ones at home during the zombie outbreak. There would always be some food and water available. Of course, had Lin Hao's group not come here, they too would have ultimately faced starvation or dehydration. Lin Hao thought of his high school English teacher Li Yefeng and specifically sought out her home to knock on the door. Speaking of which, Lin Hao's acceptance into Han University was partly due to Li Yufeng's influence. Initially, his English was quite average. It was because of this beautiful and alluring English teacher that Lin Hao diligently studied English to shore up this weakness. During high school, boys were at an age of physiological maturity, overflowing with hormones, and naturally had crushes. Li Yefeng was Lin Hao's crush during high school. In fact, she was the object of fantasy for many boys at the school. When the door opened, Lin Hao was pleasantly surprised to see his high school crush, and Li Yefeng still looked as enchanting as ever. Her black silky hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, her eyebrows elegantly arched like crescent moons, and her eyes sparkled like stars. With every gesture, she exuded an air of intellectual elegance that was otherworldly, making her seem untouchable. However, Lin Hao was ready to breach that boundary. He didn't even bother to pretend, and asked directly, "Teacher Li, do you want to survive?" Upon hearing Lin Hao's question, Qin Yajun realized she was about to gain another sister. She had to admit that the female teacher before her was stunningly beautiful enough to make any man's heart flutter. She exuded an intellectual charm, elegant and captivating. Especially since she had once been Lin Hao's teacher, this advantage should be quite effective for him, right? Li Yefeng sighed and said, "Even an ant clings to life. Of course I want to survive." The real question was how to live on, and that was the crux. Since the apocalypse began, Li Yefeng had contemplated this question more than once. Unfortunately, she still had no answer, as she didn't know how to continue living. To be precise, this confusion was not hers alone. The vast majority of survivors faced the same dilemma of how to survive in the apocalypse. They had to confront the threats of zombies and mutated animals, as well as the scarcity of food and drinking water. Young and strong men had it a bit easier, but for a helpless single woman like Li Yefeng, the situation was dire. Lin Hao stated, "If you want to live, then come with me. I can ensure your survival." Li Yefeng readily agreed, saying, "All right, let me gather my things. Where are you taking me?" She trusted him completely, especially since he was once her student and left a great impression on her. Before the internet went down, she had seen Lin Hao's videos and knew he was quite capable. Not only could he conjure guns, but also guns with infinite bullets. In addition to firearms, he could produce all kinds of food. Following him would undoubtedly make survival easier, that was beyond doubt. Lin Hao said, "We're going to the city. No need to pack anything. I have everything covered." Li Yefeng hurriedly replied, "All right, then I won't pack anything." Her hometown happened to be in the city, and she felt quite happy upon hearing they were going there. As for her luggage, there was really nothing worth packing. If it had been before the apocalypse, she would have needed to bring documents and certificates. Now those items were worthless, even less valuable than toilet paper. Let's go, Teacher Li. Lin Hao smiled and turned to descend the stairs. With Li Yefeng, he didn't resort to coercion or temptation as he did with other women. After all, she was once his high school teacher. It was better to show some kindness and not rush. As long as Li Yefeng followed him, Lin Hao didn't believe she could escape his grasp, because she had no better options, and it was impossible for her to have better choices. Any woman with a sound mind would find it impossible to refuse becoming his woman. A group of 4 was preparing to leave the staff living quarters when a loud voice came from above. "Teacher Li, where are you going?" Li Yefeng didn't hide anything and replied, "Teacher Zheng, I am leaving here with Lin Hao." Teacher Zheng quickly said, "So Lin Hao is your student? Can you take me with you?" Li Yefeng turned to Lin Hao as she couldn't make this decision and needed to let him decide. "Not bringing you." Lin Hao didn't even lift his head, continuing to walk out of the staff living quarters. He wouldn't take a woman he couldn't persuade, so how could he bring a man along? Even if he knew this Teacher Zheng, at most he would just give him some food and water. Lin Hao could never keep someone who couldn't be guaranteed to never betray him close, as it would be like planting a bomb for himself. Chen Yalan and Chen Yajun quickly followed Lin Hao. They didn't know the Teacher Zheng upstairs and felt indifferent. "Sorry, Teacher Zheng, it's not very convenient," Li Yefeng said as she hurried to catch up with Lin Hao. She only had an ordinary colleague relationship with Teacher Zheng, and since Lin Hao was unwilling to take him, she certainly wouldn't make it difficult for him. Having no ability to survive, she needed to follow Lin Hao to live. What right did she have to be a goody two-shoes? Li Yefeng was clear about this. She didn't want to waste her connection with Lin Hao for someone else. For this, Lin Hao silently gave Li Yefeng a thumbs up. As long as she wasn't a goody two-shoes, that was good enough. Lin Hao didn't oppose kindness and great love. He Ruo was quite loving, and Yang, he was also quite kind. There was nothing wrong with kindness and great love. However, kindness and great love should be within one's means. Going beyond one's capabilities to be kind or loving was foolish. Leaving County City No. 1, Lin Hao continued to clear areas in the city with a high concentration of zombies. He wasn't in a hurry to enhance Li Yefeng's strength. She wasn't yet confirmed to be a partner by the system. He wanted Li Yefeng to clearly see Chen Yalan and Shun Yajun's abilities, and then things would be easier later. In light of their previously decent teacher-student relationship, Lin Hao didn't want to coerce or tempt Li Yefeng. But that didn't mean he didn't want to win this woman over. Which man wouldn't want to fulfill his high school fantasies? Turning fantasies into reality was thrilling just to think about, and with the opportunity at hand, Lin Hao had no reason to let it slip away. Looking at Chen Yalan and Shun Yajun as they fought fiercely alongside Lin Hao, Li Yefeng felt deeply moved. Being women themselves, they could become so powerful, while she felt like a useless burden. Li Yefeng envied them deeply. She wanted to be as strong as they were. Who wouldn't want to possess great strength in the apocalypse? Yet she also knew she couldn't compare. She was merely Lin Hao's high school teacher, and was lucky to be able to follow him. As for Chen Yalan and Chun Yajun, both were Lin Hao's girlfriends, and their relationship with him was evidently different. Li Yefeng understood in her heart that unless she earned Lin Hao's trust, he would never enhance her strength. How could she earn Lin Hao's trust? Thinking of this, Li Yefeng stole a glance at Lin Hao and couldn't help blushing. Could it be that there was only that kind of way? But besides that, was there any other way? The brutality of the apocalypse profoundly changed everyone. Li Yefeng was no exception. She began to strategize for herself. The reason he took me along might be because he has that kind of intention, right? Otherwise, why would he be so proactive in seeking me out? If he brings it up, should it be a gentle push or a more reserved approach? As evening fell, the areas in the county that needed to be cleared were nearly done. Time to wrap up. Returning to their place, Lin Hao pulled Li Yefeng into Chun Yalan's room, and the meaning was evident. After nearly a day, the timing should be just right. It was time to turn fantasies into reality. Being pulled into the bedroom by Lin Hao, Li Yefeng realized what was about to happen and hurriedly said, "Your girlfriend will be angry." Lin Hao immediately understood her meaning and chuckled. "I have too many girlfriends, they won't get angry." This teacher, Li, wasn't worried about what he would do to her, but rather that his girlfriends might be upset, which was quite clear. Li Yefeng, more flustered, said, "I haven't showered in several days. How about we wait until we find clean water to bathe first?" It was true she hadn't bathed for several days. Since the apocalypse, she hadn't showered, and the water in the heater was saved for drinking. But that wasn't the main point. The key was that she felt she should be a bit reserved, and she was also a bit embarrassed. The fact that a former teacher was opening her heart to a former student made Li Yefeng feel utterly ashamed. Even though she had done a lot of self-strategizing today, when it came to the actual moment, she still felt shy. Lin Hao chuckled. "Wanting to take a shower is simple, right? Would I lack water for you to bathe?" Saying this, he picked Li Yefeng up and carried her into the bathroom, where several buckets of water appeared on the floor. Let alone bathing, it wouldn't be a problem for him to create a river as long as there were enough hands to pour water from above. Since Li Yefeng was hesitant, yet welcoming, Lin Hao wouldn't hold back. He had to fulfill his high school fantasy. "Congratulations, host. Your relationship with Li Yefeng has been confirmed. The trait of eternal loyalty is now active. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Hao was astonished. So this was another way to receive system confirmation. It seemed he no longer needed to ask every time. Once a relationship became a fact, the system would confirm it. The commotion from the room forced Chen Yalan and Chen Yajun to hastily rise and step onto the balcony for some fresh air. Chen Yajun said, "Sister, it must be tough for you alone. Why don't you join Lin Hao as well?" Good fortune should not be left to outsiders. Since Lin Hao already had many girlfriends, it was better to benefit her cousin than a stranger. Before she was single, she hadn't realized it, but after being with Lin Hao, Chen Yajun understood how hard life was for a woman without a man. No, Chen Yalan quickly shook her head. As for what truly lay in her heart, only she knew. There was little else to say. An hour later, Lin Hao took Li Yefeng out for dinner. Having won Li Yefeng and fulfilled his high school fantasies, Lin Hao could only describe his mood as exhilarating. Now that it was an established fact, Li Yefeng stopped being coy, though she felt a bit awkward facing Chen Yalan and Chen Yajun. Seeing Li Yefeng's complexion brighten a few shades, Chen Yalan inexplicably recalled Chen Yajun's earlier suggestion. This thought involuntarily painted a blush on Chen Yalan's face, which Lin Hao found rather intriguing. 1,000 miles away in Handong, the military, after paying a heavy price, had partially relocated to the city. It was impossible to move everything at once, such as ammunition, reserves sufficient for 2 conventional wars. Even with ample personnel and equipment, moving all the stockpiled ammunition to the city would take at least 10 days to half a month. Now, with heavy personnel losses and dangerous mutated creatures along the roads, it was uncertain when the relocation would be completed. But Zhou Zhishang was more concerned about his cooperation with Lin Hao. He had come to realize that guns and cannons could hardly contend with powerful mutated creatures. Only super soldiers, such as awakened ones with formidable combat skills, might stand a chance. Unfortunately, such awakened individuals were too scarce. The awakening rate among military personnel was only 1 in 10,000. Perhaps more would emerge later, but overall the proportion of awakened individuals remained too low. Lin Hao, who could cultivate strong warriors on a large scale, was the key. If he were willing to cooperate with the military, Zhou Zhishang would have the confidence to fight the mutated creatures. But there was no if. Lin Hao was unwilling to cooperate with the military. Instead, he proposed that Du Yingrong become his girlfriend and be responsible for forming a 10th Sandstrong female legion. This gave Zhou Zhishang some comfort. He interpreted Lin Hao's conditions as a concession to the Handong military. Why else would Lin Hao insist on Du Yingrong being his girlfriend and having her form the female legion? Given his strength, Lin Hao could easily create a 10th Sandstrong female legion on his own, or even one of 100,000. Yet he chose not to do it himself, entrusting it to Du Yingrong instead. Wasn't that a veiled compromise with the Handong military? One could not blame Zhou Zhishang. How could he know that Lin Hao had a system that granted the eternal loyalty trait to his partners? Lin Hao made such demands simply to make the Handong military believe they could control this 10th Sandstrong female legion. This way, the Handong military would fill the female legion with servicewomen, propping up its mid- and low-level framework. Finding female soldiers was easy, but mid- and low-level female officers were not. Without this, where would Lin Hao find so many female officers in a short time? An army lacking mid- and low-level officers was little better than a heap of loose sand. Thus, Lin Hao had to set a bait, letting the Handong military contribute personnel and effort to build the female legion. As for loyalty, Lin Hao had no worries. The high-ranking officers were all his women. How could they rebel? Even if the mid- and low-level officers were all from the Handong military, Lin Hao was unconcerned. If it came to a showdown, he could simply decapitate the key figures. Oh, why waste time? Unaware that he was about to fall into Lin Hao's trap, Zhou Zhishang had just settled into his temporary command post in the city. Without even eating dinner, he called a meeting to discuss the matter. Faced with Lin Hao's demands, Xiang Hongwei and others agreed with Zhou Zhishang. They all saw an opportunity to let Lin Hao do the work while they reaped the rewards. Seeing the big shots unanimously approve Lin Hao's conditions, Du Yingrong was so frustrated she could vomit blood. Not a single one of them cared whether she was willing to be Lin Hao's girlfriend. Though she was willing to sacrifice herself for the greater good, the fact that none of the big shots present even bothered to pretend to ask for her opinion chilled her heart. After dinner, Lin Hao said to the 3 women, "If nothing unexpected happens, I'll come to take you to the city the day after tomorrow. Take care of any unfinished business here tomorrow, as you probably won't return for a while." Chen Yajun said, "Could we make a slight detour to my house on the way? I can't reach my family, but maybe they're just stranded somewhere without their phones." Chen Yalan added, "You know my parents' home. It's not exactly on the direct route to the city, but it's only a few kilometers out of the way, not far." Chen Yajun wanted to check on her home, and Chen Yalan wanted to visit her parents' house. Not seeing for themselves would leave them uneasy. What if some family members had survived? All right, Lin Hao agreed readily. Since they wanted to go, he would take them. Not going would leave them dwelling on it forever. Chen Yalan and Chen Yajun were cousins, and their parents' houses were next to each other, which made things convenient. A detour of a few kilometers wasn't too far. To be fair, Lin Hao turned to Li Yefeng with concern. "Teacher Li, where is your hometown?" I remember it's not in our county, right? Li Yefeng smiled bitterly. I'm from the city. There's no need to check on my home. My parents were traveling when the zombie outbreak happened and haven't returned. Lin Hao sighed and patted her shoulder. Though she didn't say it outright, it was clear her parents were likely unreachable. Li Yefeng continued, but my brother and sister-in-law are alive. They run a convenience store. Fortunately, there were few customers when the outbreak hit. Lin Hao promptly replied, all right. When we reach the city, we'll head toward your brother's store. You know where it is, right? Thank you, Li Yefeng nodded gratefully. I know where their convenience store is. It's not far from my home. She silently thanked herself for her earlier efforts. Without them, would she have gotten this result? Lin Hao had not only given her a large number of potions to boost her strength, but also promised to rescue her brother and sister-in-law. Thinking of this, Li Yefeng felt at ease and accepted being Lin Hao's girlfriend. There was nothing wrong with being his girlfriend. This powerful man was worthy of her trust. After finalizing the trip to the city with Qin Yalin and the others, Lin Hao teleported away. Li Yefeng, witnessing his sudden disappearance for the first time, exclaimed in astonishment, how did he vanish so abruptly? Qin Yajun replied, he's probably off looking for other women. He appears and disappears mysteriously. You'll get used to it. Qin Yajun added, one day you might find him appearing beside you while you're bathing. Hearing her cousin's words, Qin Yajun felt somewhat embarrassed, as both of them had indeed been caught by Lin Hao in such a situation. Li Yefeng grew even more puzzled. He's that formidable. Does he possess spatial teleportation abilities? Qin Yajun nodded. It should be spatial teleportation, as he claims. He can teleport directly from Handong. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had already teleported to Yang Yi's side. Since it was still early, he decided to look around various places to see if anything was amiss. Yang Yi was dining with Shai Qianrou and Bai Huantao. Besides them, there was a woman who looked like a ghost. Though her severely burned face made it impossible to discern gender, her ample chest clearly indicated she wasn't male. Seeing Lin Hao arrive, Bai Huantao quickly pulled him aside and whispered, her name is Tian Liqiao. She was burned in a fire. She's only 18, and it's quite pitiful. Lin Hao affectionately patted her head. Just say what you want to say directly, no need to beat around the bush with me. Bai Huantao promptly asked, can you heal her burns? I've seen photos of her before the fire. She was very beautiful, and she's willing to be your girlfriend. No problem. Lin Hao readily agreed, handing Bai Huantao a bottle of 5-tire rejuvenation elixir. The girlfriend matter could be discussed later. Since Bai Huantao was so obedient, fulfilling her wish was only right. Having lost a limb in a car accident herself, it was natural for her to empathize with Tian Liqiao, who suffered burns from a fire. You're so kind, Bai Huantao beamed, giving the elixir Lin Hao had provided to Tian Liqiao. Under Bai Huantao's guidance, Tian Liqiao drank the potion that seemed almost divine. Yang Yi and the others watched curiously as the elixir's effects did not disappoint. The potency of the 5-tire rejuvenation elixir was extraordinary. In no time, Tian Liqiao, who had looked like a ghost, was restored to her original form. The young girl stared incredulously at her reflection in the mirror, tears of joy streaming down her face as she was reborn. Yang Yi exclaimed in admiration, so beautiful, even more stunning than her photos. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. Indeed, she's quite lovely, like a delicately carved doll. Standing about 160 centimeters tall, her skin was exceedingly fair, resembling a porcelain figurine carved from jade. Naturally youthful, her petite frame made her appear almost like a lowly, especially contrasted with Shai Qianrou, who stood over 175 centimeters. Lin Hao had a fondness for such legal lolis. There was no need for further words. He was definitely taking her as his girlfriend. It could only be said that good deeds bring good rewards. If he had begrudged a bottle of rejuvenation elixir, he wouldn't have gained this girlfriend. Bai Huantao asked softly, do you like her? Lin Hao nodded happily, I do. Bai Huantao quickly brought the young girl over and introduced her. Liqiao, this is Lin Hao, your boyfriend you've never met. Lin Hao chuckled wryly. Huantao, that's quite a unique introduction. Bai Huantao giggled. We've already agreed. Simple and direct is best. Tian Liqiao shyly greeted Lin Hao. Hello. Lin Hao smiled and confirmed, you're willing to be my girlfriend, right? Tian Liqiao, flustered by his directness, lowered her head and softly replied, oh. Congratulations, host. The partner relationship with Tian Liqiao has been confirmed. The trait of eternal loyalty is now in effect. Done. He had gained another capable and reliable ally. Lin Hao provided Tian Liqiao with everything necessary to enhance her strength. As for the use of blades and firearms, he didn't need to worry. Yang Yi and the others would teach her. After chatting idly with these women for a while, Lin Hao teleported to Yan Yutong's side. Yan Yutong was practicing yoga with Chen Yin. Their flexibility was undeniably impressive, especially Chen Yin's, who not only majored in dance, but also had enhanced physical attributes. Even the world's top yoga masters would pale in comparison to her. Lin Hao found the sight delightful, so he decided to personally assess their yoga skills. The next morning, Lin Hao took Yan Yutong and Chen Yin out to kill zombies and accumulate practical combat experience. If all the women around him were combat experts like Hiru, Lin Hao would have far fewer worries. But clearly that was unrealistic. there weren't that many exceptional female combat masters waiting for him. Lin Hao didn't mind spending time cultivating practical combat skills in women like Yin Yutong, who lacked experience. Talents always need nurturing, and the more capable the women he personally trained, the greater his sense of accomplishment. The zombies in Haiqing were far more numerous than in Handong or Wuqing, and almost no one had cleared them. As soon as gunfire rang out, zombies surged from all directions like a tidal wave, sending even Lin Hao's hair standing on end. As expected of a supercity with a population exceeding 20 million, it likely housed around 20 million zombies. Even with three 416 Hong Kong dollars rifles firing at full capacity, rapidly reaping zombies, Lin Hao and his companions had to fight while retreating. Crucially, it was already the 9th day after the apocalypse, and evolved zombies along with silver zombies had become more numerous. These zombies were difficult to kill with bullets, especially the silver ones, which were nearly impervious to light weapons. Fortunately, Lin Hao and his group possessed the shift skill. At the 4th tier, it covered 80 meters, allowing them to advance and retreat at will. With this divine ability, kiting the zombies was effortless. No matter how many there were, they couldn't trap them. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the 6th tier skill, Scorching Earth Flame, with unlimited quantity. A pleasant surprise. After many days, Lin Hao had finally unlocked the skill again, and it was a 6th tier one. Scorching Earth Flame, 6th tier, conjure geothermal flames at 6,000 degrees to scorch a designated 6 meter by 6 meter area. After reading the description, Lin Hao immediately took out a bottle of 6th tier Scorching Earth Flame elixir and drank it. He then cast the skill, summoning geothermal flames within a dense horde of zombies. The terrifying yellow-white flames formed a deadly zone covering 6 meters by 6 meters. The color of the flames indicated their extreme temperature, indeed reaching 6,000 degrees. All zombies within the Scorching Earth Flame zone were instantly reduced to ashes. Even those slightly touched by the flames were ignited and burned to cinders. Even the silver zombies couldn't escape being burned to death. Remarkable. However, the energy consumption was significant. Each Scorching Earth Flame cost 60 energy points. Fortunately, Lin Hao's physique was at 160 points, granting him 1,600 energy points, allowing him to use the skill 26 times consecutively. Moreover, he had an unlimited supply of 2 entire energy elixirs, which restored 20 energy points per second for 20 seconds. This meant he could maintain a frequency of 1 Scorching Earth Flame every 3 seconds. With Yin Yutong and Chun Yin also using it, that equated to 1 per second. That was enough. Lin Hao immediately taught the 2 women the 6th tier Scorching Earth Flame skill and handed them a handful of 2 entire energy elixirs. He resolved to have all the women burn together, confident that he could incinerate 1,000,000 zombies in a single day. With the ability to summon Earthfire, Lin Hao and his 2 companions drastically increased their efficiency in killing zombies. They advanced along the street, slaughtering with exhilarating speed. The Earthfire technique dispatched zombies far quicker than blades or guns. A single spell covering an area of 6 meters by 6 meters, 36 square meters, could sometimes annihilate over 100 zombies. Placing Earthfire on the path the zombies tread caused them to rush forward to their doom. However, each Earthfire spell lasted only 6 seconds, or a longer duration would be preferable. Yet 6 seconds sufficed, as with a 2nd tier energy potion, he could cast Earthfire every 3 seconds. After a dozen minutes, Lin Hao and the 2 women arrived at a subway entrance where the slaughter became even more satisfying. A single Earthfire spell could seal the exit, ensuring any zombie emerging met instant death. Moreover, there was no need to dispose of the bodies. The searing 6° heat reduced them to ash in moments. As the dense tide of zombies charging forth turned to dust, Yin Yutong's face paled. Chun Yin, however, felt exhilarated and cried out, "Let the zombies come harder." Lin Hao also relished the moment, thinking that if he could continuously unlock supplies this way, his strength would surely soar. He patted Yin Yutong on the shoulder and said, "If it bothers you, you can turn around." Everyone had a different tolerance for such sights. It was unfair to be too harsh, and she would adapt gradually. He left the task of casting Earthfire at the subway entrance to Chun Yin, whose psychological resilience was greater. Yin Yutong sighed with relief, turned around and murmured, "It pains me to think that these zombies were once people like us, now reduced to this." She was a woman of delicate emotions, and her current melancholy along with her usual clinginess toward Lin Hao reflected her sensitivity. Lin Hao comforted her, "Becoming a zombie is unfortunate, but it's not our fault. We can't spare them out of sympathy or consider it granting them peace." Yin Yutong forced a faint smile to reassure him, saying, "I know. Don't worry, I understand that zombies must be killed." Lin Hao patted her shoulder again, letting her find solace in quietness. There was no need for excessive words at this moment. Not everyone was born with a taste for killing, and compassion was not entirely a flaw. It showed a kind heart. A kind heart was fine as long as it wasn't paired with foolishness, and Yin Yutong was clearly not foolish. She knew zombies had to be slain. Boom. A loud crash erupted from the subway exit. Lin Hao looked over to see a large hole blasted through the side. A swarm of zombies poured out, bypassing the Earthfire and charging toward them. Behind them stood an exceptionally tall golden zombie. Lin Hao met the golden zombie's gaze, and it stared back. As their eyes locked, Lin Hao's heart jolted. The golden zombie's eyes held emotion. He sensed coldness and disdain in its gaze. Clearly, the golden zombie's intelligence far surpassed that of the silver ones. Silver zombies merely fled when things turned dire, their eyes devoid of emotion. More precisely, silver zombies possessed only basic animalistic instincts. Lin Hao immediately warned Yin Yutong, "Get to work. There's a troublesome one here." As he spoke, he cast earth fire on the path ahead of the zombies. The foremost dozen or so zombies blindly charged into the flames and were incinerated instantly. The golden zombie let out a roar, and the other zombies obediently swerved around the earth fire before surging forward. Lin Hao cursed under his breath. This golden zombie could issue commands, and the others understood. He decided to strike at the leader to break their coordination. Lin Hao unleashed 4 lightning strikes at the golden zombie, then laid earth fire beneath its feet. The golden zombie convulsed from the shock, and by the time it regained its senses, it leaped over 10 meters away with a howl. It hadn't hesitated to flee the terrifying heat. The lightning had momentarily paralyzed it. Though the golden zombie was incapacitated for only about a second, its legs had already caught fire. Had it been an ordinary zombie, that second would have reduced it to ashes. Smart enough to know that earth could extinguish fire, the golden zombie jumped into a nearby flower bed, burying its feet deep in the soil. The flames were quenched, but its size, 60 feet, had been scorched down to the size of bound feet. Though it felt no pain, the golden zombie howled in fury, summoning even more zombies from the subway station. Lin Hao quickly instructed, "You two focus on striking the golden zombie with lightning, leave the rest to me." He added, "Mind your rhythm, stagger your spells to keep it immobilized." As he spoke, he laid 2 parallel earth fire barriers before them to block the ordinary zombies. Yin Yutong and Chun Yin obeyed, taking turns casting lightning on the golden zombie. Lin Hao, seizing the moment, placed earth fire under its feet, reigniting its stumps. The dual torment of lightning and fire subjected the golden zombie to a hellish few seconds. After a few seconds, when its soles were completely burned off and the flames reached its calves, the golden zombie seized a chance to leap away. Lightning spells were instantaneous, but couldn't be cast endlessly due to energy constraints. A 4th-tier lightning spell cost 40 energy points, and a 2nd-tier energy potion replenished only 20 points per second. Thus, the 2 women could only cast 1 lightning spell every 2 seconds, ideally staggering them by 1 second. Since a 4th-tier lightning spell could stun the golden zombie for about a second, perfect coordination could trap it indefinitely. However, perfection was elusive. The women lacked combat experience and couldn't precisely time their spells. Lin Hao had to maintain earth fire barriers to block ordinary zombies and also burn the golden one, leaving no room for additional lightning. This gave the golden zombie an escape. It fled swiftly on its footless legs, a gruesome sight. After it, Lin Hao decisively used Blink to pursue. A golden zombie with intelligence would surely seek revenge. If he didn't eliminate it today, who knew how much it might evolve? Lin Hao had no habit of leaving threats for later. He wished he had 2 more women. For casting lightning in rotation could easily trap the golden zombie. But regret was futile. Lin Hao used Blink 3 times in succession to catch up, then struck it with lightning to immobilize it. Yin Yutong and Chun Yin caught up, zapping the golden zombie with lightning, freezing it in place again. Lin Hao added another lightning strike, then drew his 3rd-tier saber and blinked behind the golden zombie. If he could immobilize it for a dozen seconds, earth fire would burn it to death without risk. But zombies surrounded them on all sides. He couldn't afford even a few seconds without being swarmed. He had to kill the golden zombie with 1 strike. Sensing the killing intent behind it, the golden zombie, paralyzed by lightning, suddenly expanded its body. Its intelligence told it that without unleashing its ultimate trump card, it would meet its end here today. Seeing the golden zombie's body suddenly swell, Yin Yutong quickly shouted, "Watch out." Lin Hao, standing right behind it, naturally noticed its form expanding a full size. An anomaly spells danger. A sudden increase in size meant the golden zombie's power had likely grown. Whether its strength was temporarily or permanently enhanced, he should retreat from it as soon as possible. Yet since he had already come this far, he couldn't leave without landing a single blow. Lin Hao leaped and struck with his blade. The golden zombie was already towering over 2.5 meters tall, and after swelling it surpassed 3 meters. But Lin Hao's jumping ability was undeniable. A light leap carried him to a height of 2 meters. There was no need to jump higher. At this elevation, his long-handled blade aimed directly at the golden zombie's head. Clang! Lin Hao's powerful strike failed to cleave the zombie's skull. Instead, the Tier 3 blade shattered as if it had struck an incredibly hard special alloy. Clearly, the golden zombie's strength far exceeded Tier 3, or this outcome wouldn't have occurred. Evolved zombies were roughly Tier 1 in power, evident from their speed. Further evolution into silver zombies granted Tier 2 to Tier 3 strength, while golden zombies possessed at least Tier 3 to Tier 4 power. Now, with its body suddenly expanding and its strength surging, it likely reached Tier 5 or even beyond. Thus, after the failed strike that shattered his blade, Lin Hao unhesitatingly used his displacement skill to distance himself. The next moment, the golden zombie spun around and punched the afterimage he left behind. The heavy lightning-fast blow generated a sonic boom, as if it could shatter everything. A sinister grin twisted the golden zombie's face. It was confident this punch would instantly kill its opponent. But in the next instant, its fist eerily passed straight through the foe's body, the immense force nearly toppling it. Realizing it had been tricked, the golden zombie searched for its opponent, only to find him already on the rooftop. It couldn't fly and couldn't reach the rooftop quickly. Frustrated, it charged at the two women who had been striking it with lightning. In a flash, it covered the dozens of meters and reached for them, but this time it grasped nothing. Realizing it had been deceived again, and that both women were now on the rooftop, the golden zombie roared in fury, seemingly issuing a command. As expected, zombies that heard its roar converged, forming a ladder with their bodies to climb up layer by layer. The commercial building where Lin Hao and the others stood was only 7 stories high, and the thousands of zombies below could scale it without much difficulty. Yet they remained unfazed. Ordinary zombies posed no threat, and even silver zombies couldn't harm them. One by one, they spread flames along the wall, effortlessly blocking the path for subsequent zombies to climb. After the lowest zombies were incinerated, those above lost support and tumbled down, soon consumed by the fire. The golden zombie grew increasingly frantic, roaring wildly as it issued new orders, sending hordes of zombies surging toward the other 3 walls. Its intelligence was evident. If they couldn't climb one wall, they would scale all 4 simultaneously. Its tactics succeeded. Lin Hao and the women couldn't spread flames around all sides of the building at once. A Tier 2 energy potion restored only 20 energy per second, and each flame spell cost 60 energy. If only I had a Tier 6 energy potion, Lin Hao muttered silently, which would allow him to cast a flame spell every second. Seeing the walls crawling with zombies, Yin Yutong panicked slightly. So many zombies. Lin Hao said calmly, "What's there to fear? We'll kill as many as come up. They can't threaten us." There was truly nothing to worry about. With a single displacement skill, he and the 2 women could leave this place. The Tier 4 displacement covered 80 meters, enough to reach a nearby building. Lin Hao stayed only to kill more zombies and keep an eye on the golden one. Since the golden zombie hadn't consumed anything, he deduced its sudden power surge likely couldn't last. It was probably a skill like Berserk. All he had to do was wait for it to weaken, then strike when it was vulnerable. The waiting time wouldn't be wasted. With so many zombies below, eliminating them all would unlock thousands of supplies. Spreading flames in the densest clusters, killing dozens or even 100 at once, was immensely satisfying. As for the zombies that managed to reach the rooftop, they were useless, mere cannon fodder that posed no threat to Lin Hao and his companions. If surrounded on flat ground, Lin Hao would have to flee, for even his strength couldn't overcome overwhelming numbers. But on the rooftop, things were different. The zombies' climbing speed was far slower than charging on flat ground. Combined with the flames, only a limited number reached the top at any time, easily handled by Lin Hao and the women. Seeing the assault fail, the golden zombie cast a hateful glare at the rooftop and then fled on its legless stumps. The berserk state, fueled by immense potential, was about to end, plunging it into weakness. If it didn't escape, it would only await death. How could Lin Hao let it escape? Chase the golden zombie. Don't let it get away. With that, he used his displacement skill to reach the ground and pursued the fleeing golden zombie. The zombies charging at him from all directions couldn't hinder his advance. As he ran, a trail of afterimages lingered behind him, his speed surpassing the golden zombies. Ordinary zombies couldn't catch up, and even when blocked, he could displace past them. The golden zombie, lacking feet, could only hobble on its stumps, greatly slowing it down. Though faster, Lin Hao didn't close in immediately. The golden zombie's power still lingered. It had shattered a Tier 3 blade, so approaching recklessly might invite a fatal counterattack. Instead, he kept pace, waiting for it to weaken. As expected, after Lin Hao chased for over a dozen kilometers, the golden zombie suddenly shrank. Like a deflating balloon, its massive form rapidly contracted to its pre-berserk size. Its golden hue dimmed. It was clearly weakened, paying the price for its earlier strength. Only then did Lin Hao close in. First, he stunned it with a lightning spell, then displaced behind it and struck. Clang! The golden zombie's skull was incredibly hard. Even in its weakened state, he couldn't cleave through its head. Instead, another Tier 3 blade shattered, numbing Lin Hao's hand from the impact. After all, Tier 3 weapons were too low-grade to be highly durable. Lin Hao stopped slashing, cast a lightning spell, and kicked the golden zombie down. Then he spread flames beneath it. The arriving women quickly added lightning spells to keep it controlled. The terrifying 600-degree fire rapidly engulfed and consumed the golden zombie. Congratulations, host. Unlock Tier 8 Soul Contract Art, unlimited uses. Finally rid of that wretched thing, Lin Hao let out a long breath. And his efforts weren't in vain. He had unlocked a skill as high as Tier 8. 8th Tier Soul Contract Scroll allows contracting no more than 8 mutated creature servants. After reading the skill description, Lin Hao decisively downed a potion. With a sudden epiphany, he comprehended the skill. Name Lin Hao. Physique 165 tire. Strength 165 tire. Agility 165 tire. Spirit 165 tire. Energy 356. Skills Lightning Art Active 4th tire. A Shift and Swap Art Active 4th tire. Scorching Earth Art Active 6th tire. Soul Contract Art Active 8th tire. Closing the attribute panel, Lin Hao felt a tinge of regret. If only he had unlocked this skill earlier. Then he could have claimed the golden zombie, making future zombie slaying far easier by having it summon its minions. But no matter, since a golden zombie had appeared, he would surely encounter others. Lin Hao recalled the massive serpent Chun Yajun mentioned. If he encountered it tomorrow, he would claim it. Of course, before claiming it, Lin Hao would test its strength. If it was too weak, he would pass. He gave the two women the 8th tire soul contract art potion and led them to attack the nearby hospital. This was a large top-tier hospital. Lin Hao had no need for doctors or nurses, but he did need beautiful women. Clearing the hospital's zombies would unlock supplies, and he might encounter beautiful female survivors. Lin Hao could never have too many beauties. Today, for instance, a couple more would have been handy. Killing that golden zombie wouldn't have been so arduous. They could have left it no chance to escape or resist. With Scorching Earth zombie killing efficiency soared, especially at the hospital entrance where the carnage was immensely satisfying. As Lin Hao and the two women fought their way to the main gate, gunfire drew a dark, dense horde of zombies from within the hospital. Casting 2 Scorching Earth spells at the entrance, zombies surged out in droves to their doom, rivaling the numbers at the subway station. As everyone knew, hospitals were densely populated places, especially such major ones usually teeming with people during work hours. After burning over 1,000 zombies in a few minutes, the stream thinned. Lin Hao pulled out an anti-tank missile and fired indiscriminately around. The massive explosions drew another large horde. Every coin had two sides. The zombies' keen hearing became their death warrant. Used wisely, it could lure zombies like moths to a flame, far more efficient than hunting them one by one. Another few minutes passed, and no more zombies emerged. Likely all outdoor zombies in the hospital area had been drawn out and killed. Lin Hao led the two women into the outpatient building, where Scorching Earth could no longer be used. Its extreme heat risked fire, and Lin Hao had no intention of burning himself. Even if he and the women could teleport away, incinerating innocent survivors would be unnecessary slaughter. Killing innocents without reason was pointless. Lin Hao was not one to indulge in mindless bloodshed. Without Scorching Earth blades and guns would suffice. The outpatient building had far fewer zombies than outside. On the first floor, barely any remained, as most had rushed out earlier to die. After some time clearing the outpatient building's zombies, Lin Hao discovered over a dozen survivors. Both men and women, but none were stunning beauties, so he moved on to the inpatient building. Around it lay numerous zombie corpses, apparently thrown from above. There were also many human remains gnawed by zombies, and in significant numbers. Examining a few zombie corpses, Chun-In remarked, "Husband, there's an expert in the building." Since her intimate night with Lin Hao, she had taken to calling him husband. Lin Hao praised her keen observation. "Be careful, there's an ability user inside." Yin Yutong asked curiously, "Husband, how did you know?" Lin Hao teased, "Big chest, empty head. Just look at the cuts on the zombies' heads." No. Yin Yutong glanced at the zombie corpses and realized, "Oh, the cuts are so clean, not like knife wounds." Lin Hao said, "Probably a cutting type ability. Be cautious, the ability user in this building might not be friendly." Getting injured was one thing, but losing one's head would be no joke. He couldn't let a small misstep ruin everything. Yin Yutong asked again, "Why do you say the ability user might not be friendly?" Lin Hao flicked her forehead. "Think. With so many human remains around, do you think they all jumped to their deaths? They were clearly killed and thrown down. Who did it?" Yin Yutong paused, then realized, "Right, you're so sharp. I never thought of that." Lin Hao quipped, "You call that sharp? Seems all your brain went to your chest." Yin Yutong rolled her eyes, "Don't you like it?" Lin Hao chuckled, "Of course I do. Even if she was big-chested and empty-headed, at least she had that virtue." To be fair, Lin Hao quite appreciated Yin Yutong's asset. But now was not the time for that, no matter how good it could wait. Lin Hao entered the inpatient building first, leading the two women upward, clearing floors as they went. By the third floor, the stairs and fire escape were blocked with beds, desks, chairs, bedding, and all sorts of debris. The path was sealed, but for Lin Hao and the women, it was merely a matter of teleporting through. The fourth floor had no zombies or survivors. The fifth was the same, the sixth likewise. Only bloodstains everywhere silently told of what had happened. The deathly silence made Yin Yutong instinctively press closer to Lin Hao. "Why is no one here?" Lin Hao said, "Most survivors were probably thrown downstairs." Yin Yutong clung tighter. "Why do that? What's the point of killing innocents?" Lin Hao smiled. "How could there be no gain? Perhaps to satisfy a strong man's twisted lust for slaughter, or more likely to conserve food and water." Yin Yutong fumed. "Isn't that too much?" Lin Hao shook his head. "You might see worse soon." The darkness of human nature would be fully unleashed in the lawless apocalypse. The strong would inevitably hoard resources, food, water, and beautiful women. From the many human remains around the inpatient building, it was clear the ability user inside was ruthless. There would be few survivors left in the building, likely only the ability user and the beauties he fancied. Of course, if the ability user were female, it might be her and the handsome men she chose. The answer came soon. Every floor was empty, and before long Lin Hao and the two women reached the top floor. There he saw a man and several young attractive women. Without a doubt, this seemingly refined man was the ability. The man who appeared gentle and refined was named Yang Fan. Before the apocalypse, his life was quite comfortable. Working in an investment bank, he earned an annual salary of $1 million, far surpassing his peers, and had a beautiful wife. The day before the zombie outbreak, Yang Fan's wife gave birth to a chubby baby boy weighing 7 Jin and 2 Liang. His happy life seemed even more promising, so Yang Fan took special leave to accompany his wife at the hospital. Unexpectedly, the apocalypse arrived. A fellow patient in the same ward turned into a zombie. Fortunately, the woman's husband was a ruthless man who personally killed his zombified wife. Tragically, the next day, with rescue seeming hopeless and the world descending into chaos, the ruthless man gave in to his savage instincts. He beat Yang Fan, who tried to resist, nearly to death, and then violated Yang Fan's wife right before his eyes. If not for the brute's peculiar fetish for cuckolding, Yang Fan would not have survived. From then on, Yang Fan plummeted into hell. He was forced to watch not only the brute abuse his wife, but also the brute's minions do the same. Relying on his strength, the brute killed many zombies, gathered a group of henchmen, and ran rampant in the hospital building. Yang Fan's suffering finally ended one night when he suddenly awakened the wind blade ability. He used the wind blades to sever the legs of the brute and his minions, torturing them for 2 days before killing them. Subsequently, Yang Fan gathered his own group of thugs, seized supplies, and killed men committing deeds far worse than the brute's. After killing all the men, he also eliminated the unattractive women, keeping only the most beautiful ones under the guise of conserving food. In the end, Yang Fan took the principle of conserving food to its extreme by killing even his own henchmen, proving himself even more ruthless than the previous brute. This journey from hell to heaven transformed his nature. He decided he needed no men around. All males must die. The hospital building was left with only Yang Fan and the few beauties he had kept. From then on, he lived like an emperor, free from the threat of other men, with ample food and drink and the beauties to enjoy as he pleased. All Yang Fan had to do was indulge in pleasure. The hospital building contained many supplies. Visitors usually brought gifts when seeing patients, never arriving empty-handed. Although fruit was hard to preserve, other items like nutritional supplements were mostly easy to store. The supplies Yang Fan's henchmen had scavenged were enough to sustain him and the beauties for 2 or 3 months. During this time, he could gradually clear out zombies, scavenge supplies outside, and find more beauties. He played with the women in ever-changing ways each day, and when bored he would go downstairs to kill some zombies. Blissful. Yang Fan believed this idyllic life could continue indefinitely, until Lin Hao appeared with 2 women. Though he coveted the beauty of the 2 women, Yang Fan was not so driven by lust as to recklessly kill and seize them. In the apocalypse, beautiful women were never scarce. As long as one had strength, they could be found anywhere. Why court death? He could see the strength of the newcomers. Even in an unknown fight, let alone 3 against 1, he was uncertain of victory. Yang Fan, who had earned $1 million annual salary in investment banking, was undoubtedly intelligent and adept at biding his time. If he hadn't endured humiliation, even the brute who enjoyed cuckolding would have killed him. Thus, facing the uninvited Lin Hao and his party, Yang Fan plastered on a smile. 3 distinguished guests, is there anything I can help you with? Lin Hao wasted no time on pleasantries and got straight to the point. Did you kill all the survivors in this building? A chill ran through Yang Fan's heart, but he flatly denied it. Not me. Look at me, I'm so frail. How could I possibly kill anyone? He had to deny it. What if they were looking for friends or relatives who had been hospitalized? Admitting it would mean doom. Not to mention, if all 3 attacked, even if only one made a move, Yang Fan had no confidence in winning. Having just enjoyed a few days of good life, he had no desire to die. Death meant losing everything, and a living dog was better than a dead lion. Lin Hao sneered. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Did they all jump off the building to commit suicide? The ominous premonition in Yang Fan's heart grew stronger. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and quickly shifted the blame. There was a gang of thugs earlier. They did the killing. They were vicious and murdered all the survivors in this building. Lin Hao was amused and taunted. And where are those thugs now? Yang Fan replied. Later, I awakened my ability and eliminated them for the good of the people. Lin Hao clapped his hands. Impressive rhetoric. Let me ask you another question. Why did the thugs kill everyone else, but spare you? Were you in league with them? Yang Fan knew the other man didn't believe his fabricated story, but with no other choice, he had to brazen it out. No, the thug leader was a pervert. He had a fetish for cuckolding and enjoyed violating my wife in front of me, so he didn't kill me. Holy shit. Lin Hao couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You're a real Ninja Turtle. This time, he believed Yang Fan's words were true, at least the last part of the explanation. With all 4 attributes at rank 5, Lin Hao's perception and intuition were extremely sharp. Lying couldn't escape his notice. When humans lie, it differs from when they tell the truth. There are many subtle differences in their words and actions. Despite being openly mocked, Yang Fan dared not show any anger and could only stammer, "I'm not lying to you, really." Lin Hao smiled and said, "Come on, I'll give you a chance to attack. Show me your strongest move." He had originally planned to kill the scoundrel, but on second thought he decided to try a soul contract instead. An 8th rank soul contract could bind no more than 8 mutated creature servants. Were ability users considered mutated creatures? Lin Hao decided to give it a try. There was no loss if it failed. If the contract didn't work, he could still kill him later. If it succeeded, he could use this scoundrel as free labor to kill zombies and unlock supplies every day. But before the contract, Lin Hao wanted to assess the man's strength to see if he was worth taking on as a servant. Yang Fan, afraid this was a trap, hesitated to act. "I mean you no harm. I want to attack you." Lin Hao said impatiently, "Just attack when I tell you to. What's all the hesitation for? If I wanted to kill you, it wouldn't matter whether you attacked or not." "Fine, be careful." Yang Fan dared not disobey and raised his hand to throw a wind blade at the other man. The cyan blade, condensed from wind elements, spun at tremendous speed toward Lin Hao, reaching him in an instant. However, though the wind blade was fast, it was still slower than a bullet from an 416 Hong Kong dollars, likely due to the man's low attributes. Lin Hao smashed his fist into the wind blade. The 2 energies collided, shattering the blade, but leaving several cuts on Lin Hao's fist. Although the wounds were only superficial, it was evident that the wind blade's power far exceeded that of an 416 Hong Kong dollars bullet. Yang Fan was stunned. The wind blade that had been unstoppable, killing countless people and zombies, had been shattered with bare hands. Lin Hao was greatly satisfied and said in a deep voice to the man, "Become my servant, obey my commands, and resist means death." As he spoke, Lin Hao activated the 8th rank soul contract. An invisible shackle of souls enveloped the other man. Yang Fan's face turned pale as he felt himself trapped by an invisible yoke on the verge of being bound. Sensing impending danger, Yang Fan shouted with red eyes, "What do you want to do to me?" A surge of violent emotion blossomed within him. He longed to resist, to kill the man before him. But he dared not act, knowing he was no match for his opponent, and that resistance would be futile. Not resisting might spare his life, but should he choose to fight back, he would likely invite disaster. Lin Hao threatened in a deep voice, "Either lower your defenses and accept my soul contract or die." Feeling that mere verbal threats wouldn't suffice, he drew a blade and struck. The blade severed Yang Fan's right hand, causing him to panic and hurriedly agree. I accept." As expected, action proved far more effective than words, compelling Yang Fan to lower his guard. The soul contract was successful. Holding his bleeding right hand, Yang Fan bowed respectfully. "Master." Lin Hao produced a bottle of 5th-grade recovery potion and handed it to him, saying, "Drink this." "Yes." Yang Fan responded respectfully, taking the potion and drinking it immediately. His severed right hand began to regrow at a visible speed. Yang Fan tested his new hand, and it appeared no different from his original. Overjoyed, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for healing me." It seemed he was unaware that it was Lin Hao who had severed his hand in the first place. In Yang Fan's mind, any punishment from his master was entirely justified. A servant must obey their master absolutely. Even if ordered to die, they must comply. Behind Yang Fan, the few women he had left to toy with looked at him as if they didn't recognize him. This devil, who had never regarded them as human, now acted like a docile puppy. Lin Hao felt pleased and gave Yang Fan another potion to enhance this free laborer's strength. With strength, this free labor could kill more zombies, unlocking more resources for Lin Hao. Undoubtedly, a servant possesses a trait of unwavering loyalty, even more pure than that of a partner. Partners might throw minor tantrums or exhibit little quirks as they retain their individuality. In front of their master, a servant has no individuality. They will absolutely obey the master's commands. For instance, right now, Lin Hao ordered Yang Fan to drink the potion, and Yang Fan complied without hesitation. Without a moment's doubt, even if Lin Hao had given him poison, Yang Fan would obediently drink it. Feeling the powerful effects of the potion, Yang Fan again expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for enhancing my strength." Lin Hao wasted no time and directly issued an order, "Go find a place to kill zombies, at least 10,000 every day." After giving this free labor so many potions, he could not let him idle. He must be made to work. Lin Hao decided not to keep Yang Fan by his side, allowing him to roam freely in the hunt for zombies. "Yes." Yang Fan acknowledged and turned to leave, faithfully fulfilling his master's command. Lin Hao quickly called out to him, "Wait, you don't want these women anymore?" Yang Fan replied, "I don't want them out. Taking them along would slow me down in killing zombies." Right now, he only wanted to complete the task assigned by his master, not wanting to carry those burdens. Focusing entirely on accomplishing the master's task was his most important concern. Lin Hao did not insist, but advised, "If you encounter any exceptional beauties, let me know." He could communicate with his servant over any distance through telepathy. Even separated by vast distances, Lin Hao could easily communicate with his servant. As Yang Fan left, the women he had toyed with became anxious. Perhaps this was Stockholm Syndrome, though survival was also a consideration. Although they were regarded as mere tools for Yang Fan to vent his frustrations, at least they could eat and live. A rather beautiful woman pleaded, "Handsome, take me, I promise to satisfy you." Unfortunately, Lin Hao had no interest in her. "Sorry, you might as well find a way to survive on your own." The woman speaking was quite pretty, over 90 points, but she had already been worn out, which held no appeal for him. There was no need to linger here. Lin Hao told the two women behind him, "Let's go downstairs and continue working." Afterward, he teleported downstairs, and moments later, Yin Yutong and Chunin arrived. Yin Yutong remarked, "I think they look rather pitiful. I left them some food." Lin Hao retorted, "Look at their complexion. Do they look like they've ever been hungry?" Yin Yutong awkwardly said, "I didn't consider that much. I just thought they looked pitiful." Such small matters were of no concern to Lin Hao. If you gave it, then it's done. Let's go. It was just a bit of food. He never opposed his women being kind. Kindness is fine, just don't be foolish. If you sell someone out and then help them count their money, that's unacceptable. Lin Hao led the two women into the emergency building, then to the logistics building. In the information department of the logistics building, Lin Hao made a discovery. There was a stunning beauty here. A standard oval face, a petite nose adorned with delicate golden-rimmed glasses. The beauty had an excellent foundation, but her condition was quite poor. Her lips were cracked, and her complexion was dim. Thirsty and hungry, on the brink of collapse, her condition was understandably dire. She was just barely alive. The stunning beauty was named Wei Tianyue. Upon seeing Lin Hao and the two others, her eyes brimmed with hope. "Do you have water?" Though she was very hungry, she was thirstier. Given the choice between dying of thirst or hunger, she would choose the former. Lin Hao took out a bottle of mineral water and tempted her. "Become my girlfriend, and I will give you water." Wei Tianyue eagerly agreed. "I'll be your girlfriend, you give me water." At that moment, she would have agreed to anything for a sip of water. A person extremely deprived of water has no capacity for rational thought. They would do anything for it. Congratulations to the host. The relationship with Wei Tianyue as a partner has been confirmed, and the trait of unwavering loyalty is now active. Lin Hao handed the bottle of mineral water to Wei Tianyue, then also gave her a piece of bread. Wei Tianyue hurriedly twisted open the bottle and downed half of it, then tore open the bread bag. At that moment, she couldn't care less about maintaining a ladle-like image. Surviving was more important. After just 3 bites, she finished the bread and looked at Lin Hao. "Is there more?" Lin Hao handed her a potion, saying, "Drink this first. I'll give you more food later." Wei Tianyue finally regained a bit of clarity. "What is this?" Lin Hao countered with a question. "Are there any other beautiful women alive like you?" Wei Tianyue shook her head. "Our hospital has many beautiful women, but I don't know if they are still alive." Lin Hao said, "Then hurry and drink these potions. They will enhance your strength." Seeing he did not seem to be lying, Wei Tianyue believed him and began to drink the potions one by one. The effects of the potions were remarkable. Her complexion visibly improved, and her condition rapidly recovered. Feeling the significant changes in her body, Wei Tianyue was both excited and thrilled. "Is it really this miraculous?" Lin Hao, accustomed to such excitement, calmly said, "Let's go. Take me to find beautiful women." Wei Tianyue hesitated, saying, "My relative should still be alive. She's quite pretty and works in the human resources department. The spoils should not go to outsiders. It's better to benefit relatives than strangers, especially since her relative was not much older than her." Personnel department was 2 floors above the information department, and Lin Hao and his group of 4 soon arrived. In the office of the personnel department, Director Lin Hao met Qin Mu, a relative of Wei Tianyue. Dressed in a white blouse, a pencil skirt, black stockings, and high heels, Qin Mu exuded the charm of a mature, sophisticated woman. Her condition was relatively better. There was a water dispenser in the office, and she hadn't finished all the water yet. Therefore, she wasn't thirsty, just purely hungry, unlike Wei Tianyue, whose lips were cracked. However, Qin Mu had been starving for days, and the agony of hunger was clearly unbearable. Lin Hao left 2 slices of bread, giving Wei Tianyue and Qin Mu a chance to catch up. He then led Yin Yutong and Chun Yin to continue clearing zombies on the upper floors. He also kept an eye out for any survivors who were stunning beauties above 90 in looks. Meanwhile, Wei Tianyue began flaunting her newly acquired power to Qin Mu. Watching her niece casually shatter the office desk, summon lightning, and teleport, Qin Mu was so stunned that she forgot to swallow the bread in her mouth. At that moment, shock overwhelmed hunger. Wei Tianyue started persuading Qin Mu, "Don't you want to become as powerful as I am?" Qin Mu finally swallowed the bread and asked with difficulty, "Can I become as powerful as you?" It wasn't just men who craved strength, women did too, especially in the apocalypse. Only with power could one hope to survive the end of the world, a truth even a fool would understand. Wei Tianyue nodded affirmatively. "My power was all given to me by Lin Hao. He can give it to you too." Qin Mu suddenly realized something and quickly asked, "He gave you power? Why would he give you power?" Unlike Wei Tianyue, who had just started working when Lin Hao finished clearing the zombies upstairs with the two women and returned here, Wei Tianyue had already convinced Qin Mu. As expected, Lin Hao smoothly took Qin Mu, the mature and charming woman, under his wing, adding another companion. Congratulations, host. The companion relationship with Qin Mu has been confirmed, and the trait of eternal loyalty is now active. Having secured Qin Mu, Lin Hao gave her a stack of potions to boost her strength and took the opportunity to have lunch there. It didn't matter that the office desk had been smashed by Wei Tianyue. Lin Hao had unlocked hundreds of different tables. The lavish lunch thrilled Qin Mu and Wei Tianyue, who ate until their stomachs were round. Fortunately, their physiques had been elevated to the 5th tier, so there was no risk of bursting from overeating. After lunch, Lin Hao had Yin Yutong and Chen Yin teach Wei Tianyue and Qin Mu how to use knives and guns. He then made a round to various places, giving the other women the 6th tier Blazing Earth potion. With this AoE skill, even hordes of zombies could be swiftly annihilated, vastly increasing efficiency. The only regret was the lack of high-tier energy potions, which would have made things even more formidable. The 2 entire energy potions were somewhat insufficient, replenishing only 20 energy points per second. Yet unleashing the 6th tier Blazing Earth required 60 energy points, allowing only one cast every 3 seconds. Using Blazing Earth too frequently would deplete energy, making sustained combat impossible. In battle, one must never exhaust all energy reserves, or else they'd be helpless in an emergency. Regardless, it was essential to keep some energy in reserve during combat to handle unexpected situations calmly. If only he could unlock higher-tier energy potions, he wondered when that might happen. Unfortunately, the system unlocked supplies randomly, so when he would get high-tier energy potions was purely a matter of luck. It might happen today, in 3 to 5 weeks, or even 3 to 5 months from now. Lin Hao never expected such a sudden surprise. It was as if his wish had been granted. Congratulations, host. The 6th tier energy potion has been unlocked with unlimited quantity. 6th tier energy potion restores 60 energy points per second, lasting 60 seconds. Reading the description, Lin Hao was overjoyed. Taking in that free labor had been worth it. It was lunchtime, and all his women were eating or resting after their meal, with no one killing zombies. The one who unlocked the 6th tier energy potion must have been Yang Fan. This was incredibly satisfying. It seemed he should take in more free laborers in the future. That way, even if he just lazed around, there would be free laborers working for him. Lin Hao thought of the golden zombie, and next time he encountered one, he would definitely make it his servant. With a golden zombie's ability to command ordinary zombies, it could bring all the zombies in the entire city to their doom. That would make killing zombies incredibly easy, no more needing to clear them out area by area. He would just find a strategically advantageous spot and let the golden zombie lure its minions to their deaths. In high spirits, Lin Hao made another round distributing energy potions to his women. And he didn't give just 1 or 2 bottles, but thousands upon thousands, letting them store them in their spatial rings. Lin Hao was always generous with his women, since they could never betray him. There was no need to be wary. With an ample supply of 6th tier energy potions, they could go all out and burn zombies with Blazing Earth. This would greatly boost the women's zombie-killing efficiency, ultimately benefiting Lin Hao himself. Without a doubt, the faster they killed zombies, the more supplies would be unlocked, and the quicker his strength would grow. After making his rounds, Lin Hao teleported to Yin Yutong's side. Qin Mu and Wei Tianyue had already learned to use knives and guns. With their 4-dimensional attributes enhanced, their ability to master new things improved as well, and they learned everything quickly. Lin Hao led the 4 women to continue killing zombies, honing their combat skills while searching for stunning beauties. Unfortunately, although there were many beautiful women in the hospital, none of the other survivors were among them. Lin Hao gave up on that, and after clearing the hospital of zombies, moved on to attack a nearby shopping mall. By evening, after clearing a 5-star hotel with the 4 women, he decided to stay there. There weren't many survivors in the hotel. Even those who had hidden in their rooms had barely survived. Without food and drinking water, ordinary people couldn't last more than a few days unless they happened to have some supplies stockpiled. Those with a bit of stock at home were a rare minority. If such people couldn't survive, they had no one to blame but themselves. On the other hand, those who enjoyed snacks and drinks were more likely to survive, as they always kept some food and beverages on hand. Overall, survivors were more common in residential areas where food and water supplies were more abundant. Unfortunately, no stunning beauties were found among the survivors, so Lin Hao pulled Qin Mu and Wei Tianyue into the room for a midnight snack first. "Why don't you two eat?" Wei Tianyue was flustered, instinctively wanting to back out, as she wasn't used to midnight snacks. "You two go ahead," Qin Mu said, equally flustered, trying to emulate Kong Rong's humility by giving the chance to Wei Tianyue. Lin Hao chuckled, "Don't be modest, you two. Let's all eat together. A midnight snack helps with weight loss." Though humility was a virtue, he felt there was no need for it when it came to midnight snacks. It wasn't as if he couldn't provide enough for both of them. Even if there were 10 or 8 more, there would still be plenty. After bathing and having dinner, Lin Hao approached. He grew deeply fond of this endearing saintess. To some extent, it was precisely because of saintesses like Hiru who embodied boundless compassion that humanity could hold on to hope. The radiance of human nature was passed down through individuals like Hiru, never withering even in a hopeless apocalypse. Lin Hao had no desire to be a saint himself, but he didn't mind if some of his women chose that path, especially since he possessed the strength to support them. Hiru also liked Lin Hao and was delighted to see him by her side. "You miss me that much? You've come to see me several times today." This former spinster, who had never had time for romance due to her busy work, discovered a new world after becoming Lin Hao's woman. She realized that the meaning of life lay not only in the fulfillment of universal love, but also in the satisfaction of romantic affection. Lin Hao teased, "Can you stop being smug? If you keep showing off, I won't come see you anymore." Hiru rolled her eyes and got down to business. "Blazing earth is incredibly useful. We burned a lot of zombies this afternoon." Lin Hao smiled. "That's inevitable. You can even take a shortcut. Find a good location, create a loud commotion to lure all nearby zombies, and kill them more efficiently." Zhaoying chimed in, "Sister, he did exactly that. She had Sister Yuro use a drone with a loudspeaker to lure the zombies while she and I set fires to burn them." Lin Hao's eyes lit up as he gave a thumbs up. "Captain, he brilliant. Using a drone with a loudspeaker to attract zombies is a great idea worth promoting. The drone could lure zombies from farther away, and since it flew in the air, the zombies attracted by the sound wouldn't easily lose track. By flying the drone a few times, all zombies within several kilometers could be drawn in, making the killing process highly efficient." Hiru said with a smile, "Intellectual property comes with a fee, you know. What are you going to pay with?" Lin Hao put on a resigned expression. "I have plenty of money. Name your price, take whatever you want." Hiru spat playfully, "Show off. Is your money really enough?" "I have a feeling it might not be." Lin Hao replied casually, "It's definitely enough. Even if it runs out in the future, I won't shortchange you." It was the truth. He genuinely liked Hiru and wouldn't neglect her even if he became busy. Though she wasn't the most beautiful, nor had the longest legs, or the deepest cleavage. Among his current women, Lin Hao liked her the most because of her extraordinary charisma. Hiru retorted disdainfully, "I think you're already stretched thin. Why else would you be neglecting Yuro and Xiaoying?" Lin Hao shamelessly said, "I've been busy killing zombies day and night. I have no time for romance." Hiru naturally didn't buy his nonsense. Killing zombies during the day and at night. That diligent. Lin Hao patted her shoulder and complained, "Your emotional intelligence is really low. See, but don't expose and still be friends. You don't get that." Hiru rolled her eyes again. "You're not leaving tonight. You don't have to stay with me, but choose between Yuro and Xiaoying." Lin Hao didn't like making choices, so he suggested, "How about we have a late-night snack together? The more the merrier." Hiru immediately twisted his waist hard. "Can you show some restraint?" Luo, Yuro, and Zhao Ying remained silent, heads down like ostriches awaiting Lin Hao's decision. These two inexperienced girls were clearly both eager and anxious inside. Lin Hao saw through their feelings and smiled. "They'll go promote the drone loudspeaker tactic first and come back later." Hiru probably wouldn't agree right away, but Luo, Yuro, and Zhao Ying would be fine. He would take it step by step. The next moment, Lin Hao teleported beside Meng Jiyan and slapped her where she had the most fat. Meng Jiyan pushed away his big hand and gave him a glare. "There's a guest. Can't you be more discreet?" The other women here were fine as they weren't outsiders, but Doing Wrong, the military representative from Handong, was present. Lin Hao didn't care. "They're all my girlfriends here, no outsiders. Why should I be discreet?" Meng Jiyan quickly reminded him, "Lieutenant Colonel Du is here." Lin Hao had seen her as soon as he arrived. How could he not know Doing Wrong was present? After killing zombies daily, he had developed a habit of observing his surroundings immediately. Caution was the key to survival. He didn't want to be caught off guard due to carelessness. So Lin Hao remained unfazed. "Lieutenant Colonel Du isn't an outsider either. She's my girlfriend too." Meng Jiyan was surprised. "When did Lieutenant Colonel Du become your girlfriend?" Last time Doing Wrong hadn't agreed, saying she needed to report back to her superiors. She had arrived this afternoon, and Lin Hao had just met her. Lin Hao smiled and looked at Doing Wrong. "Lieutenant Colonel Du, am I wrong?" He believed the Handong military would certainly agree to his proposal. The bait he had laid was extremely tempting and appeared harmless. It would be strange if the Handong military didn't swallow the bait whole. Doing Wrong answered frankly, "Yes, the Handong military has agreed to your plan." "Just as expected." Lin Hao chuckled. "So, does that mean you're willing to be my girlfriend?" Doing Wrong nodded. "Yes, I'm willing to be your girlfriend." Although she harbored some resentment towards Zhou Zhishang and the others for not considering her feelings, she was willing to sacrifice herself for the greater good. She had that level of awareness. For the sake of the nation and its people, she believed her sacrifice was worthwhile. "Congratulations, host. The companion relationship with Doing Wrong has been confirmed. The never betray trait is now active." "Done. Another tool." "Oh no," another girlfriend added. Lin Hao was in high spirits. Lin Hao handed over potions, blades, firearms, and a spatial ring to Doing Wrong all at once. As for using weapons and guns, Doing Wrong clearly needed no training, which saved trouble. Doing Wrong naturally didn't stand on ceremony with Lin Hao as she accepted whatever he gave. After drinking all the potions Lin Hao provided and enhancing her strength, Doing was stunned. She had never underestimated Lin Hao's power and had always estimated it on the high side. Yet she still underestimated him. Severely so, with a deviation far from trivial. If Lin Hao wished, he and his women could easily annihilate the Handong military. With such terrifying strength, it would be naive to think they could be overcome by sheer numbers. Doing took a deep breath. She suddenly realized that being Lin Hao's girlfriend wasn't a sacrifice. It was a bargain, a tremendous bargain she would pay any price to obtain. After the shock, Doing brought up the main topic. Well, about the 10th Assemblyman Legion, what are your thoughts? She suddenly found herself uncertain of how to address Lin Hao. Calling him Mr. Lin seemed inappropriate. After all, they were now lovers, and given the liberties he had taken addressing him as Mr. Lin would be rather excessive. Yet Doing truly couldn't bring herself to use any endearing terms typical of lovers. Lin Hao said casually, just do as you see fit. But first fulfill your duties as my girlfriend. With that, he draped an arm over her shoulder and led her into the bedroom to conduct an obedience test. Lin Hao was quite satisfied with the test results. He produced a handful of spatial rings and taught her the method of infinite nesting. Then he began releasing various supplies: first-grade 4-dimensional attribute potions, 416 Hong Kong dollars, assault rifles, long-bladed swords, armor, clothing. Ordinary women, even with weapons and armor, were still too weak. Their casualties against mutated creatures would be immense. For now, promoting them to the first grade would suffice to gauge their combat effectiveness. Lin Hao was unconcerned about anyone rebelling with first-grade 4-dimensional attributes. To him, such a level of power posed absolutely no threat. Even with weapons added, it remained negligible. As long as he didn't grant them skills, there was nothing to worry about. Skill potions were something Lin Hao would never distribute on a large scale to the Legion members. All 4 skills were Deadly Lightning Art for sustained control, Shift and Swap for unexpected ambushes, Blazing Earth for devastating damage, and Soul Contract, which was even more terrifying. These skills, capable of posing a fatal threat to Lin Hao himself, he would only bestow upon those he could fully trust, never betraying partners and absolutely loyal servants. Others were essentially out of the question. Unless Lin Hao found other ways to guarantee loyalty in the future, he would never hand out skill potions. Subordinates without guaranteed loyalty could never enter Lin Hao's inner circle, nor would they ever be cultivated to a level that could threaten him. Finally, Lin Hao gave Doing several spatial rings filled with food and water, enough to sustain 10,000 people for months. While the Women's Legion could be left to find their own food and water, Lin Hao saw no need for such unnecessary trouble. That would only exhaust Doing. She was already burdened enough with the myriad trivialities of forming the Legion. To make her figure out food and water on top of that would be too much. Lin Hao didn't want to wear her out. Sensing Lin Hao's trust in her, Doing was deeply moved. You trust me this much? Aren't you afraid I'll hand all this over to the Handong military? Lin Hao teased. If you did that, it would mean you're quite foolish. You're not that stupid, are you? Doing rolled her eyes. Do you think I'm that dumb? Lin Hao chuckled. See, asking that question just makes you look foolish. Not to mention the system's never betrayal buff, Doing was incapable of such an act. Even without that buff, her intelligence would prevent her from doing so. What Lin Hao provided were merely basic items. He hadn't given away anything truly valuable. The best among them were just first-grade 4-dimensional attribute potions, which posed no threat to him. Even if the Handong military used those potions to cultivate super soldiers, they still couldn't threaten Lin Hao. In Lin Hao's eyes, a first-grade super soldier was no different from an ordinary person. Both could be dealt with in a single stroke. After a moment's hesitation, Doing decided to confess. The Handong military plans to embed a large number of female officers and soldiers into the Women's Legion. How should we handle this? Principals were no match for the system's bestowed eternal loyalty, and coupled with her recent intimate bond with Lin Hao, she unhesitatingly chose to side with her man. Lin Hao smiled and said, actually, I guessed as much even without you telling me. With such a golden opportunity, how could the Handong military miss it? Doing was astonished. Since you could foresee this, why did you still let me take charge of forming the Legion? Aren't you afraid of doing all the work for the Handong military? Lin Hao shook his head. I'm not worried because I trust you. Doing was even more bewildered. I still can't understand. Why do you trust me so much? Lin Hao chuckled and made up an excuse. Because I trust my own judgment. And you've proven you didn't let me down. Doing pressed on. What if I had betrayed your trust? Lin Hao laughed. Then I'd just give you a little more money. A tiny billion here and there. Until you were convinced. Doing lightly punched his chest and continued. What do you think we should do about the Handong military's plan to infiltrate us? Lin Hao countered. What do you think we should do? Doing considered carefully and said, when recruiting soldiers, we should verify their identities as thoroughly as possible to minimize the Handong military's chances of infiltration. She didn't know which female officers and soldiers the Handong military would send to infiltrate them. Clearly, the Handong military didn't fully trust her and had taken precautions. Lin Hao said casually, why block them? If they want to infiltrate, let them. Doing Rome was bewildered. Why? Lin Hao explained. Without the infiltrators they send, where would we find so many mid and low-level officers? What combat effectiveness can an army have when even its junior officers are raw recruits? Doing Rong expressed concern. But if we do that, all the mid and low-level officers will be plants from the Handong military. We might not be able to command them, and they could even turn against us. Lin Hao said, don't worry about that for now. We won't come into conflict with the Handong military anytime soon. First set up the framework of the Women's Legion and gradually replace the personnel later. He added, if conflict ever arises in the future, I won't even need the Women's Legion. I can decapitate their leadership on my own. There's nothing to worry about. Doing Rong suddenly understood. I was trapped in conventional thinking. I failed to consider your personal strength. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and stratagems are futile. Schemes and tactics only work when both sides are evenly matched. If the disparity in strength is too vast, no amount of cunning can achieve the desired effect. As Lin Hao said, if conflict ever arose, he could simply overturn the table and the opposition would crumble instantly. No matter how many infiltrators they planted in the Women's Legion, it would all be in vain. Lin Hao stroked Du Yingrong's silky hair and said with a chuckle, if there's nothing else, I should be going. The formation of the Women's Legion is in your hands. But Du Yingrong grabbed him, refusing to let him leave. Don't go. I've given myself to you, and you are just going to walk away like that. Lin Hao was caught between laughter and tears. All right, I won't go. No need to hold on so tight. I'm not going to run away. Hearing this, Du Yingrong didn't loosen her grip, instead she held on even tighter. That's exactly why I'm afraid you'll run away. Well then, it looked like he'd have to give her another tiny billion or so. That evening, Lin Hao didn't go to H.E. Russ's place. He decided to make it up to them another time. For tonight, he had to stand them up. Doing Rome was wonderful, so Lin Hao chose to stay and keep her company. The next morning, Lin Hao was full of vitality again. After his morning exercise, he teleported to Li Yifang's side. The three women here had known since the day before that they were heading to the city today, so they were all prepared in advance. Lin Hao was the first to step out of the house, leading them toward the electric power compound, where the female homeowner lived. After walking a bit, Shin Yajun realized something was off and asked in confusion, where are we going? She had agreed with this guy the day before that they would first visit her in her cousin's hometown. But this wasn't the direction to their hometown, nor was it the way to the city. Lin Hao explained simply, that female homeowner the other day told me the bureau chief's daughter was very beautiful. Then the internet went down, and there was no follow-up. He hoped the bureau chief's daughter was still alive. Today they were leaving the county town for the city. If he didn't go see her now, there would never be another chance. A stunning beauty shouldn't go to waste. Everyone lost was one less. There were already so few survivors, and even fewer true beauties. Shin Yajun curled her lip. No wonder you're so motivated. It's because there's a beauty involved. Lin Hao said bluntly, of course. The fewer survivors there are later, the harder it is to find top-tier beauties. Shin Yajun snorted lightly. You're already swamped with no time even for us, yet you're still chasing after more beauties. Lin Hao chuckled. Don't sound like a bitter wife. He'll have a late-night snack with you and Teacher Li tonight, so stop complaining. Shin Yajun stared at him as if he were a ghost. Wait, you want to have a late-night snack with me and Sister Li? Lin Hao said calmly. If you're not willing, forget it. He'll find another woman to join me. Shin Yajun was instantly frustrated. No, this isn't fair. Li Yifang immediately chimed in with solidarity. Exactly, it's so unfair. Lin Hao said nonchalantly, where's all this fairness? Can you two stop being so dramatic? Watching the two women look like they wanted to bite him, but couldn't bear to, Lin Hao grinned triumphantly, his smile radiant. Shin Yalan quickly changed the subject. Will we run into that over-the-peak snake that Yajun encountered? Even though the topic had nothing to do with her, she blushed furiously as if it somehow involved her. Shin Yalan couldn't help but let her mind wander. What if Lin Hao one day made a request and invited her for a late-night snack too? Hearing her cousin mention that over-the-peak snake, Shin Yajun's attention was successfully diverted. Probably not. That snake had left a deep psychological shadow on her. It could definitely swallow her in one gulp. The over-the-peak snake was already extremely venomous, but on top of that its size was enormous and its speed incredible. Lin Hao said scornfully, you have no idea about your own strength. A single snake scares you like this. This was the problem with lacking combat experience. If it were Hiru or doing wrong, they wouldn't be so worried. On this trip to the city, he planned to thoroughly train these three women's combat skills, maybe even four. Shin Yajun asked in surprise, do you think we can kill such a huge over-the-peak snake? Its strength must be formidable. Lin Hao said calmly, I don't plan to kill it. If it's strong enough, we'll take it as a servant. It'll be useful. He didn't believe any mutated animal was stronger than him right now, and even if there were, it wouldn't be in the county town's outskirts. Based on Lin Hao's recent experience, the strength of mutated animals was generally proportional to their strength before mutation. The stronger the mutated animal, the stronger it had been before. It was unlikely that a mutated animal stronger than him would appear in the county outskirts. If a mutated animal more powerful than Lin Hao appeared in the deep sea or remote mountains, he wouldn't be surprised. Even if that over-the-peak snake was an especially powerful mutated animal, Lin Hao wasn't worried. If he couldn't win, couldn't he just escape? Through partner teleportation, he could instantly transport the three women thousands of miles away. No matter how formidable that snake was, it couldn't chase them there. So Lin Hao was fully confident. If he didn't encounter the snake, fine, or if he did, he'd take it as a free beast of burden. Lin Hao was curious whether attribute potions and skill potions would work on mutated animals. He needed to test it thoroughly. If they did, it would be incredibly overpowered, a real game changer. After all, mutated animals usually had an advantage over humans of the same rank. Animals were naturally better at fighting. If Lin Hao could use potions to boost his mutated animal servants, he'd be virtually unbeatable. No one could stand against him. After the previous two cleanups, there were hardly any zombies left on the road. What remained were mostly mutated animals of all kinds. The most common were various mutated insects, not lethal but very annoying. Suddenly Qin Yalan exclaimed, "What a beautiful fox!" Lin Hao followed her gaze and saw a white fox. It was truly beautiful, pure white with two tails. Could this be the early form of a nine-tailed white fox? His heart stirred, and he quickly closed in on the fox with several teleportation steps. Sensing danger, the white fox panicked and fled toward a nearby residential building, apparently trying to use the cover to escape. Trying to run. Impossible. Lin Hao struck it with a lightning spell, leaving it twitching on the ground. With another teleport, his blade was at the fox's throat. The fox, recovering from the shock, dared not move, its eyes pleading for mercy. It seemed to want to live. Qin Yalan rushed over and said quickly, "Don't kill it. Let it be my servant." Lin Hao chuckled. "Go ahead and contract it. I know you want it." A two-tailed white fox, likely the early form of a nine-tailed one. He certainly wouldn't kill it. Though its current strength was negligible, Lin Hao decided to keep it. It didn't matter who took it as a servant. Since Qin Yalan liked it, he'd give it to her. Qin Yalan agreed happily. Okay. She used just an 8th-tier soul contract spell and successfully made the white fox her servant. Clearly the fox was clever enough to know how to survive with a blade at its throat. The three women couldn't stop adoring the white fox, taking turns holding it like a cute pet. Lin Hao, on the other hand, treated it as an experiment, feeding it one attribute potion and skill potion after another. He had just been wondering if these potions worked on mutated animals. Now was the perfect time to test. The test results thrilled Lin Hao. The white fox grew 3 more tails, becoming a 5-tailed fox. Its size didn't increase. It remained the size of an ordinary fox, but the key was that it could now use skills. This was incredible. Lin Hao couldn't help imagining the scene when he and his women each had 8 servants. By then they would steamroll everything in their path. What could possibly stop their army of servants? As Lin Hao passed through the Fuyang community with 3 women, he was astonished to find that this community was surprisingly organized. Some were reinforcing the walls, some were clearing weeds, and others were cutting down the large trees surrounding the area. Clearly someone was coordinating these efforts, otherwise the survivors wouldn't have such a clear division of labor. Weeding and chopping trees not only prevents plant mutations, but also eliminates hiding spots for mutated animals. At the same time, the plants can be used for boiling water and cooking, making it a threefold benefit. A very wise move. The purpose of reinforcing the walls is self-evident. It enhances the community's defenses against both zombies and mutated animals. Lin Hao sighed. The organizer had decent capabilities, but unfortunately, everything they were doing was futile. Given the rapid enhancement of mutated animal strength, it would be hard for a place with such a small population like the county to endure. A smaller population means fewer awakened abilities. How could they possibly contend with mutated creatures? Only in populous big cities where there are many awakened abilities is there a chance to resist mutated creatures. Ordinary people cannot compete with mutated beings. Even in large numbers, they would merely be fodder for the mutated animals. Li Yefeng turned to Lin Hao puzzled and asked, "Why are you sighing? Are they doing something wrong?" Lin Hao shook his head. "It's not that they're doing it wrong. Even if they did everything perfectly, it would still be difficult for them to survive in the county." Li Yefeng was even more puzzled. "Isn't most of the zombies in the county already cleared out by you?" "Without zombies, there are still mutated creatures like the mountain peak that Yejun encountered, which was thicker than her waist. A powerful mutated animal that will undoubtedly increase in number and invade the county in the future. How will these people defend against that?" Li Yefeng couldn't help but ask anxiously, "What should these people do then?" Lin Hao casually replied, "They can only seek their own fortune." Li Yefeng exclaimed, "Doesn't that mean they can only wait to die?" This was an outcome that anyone could foresee. Sooner or later, powerful mutated creatures would invade the county. Lin Hao nodded. "Indeed, it's waiting to die. Ordinary people in rural areas, townships, and counties will find it hard to survive in the future." Li Yefeng grasped the key point. "So you mean it's easier for ordinary people to survive in big cities?" Lin Hao nodded again. "Exactly. Big cities have a larger population, more awakened abilities, and relatively more opportunities for ordinary people to survive, but it's still only relative. No matter where it is, ordinary people will find it hard to survive in the apocalypse. Being in a big city only means a higher chance of survival, not a guarantee. Even Lin Hao cannot foresee what dangers he might face in the future, let alone ordinary people. Whether ordinary people can survive largely depends on luck. Their lives and deaths hinge on the whims of the strong. If they encounter a savior like Hiru, they might have a better chance of survival. But if they run into a freak like Yang Fan, they could be killed inexplicably without even knowing why. Li Yefeng hesitantly asked, "Aren't we going to the city? Why not take them along on the way?" Lin Hao turned to look at her, amused and exasperated. "I didn't expect you to be such a savior too. There was already one savior, Hiru, and now there's another Li Yefeng." Li Yefeng explained, "I mean to let them follow us without affecting our progress." Xin Yalan also felt sympathy and echoed, "If it doesn't affect us, let's take them along." Lin Hao said, "All right, you go tell them our route. Those who want to go with us to the city can come along, and those who don't should not be forced." It was merely a small effort, and he didn't mind letting the survivors follow behind. He originally planned to lead the three women straight to the city, and the pace wouldn't be very fast. Of course, Lin Hao was too lazy to persuade others to leave the county for the city. Those who were willing could follow, and those who weren't could stay in the county and wait to die. Li Yefeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, revealing a gentle smile. "Okay, I understand." After saying this, she took Qin Yalan to find the person in charge of the community. Qin Yajun followed Lin Hao to find the female homeowner. After walking a few steps, Qin Yajun said, "Actually, you are quite the savior too." Lin Hao chuckled, "I don't call it being a savior, I call it being kind." Qin Yajun pouted, "What's the difference? What's the distinction?" Lin Hao raised his hand and lightly tapped her head. "How can they be the same? A savior sacrifices themselves for others or does extra work to help others. Kindness, on the other hand, involves helping others with small deeds without affecting one's own interests." Qin Yajun suddenly became sentimental. "If all ordinary people die and it's just us left, that would actually be quite terrifying. Walking around without seeing a single living person." Lin Hao nodded. "Yes, at that time we would have to face the hostility of all the strange beings in the world. Therefore we should help when we can." Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the 6th tier physique potion with unlimited quantity. The sudden appearance of this good item made Lin Hao's spirits lift. His 4-dimensional attributes had reached tier 5 for several days, and he hadn't received any potion above tier 6 until now. Finally one appeared. He wondered which lucky person unlocked it. It was most likely thanks to the Earth Fire Blaze skill, which was a divine technique against zombies. Lin Hao was in high spirits as he took out 2 bottles of 6th tier physique potions and handed one to Qin Yajun. Qin Yajun casually asked, "What kind of potion is this?" "It's a potion that will make your night even more exciting," Lin Hao said with a mischievous smile. Qin Yajun rolled her eyes and quickly opened the cap to drink the potion. Although this big scoundrel was a bit shameless, he definitely wouldn't harm her. Lin Hao also drank the potion in his hand, raising his physique to tier 6. Name: Lin Hao. Physique 320 tier 6. Strength 160 tier 5. Agility 160 tier 5. Mentality 160 tier 5. Energy 3200. Skills: Lightning Technique active skill tier 4. A Shift Technique active skill tier 4. Earth Fire Blaze active skill tier 6. Soul Contract Technique active skill tier 8. Seeing his physique attribute reach 320 and his energy increase to 3200, Lin Hao felt pleased. After closing the attribute panel, he suddenly took out in 416 Hong Kong dollars and shot at Qin Yajun's arm. Qin Yajun could not have anticipated that this big scoundrel would suddenly shoot her. Caught off guard, her arm took the shot. However, she didn't suffer any real harm. The spot where she was shot only bore a white mark with no broken skin. Lin Hao looked at the spot where Qin Yajun was shot and felt quite happy. Now he could finally withstand bullets with his flesh. Qin Yajun, feeling aggrieved, asked, "Why did you shoot me?" Lin Hao shamelessly replied, "To let you know your current strength bit makes a deeper impression." Qin Yajun pouted and took the opportunity to act spoiled, saying, "I don't care, you scared me, so you have to comfort me." Lin Hao grinned mischievously, "Should I wait until I take an anti-tank missile and fire it at you, and then comfort you?" Upon arriving at the electric power community, Lin Hao successfully found the female owner. With her guidance, he met the director's daughter, Li Qingsang. According to the female owner, Li Qingsang is 24 years old and graduated from university 2 years ago. Through her father's connections, she has a pretty good job. Despite this, she often skips work as her salary is guaranteed regardless. She is passionate about aerial photography, skillfully operating a drone, and has hundreds of thousands of fans. The female owner also mentioned to Lin Hao that she has already persuaded Li Qingsang to be his girlfriend. However, due to a power outage and internet disconnection, there was no way to contact her. Li Qingsang left a very neutral impression on Lin Hao, somewhat reminiscent of Li Mochuan. With short hair, a loose t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers, her attire resembled that of a tomboy. Nevertheless, she had quite a high attractiveness, exuding a comfortable and clean aura, and her physique was also quite good. Other than being slightly flat, there were no major flaws, as she could be rated at about a. Luckily, Lin Hao had many girlfriends, some of whom were quite busty, so he did not mind this. It was just a change of taste experiencing different types of women, which was also quite good. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Hao got straight to the point. Would you be willing to be my girlfriend? Li Qingsang had indeed been persuaded by the female owner and readily agreed sure. With her mother having passed away and her father meeting misfortune during the zombie outbreak, Li Qingsang had no ties left. Of course, she also lost her support. With her intellect, she knew she should cling to Lin Hao's leg. Congratulations to the host. The partner relationship with Li Qingsang has been confirmed. The trait of never betraying is activated. Congratulations to the host. 7th level invisibility skill unlocked, unlimited quantity. This is a double blessing. The 7th level invisibility skill allows for 7 seconds of invisibility undetectable by beings of lower strength. Glancing at the skill description, Lin Hao was overjoyed. It was yet another divine skill. Although the duration of the 7th level invisibility skill was only 7 seconds, the skill had no cooldown, and as long as there was energy, it could be used continuously. Lin Hao had 6th level energy potions restoring 60 energy points per second, meaning 420 energy points could be restored in 7 seconds. Not only could he remain invisible without worrying about energy depletion, but he could also use other skills. Lin Hao felt cheerful. It seemed today was yet another good day. Unfortunately, he did not know which woman had unlocked the invisibility skill for him, otherwise he would have pampered her well. Excluding the freebie Yang Fan, Lin Hao immediately took out a bunch of potions and gave them to Li Qingsang to enhance her strength. Then he said to the female owner, hurry back to gather your things, bring your family to the neighboring Fuyang community, I will take you all to the city. It will be very hard to survive in the county. This is Lin Hao's way of repaying her by bringing her and her family to the city, giving them a better chance of survival. Okay, I'll go prepare right away. The female owner hurriedly agreed, turning to leave in a rush, trusting Lin Hao's words. Lin Hao then wrapped one arm around Chen Yajun and the other around Li Qingsang, teleporting to Li Yifang's side. To his surprise, Li Qingsang's body was quite soft, and there was a faint natural fragrance. However, she hadn't bathed for several days, and the odor on her body masked her natural scent. Once cleaned, she should be exquisite. Thinking that he needed to give her a bath later, Lin Hao pondered the natural fragrance was quite pleasant. Suddenly appearing with the two women startled Zhong Gaolong, who instinctively took a defensive posture. Upon realizing it was Lin Hao, Zhong Gaolang quickly complimented Mr. Lin, your abilities are truly impressive. Lin Hao looked at the middle-aged man before him and smiled slightly. Brother, are you an ability user? Zhong Gaolang was astonished. How did Mr. Lin know that I am an ability user? Lin Hao chuckled. If you weren't an ability user, how could you have such great influence? Zhong Gaolang humbly replied, I've awakened my abilities, but compared to Mr. Lin, I'm far behind and not worth mentioning. Li Yifang introduced, this is Zhong Gaolang. He organized the survivors of Fuyang community. Lin Hao asked, brother, what abilities have you awakened? Zhong Gaolang replied, honestly, I can condense water into weapons to form ice arrows. He had no intention of hiding this. He was counting on Lin Hao to take him and the survivors to the city. Earlier, Zhong Gaolang had listened to Li Yifang and Chen Yalan's words, strongly agreeing that it would be very difficult to survive in the county. Compared to ordinary survivors, Zhong Gaolang, who awakened his powers, had the chance to encounter more mutated animals and understand their strengths. Many mutated animals were already challenging for him to handle. If they evolved to become stronger, he would only be waiting for death. Lin Hao said, can you show me? Zhong Gaolang readily agreed, sure. With that, he raised his hand and pointed at the window, and an ice arrow suddenly shot out from his fingertips. Bang! The glass shattered. The ice arrow maintained its force, flying over 100 meters before exploding. Quite impressive. Lin Hao's eyes lit up. Can you give me an ice arrow? Zhong Gaolang hesitated. Maybe it's better not to. I'm afraid I might hurt you. He was somewhat confident in the ice arrow he formed. Lin Hao casually said, don't worry, you can't hurt me. Seeing Lin Hao so confident, Zhong Gaolang felt a bit challenged. Then be careful. He then raised his hand and shot an ice arrow at Lin Hao to see if the latter was truly confident or just arrogant. The ice arrow was fast, but Lin Hao was faster, extending his palm to block the arrow. In terms of speed, the ice arrow was not as fast as the bullets from an 416 Hong Kong dollars rifle. After all, the ice arrow was much larger. Perhaps it was also due to Zhong Gaolang's low strength. If he enhanced his power, he could probably increase the arrow's speed. Even so, the power of the ice arrow should not be underestimated. Lin Hao's palm was sharply pierced, and then the ice arrow exploded. Lin Hao shook his cold hand and glanced at his palm, which was broken. The power of the ice arrow was much greater than that of a bullet. The ice arrow not only had penetrating damage, but also explosive and freezing damage. Only someone like Lin Hao could withstand such a hit. An ordinary ability user would likely be killed in an instant. Zhong Gaolang's strength was not inferior to Yang Fan, who awakened the wind blade. Zhong Gaolang looked stunned. You actually managed to catch an ice arrow with your bare hands. Are you really that strong? Lin Hao began to consider taking this freebie as a servant. Would you be willing to be my subordinate? The term subordinate did not sound good, and Zhong Gaolang felt a bit gloomy. What does subordinate mean? A servant. Lin Hao shook his head. Not quite like that. You can think of it as an underling. You work for me, and I enhance your strength. The treatment of a subordinate depends on his willingness. He could assign Yang Fan the task of killing 1 zombies daily, or let him sleep all day without killing any zombies. Zhong Gaoling hesitantly asked, is working for you mandatory? Are there things that could endanger my life that I could refuse to do? Lin Hao replied, you can rest assured of my goal in enhancing your strength is not to send you to your death. Zhong Gaoling still wasn't reassured. Besides working for you, what other restrictions will I face? Lin Hao thought to himself that he would still lose himself in front of him, becoming a loyal servant who obeyed his every command. But he certainly couldn't say that out loud, so he said, don't overthink it, just consider it as working for me. Zhong Gaoling posed the crucial question, if I work for you, what benefits do I get? Working for others was not out of the question. Before the zombie outbreak, he had been employed by someone else. Thus he had no objection to working for Lin Hao, provided Lin Hao could offer him a compelling enough incentive. Lin Hao said calmly, I can elevate your strength to match my own. Zhong Jialing's eyes lit up. Just how powerful are you exactly? Lin Hao, disdaining further words, produced a glaive, and with a single stroke, cleaved off Zhong Jialing's right arm. Seeing the descending glaive, Zhong Jialing's eyes bulged with fury. He tried to dodge, but found himself utterly unable to evade. As half his arm fell to the ground, he clutched the spurting stump, shocked and enraged. What are you doing? Lin Hao replied coolly, didn't you want to see my true strength? Now you can witness my real power. With that, he produced a bottle of 5th-tier rejuvenation potion and said to Zhong Gaoling, drink this. Suspecting it was something nefarious, Zhong Gaoling snarled, I'd rather die than drink that. You think you have a choice? Lin Hao chuckled, pinched Zhong Jialing's mouth shut, and forced the potion down his throat. As the potion took effect, Zhong Jialing's heart sank into despair. No matter how he struggled, it was utterly futile. Under Lin Hao's iron grip, Zhong Gaoling felt the helplessness of a kindergarten child being bullied by a burly thug. Only after Lin Hao had finished forcing the potion and released his grip, did Zhong Gaoling ask in desperation, what did you make me drink? Lin Hao tossed aside the empty bottle and dusted off his hands. Don't look so glum. It's a miraculous potion that can regenerate your severed arm. What? Zhong Gaoling was stunned. He looked at the site of his amputation and was astonished to see his arm regrowing at a visible rate. In no time at all, it had fully restored. Lin Hao patted Zhong Gaoling on the shoulder. Now do you understand my capability? Are you willing to be my servant? Zhong Gaoling was a shrewd man. He gave a wry smile. It seems I don't have much of a choice, do I? Lin Hao said nonchalantly. I'm actually quite respectful of people's wishes. If you disagree, I'll just keep persuading you until you agree. Zhong Gaoling was left speechless. Did this guy have a skewed understanding of respect? Knowing resistance was futile and wishing to avoid further suffering, he resigned himself. I'll work for you. To be fair, Lin Hao's strength was formidable. He could even regenerate a severed limb. Working for him was no disgrace. Zhong Gaoling had a clear assessment of his own abilities. Though far superior to ordinary people, he was utterly outmatched by Lin Hao. Having his arm cut off and being forced to drink a potion, he had no power to resist. That's more like it, Lin Hao said with satisfaction. Compliance saved him the trouble of further effort. What followed was simple. Lin Hao instructed Li Yefeng to use the 8th-tier soul contract to take on this free laborer. Li Yefeng worked for Lin Hao and Zhong Gaoling worked for Li Yefeng. In effect, he was working for Lin Hao all the same. Lin Hao was reluctant to use up his 8 servant slots prematurely, so he let Li Yefeng use one first. Zhong Gaoling had no objections, and even if he did, they would have been useless. He'd just end up getting beaten again. True to his word, Lin Hao provided Zhong Gaoling with various potions to enhance the strength of this free laborer. Having done all this, Lin Hao instructed, gather any survivors willing to go to the city and set off as soon as possible. Yes, Zhong Gaoling replied with deference. After becoming a servant, his attitude was as respectful as Yang Fan's. Even though Lin Hao was not his direct master, Zhong Gaoling dared not defy him, as even Li Yefeng had to obey Lin Hao. Greatly satisfied, Lin Hao left Fuyang residential complex with the 4 women fighting their way toward Qinyalan and Chun Yajun's hometown. Chun Yajun asked curiously, can ability users also be taken as servants? Isn't the soul contract meant for mutated creatures? Lin Hao smiled. Aren't humans also creatures? You can think of ability users as mutated humans. Chun Yajun said excitedly, if I encounter ability users later, I want to contract some servants too. Li Yefeng joined the conversation. I want to contract a giant bird that can fly and take me up into the sky. Lin Hao's interest was piqued. Contracting a bird seemed like a good idea. It could serve as an aerial scout. However, ordinary mutated birds were beneath his notice. He would only consider contracting a raptor like an eagle or falcon. The 8th-tier soul contract could bind a maximum of 8 servants, so each one had to be top-notch. Half an hour later, Qinyalan said, this is where I encountered that king cobra last time. Lin Hao surveyed the area. There was a small river flanked by woods, but no sign of the giant serpent. He pulled out a Longding SR anti-tank missile and blasted the trees along both banks. The explosions didn't flush out the giant snake, but drove out several smaller snakes about 7 or 8 meters long. In the old days, these arm-thick king cobras would have been impressive specimens. But in the apocalypse, where animals typically grew several times, or even dozens of times larger, these were merely small fry. Kill them all, bring back the bodies. Don't put them in the spatial ring, just drag them here. After giving his orders, Lin Hao used a series of teleportation steps to chase down a fleeing cobra. The snake attempted to retaliate, but was no match for him. He easily crushed its head. A lightning spell paralyzed the cobra, and a burst from his 416 Hong Kong dollars finished it off. The fact that bullets could kill them proved these snakes were weak, still small fry. After dealing with one, Lin Hao took down another, while the 4 women each eliminated one as well. When Lin Hao dragged 2 snake carcasses back to the road, 3 of the women each brought one back too. Only Li Qingxiang returned empty-handed, looking embarrassed. My snake got burned up. Having just learned to use a gun, she missed her shots, and in desperation unleashed a blaze of earth fire, incinerating the cobra. Not only that, but she also set the woods on fire. Fortunately, in the apocalypse, no one would hold her accountable for arson. Lin Hao patted Li Qingxiang's head and comforted her with a smile. It's fine, one less snake, doesn't matter. Qin Yalan asked curiously, what do you need these snakes for? Do you want to eat snake meat? I hear it's good for the skin. Lin Hao chuckled. You can eat some if you want, but mainly they're bait. If these small snakes are the offspring of that giant one, it might follow their scent. Qin Yalan's eyes lit up, right? They say king cobras are very vengeful. It might actually come after us. Lin Hao tossed the 2 snakes he was carrying to Qin Yalan. You drag these 2. Later you can make snake soup for your complexion. Qin Yalan was quite interested. Alright, well, make snake soup at my place and grill some snake meat for a change of taste. Li Yefeng glanced back and asked, will that giant snake really come after us? The thought of a snake thicker than Qin Yalan's waist sent a chill down her spine. Lin Hao smirked mischievously. It doesn't matter whether it comes or not. If it does, well, make it your servant. No way. Li Yefeng shook her head frantically. Why would she want a snake as a servant? As she shook her head, her peripheral vision caught sight of a massive serpent as thick as a water barrel rapidly approaching from the side and rear. Lin Hao and the others also sensed the disturbance and turned to look. Though the giant snake moved almost silently, it couldn't escape their acute hearing. Qin Yalan grew tense. Could that be the same king cobra from before? It's gotten even bigger in just a few days. Lin Hao, however, was energized. Let's see how strong it is. If it's powerful enough, well, keep it as a servant. If not, well, kill it for meat. Watching the massive mountain serpent charge at them with ferocious momentum, Qin Yalan said, we might have really killed its offspring. Lin Hao nodded, probably. You girls control it with lightning and keep your distance. Don't let it bite you. Even though their physiques were at the 6th tier and not easily poisoned to death, they had no idea of this giant serpent's true strength, so caution was warranted. As they spoke, the serpent was already less than 100 meters away. Lin Hao struck first, sending 4 bolts of lightning crackling down. Seeing the mountain serpent's head jerk up and down from the electric shocks, while its massive body twitched involuntarily, Lin Hao judged, not so tough. In terms of resistance to lightning, this giant serpent was inferior to the golden zombie, though perhaps zombies had a higher natural resistance to lightning. After Lin Hao's lightning, the 4 women took turns blasting the giant serpent with bolts, electrocuting it, until its raised head crashed to the ground. Lin Hao found it both amusing and baffling. Was it that they were too strong, or was this serpent simply too weak, becoming nothing more than fish on a chopping block at their mercy? Deciding to give it a chance to show its worth, Lin Hao said, stop. Let it have a moment to perform. The 4 women ceased their lightning spells, and the serpent finally caught its breath. The next moment, it burrowed the front half of its body into the ground. Holy crap. It flees at the first sign of trouble. Could it be any more cowardly? Lin Hao hastily struck it with a lightning bolt, then used 2 shift swaps to grab the serpent's tail and yank its front half back out of the earth. This creature seemed to possess a skill akin to earth escape. In that brief instant, it had already buried over 10 meters of its body underground. As its head was pulled from the soil, the panicked serpent whipped around and lunged at the detestable two-legged creature. Lin Hao easily dodged the bite with a shift swap, leaving only an afterimage in his place. Believing it had struck true, the serpent prepared to inject a torrent of venom the moment its fangs sank into the opponent. But the next moment, the serpent found it had bitten nothing. Its full-force strike met only air. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, now dozens of meters away, aimed in 416 Hong Kong dollars and unleashed a barrage at the serpent. The bullets ricocheted off the serpent's body with a clatter, causing no damage at all. The serpent's scales, tightly packed like shields, provided excellent protection. Lin Hao pondered silently. Decent defense, earth escape skill. Did it have any other impressive abilities? If this was all it had, he had no interest in taking such a flashy but useless serpent as a servant. Lin Hao continued firing the 416 Hong Kong dollars. Even if the bullets couldn't break through, his goal was to enrage the serpent. True enough, the giant mountain serpent grew furious. It opened its mouth wide, and a black arrow shot forth. Lin Hao promptly used shift swap to evade the black arrow, likely formed from venom, and had no desire to catch it. The arrow passed unimpeded through his afterimage, flying another 200 to 300 meters before hitting the ground, where it emitted a plume of black smoke. Watching the lush bush where the arrow landed wither at a visible rate, Lin Hao immediately decided to take the giant mountain serpent as a servant. Though its combat prowess was mediocre, its venom had merit. Perhaps he could nurture it into a poison king. So Lin Hao struck the serpent with a lightning bolt and called to the women, "Electrocute it for a few minutes. Just don't kill it." Having bound 2 servants with soul contracts before he knew he had to wait until the target abandoned its will to resist for the contract to succeed. Unsurprisingly, after several minutes of lightning baptism, the serpent was left limp and listless. Lin Hao secured it with just 3 attempts at the soul contract. He then signaled the women to stop approach the serpent and patted its head. "From now on, you're Xiaohe." The serpent seemed to understand his words, nuzzling its head affectionately against his leg, clearly accepting its new name. Lin Hao took out a batch of 4-dimensional attribute potions and fed them to Xiaohe bottle after bottle, which it drank with great relish. The effect was striking. Xiaohe's body swelled another size, becoming as thick as a basket, which was quite astonishing. Its length also increased significantly, now an estimated 40 to 50 meters. If butchered for meat, it would last a long time. Fortunately, Lin Hao wasn't particularly fond of snake meat. He found it tasted much like duck neck. After feeding it the attribute potions, Lin Hao gave Xiaohe skill potions and had it demonstrate its abilities. Xiaohe didn't disappoint, displaying lightning, scorching, earth shift, swap, venom arrows, and earth escape. It seemed almost reluctant to stop sweeping its tail to send a roadside utility pole flying hundreds of meters. Awesome. The women stared in amazement. If they had to fight this giant serpent now on their own, they'd likely be crushed. Lin Hao was delighted and ordered Xiaohe to clear the path ahead, killing any zombies or mutated animals it encountered. Xiaohe raised its head in acknowledgement, then vanished from sight in a flash, moving even faster than before. From then on, Lin Hao didn't need to lift a finger. Wherever Xiaohe passed, zombies became corpses and mutated animals ended up in its stomach. Half an hour later, Lin Hao and the 4 women arrived at the hometown of Chun Yalan and Chun Yajun. The cousins each went to their own homes. Soon Chun Yalan ran out of her house in tears, followed by Chun Yajun in the same state. Behind them shambled several zombies, clearly their family members whom they couldn't bring themselves to harm. Lin Hao sighed and disposed of the zombies for them, then dug a few graves on the spot. The plan for a midday snake meat soup and roasted snake at Chun Yajun's place was clearly off the table. She was in no mood. Since Lin Hao had little interest in snake meat anyway, he laid out a feast of fine food to settle lunch. Chun Yalan and Chun Yajun were downcast, but Li Yefeng and Li Qingxiang comforted them, sparing Lin Hao the trouble. After lunch, Zhong Gaoling arrived with survivors willing to go to the city, a massive crowd of several thousand. These likely accounted for half the county's survivors, leaving those who stayed behind to face even harsher odds. But that wasn't Lin Hao's concern. Had given them the chance, if they didn't seize it, so be it. Those who remained could only fend for themselves. Bringing willing survivors along was fine, but he wouldn't waste breath persuading the unwilling. Of course, Lin Hao didn't do good deeds for nothing. Among the thousands of survivors, he spotted a stunning beauty scoring over 90. He promptly delegated the task of winning her over to Li Yefeng. "Teacher Li, you see that beauty over there?" "I see her," Li Yefeng replied, understanding his intent. She rolled her eyes and walked over to the woman had singled out. Becoming the mistress of her former student was one thing, but now she was playing matchmaker. As she grumbled inwardly, a strange thrill stirred within her. As a teacher, she had always been mindful of her conduct, but now acting as a go-between, she felt a guilty excitement. "Congratulations, host. Your bond with Jiang Su as life partner has been confirmed. The unwavering loyalty trait is now active." Li Yefeng did not disappoint Lin Hao. She brought the stunning woman he had his eye on in no time at all. Indeed, teacher Li excelled at psychological persuasion. Lin Hao effortlessly gained a girlfriend. Lin Hao administered various enhancement elixirs to boost Jiang Su's strength, then entrusted Li Yefeng with training her in swordsmanship and firearms. Lin Hao naturally delegated the labor. What should have been a perilous journey now resembled a leisurely sightseeing excursion. Xiaohe led the way, clearing the path effortlessly. Zombies fell before it, and mutated beasts met the same fate. Truly, Xiaohe possessed an insatiable appetite, not only devouring zombies, but also consuming every other mutated creature in its path. Its digestive capacity was equally extraordinary. Though it fed incessantly along the way, it never succumbed to satiety. Its body merely swelled slightly in size. Gazing upon Xiaohe, now as thick as a bamboo basket and stretching 40 to 50 meters in length, Lin Hao couldn't help but wonder how vast its final form might become. Its relentless growth was both astonishing and inconvenient. Carrying it around drew attention everywhere they went, announcing their arrival long before they arrived. Thus, upon reaching the city outskirts, Lin Hao released Xiaohe to roam freely, barring it from entering the urban core lest it frighten children. More crucially, the city held almost no mutated fauna to sustain it. Most of its inhabitants were zombies. Such scarcity would impede its growth. Lin Hao had no intention of feeding this ravenous serpent daily. His servants were meant to serve him, not the other way around. At parting, Lin Hao instructed, do not attack humans unless they strike first. You may never consume human flesh. Everything else is fair game. Xiaohe lifted its colossal head and rubbed affectionately against Lin Hao's body, a gesture of intimacy and reluctant farewell, before gliding away joyfully exultant in its newfound freedom. What a calculating serpent! Lin Hao sighed, half amused, half exasperated. Yet love of liberty was etched deep into the genes of wild creatures. Even humans recoiled from captivity. Absolute loyalty rendered the servant risk-free. Lin Hao's only concern was that Xiaohe avoid encountering overly powerful mutated beasts and suffer the grim fate of becoming prey than excrement. After Xiaohe departed, Lin Hao led the 5 women into the city, carving a path through the undead until they reached a residential complex comprising over a dozen high-rises. There they settled thousands of survivors who had followed them. By evening, Lin Hao and the 5 women sought rest. He disliked sharing quarters with crowds. The chaos and clamor unsettled him. Just outside the complex, Lin Hao encountered Zhong Gaolang and promptly assigned him a task. Once the survivors from the county were safely accommodated, he was to begin exterminating zombies, no fewer than 10,000 per day. 10,000 may sound daunting, yet proved trivial with unlimited ammunition and the far more devastating technique, earth-fire conflagration. The quota posed little challenge. Servants existed to labor, that was self-evident. Why else expend precious servant slots and enhance their strength? Having briefed Zhong Gaolang, Lin Hao escorted the 5 women to a nearby luxury hotel. After purging the premises of zombies, they discovered only a dozen survivors. Survivors grew ever scarcer as time passed, especially in hotel rooms where food reserves were virtually non-existent. Those who survived the early days inevitably succumbed later, not to violence, but to starvation. Only the bold and capable, those willing and able to hunt zombies for supplies, endured. The timid or weak accepted fate without resistance. Lin Hao embraced Chen Yajun into an unoccupied guest room, offering quiet solace. She had seen her family turn into zombies that day. Her spirits were low, so he spared her from playing Do Diju with Li Yefeng. Repeated games of Do Diju had dulled its novelty, just as those who feast daily on delicacies feel no pang when skipping meat for a meal. Chen Yajun pleaded softly, now you and Sister Yalan are all I have left. Please treat me well. As Lin Hao unfastened her back clasp, he murmured, rest assured, I will. Words alone offered hollow comfort. Action spoke far more profoundly. Objectively speaking, a woman like Chen Yajun, gracefully rounded, embodying soft voluptuousness, was the ultimate sensual ideal. Yet Lin Hao remained drawn to slender figures, slim yet lush, harmoniously balanced. And if such a woman also possessed long, elegant legs, she became peerless, like Zhai Qianro. Chen Yajun proposed a bolder suggestion: you should also spend time with Sister Yalan. Her heart bears great sorrow, and she's still so young. You surely won't leave her in perpetual widowhood. Agreed, Lin Hao replied readily. Attending to Chen Yalan was only right. She deserved more than a life of lonely waiting. Over dinner, Lin Hao asked Li Qingxiang, you handle drones quite skillfully, don't you? She nodded. Yes, I've been flying them since high school. Countless crashes forged my expertise. Lin Hao continued, excellent. After dinner, pilot your drone to lure nearby zombies into the fire. He intended to scale up. He used Dronian speaker tactic to dramatically increase zombie attrition and thereby accelerate resource unlocking. The higher the tier of attribute or skill elixirs, the greater the difficulty of unlocking them. Thus expanding the base number of kills was imperative. Even odds as infinitesimal as 1 in 100,000, or even 1 in a million, would inevitably yield success given sufficient kills. Recognizing her ability could finally serve a vital purpose, Li Qingxiang eagerly accepted. No problem. I'll complete the mission flawlessly. Though her bearing was androgynous, she remained at heart a woman, and yearned deeply for her man's approval. She'd remained single not out of indifference, but because no man had ever stirred her willingness to surrender her heart, until now. Within mere hours she had come to know him more fully, and desired his recognition all the more. If her initial acceptance of his courtship had stemmed from pragmatic necessity, her devotion now flowed from genuine choice. In appearance, presence, speech, and character, in every facet, Li Qingxiang found herself increasingly entranced by this man. After dinner, Li Qingxiang deployed Lin Hao's drone and portable microspeaker to begin luring zombies. She operated the drone from the hotel rooftop, while Lin Hao and the 4 women prepared a mass cremation ground along the main thoroughfare. This method proved astonishingly efficient. Legions of zombies surged forward, guided by the drone's signal. Within 2 hours, Li Qingxiang had drawn every zombie within several kilometers, delivering them en masse to Lin Hao and his companions for collective incineration. Lin Hao did not tally the exact number cremated, likely over 100,000, but he knew the results were spectacular. 2 exceptional items unlocked immediately, proof that increasing the kill base bore fruit. Superior loot inevitably followed greater volume. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the Tier 6 Purple Gold Blade Infinite Quantity. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the Tier 7 Puppetry Art Infinite Quantity. 7th Tier Puppetry summoned a 7th Tier puppet to fight attacking the target designated by the summoner. After reading the skill description, Lin Hao could only describe it as formidable. A 7th Tier puppet. Its strength would surely surpass his own, wouldn't it? All things considered, Lin Hao was roughly at the 6th tier. Perhaps he could be considered a peak 6th tier or sub 7th tier level. There was still a gap compared to a true 7th tier, as his 4-dimensional attributes dictated. Lin Hao immediately downed a bottle of 7th tier puppetry potion and summoned the puppet. The puppet turned out to be a humanoid skeleton composed entirely of bones, without flesh. In the hollow eye sockets of its skull, a red glow flickered, presumably serving as its vision. The skeleton clutched a short axe in its right hand capable of chopping, slashing, and smashing. Quite practical. Seeing the sudden appearance of a skeleton before Lin Hao, Jiangsu urgently warned, "Watch out." Mistaking it for some monster, she lunged forward in a single stride and swung her blade at the skeleton. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. The skeleton puppet stood firm, bearing only a shallow cut where it had been struck. Jiangsu's 3-retire-long saber, however, snapped in two, leaving her with only a broken hilt in her hand. Having struck with full force, the immense recoil jolted her tiger's mouth with pain. Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh wryly. "Don't panic, this is my summoned puppet," Jiangsu said sheepishly. "I thought it was a monster." "What's a puppet?" "You'll understand once you drink it." Lin Hao offered no further explanation as he distributed the potions. After handing out potions to the 4 women, he willed it, and the skeleton puppet charged into the horde of zombies with its short axe. Then the skeleton puppet demonstrated what it meant to be a tiger among sheep with its fierce combat prowess. Its right hand gripping the short axe moved up and down in rapid succession, each motion claiming a zombie's life. Even its left hand, which held no weapon, was not idle, smashing one skull cap after another to reap zombies. Even the relatively stronger silver zombies could not withstand a single slap from the skeleton puppet. A 7th tier skeleton against zombies of no more than 3rd tier. This was absolute dominance through sheer power. It was an even more overwhelming dominance than a burly man beating up kindergarten children, executed with crisp efficiency. The 4 women drank their potions and summoned their own skeleton puppets to assist slaughtering until rivers of blood flowed. What a fine skeleton. Yet no matter how swiftly the 7th tier skeleton puppets killed zombies, they couldn't match the efficiency of Blazing Earth. Blazing Earth, covering a 6-meter by 6-meter area, could incinerate dozens or even hundreds of zombies to ash in mere seconds. However, Li Qingxiang had already lured most of the zombies within a few kilometers, leaving few remaining. Lin Hao let the skeleton puppets continue their slow slaughter, while he drew a 6th tier purple gold blade to test its sharpness. The blade was about a meter long with a flat body that appeared slender, yet it felt incredibly heavy in hand, weighing at least several hundred jin. Even with Lin Hao's strength attribute at the 5th tier, the blade didn't feel light. An ordinary person couldn't even lift it. Lin Hao couldn't fathom what material the blade was made of. Its density was so immense that it explained its 6th tier grade. He pointed the tip downward and let go. Silently, the blade plunged into the asphalt road like a knife through tofu, sinking all the way to the guard. This demonstrated both the blade's weight and its sharpness. Whether it was the asphalt surface or the sand and gravel beneath, it could slice through them, as if cutting tofu. A fine blade. From now on, when encountering a golden zombie, he wouldn't have to worry about the sword breaking while the zombie's skull remained intact. Of course, if he encountered another golden zombie, Lin Hao didn't plan to simply kill it. Instead, he would subdue it as a servant. Chen Yajun reached down, pulled the purple gold blade from the ground, and held it with admiration. "What a sharp blade," Lin Hao said cheerfully. "Indeed, it's quite good. That's enough for tonight. We'll continue tomorrow. Wrap it up." The zombies couldn't be eliminated in a short time. There was no need to skip meals and sleep. Lin Hao handed out 6th tier purple gold blades to the 4 women, then teleported to Li Qingxiang's side. This woman was controlling a drone, luring zombies from farther away. Lin Hao teased, "Let's call it a night. Set the drone free." Li Qingxiang giggled. "Even if I set it free, it'll auto-return. There are so many zombies." Lin Hao said casually, "Then crash it. Don't lure them back, let's not have them disturb our sleep." He didn't want to be surrounded by zombies howling while he slept. The sleep should be peaceful. "All right." Li Qingxiang nodded in agreement, disabled the obstacle avoidance, and directed the drone to crash into a building. Lin Hao then embraced her from behind, cupping her softness as he spoke of business. Tomorrow, find a dozen or 2 clever women and train them to operate drones. His own women possessed formidable combat strength. Having them operate drones was a waste. Instead, he could recruit female survivors and train them as drone pilots. After all, the task of luring zombies with drones required no combat power, nor did it affect the final kill and resource unlock. Li Qingxiang nodded, her face flushed crimson, her breath quickening under Lin Hao's large hand. With a thought, Lin Hao summoned a large RV on the rooftop. He carried Li Qingxiang into the cabin. While sleeping under the sky on a bed of earth had its charm, the mutant mosquitoes were too annoying, fearless, and impossible to swat away completely. It was better inside the RV, free from the mosquitoes' incessant buzzing and able to enjoy the comfortable air conditioning. Initially, Lin Hao had no intention of taking Li Qingxiang, but the casual embrace and touch sparked his desire. Following his whim, he decided to indulge. A woman with such an androgynous temperament was a first for Lin Hao. An hour later, Lin Hao teleported to Qin Yalin's side. She had been in low spirits today, so he felt he should spend some time alone with her. Qin Yalin had already gone to bed, but she couldn't sleep, her mind filled with thoughts of her family, who had turned into zombies. Seeing Lin Hao suddenly appear, she hurriedly pulled the towel covering only her stomach to cover her entire body. The weather was still hot, and without air conditioning, despite her good constitution making her less sensitive to heat, she was still dressed lightly. After hastily covering herself, Qin Yalin spoke. "Why are you suddenly here?" Lin Hao naturally lay down beside her and said lazily, "I came to keep you company." Seeing his action, Qin Yalin grew flustered. "I'm fine, really?" Lin Hao asked sharply. "Is it that you're truly fine, or you don't want me to talk to you?" "No." Qin Yalin let out this single word, and then fell silent, unsure of what to say. Lin Hao said, "To be honest, I'm quite conflicted inside too. But we all have to move forward, don't you think? Logically, one shouldn't covet a friend's wife, but since his childhood friend was no longer in this world, did he need to be so rigid?" Qin Yalin murmured softly in response, then fell silent again. Outwardly calm, she was inwardly panicked. She could guess that following Lin Hao's lead in the conversation would lead to a certain outcome with no surprises. But she didn't want to change the direction of this topic because deep down she was actually looking forward to what was about to happen. Lin Hao understood instantly. Between intelligent people, a hint was enough. There was no need to spell things out, as that would only cheapen the moment. The night passed without incident. Awakening the next morning, Lin Hao followed his daily routine of morning exercise. After washing up, he visited each location, delivering the valuable items he had obtained the previous day to his women. Whether it was the Tier 6 purple gold blade or the Tier 7 puppetry art, these would greatly enhance their combat prowess. At his final stop, Lin Hao teleported to Bairuo's side and gently pinched her delicate cheek. Though he had many women, when it came to facial beauty, none could compare to Bairuo's exquisite features. Unfortunately, this female doctor was far too rational. Even during intimate moments, she could not fully let herself go. A lack of openness often led to dullness. With so many women, Lin Hao naturally preferred those who were more engaging. Although he was drawn to beauty when the difference in appearance was negligible, he favored an interesting soul. After teasing Bairuo, he handed out the items and asked, "Does any of you know how to operate a drone?" Lin Hao planned to first promote the tactic of using drones to lure zombies here, as this location housed the most women. Once they were familiar with the method, he could split them into two groups to work separately, further increasing the efficiency of unlocking supplies. The women all shook their heads. Although drones were not a novelty, few had actually purchased them for aerial photography. Female drone pilots were particularly scarce, far fewer than their male counterparts. It was unsurprising that none of the women here knew how to fly one. Du Yingrong remarked, "We recruited over 1,200 members for the Women's Legion yesterday. There should be some who know how to operate a drone." Lin Hao said, "Go find two later. They need to be skilled. We don't need many, just two will suffice." Du Yingrong stood up and replied, "If you have the time, come with me. I have something to discuss with you along the way." "All right." Lin Hao agreed readily, sensing that Du Yingrong had matters she preferred not to discuss in front of so many women. As expected, once they left the spacious apartment, Du Yingrong said, "The East Han military once used a drone to monitor you." Lin Hao chuckled, "They're quite attentive using a drone to spy on me. Pity they couldn't uncover anything worthwhile." Hearing that he had been monitored by the East Han military did not surprise him much. From the moment he received Du Yingrong's call on the first day of the apocalypse, he had anticipated such surveillance. As for fear, it was non-existent. Lin Hao had the ability to teleport between companions, constantly traveling across various cities. Even his women didn't know his exact whereabouts. How could the East Han military monitor him? Du Yingrong said, "Surveillance may still be ongoing, but the target has likely shifted to me." "They can't monitor you, so they monitor me," she continued. Lin Hao declared, "Warn them in my name. Tell them to stop using drones or any other means to spy on me, or else they'll face my wrath." It was unsurprising that Du Yingrong was under surveillance. The East Han military, unlike him, lacked the system's blessing of unwavering loyalty. Du Yingrong held a critical position and was now Lin Hao's girlfriend. It was inevitable that the East Han military would conduct intelligence operations against her. Though understandable, Du Yingrong was his woman, and he did not want her to be constantly watched. If it weren't for the fact that it wasn't yet time to confront the East Han military, Lin Hao would have stormed their command center. For now, there was no need for a conflict, as no major clash of fundamental interests had occurred. Du Yingrong said with a smile, "All right, today I'll convey your message to them in your tone." It felt wonderful to be cherished by her man. This was likely what it meant to be a hero moved by a bowtie sake. Lin Hao changed the subject. "Can you manage the Women's Legion alone?" Many of our sisters are trustworthy. You can find a few to help and mentor them in the process. Doing Rong replied, it's indeed quite busy. I would like to ask for their help and guide them, but I worry they might think serving under me in the Women's Legion would diminish their status and be unwilling to join. Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about that. All senior officers of the Women's Legion must be our people. Tell me how many you need, and I'll speak to them. Doing Rong explained, my plan is to form 3 brigades, each with 3 regiments of 100 people. That makes 9 regiments totaling 900 plus 100 for the Legion headquarters amounting to exactly 100. To maintain control over the Women's Legion, at the very minimum, the 3 brigade commanders must be our people. If you want to fill more positions, we'll need more. Lin Hao thought for a moment and said, let's do it your way. Appoint Ermin Ruohua and Meru as brigade commanders. They'll speak to them when I return. Sun Ermin by Ruohua and Lin Meru were the relatively older and more mature women among those in East Han. The oldest and most mature woman here was Hisuhua, but she had been a housewife and lacked a strong personality, making her unsuitable. Doing Rong said with a smile, they are suitable choices. As long as you can convince them, I have no objections. I'm just worried they might not be willing. Lin Hao said nonchalantly, there's no such thing as unwillingness. They are my women, so they will listen to me. If necessary, I'll put in a little extra effort and spend more time with them. Doing Rong immediately pouted. I should have said no earlier. Just because I'm easygoing doesn't mean you can neglect spending time with me, does it? Lin Hao laughed helplessly. All right. They'll spend more time with you. No matter how busy I am, I won't neglect you. Satisfied. Doing Rong finally showed contentment. That's more like it. Your busyness is self-inflicted. Well, why can't you just pursue fewer women? Absolutely not, Lin Hao stated firmly. Even if he was overwhelmed, he would continue to pursue beautiful women, collecting them like treasures. As time passed, fewer survivors remained, and among them the number of stunning beauties dwindled, especially those not yet claimed by others. And short opportunities would only decrease over time. How could he not seize the moment to build his collection? Doing Rong teased. When the Women's Legion reaches 100, there will surely be several beauties. Are you going to take them all? Lin Hao replied cheerfully, absolutely. But I don't take those who have been tainted. Doing Rong rolled her eyes. Then I won't recruit any beauties at all, leaving you with no chance. Lin Hao said with a mix of amusement and frustration, don't be like that. You need to show some grace as a leading figure, not be so petty. Doing Rong retorted playfully, I don't want to be the leader. Being a little woman suits me fine. They'll keep teasing you. Lin Hao placed his hand on her waist, pulling her close as they walked. There are already too many little women. You should be the big sister. When selecting officers, prioritize the pretty ones if their abilities are similar. Doing Rong understood his intent, but with her waist held by this charming scoundrel, she could only comply. Fine, I'll do as you say. Having future sisters occupy key positions would help strengthen control over the Women's Legion, which was not a bad thing after all. Of the 1200 women recruited into the Women's Legion yesterday, a few were indeed skilled with drones. Lin Hao selected the 2 most pleasing to the eye from the women who had volunteered their technical expertise. Of course, Lin Hao merely used them, not recruited them. These 2 women were only average in quality. He teleported beside by Ruohua, an arm around each of them, leaving the 2 women feeling as if they were floating on air. Seeing their shy expressions, Lin Hao had no doubt they wished to be his girlfriends, but he was not interested. Lin Hao instructed Meng Zhiyuan and the other 9 women to take the 2 women he had brought back to areas not yet cleared of zombies. Sun Ermin by Ruohua and Lin Meru were naturally kept behind by Lin Hao, who informed them of their appointment as brigade commanders in the Women's Legion. After explaining the matter, Lin Hao continued, none of you have military experience, which will be a challenge, but I believe you can handle it well. Bai Ruohua deliberated and said, the challenge is not the issue, the problem is the control over the Women's Legion. You have so many women, isn't there a better choice? This female doctorate always considered issues rationally. She was willing to help Lin Hao control the Women's Legion, but she feared her inexperience might backfire. Lin Hao shook his head. Most of them are inexperienced girls. There is no better choice, I have to rely on you. Zhiyuan and the others are even less suitable. Yiru would be good, but he preferred to keep her in Wuqing, which was in the heart of the country, and needed a capable person to hold it down. As for Yang Yi and Liu Banyan, they were on par with the 3 women before him, and not more suitable. There was no need to disrupt the current arrangement. Lin Meru said, since there is no better choice, let us go. Ingrong is a professional, we should be able to cooperate with her without problems. Unlike Bai Ruohua's rationality, Lin Meru was more ambitious and more willing to develop in the Women's Legion, which had more potential than killing zombies every day. Good. Lin Hao gave a thumbs up and looked at Bai Ruohua. What about you? Don't worry, with me here, nothing major will go wrong. He knew of Lin Meyer's ambition, but he was not concerned. No matter how ambitious this woman was, she was his eternal loyal companion, who a little ambition was a good thing. Bai Ruohua reasoned that with Lin Hao around nothing serious could happen, so she agreed. Since you say so, I have no problem. I can do it. Lin Hao turned to Sun Ermin, who quickly declared, I have no problem either. They'll do whatever you ask and do my best. Sun Ermin had little ambition, but she knew her presence in Lin Hao's heart was weak, and she wanted to improve it through her efforts. Although the three women had different thoughts, the outcome was good. Lin Hao said cheerfully, "Then it's settled. Go finding Rome. I need to get to work." With that, he teleported to Meng Xiuan's side and went with them to areas not yet cleared of zombies, teaching them how to use drones to lure zombies for burning. This task was not difficult. It was simply a matter of choosing a suitable terrain for mass cremation of zombies, and the rest was easy. By noon, they had cleared an area of several square kilometers. Lin Hao and the women found a place to enjoy lunch. After lunch, Lin Hao asked, "Whose hometown is in Zhejiang, Jiangxi, Fujian, or Guangdong?" Mimi, Gan Shuiyao obediently raised her little hand to answer, looking adorable. Lin Hao disagreed with the saying that adorableness is worthless in the face of sexiness. He found adorableness quite nice. Take Gan Shuiyao for example. Lin Hao liked not only her sweetness, but also her saltiness. Shu Tianhe also raised her hand. "Me too. Him from Fujian." Lin Hao nodded and looked at the other women. No one else. Seeing the women shake their heads, Lin Hao directly named them. "Xiao, Tianasuwa, Jingxian Shanshan, it'll take you southeast to kill. We're all here. There are too many people and not enough zombies in handoff." Having 10 women together was wasteful. The speed of burning zombies with earth fire was too fast. There weren't enough zombies for them to burn. Originally, Lin Hao planned to split the 10 women into 2 groups of 5 each with a female drone operator to increase the efficiency of zombie killing. However, he realized that at the rate of luring zombies with drones and burning them with earthfire, 2 groups could clear Handong of zombies in at most half a month. When that time came, they would still have to go to other cities, or there would be no work. So it was better to take 1 group southeast now to expand. Gan Shuiyao continued her obedient behavior and was the first to agree. "Okay." Then Shu Tianhe quickly followed. "I can too." Having a chance to return to her hometown, she was naturally very willing. Seeing Shu Tian's agreement, He Suhua also agreed, "Same here." They had once been a family and were closer to each other than the others, so they were willing to stay together. Ku Jingxian hesitated briefly before also agreeing. "I have no problem either." Tan Shanshan quickly chimed in. "If teacher Ku goes, I'll go too." She was young and had no strong opinions. She was fine anywhere as long as she was with teacher Ku. Seeing that the 5 women had no issues, Lin Hao said cheerfully, "Say your goodbyes. We'll depart soon." Then he teleported to Lu Banu's side. That morning, this woman had been coquettish with him, saying she missed him terribly. So he decided to spend some time with Lu Banu, now giving the 2 groups of women more time to say their farewells. The sister pair was having lunch at a Chinese restaurant, which at this time was naturally not open for business. They had been out clearing zombies and, not wanting to return to their residence for lunch, had found a temporary place to eat. Seeing Lin Hao, Lu Banu was quite happy. "Have you eaten? Want to eat together?" Lin Hao patted her shoulder. "I've already eaten. You go ahead, eat plenty." Lu Banyan teased. "Are you worried he hasn't had lunch? There are plenty of women to eat with him." Lin Hao retorted. "Young as you are, why are you acting like a bitter wife?" Lu Banyan snorted lightly. "It's your fault. Every time you come, you're in a hurry to leave, barely exchanging a few words." Not only that, even when he stayed a little longer, he only cuddled with her sister, treating her as if she were invisible. Lin Hao sat down beside Lu Banyan, put his arm around her shoulder, and said, "All right, I'll spend lunchtime with you, the bitter wife." Since he had taken the sister pair, he had not touched the elder sister yet. It was time to give her some affection to save her from feeling neglected and resentful. Come to think of it, he had taken the elder sister first, and then the younger, yet the younger had already been claimed while the elder remained untouched. Lu Banu immediately objected. "No, you promised to spend time with me this morning, but now you want to be with my sister." Lin Hao's heart stirred, and he seized the moment to propose a constructive idea. "Then let's just do it together." Lu Banu, not seeing anything wrong, immediately turned from displeasure to joy. "Sure." Lu Banyan panicked. "Do you have any sense? How can this be?" Lu Banu giggled. "Sis, what's wrong with this?" Lu Banyan grew more agitated. "No means no, or I'll fall out with you." Lu Banu, carefree and willing to indulge Lin Hao in anything, while Lu Banyan adamantly refused. Lin Hao let it go, without forcing her, knowing that once he had her, the rest would naturally fall into place. He parked the motorhome outside the restaurant. This vehicle was far more convenient, equipped with water, electricity, and a bed. Moreover, the spacious interior of the large motorhome didn't feel cramped, making it an excellent venue for interaction. Once inside, Lin Hao first pulled Lu Banyan into the bathroom. Everything required a shower first. After a morning of activity, even without being soiled by zombie filth, the scorching weather had left them drenched in sweat. Lin Hao had a certain degree of cleanliness obsession, which was why he rejected women who had been tainted, no matter how beautiful they were. The motorhome's bathroom was relatively small, but as a large vehicle it could still squeeze 2 people in. Lu Banyan grabbed Lin Hao's mischievous hand and made an excuse. "It's so cramped in here. Could you step out first, please?" "How fussy." Lin Hao grumbled, exerting a bit of force to tear open Lu Banyan's clothes. An hour later, Lin Hao, holding Lu Banyan, teleported to Lu Banu's side, only to find her already inside the motorhome. Seeing her younger sister lounging in a massage chair, Lu Banyan exclaimed in shock, "How did you get in?" Because when she and Lin Hao had been singing passionately in the bedroom, the door hadn't even been opened. With no one else in the vehicle, Lin Hao hadn't bothered to close the door, and Lu Banyan hadn't expected her sister to enter. Lu Banu swung her legs and teased, "Sis, have you lost your mind? Getting in is a piece of cake for me." With a simple teleportation ability, she could easily enter, suspecting that her sister's brain might have been addled. Lu Banyan ignored her sister's mockery and pressed on, "When exactly did you come in?" Lu Banu giggled, "Just pretend I came in a moment ago, so you won't kill me." "He'll kill you." Lu Banyan lunged at her sister in fury, trying to mask her own embarrassment. Watching the sisterly duo tussle without it escalating to tragedy, Lin Hao smiled and teleported to Gan Shuyo's side. After so long, the women had finished their farewells. As soon as Lin Hao arrived, he led Gan Shuyo and the others to depart. Noticing Gan Shuyo's reddened eyes, Lin Hao gently patted her head. "Have you been crying?" Gan Shuyo felt a bit embarrassed. "I don't know when I'll see Jian and Xiaodi again, and it just makes me a little sad." Lin Hao comforted her softly. "You little fool, seeing them is simple. I can take you to them anytime." Gan Shuyo's face lit up with a joyful smile. "Oh right. Why didn't I think of that? I've been upset for so long." Lin Hao was both amused and exasperated. He turned to look at the other four women. They were fine, not particularly sorrowful. After all, with only a few days of bonding, deep attachments to Meng Zhiyuan and the others were unrealistic. Besides, with Lin Hao accompanying them on this journey, he was the most important figure to Shu Tianhe and the others. "Congratulations, host. Unlocked level 7 agility potion, unlimited quantity." Upon hearing the system prompt, Lin Hao's spirits lifted. Another chance to enhance his strength, and this time with the crucial agility attribute. Of course, all four attributes were vital. None could be overlooked. Yet compared to physique, strength, and spirit, Lin Hao personally favored agility. High agility meant faster reflexes, naturally leading to greater operational potential. It was like playing Honor of Kings. Lin Hao preferred using a Li on the gold lane. After downing the level 7 agility potion, his agility attribute soared to 640 points. Name: Lin Hao. Physique 320 level 6, Strength 160 level 5, Agility 640 level 7, Spirit 160 level 5, Energy 3200. Skills: Lightning Art active level 4, Teleportation Art active level 4, Earthfire Scorching Art active level 6, Soul Contract Art active level 8, Invisibility Art active level 7, Puppetry Art active level 7. Closing the attribute panel, Lin Hao's playful mood took over as he gave a light slap to each of the 5 women on their fleshiest spots. None of the 5 women remained motionless, and some tried to dodge. Except for Gan Shuyo, the other 4 made evasive moves. Yet in Lin Hao's eyes, their actions were painfully slow, like slow motion, making it impossible for them to escape. This was the dominance of attribute disparity. Despite their agility reaching level 5 at 160 points, it was only 25 of Lin Hao's level 7 at 640 points. Shu Tianhe touched the spot Lin Hao had just slapped and asked with pursed lips, "Was that potion you just took for agility?" Lin Hao looked at this seemingly fragile and submissive young woman, pointing to his cheek. "Give me a kiss, and I'll tell you." Shu Tian's face flushed, and she pretended not to hear, especially with He Suhua and the other 3 women present. Seeing Shu Tian's charmingly coy demeanor, Lin Hao felt a spark of desire, knowing who had seek for deeper interaction tonight. Distributing the level 7 agility potion to the 5 women, Lin Hao led them onward, continuing their slaughter toward the highway from Handong to Hangqing. They used Earthfire Scorching to cremate large hordes of zombies en masse, while for smaller groups, the 6 of them plus 6 level 7 puppets joined forces. After half a day of effort, by evening, Lin Hao and the 5 women fought their way out of Handong City and onto the highway leading to Hangqing. Lin Hao produced 5 motorhomes, one for each woman to spend the night in. He didn't need one himself, as he could sleep anywhere. Whether they chose to stay alone or share, Lin Hao didn't interfere. They were free to decide. Among the 5, only Gan Shuyo had been intimate with Lin Hao, so she was the most proactive, pulling him into a motorhome. Lin Hao indulged her, knowing the night was still young. If he wished, he could visit all 5 motorhomes. This pure youthful junior was someone Lin Hao adored, and he was happy to accompany her, not minding giving her a few more billions. As Lin Hao and Gan Shuyo entered one motorhome, the other 4 women each boarded their own. During the late summer heat of the tiger season, a day of zombie slaying had left them all sweaty, and everyone craved a shower. Isuhua stared at her well-maintained youthful figure in the mirror, feeling a pang of self-pity. Though she was also Lin Hao's girlfriend, he seemed to have forgotten her existence. She wondered when this man would remember he had another girlfriend. Wasn't it said that men only fancied 2 types of women: a young wife with a maidenly aura and a maiden with a wifely aura? Isuhua believed she was the former, a young wife with a maidenly vibe, her skin and figure undeniably youthful. She had long given up on men, growing accustomed to a life without them over the years. Her husband had kept mistresses outside more than one, and their marriage had long been a hollow shell. Yet ever since becoming Lin Hao's girlfriend, Hisuwa's deadened heart had revived. She didn't know why, only that she had irreversibly fallen in love with this man. It felt like returning to the innocent days of first love, irresistibly yearning to open her body and soul to him. If only Lin Hao would join her in the shower. Hisuwa closed her eyes, letting her imagination run wild. An hour later, when Lin Hao and Gan Shuiyao emerged from the RV, Shu Tianhe and the others were waiting for them to start the meal. Lin Hao set up a table on the expressway, laid out a sumptuous feast, and dined with the 5 women. It was without a doubt a novel experience for everyone. Eating on the highway lane for the first time. Eating at a service station is nothing new, but dining on the driving lane is an opportunity few ever have. Even now, with the apocalypse turning the expressway into a parking lot, most wouldn't dare to eat out in the open like this. Swarms of mutated insects and vermin would converge, leaving painful welts with every bite, enough to drive anyone mad, even if not fatal. Lin Hao, however, was undisturbed. With 6 7th-tier puppets standing guard, any mutated creature that approached met its end. Far from being annoyed, he even had the leisure to organize a talent show as entertainment for the hours before bedtime. Gan Shuiyao sang a song, Ku Jingxian performed a dance, and Shu Tianhe wrote a piece of calligraphy, surprisingly well done. Tan Shanshan played a guzheng melody, and Hisuhua played the flute. Lin Hao's interest was piqued. This skill was quite appealing. So he took Hisuhua into her RV and asked her to perform for him alone. The 6 7th-tier puppets stationed outside the RV were kept busy as zombies and mutated animals swarmed in. The commotion and lights from the talent show attracted many uninvited guests. Tonight was destined to be a restless night both inside and outside the RV. There were too many uninvited guests. Even 6 7th-tier puppets couldn't eliminate them all instantly. Particularly troublesome was a nest of mutated red fire ants that appeared from nowhere. Though the thumb-sized ants were weak, each easily crushed by the puppets, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. The 6 puppets couldn't handle the onslaught alone. It wasn't until Gan Shuiyao and the others joined in using the blazing earth technique that the fire ants' assault was contained. After enjoying Hisuwa's performance, Lin Hao also went out to help. Preferring to cut off the head of the snake, he traced the ants' path back to their nest. Confronted with a massive hill-like ant nest, Lin Hao launched several anti-tank missiles to blast it open, then poured in truckloads of a mixture of C5 to C12 hydrocarbons. The pouring was simple. He released a few oil tankers and sliced large openings in them with his razor-sharp purple-gold blade. Boom! The violent explosion and fire annihilated the entire nest of mutated red fire ants. Flames soared hundreds of meters into the air, reducing countless ants to ashes. A continuous stream of notifications for unlocked supplies flooded in, perhaps unlocking hundreds of millions of items in one go. Perhaps due to the low power of the mutated fire ants, nothing valuable was unlocked. Lin Hao didn't mind. With the ants dealt with, he took Hisuwa back to her RV. To be honest, this young-looking married woman excelled in every aspect. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Lin Hao and his group continued south along the expressway toward Hangzhou. The journey of over 200 kilometers would have taken only 2 to 3 hours before the apocalypse. Now it would require 3 days with roads blocked and teeming with zombies and mutated creatures. Advancing 10 kilometers per hour was considered smooth progress thanks to Lin Hao's group's strength. But there was no rush. Unlocking supplies could happen anywhere, and killing along the way was just as good. There was no need to hurry to Hangzhou. The same tasks awaited them there. Lin Hao was even less hurried. He didn't have to stay with the 5 women the whole time. He could attend to other matters. The first day he accompanied them to let them gain experience. After that they could proceed on their own. He could check in occasionally if worried, but with their strength, they should be fine as long as they didn't make foolish mistakes. At noon, passing a service station, Lin Hao led the 5 women in to have lunch. He also checked for any beautiful survivors, though the odds were slim. But who knew? What he found was a bizarre sight. 3 newly evolved zombies wielding iron rods were attacking a silver zombie. More accurately, they were lining up to die. The silver zombie, having undergone a second evolution, was far stronger than the newly evolved ones. With a single blow, it could crush a new zombie's head, a clean kill. Yet the silver zombie was heavily battered, especially around its neck and head, which had endured countless strikes. Around the silver zombie lay a dense pile of zombie corpses, presumably those that had attacked it and been killed in return. It seemed the silver zombie had developed some intelligence, but not much. It only retaliated when attacked by its own kind. Thus, though it had killed the 3 attackers, its head had taken 3 more hits, worsening its injuries. Then 3 more newly evolved zombies approached the silver zombie. One of them picked up an iron rod from the ground and swung it hard at the silver zombie. The same scene repeated. These 3 zombies each landed a blow on the silver zombie with their lives. Barring any surprises, the silver zombie was doomed to be beaten to death. Its skull, no matter how hard, couldn't withstand such relentless pounding. But a surprise did come: the arrival of Lin Hao and his group. All the zombies howled and charged toward them. Though it seemed formidable, there were only a few hundred zombies, all dead within a minute. After easily clearing them, Lin Hao warned, "There's an ability user here. Be careful." The 5 women nodded in agreement. Zombies attacking zombies was highly unusual, especially lower tier ones attacking a higher tier one. It indicated someone had awakened the ability to control zombies. Minutes later in the supermarket, they found a young woman with a passably pretty face. Lin Hao asked directly, "You're the one who controlled the zombies, aren't you?" The young woman shook her head frantically. "No, it's not me. How could I control zombies?" Lin Hao glanced at her, then grabbed her and continued searching, not giving her a chance to escape. Panicked, the woman cried, "What are you doing? Let me go. Help." Lin Hao snapped, "Shut up. Say another word and I'll tear a piece of cloth off a zombie to gag you." The woman fell silent, realizing she couldn't hide it. She was the only survivor in the entire service station. So she admitted, "Fine, I'm the one who controls the zombies. What do you want with me?" Lin Hao retorted, "We mean you no harm. Why deny having an ability?" The woman countered, "How was I supposed to know you weren't hostile?" Lin Hao wasted no more words. "Become my servant," he said bluntly. The woman's face darkened. "Why should I be a servant? Just because you're strong you can bully people." The word servant was clearly derogatory to anyone with sense. Lin Hao said indifferently, "So what if I bully you? Do you think you're any better?" The fact that this woman was the sole survivor in the entire service area already spoke volumes. Of course Lin Hao wanted her as his servant, not because she was evil, but because she was useful. As long as someone was useful, whether good or evil, Lin Hao would take them as a servant. Conversely, if they were useless, he wouldn't take them regardless of their character. Lin Hao chose servants based solely on ability, not moral integrity, since servants were absolutely loyal. The woman suddenly became agitated. "Yes, I'm not a good person. I've killed many, but they forced me. Do you know how they treated me before I awakened my ability?" Lin Hao shook his head. "I have no interest in how they treated you, nor why you killed them. I'm not here to play hero. I just want you as my servant." The woman felt deflated, yet indignant. "So you're no better. You can't tell right from wrong, good from evil." Lin Hao retorted bluntly, "Don't think awakening an ability makes you soar. Truth is, with your strength, you can't even leave this service area." The woman retorted defiantly, "Even without you, I could kill that silver zombie. How could I not leave?" Lin Hao chuckled. "You think silver zombies are the strongest? Ever seen a golden zombie? And mutated animals? Have you seen a mountain viper as thick as a basket?" The woman paused briefly before insisting, "I haven't seen those, but that means they're rare, not something you encounter casually." Lin Hao sneered, "Your thinking is flawed. I'm telling you this to make you understand that serving me is your only chance to survive, not to argue with me." The woman bristled again. "I'd rather die than be your servant," Lin Hao said coldly, "Then die." He raised his 6th grade purple gold blade and swung it toward her head. Lin Hao wasn't truly trying to kill her, so he deliberately slowed his swing. This was to give her a chance to dodge and see if she truly wanted to die. If Lin Hao had intended to kill, he would only need to use a tenth of his strength, and she would be doomed. As it turned out, the woman didn't want to die if she evaded the strike aimed at her head. Lin Hao taunted, "If you want to die, why dodge? I'll talk." The woman muttered grudgingly, "A living dog is better than a dead lion. What do I get for being your servant?" Lin Hao flashed a bright smile. "As my servant, you'll gain power equal to mine." "That's more like it. Why bother with that rather die than submit act? What's the point?" The woman's eyes lit up, really. Though she didn't fully grasp the extent of this man's power, the part she had witnessed was enough to tempt her. The formidable skill that incinerated zombies in an instant, the terrifying speed too fast for her to track, and those eerie skeletal frames that seemed ready to collapse, yet fought with absurd strength. Lin Hao said calmly, "Do you think I need to lie to you?" The woman took a deep breath and asked, "What do I have to give? Being a servant, does that mean I'm a slave?" Lin Hao shook his head, "Nothing that extreme. Think of it as working for me. I'm a decent boss." She pressed on, "Just working, no other demands, like undefeatable rules." Lin Hao laughed. "Can't you see I have plenty of girlfriends? Do I have time for that?" The woman pouted, "Who knows if you have peculiar tastes?" Lin Hao said impatiently, "Stop stalling. Open your mind and don't resist." The ability to control zombies was quite practical. At least it made for an excellent free labor force. Though the woman could only control freshly evolved zombies, boosting her strength should allow her to command stronger ones. Moreover, she could control not just zombies, but also humans and animals, a remarkably powerful ability. Opponents weaker than her would die without knowing how, perhaps even fighting for her before their end. Lin Hao pressed his blade to the woman's neck, and she finally complied, opening her mind without resistance. With an 8th grade soul contract art, Lin Hao successfully gained his servant, Free Labor 1. The woman was named He Weiyang. Lin Hao gave her a batch of potions to boost her strength first. After lunch, he continued toward Hangzhou with 5 women and 1 servant, testing He Weiyang's ability along the way. As Lin Hao had thought, with increased strength, He Weiyang could indeed control stronger zombies. The silver zombie she couldn't handle before was now easily managed, and she could sustain control over several. According to He Weiyang, the more creatures she controlled, and the stronger they were, the shorter the control duration. Previously, controlling 3 freshly evolved zombies simultaneously was taxing, but she only used them as cannon fodder. Each zombie would be crushed after striking a silver zombie with an iron rod, so it didn't take long and was barely manageable. Now He Wei-yong could command silver zombies to charge forward, and their numbers kept increasing. Starting with 1, then 2, 3. Up to 5 over an hour passed without her showing signs of fatigue. Curious, Lin Hao left silver zombies for He Wei-yong to control, testing how many she could handle. When they encountered the 10th silver zombie, He Wei-yong finally admitted defeat. "Master, I can't control anymore." Lin Hao praised her. "Managing 9 at once is impressive. Let's see how long you can sustain it." Silver zombies were still too weak. 9 of them were no match for a single 7th grade puppet, so this was only for testing. If only they could encounter a golden zombie. He Wei-yong might be able to control it, but such creatures were exceedingly rare. In all these days, Lin Hao had only encountered 1. Statistically, golden zombies were probably less than 1 in a million. After 2 more hours of travel, the test results came in, and He Wei-yong showed exhaustion. "Master, I can't go on." Lin Hao handed her a 6th grade energy potion and said, "Drink this, and see if it helps." He Wei-yong followed his instruction and instantly perked up. "Master, I think I can manage again." So controlling zombies also consumed energy. That was easy to handle as Lin Hao had plenty of energy potions. He gave He Wei-yong many energy potions and instructed, "Protect my girlfriends well on the way to Hangzhou." With this powerful servant, who could control zombies, humans, and mutated animals as a bodyguard, the journey's safety was assured. Lin Hao could leave without worry. Traveling was tedious, so it was better to do something interesting, like visiting. When Lin Hao teleported beside Qin Yalanxi and Qin Yajun were busy burning zombies. Drones with small speakers kept luring zombies over, and the 4 women were having a blast torching them. Not seeing Li Qingxiang, he casually asked, "She's with her apprentices?" Qin Yajun teased, "Yes, she found a dozen pretty apprentices. You're in for a treat." Lin Hao knew she was joking and didn't call her out. "That's great. She knows what's best." Qin Yajun retorted, "Only she knows what's best. I don't." Lin Hao ignored her and turned to Li Yefeng. "Did you rescue your brother and sister-in-law?" Li Yefeng shook her head. "Not yet. They're still a few kilometers away." "Almost there." Lin Hao nodded, then looked at Qin Yalan as a dreamy whisper echoed in his mind. What a torment! Lin Hao silently grumbled, already deciding where to spend the night. As if reading his thoughts, Qin Yalan quickly turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. The next moment, Lin Hao teleported beside Li Qingxiang, who was leading a dozen women and using drones to lure zombies. Drone pilots need little theory, practice is key. The more they fly, the more skilled they become. As Lin Hao expected, the dozen female pilots weren't ugly, but weren't particularly beautiful either. From Qin Yajun's tone, he knew she was joking. If they were real beauties, she'd be jealous. Sensing someone nearby, Li Qingxiang leaped back a few meters. Seeing it was Lin Hao, she sighed in relief. "You scared me." Lin Hao mocked. "It's not the first time I've teleported beside you. What are you guilty about?" Li Qingxiang shot him a glare. "How was I supposed to know you'd come now? I thought you were a zombie." Lin Hao chuckled. "Is there a zombie as handsome as me?" Li Qingxiang grinned. "No, you're the most handsome in the world." "Good eye," Lin Hao praised, then asked, "Can these female pilots graduate?" Li Qingxiang said, "I've taught them all I can. The rest is just practice." Lin Hao nodded. "Let them train with you for now. They'll take 2 skilled ones with me." He wanted to continue promoting the zombie luring drone method. It was highly efficient for killing zombies. With some daylight left, Lin Hao wasted no time. He took 2 female pilots to demonstrate the method. "Sure," Li Qingxiang agreed, and called over 2 pilots with prior experience. These 2 had flown drones before, and after training were ready for action. Lin Hao teleported with the 2 pilots to Lu Banyan's side, starting the promotion with the sisters. The sisters were killing zombies, and Lu Banu was whining to stop. "Sis, I'm hungry." Lu Banyan snapped, "No slacking. How much have you eaten this afternoon?" Lu Banu grumbled, "Killing zombies isn't fun at all. Doing it every day is so boring." Lin Hao, who had just teleported and flicked her forehead, "Is slacking off every day fun?" Lu Banu rubbed her head, pouting. "It's not fun anyway. Being with you is fun." Lin Hao chuckled. "We still have to kill zombies. Let me teach you a fun way." At the mention of fun, Lu Banu perked up. "How?" Lin Hao explained simply, "Find a good spot, use drones with small speakers to lure zombies, then burn them with a sea of fire." Lu Banu's eyes lit up. "We can do that." Lin Hao smiled. "Sounds more interesting, doesn't it?" Lu Banu nodded eagerly. "Interesting. I'll handle the drone to lure zombies." Lin Hao facebombed. "You don't need to lure them. These 2 girls will do that. You'll burn zombies with me." Lu Banu was a bit disappointed about not flying the drone, but the thought of burning zombies with Lin Hao cheered her up. Okay. As long as she was with Lin Hao, she was happy no matter what. Watching her sister's infatuation, Lu Banyan could only smile wryly. Fortunately, Lin Hao could handle her. Lu Banyan certainly couldn't. Her mischievous little sister was a headache. She recalled Lin Hao's request for them to find him beautiful women. Thinking of her sister's unreliability, Lu Banyan felt she should indeed find more reliable sisters. To achieve her ambitions, Lu Banyan knew her sister wasn't enough. She needed dependable allies. Minutes later, Lin Hao and the sisters found a good spot to use as a zombie crematorium. The 2 drone pilots lured a massive, spectacular horde of zombies. Crowds of zombies were reduced to ash by the sea of fire, a satisfying sight. Lu Banu was genuinely excited. This is so satisfying. Lin Hao chuckled. If it's satisfying, be diligent. No more slacking. Among his many women, Lu Banu wasn't the laziest, but she was the most flighty. Being flighty wasn't entirely bad. Different personalities brought different experiences. A uniform group of docile women would be dull. Lin Hao sensed something and looked toward the back of the horde. A tall, sturdy golden zombie came into view. Lin Hao's spirits lifted and he instructed, "Don't kill that golden zombie." Lu Banu asked in surprise, "It looks tough." "Why not?" Lin Hao explained, "It can command other zombies. If we make it a servant, it can bring all the city's zombies here to be killed." Lu Banu's eyes widened. "That powerful. I want it as my servant." Lin Hao agreed readily. "Fine, it's yours." It was just a golden zombie, not very powerful, and only useful for now. Zombies would eventually be cleared by survivors or killed by mutated animals. By then, this mediocre golden zombie would be useless. Since Lu Banu wanted it, give it to her. It would keep her busy and prevent her from slacking. Lu Banu didn't think much about it, and happily gave Lin Hao a kiss. "You're the best." Lu Banyan worried, "Are you sure you can handle it? Better let me take it as a servant." Lu Banu immediately protested, "You can't handle it." "I definitely can." Seeing her refusal, Lu Banyan looked to Lin Hao for a decision. She wasn't trying to compete with her sister, but her sister was too unreliable. With a golden zombie that could command others, they could quickly clear the city of all zombies. Lin Hao patted Lu Banyan's shoulder reassuringly. "It's fine. I believe Banu can do it." Hearing this, Lu Banu smugly said to her sister, "Even your boyfriend believes me. Why don't you?" Lu Banyan was at a loss for words. With such a sister, what could she do but accept it? With his current strength, Lin Hao could thrash the golden zombie as easily as a child. Just a few days had passed since his last encounter with such a creature, yet his power had multiplied several-fold. A single Tier 7 puppet alone could beat the golden zombie until it was scrambling for its teeth. Moreover, Lin Hao was accompanied by the sister duo, granting them 3 Tier 7 puppets in total. The 3 puppets charged to the rear of the zombie horde, capturing the golden zombie and dragging it back. The golden zombie howled furiously, seemingly commanding its minions to rescue it at any cost. The zombie horde indeed obeyed, surging forward one after another like moths to a flame. Not to mention the ordinary zombies and the newly evolved ones, which were brainless by nature. Even the silver zombies, which possessed some semblance of intelligence, charged recklessly ahead. Instead of being alarmed, Lin Hao was delighted. The stronger the golden zombie's rallying power, the better. This way the golden zombie could lure all the city's zombies to their doom. What followed was simple. Lin Hao and Lu Banyan used the earth fire blaze to incinerate the zombies, while Lu Banu, with the assistance of the 3 Tier 7 puppets, successfully subdued the golden zombie. The 3 Tier 7 puppets slashed the golden zombie until it was critically wounded, crushing its will to resist. Its limbs were severed, and its body was riddled with wounds, looking more miserable than a human mutilated into a living stump. Even so, Lu Banu had to cast the Tier 8 soul contract technique over 20 times before succeeding. It must be said that the golden zombie, a minor boss-level entity, possessed a remarkably tenacious will. But no matter how resilient its will, it could not withstand Lin Hao, and his women, who were practically cheating it, could only resign to its fate. Lin Hao used 3 bottles of Tier 5 rejuvenation potion to restore the golden zombie's injuries and regrow its limbs. From this, one could infer that the golden zombie's strength was roughly equivalent to a human between Tier 4 and Tier 5. 1 bottle of Tier 5 rejuvenation potion restored 50 points of constitution damage, 2 bottles 100, and 3 bottles 150. After healing the golden zombie, Lin Hao continued feeding it potions to enhance its power. Tier 6 constitution potion, Tier 5 strength potion, Tier 7 agility potion, Tier 5 spirit potion. He also fed it various skill potions lavishly and without cost. As a result, the golden hue on its body gradually faded, showing signs of transforming into an unadorned black. Lu Banu beamed with joy. "It seems it can evolve further. Can you conjure up even more powerful potions?" Lin Hao chuckled wryly. "More powerful potions? You think I can just will them into existence? That would make me a god." Lu Banu wasn't ready to give up and pressed on. "Then how can you create stronger potions?" Lin Hao replied, "Be more diligent. Kill more zombies. Mutant creatures work too. I need energy." Lu Banu was awed without fully understanding. "Is that so? Just killing zombies and mutant animals will do?" "Yes." Lin Hao nodded, offering no further explanation, leaving the rest to her imagination. The straightforward Lu Banu didn't press further, exclaiming eagerly, "All right, from now on, it'll kill, kill, kill." Amused, Lin Hao said, "Let it lure the zombies and see how well it works." Lu Banu agreed with a grin, then turned to command the golden zombie, "Xiao Jin, go and lure the zombies to their deaths." This newly named servant obediently let out a howl and sped away at incredible speed. About 20 minutes later, Lin Hao felt the earth tremble. He teleported to the rooftop of a nearby building. Gazing into the distance at the endless tide of zombies stampeding toward him, Lin Hao drew a deep breath. Damn, at least hundreds of thousands of zombies. A full-blown zombie horde. Even if it were hundreds of thousands of mosquitoes, killing them all would take time, let alone zombies. Fortunately, these zombies were under Xiao Jin's control, preventing chaos. Even so, Lin Hao and the sisters burned until midnight to finish off all the zombies. Their efforts were not in vain. Lin Hao successfully unlocked 2 new items. Whether they were unlocked by these particular zombies didn't matter. They were his regardless. Congratulations, host. Unlocked Tier 6 Strength Potion Unlimited Quantity. Congratulations, host. Unlocked Tier 7 Spirit Potion Unlimited Quantity. Lin Hao downed a bottle of Tier 6 Strength Potion, followed by a bottle of Tier 7 Spirit Potion. Glancing at his attribute panel, Lin Hao stretched contentedly. His mood was euphoric. Name: Lin Hao. Constitution 320 Tier 6, Strength 320 Tier 6, Agility 640 Tier 7, Spirit 640 Tier 7, Energy 3200. Skills: Lightning Art Active Skill Tier 4, Teleportation Art Active Skill Tier 4, Earth Fire Blaze Art Active Skill Tier 6, Soul Contract Art Active Skill Tier 8, Invisibility Art Active Skill Tier 7, Puppet Art Active Skill Tier 7. After finishing, Lu Banu seemed reluctant to stop. Should we have Xiao Jin lure more zombies to burn? Though it was midnight, she felt no drowsiness. Her high constitution and spirit kept her energized, and she was still exhilarated. Lin Hao retorted, let's rest. We'll burn more tomorrow. If you don't want to sleep, go ahead. I'm off to find a beauty to sleep with. Lu Banu hastily grabbed his arm. You can't leave. I've worked hard today, even if not for the glory. You have to stay with me. Lin Hao smiled wryly. Fine, I'll stay here with you. I won't leave. Let me accompany our great heroine. He had planned to visit Qinyalan, but Lu Banu was charming and Lu Banyan wasn't bad either. Staying here was acceptable. There was no need to return to their lodging. Lin Hao produced 2 RVs on the spot. One for the sisters and another for the 2 female drone operators who were jobless as soon as they started and would head to the next stop tomorrow. Lin Hao gave the operators food and drink, then enjoyed a late-night meal with the sisters. Lu Banyan seemed reluctant to join the meal. Maybe you 2 go ahead, I'll skip it. Lin Hao naturally wouldn't allow it, and the mischievous Lu Banu chimed in, leaving Lu Banyan no choice but to stay. The night passed without incident. After morning exercises the next day, Lin Hao teleported to Tao Yingxin's side with the 2 female drone operators. 2 drone operators weren't enough, so Lin Hao teleported to Li Qingxiang's location and brought over 2 more. The task for the 4 operators wasn't to lure zombies, but to locate the golden zombie. Lin Hao was confident that Chuan City must have won. With a population exceeding 20 million, Chuan City likely had nearly 20 million zombies. It was impossible that no golden zombie had evolved. Instead of painstakingly using drones to lure zombies slowly, it was better to find the golden zombie directly and subdue it as a servant. After arranging things in Chuan City, Lin Hao proceeded to dispatch operators to various places to search for golden zombies, assigning them all. Guai City was already handled. Chuan City, Wu City, Handong, and Haiqing. All the operators trained by Li Qingxiang were deployed. As for his hometown city, there were no female operators available, but it wasn't a big problem. Li Qingxiang could handle it herself. When Lin Hao teleported back to Li Qingxiang's side, he saw Li Yefeng holding a beautiful woman and weeping bitterly. Chen Yalan softly explained the situation to Lin Hao. This is teacher Li's sister-in-law Tianhui. On the 6th day of the zombie outbreak, a group of people pried open their convenience store and looted it. Her husband argued with them, but was brutally beaten to death. Fortunately, he had the foresight to hide her in the bathroom ceiling, allowing her to escape. Lin Hao nodded, walked over to Li Yefeng, and patted her shoulder. Teacher Li, did your sister-in-law see the faces of those people? Since that group had killed his woman's brother, Lin Hao was determined to seek revenge. With nothing else to do that day, he decided to rid the world of these scoundrels. Li Yefeng lifted her head, and the woman she was embracing in tears also looked up. Lin Hao was surprised to find that she was a stunning beauty. Her pale complexion showed she had been through a hard time, and her tear-streaked face was so pitiable that Lin Hao felt an urge to embrace her. Li Yefeng wiped away her tears and said, Sister-in-law, this is my boyfriend Lin Hao. He will avenge my brother. Did you see the faces of those murderers? Tianhui also wiped her tears and sobbed. Your brother hid me in the ceiling and told me not to come down no matter what. I couldn't see them. Lin Hao asked, Sister-in-law, what about their voices? Can you recognize them by their voices? Tianhui quickly nodded. One of them had a very distinctive voice, very much like that of a certain celebrity. I can recognize it. Lin Hao immediately called the women to go out. Let's go find the murderer and avenge my brother-in-law whom I never met. Li Yefeng was both touched and frustrated, but with only a voice to go by, how do we find them in this vast crowd? Lin Hao retorted, are you dumb? This is the apocalypse. Those murderers must live near the convenience store. In the apocalypse, it's not like peacetime. Everywhere is filled with zombies or mutated animals, so long-distance travel is impossible. Thus the murderers must be residents near the convenience store. Anyone far away couldn't possibly have reached it. Li Yefeng suddenly understood and said sheepishly, hearing about my brother's tragic death, I really lost my senses. Lin Hao comforted her, the dead cannot be brought back. Avenging your brother will at least console his spirit in heaven. Li Yefeng nodded gently. This was a matter best handled by a man who, no matter how tangled, he could sort it out as soon as he arrived. Lin Hao took out a bottle of level 1 physique potion and handed it to Li Yefeng. Your sister-in-law is in poor condition, let's improve her physique first. After all, Lin Hao decided at first glance to take care of his brother-in-law's wife, so giving her the potion was no big deal. As for the possibility that she might refuse, it didn't exist. Lin Hao couldn't think of a reason she would decline. In his view, making a woman his girlfriend simply boiled down to 8 words: soft and hard tactics, coercion, and bribery. Although it wouldn't be appropriate to use force or coercion on his sister-in-law, he could still use soft tactics and bribery. Li Yefeng didn't overthink it, and handed the potion to Tian Hui's sister-in-law. This can improve your physique. Despite her grief, Tian Hui was astonished. Is it really that miraculous? Li Yefeng said, it really is amazing. You'll see even more incredible things later. Tian Hui was curious about what those incredible things might be, but she wasn't in the mood to ask further. Not long after, Lin Hao and his group arrived at Tian Hui's convenience store, which was located right next to the main entrance of a residential complex. Lin Hao didn't rush into the complex, because on the other side of the convenience store was a budget chain hotel. He asked Tian Hui's sister-in-law, had you ever heard that distinctive voice before? Tian Hui firmly shook her head. No, not at all. If I had, I would definitely remember. Lin Hao walked toward the opposite side and said, in that case, let's first check out that hotel over there. Tian Hui was momentarily stunned, then quickly caught on, silently admiring Lin Hao's quick thinking. Her store was in a prime location, or if the murderers were residents of the complex, they would have come to the store before. Then she would have heard that voice. Since she hadn't, it meant the murderers were likely not residents of the complex. At the hotel, Lin Hao and his group of 7 searched floor by floor, asking survivors to speak, so Tian Hui could identify the voices. As Lin Hao had anticipated, when Jiang Su knocked on a door on the 4th floor, he was almost certain the murderers were inside. Seeing the young men brandishing clubs behind the door and the large pile of goods inside, the answer was obvious. It could only be said that the doomed have their own paths to destruction. One of the men even said smugly, so many beauties have come all at once. It seems our reputation has spread. These men had originally gathered for a military reunion, but when the zombie outbreak caught them off guard after days of hunger, the dark side of human nature was magnified infinitely. They robbed survivors and stores, using the looted supplies not only for their own consumption, but also to trade for love, at the price of 1 pack of instant noodles per encounter. Female survivors in the budget chain hotel and the surrounding area, as long as they were decent looking, had all been exploited by them. Seeing so many stunning beauties appear, the man thought it was a stroke of luck, but it turned out to be the arrival of death. Lin Hao shot him in the head without hesitation. Lin Hao never liked idle chatter. He killed those who deserved death without a word, and spared those who didn't, with no need for further discussion. The gunshot stunned the remaining 5, and one of them bravely said, brother, we have no past grievances or present conflicts. Before he could finish, Lin Hao shot him dead as well, then sneered, what kind of riffraff dares to call me brother? Faced with a ruthless man who shot without a word, the remaining 4 were terrified, not daring to speak for fear of catching a bullet. But Lin Hao wouldn't let them stay silent. He barked, everyone say your names. The one in front goes first. If you don't, you die. The man at the front dared not refuse and hastily gave his name, followed by the second. The second young man had a very distinctive raspy voice. Brother, my name is Lai Shuling. Let's talk this out. Tian Hui's expression instantly changed, her eyes filled with hatred. It's him. The voices of those earlier ones sounded very similar too. Lai Shuling was startled and quickly tried to deny it. It wasn't me. I don't know what you're talking about. Lin Hao ignored him and handed the gun to Tian Hui. Here, sister-in-law, take your revenge yourself. Tian Hui was stunned, but I don't know how to use a gun. Lin Hao said calmly, it's fine. You can learn. They'll teach you now. The remaining 4 men in the room were utterly broken. The process of waiting for death was more terrifying than death itself. The 4 exchanged glances and suddenly charged at Lin Hao with their clubs, driven by desperation. After the zombie outbreak, they had killed many and now realized they were being targeted for revenge. Begging for mercy wouldn't save them. Fighting might offer a slim chance of survival. If they could just take out this man. The next moment they realized how wrong they were. These delicate beauties were all incredibly fierce. Having confirmed that this group were the murderers of Li Yefeng's brother, the women showed no mercy. Even the gentle and virtuous Chun Yalan struck ruthlessly, knocking one unconscious with a single blow. Without Lin Hao needing to lift a finger, all 4 were down. 2 knocked out, 1 dead. The one who died was killed by Li Yefeng. She struck with bitter hatred, and how could an ordinary person withstand that? The man was sent flying by her punch, crashing into the wall like a cannonball, even vomiting his internal organs. The only one on the ground who wasn't unconscious wet himself in terror, trembling as he begged for mercy. Please spare me, I did nothing wrong. It was all them. Go to hell. Li Yefeng snarled viciously. She wouldn't listen to his excuses, nor did she care whether he had participated in the murder of her brother. She leaped and delivered a full-force kick, blasting the man's head apart. Then she kicked again, shattering the head of the unconscious, raspy-voiced man. The last one didn't escape either. Li Yefeng gave him another kick, sending him to his grave. Witnessing this, Tian Hui could barely stand, and Lin Hao had to reach out to steady her. She never imagined that her usually refined and elegant sister-in-law could be so brutal as to kill 4 people in a row. In truth, even Li Yefeng was breaking down. After killing 4, she finally snapped out of her overwhelming hatred. Staring at the gruesome corpses, she could hardly believe she had done it, murmuring, "Did I kill them?" Lin Hao handed Tian Hui to Chen Yalan for care, wrapped his arm around Li Yefeng's shoulders, and used his shifting ability to leave the budget hotel. Outside, away from the bloody scene, Li Yefeng felt a bit better. "How did I become so ferocious?" Lin Hao comforted her. "You were avenging your brother. It was only right. Those people deserve to die, and you shouldn't feel guilty." Li Yefeng said weakly, "I shouldn't have killed them that way. Would a gun have been better?" Lin Hao retorted, "Don't be so melodramatic. Is there any difference between a kick to death and a gunshot?" Li Yefeng shook her head gently. "There is a difference. Don't you think my way was too cruel?" "No, I don't," Lin Hao said casually. Then he summoned an RV and led her inside. It was normal to be unsettled after a first kill, especially since she had taken 4 lives. He needed to help her relieve the pressure. No amount of verbal comfort could compare to action in fully releasing her stress. As expected, this time Li Yefeng was completely different from her usual gentle demeanor, wild and unrestrained. As soon as they entered the RV, she impatiently tore off Lin Hao's clothes as if she had become a completely different person. Lin Hao, of course, wasn't one to lose out. With a slight pull of his hand, he tore off her clothes as well. When Chen Yalan and the others came out of the budget hotel, Lin Hao and Li Yefeng were already in the RV. Aside from Jiang Su and Tian Hui, Chen Yalan, Chen Yajun, and Li Qingxiang all knew how much time Lin Hao needed. So they didn't wait outside the RV. Instead, they found a nearby cafe sipping milk tea while they waited. Only Li Qingxiang was busy following Lin Hao's orders, controlling drones to fly all over the city in search of the golden zombie. Tian Hui sat by the window with a cup of milk tea, staring blankly outside, her emotions still unsettled. The bloody scene from earlier was still deeply etched in her mind, refusing to fade. Chen Yalan, sitting across from Tian Hui, comforted her. "This is the apocalypse. You'll get used to it. We kill countless zombies every day, we've become numb to death." Tian Hui forced a smile. "I know those people deserve to die. If I had the ability, I would have killed them too. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine." Though she was frightened by the gory sight, she was even more shocked by her sister-in-law's terrifying strength. How had her sister-in-law become so powerful? That was a question Tian Hui couldn't fathom. Chen Yalan said, "Actually, if you want to have the same strength as us, it's very simple." Tian Hui was astonished. "I can have the same strength as you. How is that possible?" Chen Yalan replied, "Our strength all comes from the potion Lin Hao gave us. The same one he gave you. Don't you feel your body has improved?" Tian Hui nodded. "Yes, my body is much better. When I first met you all, I felt like I might faint at any moment, but after drinking the potion, I felt fine." Chen Yalan said, "Lin Hao usually doesn't give the potion to women who aren't his girlfriends. We only got it after agreeing to be his girlfriends." Li Yefeng was too immersed in grief over her brother to notice this, but Chen Yalan did. It meant that Lin Hao definitely had intentions toward Tian Hui. Chen Yalan decided to give Lin Hao a big assist. She was willing to help this man who had once been her husband's childhood friend get what he wanted. If she could first work on Tian Hui's mindset, it would be much easier for Lin Hao to win her over later. Tian Hui was stunned. "You're all his girlfriends. Don't you mind?" One man having several girlfriends wasn't that surprising. What shocked Tian Hui was the information Chen Yalan revealed. They all knew each other was Lin Hao's girlfriend and still lived together. That was absurd. Chen Yalan shook her head. "To say I don't mind at all would be a lie. But this is the apocalypse. We can't view things with the old mindset. Now, as long as we can survive, that's what matters. Everything else is empty." Tian Hui sighed. "Yeah, as long as we can survive." Chen Yalan seized the moment. "I know it might not be the right time to say this, but again, this is the apocalypse. Survival is key. Don't dwell on the trivial." Tian Hui caught the subtext in Chen Yalan's words and hesitated. "My husband just passed away." Chen Yalan said, "My husband passed away too, and I'm still Lin Hao's sister-in-law." Tian Hui looked up in shock. "This?" Chen Yalan replied calmly, "Without strength, you can't survive independently in the apocalypse. You'll always be a burden, dragging down those who care about you most. Don't you think so?" Those words broke through Tian Hui's defenses. After a long silence, she said, "You're right." Chen Yalan said no more, slowly sipping her milk tea. She had said all that needed to be said. She believed Tian Hui would make a wise decision. Out of the corner of her eye, Chen Yalan caught sight of the RV rocking violently in the distance and couldn't help but scoff softly. Tian Hui, curious, turned her head to follow Chen Yalan's gaze. Seeing the violently swaying RV, Tian Hui instantly understood and quickly turned her head back. Embarrassed, Tian Hui couldn't help but worry. Could her sister-in-law handle such intensity? As if reading her mind, Xin Yalan dropped a bombshell. Don't worry, he's very considerate to women. That's good, Tian Hui replied instinctively, then wished she could crawl into a hole. Then she rationalized it to herself, telling herself, she said that out of concern for her sister-in-law, not for herself. An hour later, Lin Hao reappeared beside Xin Yalan accompanied by Li Yifang. A faint lingering blush still adorned Li Yifang's delicate face, making her naturally fair and rosy skin appear even more tender and radiant. Tian Hui watched slightly dazed, thinking she seemed almost too well-nourished. Jiangsu silently envied her, wondering when she might receive Lin Hao's affection. Lin Hao scanned the area but didn't see Li Qingxiang, so he teleported to her side. She was on the rooftop operating a drone to search the entire city for a golden zombie. Reading her expression, Lin Hao knew she hadn't found one. How many places have you searched? He asked. Li Qingxiang replied, almost 80%. Could it be that our small city doesn't have any? Lin Hao nodded. It's possible. Let's just finish searching the remaining areas. After all, this was just a small city of a few million people. It wasn't unusual to lack a golden zombie. In recent days, Lin Hao and his girlfriends had slaughtered millions of zombies, but encountered only 2 golden ones. Given another 10 days or half a month for the zombies to evolve, golden ones wouldn't be so rare. Li Qingxiang said, I'm still searching. It'll take about 10 more minutes. What if we don't find one? Lin Hao teased with a mischievous grin. Then I'll turn you into a golden zombie. How about that? Li Qingxiang snorted lightly. I knew you don't care about me at all. If it were Teacher Li, you'd never turn her into a zombie. Lin Hao pulled out a bottle of cold beer, opened it, and took a swig, chuckling. Nonsense. I care about you a lot. Mollified, Li Qingxiang beamed. Are you free tonight? His heart stirred. I am. Let's invite Jiangsu for a late-night snack. Li Qingxiang felt instantly disheartened. Do you have to bring her along just to spite me? Without comparison, there was no hurt. Being with Jiangsu made the pain especially sharp. Lin Hao comforted her, don't overthink it. I actually prefer you. Her annoyance turned to joy. Really? You're not lying to me yet? Lin Hao swore earnestly. Of course not. Truer than gold. She was won over once more and finally agreed. All right. Lin Hao felt elated. As his physique improved, he increasingly craved late-night snacks. He'd talk to Jiangsu later and persuade her to join them for a snack. That shouldn't be a problem. Over 10 minutes later, Li Qingxiang had scoured the entire city with the drone, but found no golden zombie. It seemed there really wasn't one. Lin Hao wasn't disappointed. Without a golden zombie, they could just use the drone. Big cities like Wu City, Chuan City, and Hai City were sure to have golden zombies. However, searching metropolises with populations of tens of millions, or even over 20 million, would take time. After all, first-tier cities were vast, unlike small towns that could be surveyed quickly. It might take a day or 2, or perhaps 3 to 5 days to find one. No need to rush, they were sure to appear. Lin Hao led the women to a new area dense with zombies, using the drone to lure them into a mass cremation. Watching everyone work, Tian Hui felt utterly superfluous, more precisely a burden. Everyone else was so formidable, reducing hordes of zombies to ashes in an instant. But she couldn't handle even a single zombie. Tian Hui's torment lasted until evening. After they finished for the day, she finally found a moment alone with her sister-in-law. Facing her sister-in-law, Tian Hui nervously began. Yifang, do you think him useless? Li Yifang quickly consoled her. How could you think that? You don't have to join us killing zombies tomorrow. They'll find a safe place for you. Tian Hui smiled bitterly. You don't have to comfort me. I know I'm a burden. I can't even defend myself or leave the house alone. Li Yifang said earnestly, don't think like that. Most people are ordinary just like you. If you want to go out, I'll accompany you. Tian Hui shook her head. You have a boyfriend and your own life. You can't stay with me forever. Eventually you'll get annoyed, won't you? Li Yifang quickly denied it. No, I won't. Since my brother is gone, I'll take care of you in his place. I promise I'll never get tired of it. Tian Hui gathered her courage and confessed, but I don't want this. Xin Yalan talked to me today, and I think she made a lot of sense. I don't want to hold you back. Hearing this, Li Yifang understood and sighed. Very well. Since my brother is no longer here, as long as Lin Hao agrees. Though it stung a little, she could understand. How could a weak woman survive the apocalypse without a powerful protector? Becoming Lin Hao's girlfriend was better than being with some other man. At least they'd still be family, looking out for each other. Tian Hui breathed a sigh of relief and asked shyly, do you think he'll agree? Li Yifang replied, you're so beautiful, he probably will. He'll ask him when he gets back. Tian Hui asked curiously, where did he go? Why did he suddenly disappear? Li Yifang grumbled, he can teleport to any of his women anytime. He might be 1,000 miles away by now. Tian Hui's eyes widened in shock. Teleporting 1,000 miles in an instant. That was incredible. Indeed, Lin Hao had teleported 1,000 miles away and was now watching Hiru tame a golden zombie. He was surprised they'd found one so quickly in Wu City. It was sheer luck. Among Lin Hao's many women, Hiru was undoubtedly the most powerful, bar none. Taming a golden zombie was no challenge for her. She could handle it without Lin Hao's help. After securing this minion that could command zombies, Hiru was ecstatic. Will you stay up all night killing zombies with me tonight? Lin Hao was amused. Don't push yourself so hard, alright? You're not sleeping, and you want me to stay up too. Hiru rarely tugged at his arm, coaxing. Keep me company. With our physiques, staying up all night is fine. The sooner we eliminate the zombies, the more survivors we can save. It's a monumental act of merit. Lin Hao was defeated by her plea. If you want to do good, you still need to take care of yourself. We'll stop at midnight, no later. You have to promise me. He thought to himself that this woman was truly a saint, but an endearing one. To ordinary survivors, Hiru was nothing less than a savior. Humanity needed a savior. Lin Hao didn't want that role, so letting Hiru take it was fine. He could be the man behind the savior. That thought felt pretty satisfying. He could show off without being in the spotlight. Lin Hao had little interest in seeking fame. To be fair, only those lacking true strength craved attention, desperate for others to notice them. Once one possessed real power, such hollow repute ceased to matter. With the golden zombie luring, the horde burning them was incredibly satisfying. Countless zombies surged forward like an endless tide, as if they could never be fully incinerated. The constant notifications of unlocked supplies rang out melodiously. Lin Hao had long grown accustomed to the system's prompts, and could precisely grasp the key points. Grasping the key points was simple. Just focus on items with ranks. Ordinary items without ranks could be ignored and didn't warrant attention. Habit became second nature, and after reaching the third tier of mental attributes, filtering the essentials was effortless. After attaining the fifth tier of mental attributes, it became even easier, almost instinctual. Now, with his mental attributes soaring to the seventh tier, he handled it with consummate ease. He could even choose to hear only what he wanted and block out the rest. This was only natural. As perception heightened, so did the ability to filter information. Otherwise, would a keen-sensed powerhouse not be driven mad by every rustle of wind, chirp of insects, or call of birds? Congratulations, host, you have unlocked Tier 6 Tenacity Skill, Unlimited Quantity. Tier 6 Tenacity Skill, a passive ability that boosts defense by 60 and resilience by 60. After reading the skill description, Lin Hao promptly took out a bottle of Tier 6 Tenacity Potion and gulped it down. The benefit of a 60 defense increase needed no elaboration, but in his eyes the 60 resilience boost held even greater value. Resilience was a hidden attribute that countered control skills. The higher the resilience, the shorter the duration of being controlled. Conversely, lower resilience meant longer control times when hit by such skills. This highlighted the critical importance of resilience. It could very well determine life or death. In a duel between experts, even being controlled for an extra 0.1 seconds could be fatal. With the passive effect of the Tier 6 Tenacity skill, the probability of being controlled to death was drastically reduced. What made it even more remarkable was that it was a passive skill, active 247, with no cost whatsoever. Name: Lin Hao. Physique 320 Tier 6, Strength 320 Tier 6, Agility 640 Tier 7, Spirit 640 Tier 7, Energy 3200. Skills: Lightning Strike, active skill Tier 4, Teleportation, active skill Tier 4, Scorching Earth, active skill Tier 6, Soul Contract, active skill Tier 8, Invisibility, active skill Tier 7, Puppetry, active skill Tier 7, Tenacity, passive skill Tier 6. Closing the attribute panel, Lin Hao felt elated and took out 4 bottles of Tier 6 Tenacity Potion to share with Hiru, Luo, Yuro, and Zhaoying. He gave 2 bottles to Hiru, one for herself and one for the golden zombie, to make it tougher and more combat effective. After drinking the potion, Hiru felt no noticeable change and asked in surprise, "I don't feel anything." Lin Hao explained simply, "Of course you don't feel it. This potion boosts defense by 60 and reduces control effects by 60. Hiru's eyes widened. "That's incredible. So overpowered." Lin Hao said, "After we finish burning these zombies, let's test it on the golden zombie, and you'll see." Hiru was quite interested and nodded eagerly. "Sure, just don't kill Xiaojin." Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to victory, and knowing oneself came first. They had to understand the defense and control reduction effects of that potion thoroughly. Lin Hao teased, "What if I accidentally kill Xiaojin?" Hiru snorted lightly. "Then you'll have to make it up to me by staying with me for a whole month." Lin Hao laughed wryly. "You're really driving a hard bargain. Might as well stay with you for a lifetime." Hiru rolled her eyes. "That would be great, but you can't do it." Then she asked abruptly, "If you had to choose only one, would you pick me?" Lin Hao retorted, "That's a stupid question. Do you even need to ask? I'd take all of you." Hiru said sulkily, "I was planning to let you have your way with me tonight, but forget it now." Lin Hao's eyes lit up. "When you say have my way, do you mean just you, or all 3 of you?" Hiru turned haughty. "Having your way means you do whatever you want, but I've changed my mind." Lin Hao immediately slapped her on her most padded spot. She was just talking, and taking her seriously would be a mistake. Wanting to have his way with all 3 of them now was impossible. Haste makes waste. Lin Hao wouldn't give up. With a little time and some patience, he believed he would get what he desired. 2 hours later, Lin Hao and the girls finally finished burning the countless zombies lured by the golden zombie. He didn't know the exact number, but it had to be over 3,000. They had been burning for over 3 hours, more than 1,000 seconds, and each second they incinerated at least 30 zombies. With 4 people using scorching earth to burn zombies together, the efficiency was incredibly high. A veritable mass cremation. After clearing the zombies, Hiru commanded the golden zombie to return for testing, subjecting it to lightning strike and scorching earth one by one. They recorded the values before drinking the Tier 6 tenacity potion, then fed it a Tier 5 regeneration potion and a Tier 6 tenacity potion. Testing again. The results were gratifying. Without the Tier 6 tenacity, passive lightning strike could paralyze it for about 1-2 seconds, and in 2 seconds, its size 60 foot would shrink to size 30. With the Tier 6 tenacity passive, the paralysis from lightning strike plummeted to 0.5 seconds, and in 2 seconds, its size 60 foot only shrank to size 50. Seeing the results, Zhao Ying was ecstatic. With such strong tenacity, were completely invincible. They were already unbeatable, and with this ridiculously powerful tenacity boost, where could they find an opponent? Lin Hao cautioned, "Invincible as we are, we still need to be careful. Don't let our guard down to avoid being isolated, and don't give potential enemies any openings." Hiru nodded in agreement. Exactly. In a fair unknown fight, we're unbeatable, but we're vulnerable to ambushes, especially if the enemy has control skills. Facing multiple opponents with control skills was nearly impossible to counter. Continuous control could easily lock you down and lead to an unexpected defeat. That's why after gaining Luo Yuro and Zhao Ying as sisters, Hiru never acted alone and always did everything with the two of them. Lin Hao never acted alone either. Although psychics were still scarce, there were bound to be some with control skills, making solo action unwise. Luo Yuro seized the opportunity to tease, "Sister, you rest alone at night. Why not join Zhao Ying and me to avoid being ambushed?" Lin Hao gave a thumbs up. "Yuro's suggestion is excellent, Captain He. You should follow good advice, and from now on all 3 of you share a room." Hiru knew exactly what ulterior motive he had, and lightly punched him. "Who else would dare ambush me besides you?" Seeing he couldn't fool her, Lin Hao didn't push it. Luo Yuro and Zhao Ying already shared a room, which was good enough. Tonight he'd have a late-night snack with them first. As for Li Qingxiang, plans had changed, so he'd have to postpone. He hadn't yet had a late-night snack with Luo Yuro and Zhao Ying. After completing the test, Hiru ordered the golden zombie to lure another batch of zombies for mass cremation. This group was smaller, around 200,000, and it took over 2 hours to burn them all. When the work was done, Hiru forcefully dragged Lin Hao to a nearby hotel, acting with unparalleled initiative. She had no choice but to be proactive. This guy was scheming something, and if she wasn't careful, he'd slip away. Lin Hao found it both amusing and frustrating. Once again, plans changed faster than he could adapt, and tonight's scheme was thwarted by Hiru. In truth, he didn't mind much. He always had a late-night meal, and it didn't matter who joined him. The night passed without incident. Lin Hao slept soundly, and after breakfast the next morning, he teleported to Gan Shuyo's side. Gan Shuyo's group was nearing Hangzhou. Though they had set out later, they arrived at their destination before Yang Yi and the others. This was mainly because Yang Yi's group wasn't in a hurry killing zombies in cities along the high-speed rail route. Naturally, they couldn't be that fast. Gan Shuyo's group took the highway, which mostly bypassed cities, so they didn't specifically enter urban areas to kill zombies. Lin Hao made 2 trips, bringing the 4 female drone operators from Hiru's side to Gan Shuyo's group, then went to Hangzhou to search for the golden zombie. Afterward, Lin Hao visited various locations, bestowing the 6th grade endurance art upon the women, a fine treasure that had to be distributed. When he arrived at his hometown, Li Qingxiang looked at him with a rather reproachful gaze. He had stood her up the previous night. Li Yefeng pulled Lin Hao aside hesitatingly, saying, "Someone told me she wants to be your girlfriend." Lin Hao understood whom she meant, and was somewhat surprised. "Is this your idea, or hers?" Li Yefeng replied dejectedly. "Qin Yalan convinced her." Lin Hao was even more astonished. "I didn't expect her to be so good to me. Indeed, she's keeping it in the family." He had to admit Qin Yalan was truly remarkable. Her timely assistance saved him a lot of effort. Li Yefeng angrily pinched his arm. "Your smug look just pisses me off." Lin Hao slapped her firmly on the most fleshy part. "What's with the attitude?" A sharp crack rang out, and Li Yefeng's delicate body trembled as she muttered, "My brother just left." Lin Hao sighed. "The living still have to carry on, and you don't want her to be a burden to you, do you?" Li Yefeng nodded. "I understand, otherwise I wouldn't have brought this up with you." Lin Hao patted her shoulder and turned to Tian Hui. "You're willing to be my girlfriend, right?" Hearing such a direct question, Tian Hui blushed with embarrassment, her voice barely a whisper. Congratulations, host. The companion relationship with Tian Hui has been confirmed. The never betray trait is now active." Easily done. Lin Hao was in a cheerful mood, giving Tian Hui various potions to enhance her strength. As for the use of weapons and combat techniques, he needn't worry. He left that to Li Yefeng. Lin Hao continued to the next city, distributing the valuable 6th grade endurance art to the women. He also checked if any golden zombies had been found, but none had. Locating them required a bit of luck. In a vast city, finding a golden zombie could happen in a flash with good fortune, or take several days without it. This assumed a golden zombie had already evolved in the city. If not, he'd have to wait. Lin Hao wasn't worried. With 2 golden zombie servants, already more would surely follow. As long as he found a golden zombie, he could subdue it, and finding one was only a matter of time, at most a few days. Finally, Lin Hao teleported to Yang Yi's side. They had essentially cleared all zombies from this small 4th or 5th tier city. Thinking there was nothing particularly pressing today, he decided to accompany them as the wilderness could be relatively dangerous. After an hour of smooth travel, Lin Hao and the 4 women effortlessly slaughtered zombies and mutated animals along the way. Ordinary mutated animals like the zombies posed no threat to Lin Hao and his group, merely serving as sources to unlock supplies. There was a minor incident when they crossed a river several hundred meters wide. A swarm of mutated fish, each weighing hundreds of pounds, leaped from the river onto the railway bridge to attack them. If ordinary people encountered these mutated fish, they would indeed be dragged into the river as food, but Lin Hao, Yang Yi, and the others were far from ordinary. These massive mutated fish were roughly on par with silver zombies at the 2nd to 3rd rank level, and were easily handled by Lin Hao's group. Interestingly, the mutated fish's primary attacks, aside from biting with their mouths and whipping with their tails, included spitting bubble bombs. These fist-sized bubbles contained compressed air shot from the fish's mouth and exploded upon impact, much like bombs. Unfortunately, they were fish and of low strength, so Lin Hao had no interest in taking them as servants. If they were land animals, he might have kept one for fun. Tian Liqiao, however, was quite intrigued by these airbomb-spitting fish and asked cautiously, "Can I take a fish as a servant?" Lin Hao was indifferent and casually replied, "Of course, after you do, it'll help enhance its strength and see what happens." All right. Tian Liqiao was delighted, and in no time she successfully took one of the large fish as her first servant. Given the vast disparity in strength, the success rate of the 8th rank soul contract was very high, and Tian Liqiao succeeded after just 2 attempts. This was achieved without even crippling the mutated fish, showing how mediocre its strength was. Lin Hao, with an unlimited supply of potions, didn't hesitate, and fed the mutated fish every type of potion available. The effects were striking, especially in size. It grew from a few hundred pounds to several tons in an instant, a truly astonishing sight. Fortunately, the railway bridge was sturdy enough to bear its weight, preventing any accidents. Of course, even if the bridge had collapsed under the giant fish, Lin Hao and the others would have been safe. In addition to its increased size, the giant fish's pectoral and pelvic fins evolved into leg-like structures, allowing it to walk on land. Surprisingly, it was quite agile. Though it appeared clumsy, it moved at a decent speed. Still, compared to Lin Hao and his group, it was somewhat lacking, reaching only about a quarter of their pace. After all, the giant fish's immense size and its fish-like body structure weren't suited for rapid land movement. In water, its speed was vastly superior. It could zip away in an instant, moving over 10 times faster than on land. The power of its bubble bombs had also undergone a dramatic upgrade, increasing by over 100-fold. With a single blast, a stretch of the river was covered in upturned fish bellies. Seeing this effect, Lin Hao immediately had the other 3 women each take a mutated fish as a servant, turning them into free laborers to unlock supplies in the river. The river teemed with mutated fish, clearing both upstream and downstream sections, could potentially unlock hundreds of millions of supplies. What a delightful prospect. Yang Yi and the other 3 women each took a mutated giant fish as their servant, while Lin Hao and his group continued on their journey. Half an hour later, they encountered a high-speed train that had stopped in the middle of the road, easily clearing away the zombies. This wasn't the first time they had come across such a train. Typically, there were no survivors. The apocalypse had come for over 10 days now, and even if there were survivors in the beginning, it was difficult to survive for so long. The train was filled with zombies. Even if someone managed to escape initially, how could they get out? Without a way to exit, there was no way to obtain food. Surviving a few more days merely delayed the inevitable. However, this high-speed train was an exception, as there were actually a few survivors in the front carriage. After a brief conversation, Lin Hao learned that one of them was a retired Special Forces soldier. No wonder. It's not that retired Special Forces soldiers are superhumans who can single-handedly combat all the zombies on the train. The key was that they had the ability to eliminate zombies early on, preventing the situation from spiraling out of control in the carriage. Moreover, the first carriage was a business class and first class section with relatively few passengers. Out of 8 passengers and 1 attendant, only 2 had turned into zombies, making it manageable. Again, in the first carriage, the advantageous position only required blocking one end of the carriage connection. Even so, leading the survivors in the carriage to safety was quite impressive. Moreover, this was a rather beautiful female Special Forces soldier, which made it even more remarkable. It's not that Lin Hao preferred men over women. Men naturally had advantages in combat. This was determined by genetics, as men generally had greater strength than women. With the same level of training, it was very difficult for a woman to defeat a man. Of course, if one were to drink the 4-dimensional attribute potion unlocked by Lin Hao, that would be a different story. The attribute points at the same level are the same regardless of gender, and men would no longer hold an advantage. After understanding the situation, Lin Hao directly took the retired female special forces soldier named Chunjiro out of the carriage. Lin Hao wanted this woman not only for her skills, but also for her looks and figure. Due to years of exposure to the elements, Chunjira's skin was not fair, leaning more towards a wheatish color. While it's often said that fair skin conceals flaws, healthy wheatish skin is also quite beautiful. Moreover, Lin Hao was not lacking in fair-skinned beauties around him, but there were no wheatish-skinned beauties. Chunjiro did not expect him to act this way. In a moment of panic, she swung a fist towards his chest. This punch was quick, accurate, and fierce. If it had connected with an ordinary person, they would either be dead or severely injured. However, Lin Hao couldn't even be bothered to dodge. He felt nothing from the punch, while Chunjiro was left shaking her hand in pain. She felt as if her full-strength punch had landed not on a person, but on a rock. Lin Hao teased, "Save some strength. To me, you're no different from an ant. Don't make a fuss." Chunjiro was furious. "What do you want? Just because you have some strength, do you think you can bully me?" Lin Hao chuckled. "If you put it that way, I might really have to bully you." He had initially held her by the collar, but now he simply changed his grip and held her in a princess carry. Chunjiro looked dejectedly at Yang Yi and the others following behind. "Are you just going to watch him bully women?" It's worth noting that she was quite clever, realizing her inability to resist and attempting to gain sympathy from Yang Yi and the others. Yang Yi smiled and said, "Sorry, we can't help you. We all went through the same thing with him." She had also been bullied by Lin Hao before. He had threatened her, saying that if she didn't become his girlfriend, he would force her out of the hotel. Chunjiro was speechless. Seeing the other women unfazed, she could only look at Lin Hao and ask, "What do you want from me?" Lin Hao smirked. "I'm already holding you like this, and you still don't know what I want." Chunjiro was immediately exasperated. "I will never let you succeed." Lin Hao smiled and shook his head. "Don't speak so early. If I don't let you die, you won't die." Chunjiro suddenly clenched her fist and struck her own temple, preparing to end her own life. She knew she had no chance to kill this man, but suicide was still an option. Unfortunately, she still had no opportunity. Lin Hao complained, "So fierce. There's really no need for that, beautiful." As he spoke, he had already used his face to catch her punch. It was impossible for her to commit suicide in front of him. He certainly wouldn't allow it. As for taking a punch to the face, it didn't matter because this woman couldn't break through his defenses. In games, failing to break through defenses results in a forced health deduction, but there was none of that in reality. Chunjiro angrily said, "Unless you watch me." 247. Lin Hao was surprised to encounter such a woman for the first time. "Really? Do you need to react so violently?" This was not a typical reaction. She was eager to end her life even before he had done anything to her. Chunjiro did not respond to Lin Hao's question, maintaining a serious expression without saying anything, leaving him unsure of her thoughts. Lin Hao suddenly lost interest, letting go of her and saying, "You can leave now." Chunjiro looked at him doubtfully. "You aren't planning to play cat and mouse with me, are you? Letting me go only to catch me again?" Lin Hao replied irritably, "You're crazy. Following me is your greatest fortune. If you don't want it, that's fine. Do I really need you?" After saying that, Lin Hao couldn't be bothered to deal with her anymore and led the other women forward, heading toward Huqing. Watching them effortlessly clear the zombies and mutated animals along the railway, Chunjiro hesitated for a long time before eventually deciding to follow. The destination she wanted to reach was Huqing, and the direction the man and the four women were heading was indeed toward Huqing. Following them might give her a chance to reach her destination. Chunjiro was self-aware. She knew that with her strength it would be very difficult to reach Huqing alone, and following them was her only opportunity. With no other choice, Chunjiro could only grit her teeth and follow at a distance. Since that man had let her go, he shouldn't go back on his word, right? Taking a glance at the woman trailing behind Yang, he curiously asked Lin Hao, "Why did you let her go? This isn't your style." Lin Hao casually replied, "A man of virtue knows when to act and when not to. Her fierceness is extraordinary. This woman has a story." Yang Yi teased, "If I were to do the same as her and end my own life one day, would you let me go too?" Lin Hao replied irritably, "Letting you go would be a disservice to you. Have you lost your mind? She at least has a bit of self-preservation ability. Do you?" Yang Yi rolled her eyes. "You're quite nice, aren't you?" Lin Hao said nonchalantly, "Of course, haven't I been good enough to you?" Just as he finished speaking, he had already shifted his position to a nearby electric pole. In the cornfield to the right, several water buffaloes larger than elephants were eating corn. The strength of animals is often proportional to their size. With such a large size, they should possess some power, right? Descending from the utility pole, Lin Hao swaggered toward the massive water buffaloes. The closer he drew, the more profoundly he felt the enormity of these mutated beasts. Even a full-grown elephant would pale in comparison to them. Though of course Lin Hao meant the unmutated elephants from before the apocalypse. Elephants nowadays had likely mutated as well. He had no idea how large they had become. As he approached, the mutated water buffaloes ceased their grazing and raised their heads to stare at him. Their eyes, larger than his fists, glowed a menacing red, radiating danger. Lin Hao remained unfazed, striding boldly toward the beasts without a hint of concern. Yet while he could afford to despise them, strategically tactical caution was still essential. He summoned a Tier 7 puppet, a skeletal frame that charged at the mutated water buffaloes on his command. Moo. The largest buffalo, as if sensing the threat, bellowed and charged at the skeleton. The other 4 followed suit, splitting into 2 groups. 2 of them, along with the lead buffalo, rushed toward Lin Hao. The remaining 2 also charged at him. Damn it. Lin Hao felt insulted. This was discrimination. He opted to use his invisibility skill. The 2 buffaloes heading his way halted, looking around in confusion. They sniffed the air vigorously, as if trying to locate their target by scent. Their bewildered expressions made them appear almost adorable, but Lin Hao had no intention of showing mercy. By now he had used his invisibility to slip close to one of the beasts. He leaped upward, rising to the height of the 2-story-tall buffalo. Raising his Tier 6 purple gold blade high, he swung it down at the creature's neck. The sharp, heavy blade sliced through without resistance, cleanly severing everything in its path. The massive head thudded to the ground, and blood sprayed like rain from the severed neck. Moo. The neighboring buffalo roared and rammed into him with astonishing speed, far faster than a normal charge. One moment it was over 20 meters away, the next its enormous head was right before Lin Hao's eyes. This had to be a charge skill with a displacement effect. Fortunately, Lin Hao's shift technique allowed him to evade the attack effortlessly. The buffalo crashed into his afterimage, stumbling forward several steps before regaining its balance. What a dumb ox. Lin Hao vanished again, repeating his tactic to decapitate this beast as well. Meanwhile, his puppet had effortlessly slain the 3 buffaloes charging at it. Lin Hao felt a twinge of disappointment. Were these mutated water buffaloes all show and no substance? The next moment, a thunderous rumble shook the ground. He turned to look and muttered a curse. Had he angered the small ones only to summon the big one? A colossal buffalo, several times larger than the previous 5, charged toward him at breakneck speed. Its massive frame left afterimages of a direct hit would cripple or kill him. Lin Hao stored one of the dead buffaloes, planning to roast it later. He then teleported to Yang Yi's side, leaving his Tier 7 puppet to test the giant buffalo's strength. The 4 women had been about to join the fray, but Lin Hao stopped them. Send the puppets, not yourselves. They complied, summoning their Tier 7 puppets, 4 skeletal warriors wielding short axes that charged the giant buffalo. Lin Hao's puppet was the first to engage, but the giant buffalo's charge sent it flying dozens of meters. The skeleton clambered back to its feet, though noticeably slower, with several broken bones visible. Lin Hao was taken aback. This giant buffalo was at least Tier 7 to have crippled his puppet so easily. He wondered how it had grown so powerful so quickly. It seemed abnormal. Could it be using a berserk skill? He found it hard to believe an ordinary buffalo could evolve to Tier 7 in such a short time. He decided to wait and see. Yang Yi was astonished. This buffalo is way too strong. It can even cripple a Tier 7 puppet. If I faced it, I'd probably be worse off, she said. Lin Hao nodded. Indeed, it's abnormally strong. Let the puppets fight it for now and see what happens. Zhai Qianrou asked, should we try lightning on it? Lin Hao waved his hand. Not yet. Using lightning now would mask its true strength. The Tier 7 puppets could be summoned at will, and even if damaged, they were expendable. He doubted 5 Tier 7 puppets couldn't take down this buffalo, so there was no need to intervene hastily. As expected, under the combined assault of the 5 Tier 7 puppets, the giant buffalo became covered in wounds. It grew weary, and even though it managed to severely damage each puppet, it was futile. The skeletons felt no pain, as long as they remained intact they could fight on. The giant buffalo's breathing grew heavier, audible from hundreds of meters away. Tian Liqiao Sharpeat exclaimed in surprise, it seems to be aging. Looking older by the second. Yang Yi stared intently and agreed, it really does appear to be aging. Lin Hao noticed it too and nodded approvingly. Liqiao has the sharpest eyes. He had been focusing on the buffalo's size, watching for any shrinkage. Golden zombies grew larger when berserk and returned to normal afterward. But this giant buffalo's berserk mode costed its life, catching Lin Hao off guard. The 5 smaller buffaloes must have been its offspring. Otherwise it wouldn't have burned its life force to boost its power. The buffalo's state clearly showed it was on its last legs. As it aged, its strength waned. Unsurprisingly, it was soon beaten to death by the 5 Tier 7 puppets. Lin Hao didn't intervene to save it. Its life force was spent, leaving it useless. In the future, he might capture such a buffalo for sacrificial purposes. Even if burning life only boosted it by 1 tier, it could prove decisive in a pinch. Having made up his mind, Lin Hao led the 4 women onward, leaving Chenjuro far behind, still reeling from shock. Had she not witnessed it herself, she would never have believed that the 4 women and 1 man ahead were so terrifyingly powerful. They didn't even need to fight personally. Their summoned skeletons alone had slain such fearsome, mutated buffaloes. Were they even human? Chenjuro recalled Lin Hao's earlier words, following me is your greatest fortune. She had dismissed it before even thinking he was venting his anger. Now she understood. He had spoken the truth, not in spite. After the shock subsided, Chenjuro approached the carcass of a mutant water buffalo, cut off a piece of meat, and began to eat it raw. It wasn't just beef, though. During her pre-retirement wilderness survival training, she had eaten all sorts of things raw. Cicadas, earthworms, eels, snakes, ants, and various protein-rich insects. Anything edible was fair game and always raw. In wilderness survival training, open flames were strictly forbidden. After swallowing a few small pieces of beef, Chinjiro felt much better. Since the zombie outbreak, she hadn't had a single full meal, subsisting daily on the bare minimum of food and water needed for survival. That was how she had managed to lead the survivors and keep them alive with meager supplies until now. A few pieces of beef settled in her empty stomach, offering comfort from the gnawing hunger. But Chinjiro dared not overeat. Binging after extreme starvation would severely harm her body. She cut off a few pounds of beef, carried it in her hand, and returned to the railway tracks, hurrying forward. Only by following them could she hope to reach Hutching, so Chinjiro had no choice but to trail them shamelessly from a distance. Even if their destination wasn't Hutching, moving along this railway line would bring her closer to the city. By evening, night had fallen. Lin Hao released several RVs and led Tian Leqiao into one of them. He had taken this girl in some time ago, but hadn't touched her yet. It was time to do so, as he shouldn't neglect her too much. Before getting into the RV, Lin Hao released the mutant water buffalo carcass he had stored earlier, telling Yang Yi and the others to prepare a barbecue. Although the system had unlocked many barbecue options, it hadn't yet unlocked grilled mutant water buffalo meat, and Lin Hao wanted to try something new. Leaving Yang, Yi Zhai Qianro, and Bai Huantao to prepare dinner, Lin Hao leisurely took a bath with Tian Leqiao. Like Bai Huantao, Tian Leqiao was a woman whose eyes were only for Lin Hao, catering to his every whim with extreme devotion. Even without the system's gift of eternal loyalty, Tian Leqiao likely wouldn't betray him. She was truly that invested. An hour later, a refreshed Lin Hao emerged with Tian Leqiao to join the other three women for dinner. The mutant water buffalo meat was surprisingly delicious. After just one skewer, Lin Hao couldn't stop and ended up eating over a dozen. Paired with ice-cold beer, it was even more satisfying. The one man and four women feasted joyfully, their laughter echoing as if it were a pre-apocalypse picnic. Behind them, Chinjiro remained in solitude, keeping a distance of several hundred meters as she lit a campfire and roasted beef alone. Even so, compared to the dozen or so days trapped in the high-speed train carriage, this was already much better. At least she could eat her fill. Moreover, there was little danger. Any threatening zombies or mutant animals had been cleared out by the group ahead. The only nuisances were mutant mosquitoes and insects swarming in vast numbers and giving her no peace. Bai Huantao glanced back and whispered to Lin Hao, "Why is she always following us? Should I go ask?" Lin Hao replied casually, "No need to ask. She's probably heading to some city ahead. Let her follow." In truth, he admired this fiercely stubborn woman. Those who would rather die than submit were rare, and she was one of them. Faced with desperation, most people would choose to yield and grovel. Men and women alike, it had nothing to do with gender. Someone like Chinjiro, who would punch herself in the temple to commit suicide at the slightest disagreement, was exceedingly rare. It was precisely this admiration that made Lin Hao not mind her trailing behind, indirectly offering her help. Lin Hao had no desire to destroy what he couldn't have. Destroying her would bring him no benefit, and there was no point in harming others without gain. Yang Yi suggested, "I think we could try to reason with her. How about I go talk to her?" Lin Hao chuckled, "I'll go talk to her myself. I'm curious if she's allergic to men." Logically, that woman shouldn't have reacted so violently. He had only spoken, not even touched her, and she was already rushing to kill herself. It was either an extreme psychological aversion to men, some hidden story, or a certain mental issue. With too little information to guess the exact cause, Lin Hao didn't bother speculating. He would just ask directly. Seeing Lin Hao approaching leisurely with a beef skewer in one hand and an ice-cold beer in the other, Chinjiro quickly stood up. She couldn't fathom why this man was coming to her, whether to taunt her or to do something to her. Noticing the woman standing with her feet apart and body slightly leaning forward in a defensive stance, Lin Hao teased, "Are you a porcupine? If I really wanted to do something to you, you couldn't die even if you tried. Can you defend against me?" As he spoke, he released two chairs before the campfire, sitting in one, leaving the other for her. Chinjiro hesitated for a moment, then sat down in the other chair. The guy was right. If he truly wanted to harm her, she couldn't defend herself. Not knowing what to say, she opted for silence, merely turning the beef roasting over the fire. Lin Hao tossed aside the empty skewer, took a sip of beer, and broke the silence. "Where are you headed?" Chinjiro didn't hide it, succinctly uttering two words, "Hutching." Lin Hao said, "That's a coincidence. My 4 girlfriends are also going to Hutching." Chinjiro quickly asked, "Can I follow behind you? I won't interfere." She felt a flicker of surprise and relief. With such a formidable group ahead, she was sure to reach Hutching. Lin Hao didn't commit. "What are you going to Hutching for? Your accent doesn't sound like you're from there." Chinjiro nodded. "I'm not from Hutching. I was originally going to visit the parents of a fallen comrade. After retiring, we visit them every year, but this year the zombie outbreak caught us off guard." Lin Hao remarked casually, "Then why still go to Hutching? You might not even find them now." Chinjiro explained simply, "I can't reach them, but a few of my comrades have already arrived in Hutching. I'm going to meet up with them." Lin Hao nodded and asked the question that intrigued him most. Why did you react so strongly when I asked you to be my girlfriend? Chunjiro retorted irritably. I don't like you, so why would I be your girlfriend? If any random woman asked you to be her boyfriend, would you agree? Lin Hao chuckled. Nice comeback, but your strength is lacking. Even if you're unwilling, is it necessary to make such a fuss about life and death? Chunzira's face darkened. I'd rather die than live by selling my body. Lin Hao teased. Your thinking is a bit peculiar. Do you have a man you're staying faithful to? Chunzira's face flushed crimson. Nonsense. I don't have a man who I hate men. So that's it. Lin Hao broke into a bright smile. Among your comrades in Huching, is there a girlfriend of yours? Is that why you're so determined to go there to meet her? Chunjiro stared at him, as if seeing a ghost, hastily denying, no. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Hao smiled. This was getting interesting. He decided he would conquer this woman first. Chunzira's beef was roasted to perfection, and she asked symbolically, want some? No thanks. Lin Hao shook his head and pulled out a bottle of iced beer. This is for you. Chunjiro hesitated for a moment before taking the beer. Then I want stand on ceremony. Thanks. She was a bit thirsty. The open water sources had been contaminated by the blood rain during the zombie outbreak, so she dared not drink. Using her thumb to pop off the cap, Chunjiro raised the bottle and took a gulp of beer, letting out a contented sigh. Lin Hao chuckled. You're eating my food and drinking my drink, yet you still won't be my girlfriend. Chunjiro was taken aback and said sheepishly, then he'll give the beer back, and I won't eat the beef either. The guy wasn't wrong about eating his food and drinking his drink. The beer aside, he had also killed the mutated water buffalo. Lin Hao waved his hand. That's not the point. The point is, without me, you'd likely never make it to Huching. Let's not dwell on the past. How are you going to sleep tonight? If you dare sleep out in the open, I guarantee you won't see the sun tomorrow. Chunjiro replied. I can manage without sleep for one night. Lin Hao laughed. Do you think the threats at night are only these mutated mosquitoes? If a stronger mutated animal shows up, how will you handle it? Chunjiro shrugged it off. If I die, I die. It's no big deal. I've faced death before. Death wasn't frightening. During her service, she had once been severely wounded on a mission and nearly didn't make it. Lin Hao said, a living dog is better than a dead lion. Besides, you still need to see your girlfriend. You don't want to be separated by life and death, do you? At the mention of this topic, even Chunjiro, who feared nothing, not even death, showed visible hesitation. What are you trying to say? Lin Hao said, how about this if you agree to be my girlfriend? Hearing him say girlfriend, Chunjiro cut him off before he could finish. Impossible. Lin Hao said irritably, let me finish. If you become my girlfriend, it'll not only take you to see your girlfriend, but I can also elevate your strength to my level, and I promise not to touch you. Chunjiro was skeptical. Is that true? You can raise my strength to your level and promise not to touch me. The offer was too good to be true. She couldn't believe it, boosting her power without any physical demands. What was he after? Could it be just to do a good deed? Lin Hao chuckled. True or false, why don't you give it a try? You've got nothing to lose. Besides, if I wanted to force myself on you, would I need to go through all this trouble to trick you? Chunjiro asked a crucial question. How will you raise my strength to yours? She wasn't going to let the huge carrot cloud her judgment. She had to clarify this. She couldn't imagine any method that could boost her power to his level. An ordinary person could improve through rigorous training over time. But this guy was no ordinary person. A lifetime of training couldn't match his strength. Lin Hao said calmly, you've seen the strength of my 4 girlfriends, right? If I could elevate theirs, I can elevate yours. Now Chunjiro was truly tempted. She had witnessed the power of those 4 women. Just being a nominal girlfriend could bring such immense benefits. It seemed hard to refuse. But Chunjiro still had doubts. No strings attached. Lin Hao said flatly, of course no strings attached. I told you before, if I wanted to do anything to you, I wouldn't need to go through all this trouble to trick you. Chunjiro stared at him, studying his expression, trying to read any hidden intent. Lin Hao was amused. What are you looking at? Think I'm so handsome you're smitten? Chunjiro curled her lip. Don't flatter yourself. No matter how handsome you are, I'm not interested. Lin Hao said impatiently, so yes or no to being my girlfriend? Chunjiro didn't hesitate any longer. Fine, I'll be your girlfriend. I hope you keep your word. Congratulations, host. The partner relationship with Chunjiro has been confirmed. The never betray trait is now active. Done. The female soldier was successfully persuaded. Lin Hao was in a good mood. Of course I'll keep my word. With the never betray buff provided by the system, where could this woman run? Even if he dragged her into the bridal chamber right now, she would obediently comply. But he wasn't interested for now. He would wait until she found her girlfriend. Before this, Chunjiro had a strong aversion to men, even disgust. Now strangely, she felt that this man seemed pretty good. She felt no resistance at all, and even had the urge to get close to him. This thought panicked Chunjiro. She was at a loss. To hide her inner turmoil, she quickly asked, how are you going to raise my strength? Lin Hao handed her a handful of potions. Simple, just drink them all. Chunjiro took the potions and examined the bottles curiously. What are these? The bottles had no text, only some patterns. She couldn't understand their meaning. Unknown. Lin Hao was too lazy to answer a question he had answered countless times. Just drink them. Do you think I'd harm you? Probably not. He'll drink them, Chunjiro said sheepishly. She trusted that this man wouldn't hurt her. This inexplicable trust made her even more flustered, so she quickly drank the potions one after another to mask her anxiety. To her relief, her strength indeed began to rise, and at an astonishing speed. When she finished the last potion, she gained all the power they offered. Excitement replaced panic as Chunjiro began testing her strength, speed, and skills. After a thorough test, she had a new realization: even if this man broke his promise and demanded her body, she would consent. But Lin Hao had no such intention for now. It might be more thrilling to have her girlfriend make the first move. He said to Chunjiro, "Come, let's go ahead and meet my girlfriends. We'll move together from now on." Chunjiro readily agreed. "All right, let me put out the fire." Only then did she notice the beef on the grill had burned. She lamented, "My beef." In her excitement and intense testing, she had completely forgotten about it. Lin Hao knocked away the burnt beef she was reluctant to discard, and said irritably, "Do you think I'd let you starve?" Chunjiro was even more distressed. "You've probably never gone hungry." "I've been terrified of starvation these past days," Lin Hao said grandly. "I never went hungry before, and I certainly won't from now on." He casually took out a plate of garlic vermicelli steamed Australian lobster for her, and a plate of grilled oysters which he intended for himself. Though his physique was good, and he didn't need leak, zinc supplementation was still necessary. Seeing Lin Hao return with Chunjiro, Yang Yi teased, "Is this our new sister?" Chunjiro felt a bit awkward, and quickly changed the subject. "The beef you're grilling smells amazing." Yang Yi picked up a skewer of beef and handed it to Chunjiro. "Here, have a taste." "Thank you," Chunjiro said, accepting the beef skewer. From that single skewer the ice was broken, and they began to chat freely. Yang Yi and the other three women were easygoing, and they got along well with Chunjiro. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the group even held an apocalypse wilderness version of karaoke. Unquestionably, the sound system in the luxury RV was superb. In the stillness of the apocalyptic wilderness, the sound traveled for several kilometers. As a result, zombies and mutated animals flocked in droves to spectate. Lin Hao and the 5 women remained undisturbed, while the 6 Tier 7 puppets busied themselves tirelessly. With 6 Tier 7 puppets, no matter how many zombies or mutated animals came, they were merely cannon fodder. Unintentionally, this saved the survivors within a radius of several kilometers, as the zombies and mutated animals were all lured away. Lin Hao was pulled by Yang, Yizhai Qianro, and Tian Liqiao into singing a few love songs, and he played dice with Chunjiro. Chunjiro had an excellent tolerance for alcohol, and was quite skilled at dice matching Lin Hao evenly. This woman was the opposite of Li Qingxiang. Li Qingxiang dressed androgynously, but inwardly identified as a woman. Chunjiro was the reverse. Though her attire was very feminine, her heart likely saw itself as a man. Thus Lin Hao mischievously thought of waiting until she reunited with her girlfriend, then cuckolding her before cuckolding her girlfriend. Bai Huantao wasn't good at singing. She stood behind Lin Hao, massaging his shoulders and back, serving him with great delight. It made Lin Hao feel a bit guilty. "If you don't want to sing, you can join us in playing dice." Bai Huantao shook her head. "I don't know how to play dice either. I'm fine just watching you all have fun." She enjoyed physical contact with Lin Hao, and massaging his shoulders was a form of that. Of course, she would have preferred even more intimate contact, but such opportunities were rare. Bai Huantao knew he had many women and was often busy, so she never made demands that would trouble him. "All right," Lin Hao said without pressing, but inwardly resolved to spend the night with her. He didn't want to disappoint a woman who had eyes only for him, and he could give her as much affection as possible. Perhaps he could also bring Tian Liqiao along. Lin Hao mused silently. Tian Liqiao was quite well behaved too. In that moment of distraction, Chunjiro seized the opportunity and rolled 5 once. With their abilities, if they rolled casually, they could achieve any result they desired. Lin Hao, just slightly inattentive, was outmaneuvered by Chunjiro and had to drink a glass. However, with their capabilities, a single glass of wine was trivial merely for amusement. Setting down the cup, Lin Hao remarked disdainfully, "You're something else, cheating even in a dice game." "All is fair in war," Chunjiro retorted confidently. "Without cheating, how could I make you drink that cup?" "Makes sense," Lin Hao said with a wry smile. This woman was indeed very masculine, too competitive. So he casually asked, "Jiro, by the way, is your girlfriend pretty?" Chunjiro immediately looked at him warily. "Why are you asking that?" By instinct, she keenly sensed the risk of being cuckolded by this guy. Lin Hao chuckled. "Can't I show concern for you? After all, you're my girlfriend." "We're only girlfriends in name, no need for such concern," Chunjiro said, even more on guard. Outwardly calm, she was panicking inside, feeling like, "I'm about to be cuckolded. How do I handle this?" If even she as a T couldn't resist this man, how could her P girlfriend possibly resist? After singing and drinking to their fill with the women, Lin Hao had Bai Huantao go to her RV first. Then he teleported with Tian Liqiao to Bai Huantao's side, and they had a late-night snack together. The snack itself wasn't the point, the point was who they shared it with. Bai Huantao and Tian Liqiao were both delighted, and Lin Hao was happy too. The next morning after his morning exercise, Lin Hao toured each city one by one. To his surprise, Hangzhou had caught up from behind, having found the golden zombie yesterday afternoon. This was thanks to He Weiyang, who controlled a flock of mutated crows to conduct a full-scale search. The mutated crows were not only faster, but also more agile than the drones piloted by the female operators. However, the golden zombie was located in the city center, and Gan Shuiyao and her group were fighting their way there. He Weiyang's mutated crows once again played a crucial role, luring the zombies away. Countless zombies were drawn by the cawing crows, creating a spectacular scene. The 5 women, 1 servant, and Lin Hao, 7 in total, unleashed the blazing earth technique, together cremating the zombies en masse. With a population of over 10 million, Hangzhou's zombie density was extremely high, growing denser toward the center. Fortunately, Lin Hao had an unlimited supply of Tier 6 energy potions, allowing them to continuously burn the zombies. Even with their terrifying efficiency in incinerating zombies, it still took them a full day to reach the city center. Subduing the golden zombie afterward was straightforward, no matter how many minions it had. Lin Hao turned invisible, delivered a brutal beating that crippled the golden zombie, then teleported it to Gan Shuiyao's side. Gan Shuiyao easily claimed the golden zombie as her servant, beaming at Lin. How should I offer myself to you tonight? Sure, Lin Hao agreed cheerfully. You're more considerate, I accept your offer. He Suhua silently took note. She needed to be more proactive if she wanted to offer herself too. With double the joy, Gan Shuiyao was even happier, pointing to a 5-star hotel ahead. Let's stay there tonight. Fine, Lin Hao said indifferently. Staying at a 5-star hotel was acceptable. It usually had a pool where he could swim with the women. With his consent, Gan Shuiyao ordered the golden zombie to lead the way, summoning all remaining zombies inside the hotel to their deaths. The golden zombie let out a roar of obedience, then turned and sprinted away, faithfully executing its master's command. A few minutes later, when Lin Hao and his group leisurely arrived at the 5-star hotel, their task was simple. They only needed to lay down the blazing earth technique at the hotel entrance, and the golden zombie would make the zombies inside rush out to their doom. The number of zombies that emerged was far fewer than what a 5-star hotel of that size should have contained. Lin Hao wasn't surprised at all, as there were many zombie corpses around the hotel. It seemed they had been thrown from the upper floors, indicating survivors above. Lin Hao was curious. Surviving and killing so many zombies showed some skill. There must be ability users present. His strategy toward ability users was always simple. Beautiful women he fancied became his girlfriends, those with strength, but not his taste, became servants. As for those he neither fancied nor found strong, Lin Hao wouldn't kill them indiscriminately, leaving them to fend for themselves. The fire escape between the 3rd and 4th floors of the hotel was blocked, but it posed no obstacle to Lin Hao and his group. They simply teleported to the upper floor. Such barriers were virtually non-existent to them. Before Lin Hao's eyes appeared over 100 survivors, their condition neither too dire nor too favorable. Among them were even a few foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes, and remarkably, one of the women was exceptionally stunning. Standing over 1.8 meters tall, her figure was simply unparalleled, as was typical of foreign women. Her features were also exquisite. High nose bridge, large eyes, very sculpted, and when combined they were utterly captivating. Gazing at the 100 or so survivors filled with shock and admiration, Lin Hao asked, "Who is the leader here?" A middle-aged man stepped forward. "May I ask your name, sir? I organize the survivors' mutual aid group here. My name is Zhuang Maosher. I am Lin Hao." Lin Hao inquired with interest. "A survivors' mutual aid group. How do you help each other?" Lin Hao. "No wonder he's so formidable. I knew he looked familiar." The survivors exclaimed in astonishment. Many of them had seen videos about Lin Hao. They just hadn't expected him to appear in Hangqing. Wasn't he in Handong? To travel from Handong to Hangqing amidst the perilous apocalypse was incredible. Meanwhile, the survivors present couldn't even leave the hotel. Such was the gap. Zhuang Maosher was also amazed. "I didn't expect you to be Mr. Lin. I thought you looked familiar earlier, but didn't dare to confirm." The survivors' mutual aid group works like this. We unite to overcome difficulties, clearing zombies and gathering supplies together. Originally, we planned to clear the zombies on the 3rd floor tomorrow, then proceed to the 2nd first, and eventually outside the hotel. But you've cleared all the zombies inside and outside the hotel. You've been a tremendous help. Thank you so much. Given their strength, clearing the zombies inside the hotel would have taken at least 2 or 3 more days. Then clearing outside the hotel would have taken who knows how long to reach the nearby supermarket. But with Lin Hao's arrival, he cleared the surrounding zombies along with those inside the hotel. This way, their survivors' mutual aid group could head to the supermarket for supplies tomorrow. Lin Hao smiled and asked, "Do you have any ability users here?" Zhuang Maosher replied truthfully, "Yes, I awakened first, and there are others who have awakened." Lin Hao became intrigued. "I didn't expect you to have more than one ability user. What abilities do you have?" Zhuang Maosher said, I awakened enhanced physical resilience. Ordinary zombies can't bite through me, and I'm stronger. This time, he only introduced his own situation, leaving the other two ability users to speak for themselves if they wished. This showed Zhuang Maoxi's high emotional intelligence. He didn't want to offend Lin Hao nor the ability users in the group. He knew the abilities of the other two, a trust they had placed in him, and he couldn't disclose it without permission. Not bad. Lin Hao perceived Zhuang Maoxi's thoughts and scanned the crowd. Who else has awakened an ability? A young man hesitantly stepped forward. Mr. Lin, my name is Lu Su. I've also awakened an ability. I can conjure earthen walls and attack with earth spikes. That's decent too. Lin Hao nodded. Anyone else with awakened abilities? In truth, both abilities were rather ordinary. Lin Hao genuinely thought little of them. One was a tank ability, the other an earth ability. Neither had any standout features. Of course, in the eyes of ordinary people, they were quite formidable. Many in the crowd turned their heads toward where the foreigners stood. Lin Hao immediately understood and looked back at his women. Who among you is good at English? Go over and ask. Tan Shanshan eagerly raised her hand. My English is passable. I lived abroad with my parents for a few years when I was young. Lin Hao was surprised. You have such experience. All right, go ask what ability she awakened. It wasn't his fault for being so unaware of Tan Shanshan's background. He was too busy having never even held this legal Lolita's hand. Okay, Tan Shanshan agreed, and then went over to the foreigners chattering away in a flurry of foreign tongues. Lin Hao could speak a bit of the language too, being a university student at Handong University, but his proficiency was quite mediocre. Since Tan Shanshan was capable, he let her handle the inquiry. Her language skills were indeed good, and she understood everything in no time. Among the foreigners, the one who awakened an ability was a middle-aged woman with a healing ability, a support class of very practical skill. But Lin Hao still couldn't care less. He had no need for such abilities. Wasn't a Tier 5 rejuvenation potion more effective than a healer? Lin Hao looked at Zhuang Maoshi and Lu Su. Besides you three, are there any other ability users here? Zhuang Maoshi shook his head. No other ability users. For now, it's just the three of us. Lin Hao said, forget it then. We'll stay here for one night. Please arrange a few rooms for us. Zhuang Maoshi quickly agreed, no problem. For convenience, we're all staying on floors 6 to 9. Which floor would you like? I'll vacate rooms for you immediately. Lin Hao waved his hand. No need for trouble. We'll stay separately. I prefer quiet. Is the presidential suite unoccupied? We'll just go there ourselves. Zhuang Maoshi said, the presidential suite has been stripped bare. All the furniture was used for boiling water and cooking. Now only floors below 12 have furniture. Everything above 13 is empty. Lin Hao shook his head. It's fine. I have everything. All right, go about your business. We'll head up ourselves. Then he said to Tan Shanshan, chat with that foreign beauty. If she's willing to be my girlfriend, bring her up. Tan Shanshan giggled, leave it to me. Even if she doesn't agree, you'll tie her up and bring her. Lin Hao was amused, patting her little head in approval. I have high hopes for you. Tying her up wasn't out of the question. After the apocalypse, this was the first time had encountered such a beautiful foreign girl, and he couldn't let the opportunity slip. He had encountered foreign survivors before, but the numbers were too small, and none were as stunning as this one. Assigning Tan Shanshan to help coax the foreign beauty, Lin Hao teleported twice and found the presidential suite. As expected, it was empty. All wooden furniture was gone, and there were no beds or bedding. Fortunately, Lin Hao lacked nothing. In no time, he replenished the tables, chairs, beds, cabinets, and bedding. Gan Shuiyao and the others also arrived, and the women worked together to organize everything quickly. Lin Hao pulled Ku Jingxian into the master bedroom. He had neglected her for too long and hadn't touched her yet. It wouldn't do to keep neglecting her. As for Tan Shanshan, if she completed her task, he would reward her as well. An hour later, when Lin Hao and Ku Jingxian emerged from the master bedroom, Tan Shanshan and the foreign beauty were already waiting in the living room. Lin Hao was in a good mood. It seemed his team would soon gain a new foreign member. Tan Shanshan briefly introduced Lin Hao to the foreign girl named Jessica, who was on a business trip in Hangzhou. The other foreigners were her colleagues. They had come to Hangzhou to negotiate a project. However, the zombie outbreak thwarted their plans, leaving them unable to complete the deal or return home. Upon hearing Tan Shanshan's claim that becoming Lin Hao's girlfriend would grant her formidable power, Jessica agreed. Lin Hao and his companions possessed terrifying strength, slaughtering zombies as if cutting grass, a fact not lost on the survivors in the hotel. They could stride boldly through the streets, dispatching dozens or even hundreds of zombies with a single skill. The survivors in the hotel, even the awakened psychics, had to cautiously eliminate zombies one by one. Such was the insurmountable gap. Jessica, using even her simplest reasoning, knew exactly which choice to make. She approached Lin Hao, gracefully greeting him in halting Chinese. "And I, how nice to meet you." Lin Hao chuckled. "Hello, nice to meet you too. Have dinner first, welcome aboard." He saw no need to confirm the girlfriend arrangement with Jessica verbally. He planned to confirm it through actions tonight. To be honest, Lin Hao had never been with a foreign woman before. Now that the opportunity presented itself, he intended to seize it without hesitation. Thus dinner was lavish. Having expended much energy and anticipating further exertion, he needed to eat heartily. Yet Jessica ate the most, having been half-starved for some time. The hotel's stored food was limited with no means of replenishment. How could anyone eat their fill? The Survivor Mutual Aid Association was decent enough, preventing starvation and lawlessness. However, food distribution was inevitably unequal. The able-bodied who fought zombies had to receive larger portions. The elderly, women, and children who did not fight zombies received only enough to survive, a natural arrangement. Relishing the sumptuous meal, Jessica exclaimed excitedly, "Mr. Lin, you're amazing. This man could conjure food out of thin air." As his girlfriend, she would at least never go hungry again. Not to mention gaining strength equal to his. With power, everything else became negotiable. Lin Hao teased with a smile. "You still call me Mr. Lin. Shouldn't you call me darling?" "Darling," Jessica said gracefully, breathing a silent sigh of relief. She could tell that this man was genuinely interested in her, easing the weight in her heart. In the apocalypse of a foreign land, finding such a boyfriend ensured her survival at last. Now she awaited Lin Hao's decision on when to enhance her power. Curiosity gnawed at her, but she received no answer. Tan Shanshan only said that Jessica would understand after becoming Lin Hao's girlfriend, refusing to elaborate, which left Jessica feeling mystified. Had she not possessed some restraint, Jessica would have proactively solidified their relationship to have her strength boosted. She harbored no doubt that this man could empower her. Since he had empowered other women, he could certainly do the same for her. When would he enhance her power? How would he do it? To what extent? These questions swirled in her mind. The women present were all incredibly formidable, though Jessica wished she could possess strength comparable to theirs. Lin Hao glanced at Jessica, who was furtively looking around like a thief, and asked casually, "What are you thinking about?" Embarrassed to voice her true thoughts, Jessica quickly shook her head. "Nothing. I'm just happy to have a full meal." Lin Hao smiled. "You're definitely thinking about something. Don't deny it." "How can I know if you don't tell me? I don't like guessing, and I don't have time for it." After a moment's hesitation, Jessica decided to confess. "Darling, I want to be as strong as them." Lin Hao asked casually, "If you had great power, what would you do?" Jessica replied, "I want to become humanity's. It's hero." Not knowing the Chinese word for hero, she resorted to her native tongue. Lin Hao was caught between laughter and tears. "Another saint has arrived." Jessica looked bewildered. "Saint? Mary? No, I'm not a saint." Tan Shanshan, seeing the foreigner's misunderstanding, explained the term in English. Jessica finally understood and stated her view earnestly. "Darling, humanity needs saints." Lin Hao smiled approvingly. "You have a noble ideal. I'm curious how you plan to save humanity." Jessica shook her head. "I don't know. What I can do depends on my power." Lin Hao offered genuine praise this time. "You're still clear-headed, not letting your emotions run hot." He didn't mind women playing the saint, as he was surrounded by more than one. The most typical was Hiru, who was busy killing zombies and building shelters. But Hiru also acted within her limits, never doing anything foolish beyond her capabilities. As long as she didn't act stupid, it was fine. Everyone needed something to pursue in life. Jessica seized the chance to ask her most pressing question: "How much power will you give me?" Lin Hao smirked mischievously. "How much power I give you depends on your performance." Jessica didn't catch his meaning and asked puzzledly, "What kind of performance?" Lin Hao complained, "Talking to you is exhausting. Your performance tonight." This time Jessica finally understood. She pursed her lips and said, "I'll work hard to satisfy you." Her bold personality was evident. She could utter such words before their relationship was even confirmed. Gan Shuiyao, on the other hand, felt somewhat dejected. She had already arranged to give herself to Lin Hao tonight. Now it seemed hopeless, postponed indefinitely, perhaps tomorrow night, the night after, or even later. That night Jessica lived up to her words, and indeed satisfied Lin Hao. Lin Hao did not disappoint her, either providing her with ample potions to boost her power. The next morning Lin Hao took He Weiyang and teleported to Tao Yingxin's side. Having found and subdued the golden zombie in Hangzhou, Lin Hao didn't want He Weiyang to remain idle. He planned to have He Weiyang locate the golden zombie in Sichuan City, leveraging her unique expertise. He Weiyang's manipulation ability proved remarkably effective. Within just half a day, she found the golden zombie in Sichuan City. The young girl Tao Yingxin expressed disdain for such a minion. "That big oaf is ugly," she said. Lin Hao was amused. "Then what kind of minion do you want?" Tao Yingxin giggled. "I want a cute minion like a panda." Lin Hao's heart stirred. "All right, well, go find pandas later. They'll capture one too." Known as the iron-eating beast, pandas were inherently powerful. After mutation, perhaps they would possess some real strength. Tao Yingxin didn't want the golden zombie, but Tao Ruomei didn't mind and accepted it as her minion. Lin Hao said, "It's just the two of you here. That's too few people. You need more company. Haven't you met any stunning beauties?" Tao Ruomei pretended not to hear, lowering her head in silence, while Tao Yingxin changed the subject. "It looks like the weather is about to change." Lin Hao instantly saw through their guilt and thought to himself that he would have to work hard to persuade them. It seemed he had indeed neglected them a bit. Not only had he never spent the night here, but he hadn't even touched them yet. Having taken care of the golden zombie in Chuan City, in just half a day Lin Hao brought He Weiyang to Handong. Yet after He Weiyang commanded a flock of mutant crows to scour the entire city, they still couldn't find the golden zombie. This left her quite frustrated. It shouldn't be like this. I've searched every possible place. Why isn't it here? Handong is no small city, it's a metropolis with a population of over 10 million. There should be a golden zombie here. Meng Zhan said, could it be that we've been killing zombies too ruthlessly, nipping the golden zombie in the bud? Lin Hao agreed, that's indeed possible. If it's not here, we'll go to Haicheng tomorrow to look. Among all cities, Handong is the one where he and his girlfriends have killed the most zombies bar none. It's not impossible that they've nipped the golden zombie in the bud, so it's no surprise they can't find one. There should still be golden zombies in Haicheng. Although they killed one there before, Haicheng is even larger. With a zombie population possibly exceeding 20 million in Haicheng, it wouldn't be surprising to find 2 or more golden zombies there. Additionally, there was Yincheng. He planned to have He Weiyang search Haicheng first, then head to Yincheng to look, as there should be golden zombies there too. Thinking of Yincheng, Lin Hao thought of Ningzi, the girlfriend he had completely neglected. It wasn't that he had any prejudice against her, but rather because she came from the Ning family. Lin Hao intended to keep her at arm's length for now. Once He Weiyang finished searching Haicheng for golden zombies, he would take her to Yincheng and visit Ningzi. Before, when he wasn't yet powerful, Lin Hao had been wary of the Ning family. Now he had no such concerns and decided to confront them. He had no interest in worldly power. Wasting time on it was pointless when he could be killing more zombies. Power and influence might shift with the times, but strength was eternal. Enhancing his power was what he should focus on. For instance, forming a 10th Sandwoman female legion wasn't for seizing power, but to have capable people at his disposal. This way he and his women wouldn't have to handle everything themselves. The legion could take care of certain tasks. Lin Hao teleported with He Weiyang to Yin Yutong's side and instructed her to search for golden zombies in Haicheng. After dropping her off, he was about to leave when Yin Yutong grabbed him. Yin Yutong coquettishly said, it's almost dinner time. Don't go. Lin Hao readily agreed. Alright, I'll stay for dinner. Night had fallen, and it was indeed time for dinner, so he decided to stay. However, Yin Yutong's insistence wasn't just about keeping him for a meal. Some financial loss was inevitable. Lin Hao gave Yin Yutong a generous allowance and quickly made his escape. Chun Yinwei, Tianyue, Qin Mu. All of them coveted the spending money he gave. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but he planned to win over Tao Ruimei and Tao Yingxin that night. Tao Yingxin and Tao Ruimei were having dinner, enjoying a Sichuan hot pot they both loved. Lin Hao hadn't eaten yet, so he joined them. A spicy meal now, and then was quite enjoyable. This was the benefit of his enhanced physique. Even though he rarely ate spicy food, he could handle the fiery heat of Sichuan hot pot. Tao Yingxin said with delight, you've finally shown some conscience and come to have dinner with us. That's rare. Lin Hao replied casually, what's the big deal? Not just dinner. I can stay for a late-night snack too. Tao Yingxin looked at him in surprise, then at Tao Ruimei, a hint of realization dawning. You too. Tao Ruimei turned her head guiltily, feeling utterly mortified, grateful there were no outsiders around. Lin Hao, thick-skinned as ever, said bluntly, that's right, just what you're thinking. Tao Yingxin couldn't help but grumble, so I'm the only one left in the dark. Tao Ruimei quickly explained, I didn't mean to hide it. I just didn't know how to tell you. Lin Hao patted her head gently. Don't be upset. Isn't this better? Tao Yingxin, open-minded, looked at Tao Ruimei and said, now we're sisters. Hearing this, Tao Ruimei was so embarrassed she wished she could disappear into the ground. Lin Hao felt a stir. Another young woman full of girlish charm. Quite nice. After dinner, he went to the balcony sipping iced cola with his legs crossed. Though there were no city lights, the moon and stars provided excellent visibility. A rank 7 puppet tirelessly swatted away mutant mosquitoes nearby. Tao Ruimei stood behind Lin Hao, gently massaging his shoulders and head. Tao Yingxin noisily sipped her bubble tea, content in her own world. This carefree girl's little frustrations came and went quickly. Tao Ruimei, however, was more sentimental. So few people have survived. Lin Hao patted her hand. That's why you should bring back any beautiful women you see. More sisters mean more survivors can live. Tao Ruimei lightly pinched his shoulder. Got it. Since you say so, how can I not comply? Tao Yingxin seized the opportunity to set a condition. If you stay tonight, I'll agree to help you find beautiful women. Lin Hao readily agreed. That's fine. I'll stay. He hadn't planned on leaving anyway, so the condition was essentially meaningless. That night, Lin Hao successfully won over Tao Ruimei and Tao Yingxin. The next morning, he accompanied them to burn zombies until noon before leaving after lunch. When he teleported to Yin Yutong's side, he was surprised to find a golden zombie standing beside her. Efficient, Lin Hao praised, directing the compliment at He Weiyang. He Weiyang replied respectfully, there are still some areas left to search. We're continuing. Lin Hao casually said, then keep at it. Can you finish today? He Weiyang nodded. Yes, we should be done by evening. As it turned out, her estimate was accurate. By dusk, they had finished searching Haicheng. But no more golden zombies were found, so Lin Hao let it go and decided to rest there. Yin Yutong, Chun Yinwei, Tianyue, and Qin Mu. The 4 women there were exceptionally warm. That night Lin Hao had 2 rounds of late-night snacks before he could settle down feeling a bit overstuffed. First Wei Tianyue and Qin Mu joined him for a snack followed by Yin Yutong and Shenin. The night passed without incident. The next morning Lin Hao teleported with He Weiyang to Ning Ziyi's side. Ning Ziyi was startled, but upon recognizing Lin Hao her expression grew complex. "You're here." She removed her earplugs as she had been practicing with a Type 95 assault rifle. Many people nearby seeing the two suddenly appear beside Ning Ziyi raised their guns in alert. Ning Ziyi quickly stopped them. "Don't shoot. This is my boyfriend. Remember his face." Lin Hao said calmly, "Did you hear that? Remember this, if anyone ever points a gun at me again, don't blame me for being rude. If anyone had fired just now they would all be dead by now." Ning Ziyi said sheepishly, "You can't blame them for aiming at you. If you hadn't shown up I might not have recognized you myself." Lin Hao smiled. "Well, I'm here now. Tell me, what are the Ning family's plans?" Ning Ziyi countered with a question. "What are you planning this time? Are you going to keep me waiting again?" Lin Hao replied frankly, "My plans depend on what the Ning family intends. I'm a man who prefers an easy life and dislikes trouble." Ning Ziyi said indignantly, "Did you form the Women's Legion in Handong because of your easygoing nature?" Women's Legion. Hearing this term Lin Hao found it both amusing and exasperating. "Did you come up with that name?" Ning Ziyi pursed her lips. "A legion of women as formidable as the heavens. Isn't that a women's legion?" Lin Hao rubbed his forehead. "If you put it that way, women's legion is quite fitting. The female warriors whose 4 attributes all reached the first rank were naturally no match for superhumans in unknown combat. After all, superhumans usually possess skills and had their physical capabilities enhanced upon awakening, roughly equivalent to first-rank attributes. However, if you factored in unlimited firearm firepower and pitted the female warriors against superhumans in single combat, the outcome was uncertain. Superhumans could use their abilities to kill the female warriors, while the female warriors could likewise use their guns to kill superhumans. A draw. Except for tank-type individuals like Zhuang Maosher, the vast majority of current superhumans could not withstand gunfire. The terror of a legion composed of 10,000 such female warriors was easy to imagine. It could be said that in a direct confrontation no force in the world could rival them at this stage. Ning Ziyi pressed again. "Did you form the Women's Legion in Handong because of your easygoing nature?" Lin Hao said casually, "Pretty much. I just thought they could handle things I don't want to do. You're quite well informed, knowing even about what's happening in Handong." Ning Ziyi dismissed his comment. "Civilian communications are down, but that doesn't mean all communications are cut." Lin Hao nodded. "All right, it seems you have something to say to me." Ning Ziyi said, "If you provide me with equipment and potions I can form a women's legion too, and I'll take care of the things you don't want to do." Lin Hao chuckled. "Is this from the Ning family, or is it your personal idea?" Ning Ziyi countered, "Don't you trust me?" Lin Hao shook his head. "You're my girlfriend, of course I trust you. I just want to know the answer. Answer me literally." Ning Ziyi thought for a moment and answered truthfully, "It's partly my personal wish. I want to accomplish something, and partly my family's. The Ning family is in a tough spot." Lin Hao pressed, "How bad is it exactly?" Ning Ziyi glanced at He Weiyang. "Who is this?" Lin Hao said, "Her name is He Weiyang. She's my servant, absolutely trustworthy. You can speak freely." Ning Ziyi was taken aback and wanted to ask what he meant by servant, but it was awkward to ask in front of He Weiyang. After all, the term servant immediately conjured images of servitude, and asking about it in front of the person involved was impolite. Since she was absolutely trustworthy, Ning Ziyi spoke frankly, "The Ning family has been sidelined. The genetic research is being led by the other families. Undoubtedly, the Never Betray buff was working effectively on her, causing her to answer Lin Hao's questions truthfully." Lin Hao smiled. "Genetic research. They want to mass-produce powerful fighters through genetics." Ning Ziyi nodded. "That's right. If they succeed, the Ning family will be completely marginalized." Lin Hao was unimpressed. "This isn't something that can succeed quickly, is it? Genetic research wasn't like producing instant noodles or sausages. Results couldn't be achieved overnight. With luck, finding the right direction might yield results in a year or two. With bad luck and a wrong path, 10 years of work could be wasted." Even if genetic research bore fruit, Lin Hao wasn't concerned. No matter how brilliant the genetic experts were, could they be more impressive than the system? Not a chance. Ning Ziyi said, "It's hard to say. What if results come quickly?" Lin Hao replied, "Instead of that, why not explore the wild? With the mutation of plants and animals, there might be something like devil fruits out there." Before the apocalypse struck, he had read some post-apocalyptic novels. Magical fruits that could dramatically boost one's strength were a common trope. Lin Hao had never encountered any himself, but perhaps they existed. After all, the wild was an animal paradise, and any such fruits would likely be snatched up by beasts first. Ning Ziyi smiled bitterly. "We've thought about that, but how could we possibly search for devil fruits in the wild? Even in the city, it's hard to guarantee absolute safety. Armored units would struggle in the wild, let alone ordinary people without armor. Powerful zombies and mutated animals could not be dealt with by standard firearms." Lin Hao had an idea. I can provide you with supplies and potions so you can form a women's legion, and then you can go out and search. This thought was purely spontaneous, arising from the flow of conversation. Whether or not there were magical fruits like devil fruits, searching wouldn't be a loss. Regardless of the outcome, Lin Hao had nothing to lose. If they did find something, it would be a huge gain. After all, extra skills never hurt, and more strength was always better. By the way, he could also have Du Ingrong's Women's Legion take on this task. Lin Hao couldn't be bothered to scour the mountains for devil fruits himself, or letting them handle it was perfect. However, if they were to venture into the wild, he would need to boost their strength a bit. Otherwise, it was easy to imagine that most of them would die out there. The dangers of the wild far surpassed those in the city. Sending them out with their current abilities would be nothing short of suicide and utterly pointless. He would raise their attributes to the 3rd rank. Lin Hao's current attributes had his physique and strength at the 6th rank, while agility and spirit had reached the 7th rank. Even using the 6th rank as a baseline, his attributes were 8 times those of a 3rd rank individual, an absolute crushing advantage. A 3rd rank fighter posed no threat to him. With 3rd rank strength, they should be able to survive in the wild. Losses were inevitable, but there was no helping it. Lin Hao couldn't raise everyone's attributes to the 4th rank or above. He would wait until his own power increased. He had to ensure his women possessed overwhelming strength over their subordinates, so there was no risk of betrayal. Ningzi was overjoyed, really. She hadn't expected such a sudden windfall. Perhaps this was manna from heaven. Lin Hao chuckled. Of course it's true. But you have to show your appreciation, don't you think? Ningzi thought he wanted something like a physical commitment, and looked uncomfortable. I'm your girlfriend. I'm already yours. What more do you want? Lin Hao laughed. Find me a few more girlfriends as beautiful as you. No problem, right? With the Ning family's influence, even if they were now marginalized, finding a few stunning women shouldn't be difficult. Ningzi was instantly disheartened. Isn't having so many girlfriends enough for you? Lin Hao said bluntly, just tell me if you agree or not. Ningzi had no choice but to comply. I agree. How could she refuse? She had absolutely no room to decline. Having settled the matter of forming the all-female troop, Lin Hao provided Ningzi with numerous potions and supplies. Naturally, Ningzi's strength had to be elevated, and the materials for assembling the troop were also handed over. The 4-dimensional attribute potions were given up to Tier 3, and for weapons aside from firearms, he also supplied anti-tank missiles and Tier 3 Mo Dao swords. Tanks and armored vehicles were not provided, as they were impractical for venturing into the wilderness in search of potential magical fruits. Despite her precocious nature, Ningzi was thrilled. Take me to meet my grandfather right now. Lin Hao retorted, why would I want to see him? I have no desire to meddle in your power struggles, nor should you use the all-female troop for such conflicts. Ningzi quickly grabbed his arm. I'll listen to you, but you're not leaving again, are you? For some reason, she longed to spend more time with this man. Perhaps this was affection. Ningzi didn't consider herself love-struck. She believed she was always rational. Yet she found herself hopelessly drawn to this still strange man. Lin Hao shook his head. I'll just wander around. You attend to your matters. I'll come find you tonight. Ningzi felt a flutter of nervousness. His visit tonight surely meant something special would happen. Lin Hao instructed, you can run the all-female troop however you like, but I have 2 conditions. First, the troop admits only women. I don't mix in men from your family. Second, what I've given you is for the troop alone, not for your family members. Ningzi was puzzled. Why can't I share it with my family? By closeness, family members are more trustworthy than outsiders. Lin Hao stated plainly, with your all-female troop, the Ning family will stand firm. Don't be greedy. I won't hide it from you. I don't want the Ning family to dominate alone. Helping the Ning family annihilate other clans would bring Lin Hao no benefit. A balance of power among all factions was the most advantageous scenario for him. Human desires are insatiable. Once the Ning family grew fat and dominant, their next target might very well be Lin Hao himself. Mutual checks and balances among the forces were different. Faced with survival crises, the Ning family would have no choice but to cling tightly to Lin Hao's support. All right, Ningzi nodded in agreement. Though Lin Hao's wariness of her family stung a little, she was wise enough not to defy him. I'm off now, Lin Hao said, patting Ningzi's head. Under the gaze of many onlookers, he embraced He Weiyang and vanished from the spot. Although He Weiyang wasn't stunning enough to qualify as Lin Hao's girlfriend, she was far from ugly. Scoring above 80, she could certainly be considered attractive. Lin Hao's embrace wasn't about taking liberties, it was to facilitate their translocation, ensuring she kept pace. No zombies were visible in the vicinity, indicating the area had been cleared. Indeed, Yinqing was unlike other cities. Not only were there no zombies, but mutant plants had also been eradicated. Towering mutant woody plants were absent, and even mutant herbaceous plants had been thoroughly removed. Yet this phenomenon was only regional. The cleared area accounted for less than 30 of Yinqing, with the rest resembling other cities. In Lin Hao's view, if these major families and powers were determined to go all out, they could certainly cleanse all of Yinqing with their resources. Why they hadn't done so wasn't Lin Hao's concern. The uncleared areas were better for him. After all, over 1 million zombies still awaited his disposal. Lin Hao released He Weiyang The rest of the journey no longer required him to carry her via translocation. They simply followed the main road out of this area. He Wei-Yong stole a glance at Lin Hao, a wistful feeling lingering in her heart. She wished he could hold her like that forever. Yet she dared not voice such a desire. As a servant, she could only obey and harbor no improper thoughts. A dozen minutes later, Lin Hao stood atop a towering mutant tree, surveying the once glorious now decaying city. A mutant parrot over 2 meters long lunged at him, seeking a meal, only to have Lin Hao seize its neck and begin plucking its feathers. It was mainly because the yellow-feathered parrot looked rather striking that he didn't simply snap its neck. The plucking was meant to force it to reveal its abilities. If it possessed a special talent, keeping it as a servant might be worthwhile. To Lin Hao's surprise, the mutant parrot shamelessly begged for mercy. Spare me, spare me. Lin Hao said irritably, show me what you've got, or I'll kill you. The mutant parrot seemed to understand and squawked, I can flatter. Handsome guy, you're amazing. Damn it. Lin Hao's face darkened as he continued plucking. The parrot pleaded in agony, spare me. I can transform into other animals. Oh, that was intriguing. Lin Hao released it. For a moment, demonstrate your ability. The parrot's eyes darted cunningly, then it suddenly transformed into a frigate bird and shot away. It was clever. The frigate bird, the fastest bird, was ideal for escape. With its streamlined body and long narrow wings, it could reach speeds over 400 kilometers per hour. Enhanced by the parrot's mutant attributes, its speed could instantly exceed 1,000 kilometers per hour. Lin Hao watched the fleeing frigate bird with interest, then struck it with a bolt of lightning. The frigate bird, no match for lightning, fell with a piercing cry and reverted to its parrot form. Its already sparse feathers plucked by Lin Hao became even more ragged, revealing charred flesh, a pitiful sight. Lin Hao had only used one lightning bolt. If he had struck it with all four, it would have been cooked by now. Lin Hao shouted, come back on your own. Try to escape again, and he'll kill you. The mutant parrot flapped its wings, painfully struggling for a long time before laboriously flying back to Lin Hao. It dared not disobey. How another lightning strike like that would be fatal. Lin Hao sneered, had to make it hard on yourself. When you transform into another animal, do you gain its abilities? The parrot, trembling with pain, answered, yes, I become whatever I turn into. Not bad. Lin Hao immediately had He Wei-Yong take the parrot as her servant, unwilling to waste one of his precious 8 slots. Yang Fan Xiaohei and He Wei-Yong had already taken 3 slots. This parrot was interesting but somewhat lackluster. Letting He Wei-Yong keep it sufficed. After consuming all the attribute and skill potions, the mutant parrot's size swelled to 5 or 6 meters. Lin Hao kicked it irritably, get down below. Do you expect us to look up at you? The parrot hurriedly hopped to a lower branch and flattered, handsome guy, you're so manly. Lin Hao's curiosity was piqued. You were a pet before, weren't you? Is your previous owner dead or alive? The parrot must have mimicked its former owner, talking so seductively. Could it have been a beautiful woman? The mutated parrot said, my previous owner is still alive. Ooh, I didn't eat her. Lin Hao asked casually, why didn't you eat your previous owner? The mutated parrot replied, she was kind to me, so I wouldn't eat her. It had a conscience after all, worthy of a highly intelligent species. The intelligence of a parrot is roughly equivalent to that of a 3 to 5-year-old human child, possibly higher in some aspects. After mutation, animals generally experience an increase in intelligence, and the mutated parrot was no exception. That's why it refrained from eating its owner. A dumber pet might not have shown such restraint. Lin Hao pressed further. Your previous owner was a woman, right? Was she attractive? The mutated parrot quickly nodded. Yes, a woman, very beautiful. More beautiful than my current owner. Sensing the killing intent behind him, it hastily corrected itself. Spare me, master. The current owner is more beautiful. Let's go take a look. Lin Hao gestured to He Wei-Yong and stepped onto the mutated parrot's back. He Wei-Yong followed suit and commanded irritably, take us to your previous owner. Yes, the parrot replied, shrinking its head, not daring to utter another word. With a flap of its wings, it shot off. Minutes later, it brought Lin Hao and He Wei-Yong to a villa district, landing before a villa. Surrounding the area were numerous zombie corpses. Judging by the claw marks that had crushed their skulls, it was likely the work of the mutated parrot. A window on the second floor of the villa swung open, revealing a seductive and bewildered face. Is that you, Xiao Huang? Lin Hao's eyes lit up. It was a female celebrity who had only recently risen to fame in the past 2 years, rumored to have considerable backing. Her acting skills were decent, and with her family's power and wealth paving the way, her upward momentum was formidable. Zhen Meili was the name she adopted after her debut. A name easy to remember, naturally making it easier to become famous. The mutated parrot boasted, Zhen Meili, you're not my owner anymore. I found a powerful new master. Zhen Meili fumed. How could you change owners? I was so good to you, feeding you delicious food every day. The mutated parrot retorted provocatively, hit me, you idiot. Frustrate you, huh? You ungrateful thing. Zhen Meili, exasperated, hurled a few macadamia nuts at the mutated parrot. Hit me, you idiot. The parrot taunted again before gleefully picking up the macadamia nuts from the ground and starting to eat. Macadamia nuts were its favorite food, bar none. It loved them before the mutation and still adored them afterward. To get macadamia, nuts had often brought back prey, like mutated wild rabbits or sparrows, to trade with Jean Meili. Thanks to this exchange, Jean Meili lived comfortably. Her complexion told the tale. Her seductive face was fair with a rosy glow. Lin Hao teleported beside her and said in a tone of mock reproach, "Your boyfriend's here, and you don't greet me. How rude." He had to admit the name she chose after her debut was fitting. She was truly beautiful and alluring too. Definitely someone to claim. Because of the heat, she wore a tank top and a short skirt, her lithe and graceful figure sparking endless imagination. Jean Meili was startled and eyed Lin Hao warily. "What boyfriend? I don't know you. Did you steal my Xiaohuang?" Lin Hao smiled and nodded. "You could say that. I took your Xiaohuang, and I'm going to take you too. Any problem with that?" Jean Meili's face, dark with frustration, suddenly broke into a radiant smile. "Handsome, how do you plan to take me away? By carrying me over your shoulder or in your arms?" Lin Hao instructed. "He way on below. Take this stupid bird to find the golden zombie. Come back here once you've found it." With that, he pulled Jean Meili toward the bathroom. "Haven't bathed in a while, have you? Once you're clean, you'll know how I'm going to take you." Jean Meili panicked. "What are you doing, you pervert? Xiaohuang, save me." Lin Hao chuckled. "That stupid bird would only help me pin you down. Stop yelling. If you like to scream, feel free to continue." Jean Meili fell silent and tried a different tactic to stop this maniac. "I'm sick, really. It's contagious." Lin Hao nodded. "You are sick in the head. Don't fuss. The more you resist, the more excited I get." In the dozen or so days since the apocalypse, he had evolved from a naive novice into a battle-hardened veteran. This woman, or rather this girl, was clearly inexperienced. How could she be sick? Seeing her plan fail, Jean Meili devised another. "Sima and has his eye on me. He'll come for me soon. If you take me, he won't let you off." Sima and one of the famed twin heroes of Yin City before the apocalypse. "Hero's my foot. Just someone with better luck in birth." Lin Hao laughed. "Even if he were here, I'd take you right in front of him." Who did Sima and think he was? Even his grandfather Sima Jun was nothing in Lin Hao's eyes. The Sima family was on par with the Ning family. Before the apocalypse, Lin Hao indeed couldn't afford to provoke them. Offending them would have meant dying without knowing how. But now Lin Hao had become someone they couldn't afford to provoke. If he wished, he could wipe them out with a flick of his wrist. Congratulations, host. The companion relationship with Jean Meili has been confirmed. The never betray trait is now active. Once the system's buff took effect, Jean Meili's attitude immediately changed. Lin Hao felt a twinge of regret. This woman no longer clawed at him or resisted. So he decided to boost her strength instead. All in all, it was a very pleasant hour. Afterward, it took a while for Jean Meili to come to her senses. She said, "I didn't expect you to be so powerful. No wonder you're not afraid of Sima." Lin Hao said calmly, "Why would I be afraid of him? Has he ever troubled you?" Jean Meili shook her head. "No, I just used him to scare you. He's a classmate of my sister's. I was frightened by you and blurted it out." Lin Hao seized on the key point. "Where's your sister?" If the sister was as beautiful as the younger one, she wouldn't be bad either, right? Mentioning her sister, Jean Meili looked a bit downcast. "I can't reach her. Something might have happened." Since she couldn't be contacted, Lin Hao dropped it. "Get up and have lunch. You choose the dishes." Jean Meili asked in surprise, "Can you conjure up whatever I want to eat?" Lin Hao said nonchalantly, "Not everything, but I can produce over 80 of dishes." Jean Meili thought for a moment and said, "How about roast duck? I used to not care for it, but these past few days I've suddenly been craving it." With the apocalypse upon them and survival uncertain, every survivor longed for the past, and Jean Meili was no exception. Lin Hao asked with a smile, "Do you want Quanjude roast duck or Bianyufang roast duck?" Tianfahao's roast duck is also available. Meanwhile, the dozen or so surviving members of the Ning family, 3 generations, were also having lunch, though their meal was quite simple. Among all the survivors worldwide, Lin Hao was probably the only one with so many choices. For others, just getting enough to eat was good enough. But Ning Zai, the second brother of Ning Zi, wasn't content with merely eating his fill. He wanted to become strong. That had been difficult before, impossible without awakening, but now things were different. Ning Zi had something good. Ning Zai set his sights on his sister, pondering how to phrase his request to get the potion from her.